If you could travel through time, where would you go? At the very instant death descended upon him, Luo heard this question, the voice ethereal, as though drifting from the very end of time itself. He had no chance to answer. Cancer cells had already devoured the final vestiges of his vitality. His 23-year-old body lay upon the hospital bed as the electrocardiogram flattened into one long continuous tone and the world sank into eternal darkness. Then light. The acrid stench of sulfur, the deafening clash of metal, and a gale reeking of blood and gunpowder all crashed into his senses at once. Luo snapped his eyes open. What greeted him was not the ghastly white ceiling of a ward, but a colossal, grotesque skull suspended in the night sky, its twin horns stabbing toward the heavens, its fanged maw split wide to the very roots of its ears. Onigashima. Anyone who had seen One Piece would recognize this thing. My blade and shield actually traversed worlds with me. A thunderous chorus of battle cries erupted from within the skull, so loud that even at this distance they made Luo's eardrums ache. Within those howls he could hear wild manic laughter. Only Kaido laughed like that. He glanced around. There was war everywhere. In the anime, a battlefield like this could only mean one thing: the Straw Hat crew had arrived. The one clashing with him could only be Luffy. So that means the current point in the timeline is when Teacher Kai delivers his 3-club lesson. Luo lowered his head to inspect himself. The hospital gown hung loosely from his frame, and faint pinprick scars from chemotherapy still dotted his forearms. He probed the state of his body. That weakness etched into his very marrow, still coiled within every single cell. Cancer had crossed over with him. TCH, the side effects of transmigrating in your own body. There was no time to drown in despair. On a battlefield teeming with pirates, samurai, and monsters, this frail body was nothing short of a joke. He would not even survive as a bystander. The weakest gifters on Onigashima could crush him in an instant. He had to leave the core of the battlefield immediately and find a place of safety. Yet where there is poison within 7 steps, there will be an antidote. So it is with transmigration. Where's my cheat? Luo searched frantically in every direction. Wait. His gaze halted. The outer cliffs of Onigashima were utterly barren, as desolate as the surface of the moon. In an inconspicuous crack in the rock, a single fruit lay quietly. Its skin was covered in hourglass-like spiral patterns, one half pitch black, the other pure white, glimmering faintly under the moonlight. Damn! Who threw a devil fruit out here? Luo's heart gave a violent thump. He immediately snatched up the fruit, hid himself off to the side, and studied it intently. Could it be that it came specifically for me? He knew many legends about devil fruits, and one in particular was often relished in retellings: the fruit chooses its wielder. Why would this fruit be on the outskirts of Onigashima? Why had no one else found it? And why did it appear before him at precisely this moment? The answer seemed obvious. It had been waiting for him all along. There was nothing more to hesitate over. Luo tightened his grip on the fruit and sank his teeth into it. Ugh! An indescribably foul stench exploded across his tongue. He nearly vomited on the spot. In the same instant, the pulp slid down his throat. A strange energy detonated in his stomach, surging into his limbs and bones, flooding into the depths of his brain. A stream of information poured into his consciousness like a waterfall. Time fruit qualifications verified. Time travel system awakening. Awakening complete. Finding host Luo. Remaining lifespan 21 days. A translucent panel hovered before his eyes. Remaining lifespan 21 days. Luo fixed his gaze on that number. The cancer had not vanished with his transmigration. It had merely been redefined by the rules of this world, granting him a countdown measure to the day. There was more on the panel: reversal value 0, core function time travel. You may return to the past and reverse history to gain reversal value, which can be exchanged for lifespan. Upon a successful reversal, a random ability from the target will be permanently drawn to strengthen the host. Note: any altered history will automatically generate a parallel world and will not affect this main timeline. I can gain more lifespan. That means I don't have to die. And if I complete a reversal, I can draw an ability from the other party. That's outrageous. Then he froze. System bro, I just arrived. Do I have no memories of this world? How am I supposed to travel through any of it? The host may bring other individuals back into the past. Impressive, system bro. With the system's affirmation, that problem was resolved. Luo's breathing grew rapid. He would stir the currents of history itself in exchange for time to live. System, how many times can I travel to the same point in history? A single node can only be visited once. You cannot travel to the exact same second twice. So I can only go to the next second or the previous one. Yes, but each traversal the host makes will create a parallel spacetime branching from the main world. Luo frowned. It was not hard to understand. In simple terms, every time he went back, the non-player characters would refresh and everything would start anew. But that was fine. The NPCs might start over from scratch. He would not. There were countless ways to exploit this. For instance, if he traveled multiple times and his strength skyrocketed, he would eventually descend upon them like a true god. Kakik. Luoan could not help letting out a sly chuckle before forcing himself back to normal. He neither knew nor cared who had created this system. After 3 years confined to a hospital bed, he finally had a chance to survive by his own hands. Naturally, new problems arose in tandem. At present, he could not so much as trust a chicken. His combat power was effectively zero, nothing more than a walking tool whose sole value lay in transporting others through time. The system permitted him to bring a target back into the past. If either he or the target died during the traversal, they would automatically return and the target's memories would be erased. Thus, he had to choose his target with utmost care, someone who could stir great waves in any timeline at any historical node. Someone whose influence on the progress of the world would be immense. Luoan lifted his head and looked toward the summit of Onigashima. The choice was beyond doubt. Monkey D. Luffy, the protagonist of One Piece, a man fated to overturn the entire world. If Luffy could be sent back to those critical turning points, what kind of changes would ripple through history? How many reversal points would that bring him? The answer was obvious. Hey, who goes there? A furious shout barked from behind. A goon clad in the uniform of the Beast's pirates glared at him, a blood-stained long blade clenched in his fist. Fresh from the front lines and seeking a brief respite, the man had never expected to stumble across a stranger in such bizarre clothing in this place. You're not one of us. You must be a remnant of Akashio. Die. The blade rose, its edge aimed straight at Luoan's throat. Luoan's heart nearly stopped. Faced with the weakest of pirates, he could only be killed in an instant. In that split second, a single thought struck him like lightning. The core function on the system panel, time travel. To activate it, he first had to choose a target. System. Initiate target selection for traversal. Target selection mode activated. Please choose a target individual for traversal and designate the time point. Selection time limit 30 minutes. Hint: during selection time in the current world will come to a complete halt. Warning: once the selection period ends, the time freeze will be lifted. If the host dies in the main world, everything will be erased. If he dies during traversal into the past, he will return to the main world. Warning: should the carried target die at any point, it will be permanent death. A golden halo bloomed at the edges of his vision. The entire world's sound vanished in an instant. Understood. Before Luo and the pirate's raised blade froze mid-swing, locked in place. Dust whipped up by the wind hung suspended in midair, and distant explosions crystallized into brilliant motionless blooms of flame. The whole of Onigashima, the whole of Wano, the entire world sank into absolute stillness. Time itself was waiting for his choice. Luoan slowly exhaled a long, turbid breath. 30 minutes, in a world completely frozen, was more than enough to find Luffy. He turned and sprinted toward the great hall of Onigashima. Luffy, I'm coming. Inside the main hall of Onigashima, the moment Luoan burst in, he froze on the spot. Blades and swords hung suspended in midair, the chips and notches along their edges clearly visible. The gifters were locked in all manner of grotesque poses. Some had their mouths wide open in a soundless roar, some were lunging through the air, drool flung from the corners of their mouths, each globule hanging there one by one. The warriors held their blades aloft, the edges only a few centimeters from their enemies' necks, yet they could no longer advance, even a fraction. Everyone had become statues. The entire world had been put on pause. Luoan panted heavily as he slipped between two gifters. Their claws were only a fist's distance from him, yet he could not even be bothered to dodge. Time had stopped, those claws would never come down. Then he saw Usopp. The long-nosed sniper was pinned against a wall, his face swollen like a pig's head, one eye puffed up to a mere slit. His slingshot was raised in midair, a projectile freshly loosed from the band, hanging just a finger's width from Page One's forehead. Page One's hand had transformed into a beastly claw poised directly at Usopp's head. Nami lay collapsed at Usopp's feet, a bloody gash on her forehead. Beads of blood seeped from the wound and hovered midair as though a crimson necklace had snapped and its beads were frozen in place. How tragic. Luoan walked over and patted Nami, helping her adjust into a more comfortable position, quite satisfied with how she felt to the touch. At least this trip through worlds hasn't been for nothing. He circled past the motionless pair of human puppets and headed straight for the stairs. As he passed Robin, he paused again. Robin stood with her arms crossed over her chest, right in the midst of activating her ability. 7 or 8 arms had sprouted out of thin air around her, each suspended mid-shoulder, some reaching for an enemy's neck, others on the verge of covering an enemy's eyes. She herself stood at the center of those arms, expression focused, a trace of blood still at the corner of her mouth. Luoan kindly reached out to shift her position a little. He had to admit, she felt quite good to the touch. No need to thank me. I'm a good person. There was no time to linger in sentiment. He bounded up the stairs 2 at a time, his lungs burned fiercely, yet this cancer-riddled body still held together, not falling apart midway. On the rooftop of Onigashima, the moonlight was ghastly pale, bleaching the entire rooftop like an overexposed photograph. Kaido stood at the very edge. In his azure dragon form, his colossal body coiled there, the patterns on his scales so clear they seemed carved in. One claw was raised in midair, about to stomp down, whiskers lifted by the wind and frozen in place, every strand suspended. Luffy lay on the ground, face turned up to the sky, eyes closed. His body was as gray as stone, without the slightest rise or fall. Kaido's club strike had already been delivered. Luffy was dead. Time had frozen at this very instant, heartbeat, breath, every reaction that should have occurred within his body had all been suspended. Luo-in walked over and crouched beside Luffy. Target character has entered selection range. Monkey D. Luffy. Status dead. Reminder: once the target character is confirmed, the target's timestamp will be lifted. Confirm. Confirm. The words on the panel flickered. Target character confirmed. Monkey D. Luffy timestamp lifted. Luffy's finger twitched. Immediately afterward, Luo-in heard that sound. Thump. It came from the location of Luffy's heart. It was not an ordinary heartbeat, but the sound of a drum. Dull and powerful, as though someone were pounding a massive war drum within his chest cavity. Thump. 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 The rhythm grew faster and more intense. Luffy's hair began to curl upward from the roots, turning pure white. His eyebrows arched, spiraling into curls, while his skin took on a luminous sheen, a radiance welling from within and outshining even the moonlight. Then he opened his eyes, a red light flickering within. I died. Luffy sat up and lowered his head to look at his own hands, his white hair bouncing with the movement. Luo-in crouched beside him, pointing at Luffy's chest. The drum beats still echoed. You really did die. Gear 5th awakened. Your Nika form hauled you back. Luffy poked at his own chest, feeling that drumbeat. The corners of his mouth began to curl upward beyond his control. Ha! His laughter burst forth all at once. Luffy clutched his stomach and collapsed onto the ground, rolling back and forth, his white hair picking up dust all over. This is so weird. I was clearly dead. He sprang up, shooting ridiculously high into the air, his limbs twisting together like a braided rope. But it's so funny. I can't stop. Ha ha ha. Luo-in stayed where he was, waiting for him to laugh it out. At last, Luffy dropped back down to the ground, his feet planting firmly. He tugged at his spiral-curled eyebrows and grinned at Luo-in. Who are you? Luo-in. Luo-in. Thanks for telling me that. Luffy slapped his own head, then glanced around. Where's Kaido? Luo-in pointed toward the rooftop edge at the frozen colossal dragon. Still on pause. Luffy followed the line of his finger. Kaido's massive body was rigid beneath the moonlight, tail trailing along the ground, claws hanging midair. Those vertical pupils were locked dead ahead, murderous intent frozen within them. Luffy's grin widened. Let him move. I'm going to send him flying. Luo-in glanced at the system panel. From the moment he stepped onto the rooftop, a number had been ticking away in the corner. Remaining duration of the timestamp 5 minutes. There's not enough time. Luffy tilted his head. Not enough time for what? The timestamp only has 5 minutes left. Luo-in pointed at the ticking countdown on the panel. Once those 5 minutes are up, time starts flowing again. If you want to keep fighting, Kaido, I won't stop you. But you have a chance to choose something else. Choose what? Do you want to save Ace? I can send you back to Marineford. Luffy's smile froze. What did you say? The Paramount War. Marineford. 2 years ago, Luo-in enunciated each word. When Ace was still alive. Luffy's eyes went wide. Say that again. I can take you back to the past. Back to the Paramount War. Back to before Ace died. But the timestamp only has 5 minutes left. Your choice. Keep fighting Kaido here or come with me. Luffy stood there as if struck by lightning, his hands trembling. Impossible. How could you? Luo-in did not explain. Luffy stared at the frozen scene for a long time. There was no reason not to believe. After all, even Kaido had been halted in place. That alone said everything. Then he lifted his head. The smile was gone from his face. It was the first time Luo-in had seen such an expression on Luffy. His eye rims were red, but no tears fell. His lips pressed into a line, jaw clenched rigidly tight. If we go back, can we save Ace? We can. Then I'm going with you. To the Paramount War. Luffy roared, his voice echoing across the still rooftop. I'm going back to the Paramount War. I'm going to save Ace. Good. Luo-in called up the system panel, his fingertip hovering over the traversal start button. But once we're gone, what happens here? Luffy voiced his doubt. Don't worry. When we traverse to the past, we can still return to this precise point in time. The difference will be only a single second. This world will still look exactly like this. Nothing will have changed. All right, no problem. Luo-in pressed the traversal start. Traversal target Monkey D. Luffy. Traversal time point Paramount War Marineford. Please confirm traversal. Confirm. Golden light erupted beneath Luo-in's feet, instantly engulfing the entire rooftop, and in the next moment the two of them vanished from the frozen summit of Onigashima. Marineford. The air was thick with the salty tang of seawater and the acrid stench of gunpowder, two scents intertwined, filling the lungs like swallowing a knife. Ron stood on the high walls of the Gate of Justice, the cold stone bricks sending a real sensation through the soles of his shoes. He gasped for air, the after effects of his traversal, leaving his vision hazy, his stomach churning. Then he heard the sounds. The thunderous roar of cannon fire. The clash of steel. The collective roar of tens of thousands. These sounds merged, forming a continuous rumble that pressed in from all directions. Compared to the silence of Ghost Island, this place felt like another universe. Ron supported himself on his knees and raised his head. He beheld the most brutal chapter in the history of pirates unfolding before his eyes. The crescent-shaped harbor was engulfed in flames of war. Cannons lined the bay, their black mouths continuously spewing fire. The square was densely packed with people, the white uniforms of the Navy entwined with the chaotic attire of pirates, the glint of blades reflecting like shards of sunlight on water, each flash signifying a life extinguished. On the surface of the sea, 43 pirate ships surrounded that colossal vessel. The Moby Dick, Whitebeard's flagship, resembled an aging giant whale crashing into the encirclement meticulously laid out by the Navy. Standing at the rail of the ship were the monsters of the New World, the flags of 14 pirate crews fluttering atop the masts, each flag representing a name capable of stirring the seas. Before Ron could digest all this, the sea itself stood up. There was no warning, no transition. The harbor's waters suddenly surged, as if an invisible hand from the depths was lifting the entire surface. Millions of tons of water broke free from gravity, rising with a roar, the crests of the waves growing higher, obscuring half the sky. The warships docked in the harbor became toys before it, capsizing with a gentle nudge, splinters flying. Whitebeard's power. Seaquake. This is the strike of the world's strongest man. Ron's throat went dry. He knew what would happen next, but knowing and witnessing were two different things. With a mere flick of his finger, the terrain was about to be rewritten. If this strike was not blocked, the entire Marineford would be swallowed by the sea. Ice was coming. It spread from the other end of the bay, silent, yet faster than a tsunami. The ice spread across the surface of the sea as if the flow of time had been accelerated tenfold. The ice climbed the crests of the waves, freezing the roaring waters before they could fall. The shapes of the waves were perfectly preserved, every ripple and every splash frozen within the transparent ice layer. Two giant ice waves dozens of meters high flanked the harbor like the fangs of some colossal beast, enclosing the entire battlefield. Akiji. He didn't even stand up, one hand in his pocket, the other resting casually on the back of a chair. The Ice Age. One of the three admirals merely stretching his hand. Then dawn broke. No, it was already bright. But something made the light even more blinding. Ron instinctively looked up. The sky above turned crimson. The clouds were pierced, and magma fists trailing flames burst forth from the clouds, densely packed, like a meteor shower, descending to the earth. Volcanic meteor. Akainu made his move. No greeting, no mercy. While Whitebeard upheaved the board with a tsunami, he scorched it clean with magma. Both sides went mad. Ron stood on the high wall watching the scene below, his knees feeling weak. This was the war on the top. The scenes he had seen countless times in manga were magnified 1,000 times right before his eyes. Every frame worthy of being captured in a screenshot in reality was reduced to one feeling: insignificance. Before these people, he was less than a speck of dust. Let alone survive. Just standing here watching them fight made him feel like he could be crushed to dust by the aftershocks at any moment. A new prompt appeared on the panel: the reversal value will be settled after time travel ends. Got it. Ron took a deep breath, shifting his gaze away from the battlefield. He was not here to sightsee. He was here to work. The reversal value. Lifespan. Survive. This was the reason he stood here. He turned around. Luffy was standing right behind him. Then he noticed Luffy was completely frozen. This was not the stillness of time. It was the look of a person struck by memory. Luffy's hand gripped the edge of the high wall, his knuckles turning white. His rubber fingers were gripping too tightly, cracking the stone bricks. His gaze was not on the battlefield, not between the surging ice and fire. His eyes were fixed deep within the harbor, beyond everyone. At Ore Square, the execution platform. Kneeling on the platform was a man. An orange cowboy hat, bare torso shackled with sea stone handcuffs around his neck. The sunlight illuminated the Whitebeard tattoo on his back, the tattoo resembling a tattered flag. Port Gas D. Ace. Fire Fist Ace. Luffy saw him. Ace from 2 years ago. The living Ace. The Ace still breathing. Luffy's breath caught in his throat. Ron watched the changes in Luffy's expression. The muscles in his face twitched, his mouth opening and closing again. The tips of his white hair trembled in the wind, the red in his eyes spreading as if something had ignited him from within. The guy who had been grinning just 3 seconds ago now looked like a person crushed by memories. Then Luffy smiled. Lou. Ron barely had time to call out to him before Luffy had vanished. A white shadow exploded from the high wall so fast that Ron only caught a glimpse of an afterimage. His rubber body propelled through the air, his legs compressing like springs to the extreme, then released with a bang. The sound barrier exploded, and the stone beneath his feet shattered into powder. That shadow flew toward the execution platform in an unreasonable manner. Both sides engaged in fierce combat in the square, sensed something at the same time. A certain aura pressed down from above, pure excitement to the extreme. That excitement crashed into everyone's nerves, causing both pirates and navy to halt simultaneously. The cannon fire fell silent. The blades froze midair. Tens of thousands of eyes lifted in unison. They witnessed a white sun streaking across the sky above. Luffy spread his limbs in the air. In Gear 5, his body no longer resembled rubber, but rather some form of living white flame. His hair whipped in the airflow, his eyebrows spiraled, and the sheen on his skin illuminated half the sky. Then he spoke, his voice exploding in the air. His voice directly drowned out the rumble of the battlefield, rolling from one end of the harbor to the other, crashing against the ice wall and bouncing back, then crashing against the gate of justice and ricocheting again, layer upon layer, like rolling thunder echoing across the entire Marineford. Ace! Everyone standing in the square shuddered. I've come to save you. Luffy's figure streaked through the air, leaving a white trail like a shooting star soaring upward, using all his strength to reach out for his brother on the execution platform, who had not yet perished. On the high wall of the Gate of Justice, Ron stood alone, gazing at the distant white light. This distance, madman. He coughed, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. He knew that from the moment Luffy chose to come to this era, everything had changed. The history known as the Paramount War was about to be rewritten starting today. Below the execution platform, Carp's fist froze in midair as he heard that voice. Ace! His fist relaxed, the armament hockey dissipating from his hand, and he turned his neck to look at the sky. His pupils contracted. Carp was a bit dazed. Luffy. He wasn't sure if he was dreaming. The arrival of this kid meant trouble. A great trouble. On the execution platform. When Ace heard that voice, he felt as if struck by lightning. He was too familiar with that voice which had called him for over a decade, Ace, 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 until his ears nearly developed calluses. But this time was different. Ace suddenly lifted his head, the sea prism stone shackles clanking loudly. His pupils reflected that white figure descending from the sky, pouncing towards him. It was Luffy. His hair had turned white, his eyebrows curled, and he radiated a glow, yet that was indeed Luffy. His foolish little brother. Tears fell unbidden from Ace's eyes. He was the Fire Fist who never cried. Not even magma could burn his bones. But the moment he saw that idiot charging towards him, tears surged forth. Ace thought he would never see Luffy again in this lifetime. Yet at this moment, that idiot not only reached Marineford, but charged into the most dangerous battlefield in the world just to save him. Then joy was swallowed by fear in an instant. Where was this? Marineford. Navy headquarters. 3 admirals stood opposite, with Fleet Admiral Sengoku seated. There were dozens of rear admirals, each capable of striding through paradise. What was Luffy doing? He was charging straight into the heart of this hell. Luffy! Ace shouted, his voice cutting through the air as he struggled desperately, the sea prism stone shackles leaving blood marks on his wrists. The Navy executioner on the platform was startled by his sudden struggle and took a step back, aiming his gun at his back. Get out of here. Who told you to come here? Ace didn't know if he shouted loud enough, nor if that diving idiot could hear him. But he had to shout. Even if it ruined his voice, he had to shout. This is not a place for you. Go away. His tears mixed with his roar, splattering onto the wooden planks of the execution platform. He saw that Luffy showed no signs of slowing down. That idiot was even smiling more brightly. On the ice surface of the port, Whitebeard lifted his eyelids, standing at the bow of the Moby Dick, more like a pillar than the mast behind him, locking his gaze on that white trajectory, staring at Luffy for 3 seconds. Kuaha. Whitebeard suddenly laughed, a sound he hadn't made in a long time. That little brat. Marco, engulfed in blue flames, rushed back from the deck and landed behind Whitebeard. His phoenix form was not yet fully retracted, wings only half folded, his expression as confused as everyone else on the battlefield. Old man, who is that? Is he an enemy or a friend? Marco stared at the sky, filled with doubt. All in white. But I've never seen that form before. His hair color has changed, his physique has changed, but he seems to know Ace. Friend. Whitebeard declared firmly. Friend. Marco was stunned. He had never seen the old man speak with such certainty about a kid he had never met. Whitebeard didn't explain. His gaze followed Luffy's arc across the sky, the curve of his lips deepening. He watched that white light pass over Kizaru, charging straight for the execution platform. Then he spoke. Everyone listen up. His voice was not loud, yet every crew member bearing the Whitebeard pirate's tattoo heard him. That white kid flying from the sky. Help him reach the execution platform. The pirates on the ice raised their heads. They saw the old man pointing towards that white trajectory. The ice surface trembled violently, cracking spider web-like patterns. No matter who he is, he's coming to save Ace. Then help him. Marco's pupils shook, no longer questioning why. If the old man said to help, then they would help. Understood, old man. He flapped his wings and soared into the air. Blue flames traced an arc in the sky, following the white trajectory, accelerating towards the execution platform. But it was too late. Luffy's speed was too fast. Fast enough that the intelligence chain on the battlefield couldn't keep up with his movement. The Navy observer had just shouted about an enemy attack when Luffy had already flown over the ice wall. The lookout had just raised his binoculars when Luffy had already swooped past the harbor. The execution platform drew closer. Ace's outline became clearer. Luffy could even see the undried tear stains on Ace's face. He grinned widely. Just a few hundred meters left. As long as he bounced once more, he would land on the execution platform, shatter that wooden frame with a punch, and carry Ace on his shoulder to fly away. This was not a plan he never planned. He simply wanted to act, and then he did. Then his observation haki exploded. 3 powerful auras surged from below as if 3 volcanoes erupted simultaneously beneath him. Instinctively, Luffy halted midair, curling his body into a ball, his rubber limbs entwining into a sphere, forcibly stopping his diving trajectory. He stopped right in front of the execution platform, directly above the 3 admirals. In the crescent-shaped harbor, 3 figures stood up from 3 different directions in front of the execution platform. Akainu rose from the steps below the execution platform. His rising motion was slow, the shadow of his baseball cap covering half his face, revealing only the corner of his mouth, holding a cigar. But the magma surging from his body was not a procedural effect, it erupted directly. Dark red magma rolled from his shoulders and fists, dripping onto the ground and burning black holes. The air around him twisted. It was not the heat of the magma, but pure killing intent that bent the air. Kizaru emerged from the broken wall on the left, his rising motion deliberately slow, casually brushing off the dust from his pants, then slipping his hands into the pockets of his striped suit. He did not look at Luffy at all, but gazed upward as if pondering whether the clouds were too thick today, yet the golden light flickering at his fingertips was genuine. Indeed, a terrifying white monster. Akiji straightened up from the icy surface on his right, having just risen from his seat, while the ice beneath him continued to crackle and thicken. He stretched lazily, exhaling a puff of white mist, then tilted his head to gaze at the white figure in the sky. His expression was the most neutral, yet he emanated the strongest chill, so intense that the ice beneath him froze, another layer with ice crystals crawling up his pant legs, sleeve cuffs, and the edges of his sunglasses. The 3 admirals. 3 top-tier abilities of the natural element type simultaneously locked onto the white intruder in midair. Luffy did not retreat. "You all step aside." As he shouted, his body began to swell. The white muscles of Gear 5 inflated, every fiber expanding, producing a creaking sound as his rubbery body stretched to its limits. His fist clenched tightly, haki climbing up from his fist, creeping over his wrist, forearm, and up his entire arm as the hard black collided with the white of Gear 5. His conqueror's haki erupted. Boom! A red shockwave surged from Luffy's body, expanding in a spherical shape. The stone slabs in the square were lifted and the air was compressed into visible ripples. Those nearby, both Navy and pirates, rolled their eyes and fell in droves like wheat being cut down. A few attempted to withstand it with haki, but their knees trembled. This was not a physical attack. It was a crushing of will. The future emperor irrationally announcing to all, "I'm here." Yet none of the 3 admirals faltered. Akaina's eyelid twitched, his expression shifting from disdain to seriousness. The cigar in his mouth was extinguished by the wave of Conqueror's haki, but he paid it no mind, allowing the half-extinguished cigar to dangle from the corner of his mouth, not taking a step back, not even swaying. Conqueror's haki. When Akainu uttered these 3 words, a dangerous curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, his fist beginning to melt, dark red magma oozing from his fingertips, sizzling as it dripped onto the ground. He looked at Luffy as if he saw prey worthy of his personal involvement. Straw Hat Kid. Bounty 300 million. Sabaody Archipelago struck the Celestial Dragons, and Impel Down broke out over 200 prisoners. Now he has intruded into the Marineford War. Though I don't know how you got from Impel Down here, but... Akaina's voice wasn't loud, but it overshadowed the residual waves of Conqueror's haki, each word clearly smashing into the ears of everyone present. Your crimes are enough for 100 death penalties. Today right here I will personally execute you. Kizaru finally shifted his gaze down from the clouds. He looked at Luffy, tilting his head, his expression like a cat observing a strange insect. He pulled his fingers from his pants pocket, the tip of his index finger glowing with a hint of golden light, which then began to expand, growing from the size of a pinhead to that of a fist, and then to a basketball, ultimately transforming into a blinding pillar of light. How frightening! His tone was languid, entirely out of sync with the laser energy gathering at his fingertip. Straw Hat Kid, you look different from the intel I received. You don't look like rubber anymore, you look more like... Kizaru paused for a moment, the gaze behind his glasses flickering. Never mind. Whatever it is, I must stop it. Aokiji remained silent. He had been staring at Luffy the entire time, his expression so neutral, it was almost devoid of emotion, yet it was this neutrality that was spine-chilling. Upon witnessing the white form of Gear 5th, his pupils subtly contracted. It was a reaction to something deeply buried in his memory being unearthed. Nika. Like Garp, he recognized this form. The name that the world government spent centuries erasing resurfaced in the sky at this moment, flying the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates. How troublesome. Aokiji finally spoke, his tone flat. Yet as ice spread over him, no one felt that it was flat anymore. Cold air poured down from him like a white waterfall, ice crystals visibly wrapping around his right arm, starting from the fingertips of his right hand, spreading all the way to his shoulder, finally forming an ice crystal shield. No matter who you are, you cannot approach the execution platform. Luffy looked at the three blocking the execution platform. Each of them exuded an aura that could induce nightmares. Any other person would have stopped to think of a way out at this moment. But Luffy was not just anyone. He felt that this was not a matter of retreat. Ace was right behind these three guys. If he stepped back, Ace would kneel for an extra second. He was here to save him, not to watch a show. You won't let me, huh? Luffy swung his arm back. His right arm stretched back like rubber, getting longer and longer. In Gear 5th, his body no longer adhered to the laws of physics. How exaggerated was the distance this punch stretched. From high on the distant wall, Law could see that Luffy's fist reached all the way to the roof of Onigashima. Everyone in the square saw that white arm spanning the sky, muscles entwined with the black of Haki like a streak of black and white lightning frozen in the air. Then I will. Luffy swung his fist forward. Knock you all flying. The King Kong gun. No, it was the Gear 5th version of the King Kong gun. That fist descended from the sky, carrying the red of Conqueror's Haki and the black of Haki. As the fist wind descended, the stone slabs on the ground shattered at once. Cracks spread outward from Luffy's fist, as the epicenter fanning out like a spider web, each fissure as thick as an arm. The Navy and pirates in the square simultaneously crouched down, not out of command, but crushed down. Three beams of light illuminated simultaneously. Akainu did not dodge. He never deigned to evade. Facing the colossal fist descending from the heavens, his response was to transform his own fist into the form of a magma giant dog bearing his burning fangs and charging heat into Luffy's King Kong gun. Hellhound. The magma exploded against Luffy's fist. Haki withstood the first wave of heat, but could not resist the impact. Luffy felt as if his fist had crashed against a volcano. The recoil made his palms tingle, and his rubbery arm vibrated with a buzzing sound. Then Kizaru arrived. No one saw how he moved. Everyone only saw a flash of light, and then Kizaru appeared right above Luffy. He did not use a laser. He flew directly above Luffy, raising his right leg high, with shimmering golden light coalescing on his calf, like a sword of light descending from above. Speed is power. The lightspeed kick struck Luffy's shoulder. Bang! Luffy was kicked down like a meteor. His body smashed through the ground, sending shards of stone flying. The debris scattered everywhere, creating a massive pit in the ground. Not yet at the bottom. Aokiji had already leaned down and charged after him. He caught up with the falling Luffy, his icy fist crashing into Luffy's chest. The Ice Age was not a technique, but the sheer force of Aokiji's punch. A layer of ice spread outward from Luffy's chest, instantly encasing his upper body, then his limbs, leaving only his head exposed. Luffy was frozen, his icebound body landing on the ground. The square fell silent for a moment. Everyone witnessed this scene. Straw Hat Luffy, the audacious brat with white hair and a domineering presence from the moment he appeared, was sealed by the three admirals. This was the weight of the Navy's highest combat power. It didn't reason with you, nor did it give you a chance to breathe. If you charged in, it would grind you back into the ground. Kazan stood at the execution platform, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white without making a move. Ace was struggling like a madman on the execution platform, the sea stone shackles rubbing his skin, raw blood dripping down his wrists. His voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable as human Luffy. Ron stood atop the Justice Gate's high wall, witnessing everything unfold. His fingers dug into the bricks, almost clawing through them. He hoped Luffy could avoid fighting the three admirals. Changing history doesn't necessarily require a heated confrontation. What the world has in abundance are time and opportunities. When faced with such an obviously unwinnable situation, maneuvering, retreating, and planning are the most basic tactics. But Luffy didn't recognize the meaning of maneuvering at all. He wouldn't even stop to think for a second. Seeing the execution platform, he charged straight, and as seeing the three admirals, he went straight to fight them, taking on all three by himself. In the entire history of the pirate world, who has ever faced off against three admirals alone? Yet here he was not only refusing to flee but actively charging and not even bothering to negotiate. This rubber idiot. Just then a drumbeat echoed in the center of the square. Boom, 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 boom. Ron suddenly looked up. The ice layer trembled. It wasn't cracking from the surface, but shaking from the depths. The drumbeat pierced through the ice, crashing up from below each strike, causing the ice surface to quiver. The debris on the square bounced off the ice surface as if someone were using the entire Marineford as a drum. It was a heartbeat. The drum of liberation. Crash! The ice exploded. Massive chunks of ice were thrown into the sky, flipping several times before crashing back into the sea, a white figure bursting forth. Luffy. His hair was still dripping, shards of ice hung on his shoulders, but his skin was glowing. The true form of Gear 5 was fully ignited in that moment of rage. His white hair floated upwards like flames, the spiral pattern of his eyebrows deepening, steam and ice water mixing together to form a cloud of white mist. His eyes were filled with a red light, the curve of his mouth not a smile, but an arc of fury. He said nothing, only clenched his fist tightly, the haki enveloping him once more before he vanished from sight. The next second he appeared in front of Kizaru. There was no acceleration process. He was simply there. The speed of Gear 5 was so fast that it made Kizaru's observation haki feel sluggish. Luffy's fist slammed into Kizaru's chest, and Kizaru transformed into light, dispersing only to reassemble 3 meters away, his expression changing from laziness to surprise for the first time. To my back? Then Luffy was already above Akaina's head. His 2 fists were clasped together, raised high above. His body spun completely in the air, his arms twisting together like a braided rope, gathering power, and then he smashed down like a swinging meteor hammer. The impact struck Akaina's magma arm, sending shockwaves from the point of contact, causing the entire square's ground to sink 3 inches. The stones beneath Akaina's feet shattered into powder, magma spraying from the cracks as he took a step back. Though it was only a step, it was Akaina's first retreat. But Luffy's assault was not over. He used the recoil to propel himself towards Aokiji, flipping in the air, his heel aimed at Aokiji's head. Aokiji's half-body was smashed into the ice layer. Although his body had already elementalized upon contact with the attack, the force of Gear 5 was not merely a physical collision. The combination of haki and the awakened powers allowed even the elementalized body to feel pain. Aokiji frowned. 3 seconds. 3 admirals. 1 strike each. Everyone in the square witnessed this scene. The Navy's vice admirals gaped. They had never seen anyone create such a scene against the 3 admirals. The pirates under Whitebeard erupted into thunderous cheers, waving their swords and loudly shouting straw hat Luffy's name, reviving the morale on the icy surface. But Ron did not cheer. The 3 admirals were beginning to fight back. Akainu no longer regarded Luffy as just a bounty of 300 million. He took the cigar from his mouth and extinguished it in his palm, then both hands transformed into magma. The magma coalesced into the shape of fangs. This time, it was not 1 but 3. Dog bite Red Lotus. The 3 magma giant dogs charged at Luffy simultaneously. Luffy jumped to evade the first with the second. He withstood with haki, while the third bit down on his arm. The lava's temperature penetrated through the haki. Luffy grunted, a burn mark seared into his rubber arm. Kizaru appeared behind him. This time Kizaru did not mock. His hands fired lasers simultaneously, 2 beams coiling around Luffy's legs like venomous snakes. Luffy tried to break free, but the lightspeed attacks were too tight. His legs felt numb from the explosions, and the recovery speed of Gear 5 couldn't keep up with his injuries. Finally, it was Aokiji. He charged straight at Luffy's front as Luffy was caught by the magma and lasers, his right hand's ice spear already formed. The ice spear was no ordinary ice. The tip glimmered with the black of haki aimed at Luffy's left shoulder. It's over. The ice spear pierced through Luffy's shoulder. Blood splattered out. The droplets crystallized in the air, landing on the ice surface with a clear sound. Luffy gritted his teeth, remaining silent. He reached out with his other hand to grab Aokiji's ice spear, trying to pull it out, but Akaina's magma was already upon him. The magma fist slammed into his back this time. Without haki to protect him, Luffy spat out a mouthful of blood, his body plummeting toward the ground. Boom! Luffy crashed into the center of the square. The ice surface was smashed into a massive pit, the shockwave toppling soldiers within dozens of meters. Debris and ice fragments fell like rain, striking Luffy. He lay at the bottom of the pit. The haki's aura receded, his white hair scattered, the sheen of Gear 5 dimming. The burn mark on his right arm was still smoking, the wound on his left shoulder still bleeding, and the scar on his back from the magma was horrifying. But his heart was still beating, the drum of liberation, never stopping, only the rhythm slowing. Boom! Boom! Luffy's fingers twitched. He was trying to rise, but his arms pushed up only to collapse again. The 3 admirals stood at the edge of the pit. Akaina's magma still swirled in his hand. Kizaru had his hands stuffed back into his pockets, and Aokiji looked down from above. They did not continue to pursue, for it was unnecessary. The outcome was already decided. One person against 3 admirals had no chance from the very beginning. Silence enveloped the scene. The pirates' cheers abruptly ceased. They saw Luffy lying on the ground struggling to rise, yet every part of his body protested. Ace lay on the execution platform, his voice lost to hoarseness, his lips moving soundlessly. Ron stood atop the high wall observing it all and let out a long breath. He knew this would happen sooner or later. Luffy would lose. Not because he lacked strength, but because he faced 3 admirals. By any standard, confronting 3 admirals alone was impossible. But Luffy had to fight this battle. Not because he could win, but because he was that kind of person. Seeing Ace on the execution platform compelled him to charge forward and fight. Even knowing he would lose, even knowing he would be injured, even knowing the odds were minuscule, he would still do it. This rubber idiot. He wanted to curse, kicking Luffy and tugging at his collar, asking if he really had rubber inside his head. No one would believe someone could rush at 3 admirals, yet he did just that. But Ron said nothing, for he saw Luffy's hand trembling, unwilling to accept defeat. The idiot who had been laughing and rolling on the roof of Onigashima now lay at the bottom of the pit, unable to stand, yet his eyes were still fixed on the direction of the execution platform. Enough. Ron looked at Luffy and shouted from afar, "Consider this your tuition for the first time." Luffy did not respond. He clenched his teeth, his lips trembling. Not because of pain, but because the person on the execution platform was still kneeling. The others on the scene were somewhat bewildered, coming to Marineford to pay tuition. Are pirates this crazy now? Ron stood up, turning his back to Luffy. He didn't want Luffy to see the expression on his face. The flames of the battlefield elongated his shadow, casting it over the shattered stones at the bottom of the pit. He looked around. This era was splendid. There were pirates, adventures, devil fruits, and the end of the Grand Line waiting to be conquered. It was 1,000 times better than the hospital room where he had lain for 3 years. Unfortunately, he only had 21 days left here. Cancer would not indulge in sentimentality. It did not read comics, did not follow serials, did not care who the Pirate King was, but would gnaw away at a person's life at its own pace. Ron drew his gaze back. He picked up a standard-issue Navy pistol someone had discarded from the ground. The handle was still stained with blood, a small piece of rag caught in the trigger. It didn't matter whose it was as long as it worked. He aimed the gun at his chin. This angle was the most decisive. The bullet pierced through his jaw straight into the brain, resulting in instant death. He had studied this countless times on his hospital bed, not intending to commit suicide, but to have an escape route before the cancer turned him into a puddle. He did not expect this escape route to be used here. Luffy at the bottom of the pit seemed to sense something. His fingers twitched again, and a muffled sound emerged from his throat, perhaps asking what he was doing. But he was far too exhausted to even turn his head. Damn it, I hope it just ends this time. He pulled the trigger. Bang! Ron's body fell, and in the last second before his vision darkened, he heard the system's voice. Host deceased, time travel terminated. Returning to the departure time point. Target's memory has been cleared. His consciousness plunged into darkness. And then light. At the peak of Onigashima. The scent of sulfur, the sound of wind, the moonlight frozen for a second. Ron's feet landed back on the hard rocky ground, his knees buckling slightly. He instinctively reached to touch his chin, finding his skin intact, without bullet holes or bloodstains. The reset of the time travel had repaired all physical damage. But the cancer remained. He could feel that deep-seated weakness in his bones had not vanished, it merely changed positions to continue pressing within him. The countdown on the panel flickered, remaining lifespan 20 days, 18 hours. Time travel itself does not consume lifespan, but time was still passing. Ron slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and raised his head. The moonlight was still the same moonlight. Onigashima was still that same Onigashima. Kaido's massive form remained frozen at the edge of the roof, just as it had been before he left. Only a second had passed in the entire world, and nothing had changed, except for his memories. Then he saw Luffy. Luffy stood before him, tilting his head in curiosity, his white hair shimmering softly in the moonlight, his eyebrows curled, his expression filled with confusion. Just now Ron had said, "Let's go back to the Marineford War," and he was excited. This guy named Ron suddenly froze in place for 2 seconds, then his face visibly darkened. Luffy waved his hand in front of Ron. "Hey Ron, what's wrong? Didn't you say we were going back to the Marineford War? Let's go." Ron's lips twitched. "We've already returned." Huh? Luffy blinked, a question mark appearing above his head. He tried to recall something, but his mind was blank. "Returned? When? How come I didn't know?" "Because you died." "No, not you died, I died." Luffy's expression shifted from confusion to even more confusion, then transformed into one of amusement. His mouth began to involuntarily curl upwards on the verge of laughter. "Don't laugh. I'm not joking. We already made a trip to the Marineford War. You charged at 3 admirals alone, got beaten down to the ground, unable to get up, and then I shot myself. We came back. It was probably less than 20 minutes. Because of failure, your memory was cleared." Luffy's smile froze. He stared at Ron, waiting for him to say this was a joke. Ron said nothing. Luffy's pupils slowly constricted. His rubbery body did not tighten up, but his shoulders visibly stiffened momentarily. His intuition told him Ron was not lying. There was no scent of deception emanating from this person. In Gear 4th state, Luffy's senses were heightened to the extreme enough to vaguely perceive the emotional fluctuations of others. Ron's emotions were a mix of frustration and anger with a hint of helplessness, emotions that did not belong to someone who was lying. I fought 3 admirals. Yes. Akainu Kizaru Akiji. You charged at them alone with enough momentum, your conqueror's haki exploding everywhere. 3 moves. Akainu hit you with a Hellhound, Kizaru delivered a lightspeed kick, and Akiji threw an ice spear. You just collapsed lying at the bottom of the pit. So I lost. Of course. You fought 3 admirals alone. Oh, it's a miracle you didn't lose. You are in the 5th gear, not invincible. Being in 5th gear might allow you to clash with Kaido, but it doesn't mean you can take on the entire Navy's top forces by yourself. Even in the early stages of your 5th gear, Akainus Magma hits you like a child. Kizaru's speed is no slower than yours, and Akiji's ice restricts your movement. Luffy's mouth opened, but no sound came out. His white hair fluttered in the wind. He wasn't doubting whether Ron was right, he was imagining that scene. The execution platform was right before him with Ace kneeling on it, and then he himself was knocked down. He slowly lowered his head. His heart was still beating, the rhythm shifting from a lively tempo to a heavy thud. He looked down at his hands clenched into fists in 5th gear, his knuckles widening. Is it my fault? It's not entirely your fault. Ron sighed, his tone softening. The 3 admirals are not to be underestimated. Even if you change your fighting style, you won't win by confronting them head-on. Luffy raised his head, his eyes reddening. His lips were pressed into a straight line, his jaw clenched tightly. So Ace. It's okay. Ron squatted down, pressing Luffy's hand down. Listen carefully. The war we are going to has already created a parallel world. Time in that world still flows. But if we go back again, a new world will be generated. This means we still have countless opportunities. As long as I still have this life to burn, we can keep going back. Until we save Ace, and then return here. In that parallel world, your brother will become free. Luffy did not respond, but slowly raised his head, looking seriously at Ron. Ron thought he was going to say some words of thanks or a passionate declaration. But Luffy just nodded slowly, his expression shifting from anger to something more composed. That composure was rare for Luffy, who was usually impulsive, reckless, and acted without considering the consequences. It can't be an infinite number of returns to the past, right? Ron fell silent, then spoke. I have 20 days left to live. When you travel back, your time stops while my time continues to pass. So after 20 days, if we haven't succeeded, I will die. Luffy gritted his teeth, his body trembling, his gaze becoming serious. If we go again, I can stay calm. Are you sure? I promise you. This time, I won't fight the 3 admirals. No matter how they provoke me, I won't pay them any mind. Ron reached out and patted his shoulder, then pushed him forward a step, facing the still Kaido. Stay calm. Don't forget why you're here. To save Ace. Then focus on saving Ace. No matter how angry you get or who stands in your way, put everything else aside first. If you can go around, do so. If you can't find a way around, your only task on this battlefield is to bring your brother down from that platform. Do you understand? Luffy stared at the still Kaido for a few seconds, then nodded vigorously. I understand. You want Russian again? No. What if the 3 admirals block you? Go around. What if Akainu insults you? Ignore him. What if he says Ace is the dregs of this era? Luffy clenched his fists for a moment, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Ignore him. Ron let out a satisfied breath and then brought up the system panel. Target for travel, Monkey D. Luffy, time point of travel, Marineford War. Please confirm the travel. Confirm. Golden light erupted again from under Ron's feet, engulfing the entire rooftop. The two disappeared at the still peak of Onigashima, once again rushing towards Marineford. Marineford on site. On the towering walls of Justice Gate. Golden light burst on the white walls, not the sun, but more dazzling than the sun. 2 figures stepped out from the light, their feet on hard white stone, the solidified clouds behind them. Ron opened his eyes. The sea breeze rushed into his lungs first. It wasn't the sulfur smell of Onigashima, it was salt, gunpowder, and blood. The wind blew in from the direction of the bay, carrying a sound wave strong enough to shatter internal organs. Kill, block them. Don't let them come up. For justice. Ace. The two once again arrived at the Marineford War. Ron turned his head. Luffy stood beside him, his Nika form still active, his white hair wildly blown by the sea breeze, and beneath his swirling eyebrows his red eyes were scanning the battlefield below frantically. They were high above the walls of Justice Gate, like a walkway stretching across the sky. Looking down, the entire crescent-shaped bay of Marineford was in full view. The wall was wide enough for 10 warhorses to run side by side. But at this moment it was empty. The station marines had long been swept into the meat grinder below by the flames of war. Only the wind and the distant echoes of death remained. Ron walked to the edge of the wall, his gaze crossing the battlements. Then he saw the battlefield clearly. Ice. The first thing that caught his sight was the frozen sea extending from the curve of the crescent-shaped bay to the horizon like a massive polished mirror. The sunlight smashed onto the ice surface, shattering into thousands of needles. A sea of black heads surged on the ice. Those were people, thousands, tens of thousands, battling, charging, falling. Beyond the ice was a line of warships arranged like iron walls. Each crew members scurried on the deck like ants loading shells, aiming, firing, each cannon shot, erupting with a deafening roar. Among the marine camp, a giant taller than the warships swung a battle axe, the blades slicing into the ice layer, causing it to shatter. Ice shards splattered into the air, falling mixed with blood. And standing among them was a man. Akainu. Admiral Sakazuki stood right below the execution platform, as steady as a mountain. His right hand raised, his fist had become not a fist, but magma, dark red lava that was boiling. The air twisted around him, heat radiating out like waves. Ron could feel that searing temperature even from hundreds of meters away. Meteor volcano. Akaino's roar pierced through the thunderous sounds of cannon fire. The magma transformed into hundreds of burning meteors, trailing black smoke as they wildly shot toward the sky from the high platform. They arched through the air, dense arcs like seeds of fire thrown casually by a demon, before plummeting into the distant sea. Boom, 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 boom. The sea surface exploded into a sea of flames. Steam surged skyward, white mist like a wall. Each meteor's landing point erupted with water columns dozens of meters high, which were pierced by the next wave of meteors before they could fall. The sound of the ice layers shattering came from afar like the earth was groaning. Ron's breath halted for a moment. This was the Marineford War. Every frame, every page, every stroke of the comic vividly and thunderously unfolded beneath his feet. The iconic scenes he had turned over countless times on his hospital bed now crashed into his senses in their most primal form. His heart raced as if it would burst. It was not fear but excitement. Ace. Where's Ace? Luffy's voice pulled him back to reality. The boy in the Nika form was sprawled on the city wall, hands gripping the white stone, his body leaning out halfway, turning his head left and right. I can't see him. The smoke is too thick. Boom. A sound unlike any cannon blast erupted from the far side of the battlefield. The air trembled. An invisible force spread from the forefront of the bay. Ron saw it. That man. Whitebeard. He stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, his figure larger than life. Standing there, his cloak billowed in the sea breeze, the white crescent mustache fluttered in the wind, and his eyes fixed on the 100,000 Navy soldiers ahead, arms suddenly spreading wide. Crack. The sound of air fracturing. His fist struck the void, causing the air to split open with cracks, transparent fissures spreading from his fists in all directions like glass shattered by a hammer, the cracks extending to the horizon. The entire ocean began to tilt. Seaquake. Ron murmured the term. The seawater surged up from the edge of the ice, rising into the sky, reaching heights greater than the warships. A wall of water obscuring half the sky's sunlight blocked a massive shadow, covering the entire bay. That was not a wave. That was a natural disaster. It's coming. Block it. All troops. The Navy ranks erupted with screams and shouts. Fear was undeniable, retreating, falling, gripping weapons tightly. But no one ran away, because that man had already moved. A blue shadow swept across the ice. Kazan. Admiral Akiji. He leaped from the execution platform, his body transforming into a streak of ice-blue light in the air. The speed was too fast, so fast that only a remnant shadow could be seen. He landed in the center of the bay, kneeling on one knee, hands plunging into the ice beneath him. Ice Age. His voice was deep, yet it pierced through all the sounds of cannon fire. Cold air erupted from his palms. Ice pillars as thick as trees sprang from the sea surface, instantly freezing the entire bay into a solid white continent. The wall of water from the tsunami was mere meters away from the Navy's position. Then it too froze. The giant wave solidified in midair, ice crystals spreading atop the wave like a flower instantly killed. The wall of water turned into an icy cliff, sunlight penetrating the frozen tsunami, casting a cold blue-white halo. No one felt the heat on the ice, but Ron sensed it, a wave of scorching heat pushing from behind, causing him to stagger. He looked up. In the sky, hundreds of magma meteors were plummeting down, trailing black smoke. Akaino's meteor volcano was not aimed at the sea surface. It circled around the ice wall, heading straight for the Whitebeard pirates' main formation. War erupted in full scale. It's Ace. Luffy's voice exploded in Ron's ear. Nika. Luffy had already jumped onto the crenellation of the city wall, fists clenched, white hair dancing wildly, scanning the direction of the execution platform, the light in his eyes growing brighter. I see him. Luffy pointed towards the execution platform. Ron followed the direction of his finger. It was too far to see the details clearly. He could only make out a figure kneeling on the execution platform bound by chains with 2 executioners standing behind. Below the execution platform, the Navy hero garb sat there unmoving like a statue. It's Ace. Luffy jumped down from the crenellation, grabbing Ron's shoulder. Let's go, we need to get over there. Wait. Ron pressed down on Luffy's hand, his gaze sweeping across the system panel. No task pop-ups, no prompts, the panel silent, like an ordinary piece of glass only settling after history was changed. Now it said nothing. But Ron knew in his heart. Saving Ace was the greatest change. The greater the change, the more reversal points. He looked at Luffy, who was staring at him, his eyes filled not with fear or hesitation, but with determination. He just wanted to save his brother. Ron took a deep breath. Not so fast, you've already failed once. Be careful this time. Wasting time is wasting my life. Ron lowered his head and scanned the surrounding walls. No guards, no one around. All the Navy soldiers had been swept into the meat grinder below. Scattered along the wall were several wooden boxes, their lids open, revealing light blue cotton linings inside. They were distribution boxes for Navy uniforms left behind before they could be moved. Ron walked over and pulled out a justice cloak from one of the boxes, the white fabric emblazoned with 2 large black characters, Justice. He also dug out a Navy jacket and pants from another box, standard issue equipment. Put this on. Ron tossed a set of clothes to Luffy and began putting on his own. Why, oi? Luffy tilted his head, holding the clothes incorrectly, the cuffs facing his feet. You have white hair now, and your face is too conspicuous. Ron tightened his pants, carelessly stuffing the hospital gown into the box. His movements were very practiced, as if he had done it 100 times, only he knew that his fingers were slightly trembling. We have to blend in first, find an opportunity to approach the execution platform. We can't expose ourselves right away. This was the truth. With his current latest-stage cancer body, even a stray bullet could take his life. Luffy was strong, but the war at Marineford was not an unknown fight. It was a battlefield with tens of thousands entangled together. The 3 admirals, the 7 warlords, the Navy heroes. Any of them noticing them would end this time travel prematurely. Oh, Luffy turned the clothes around and wrapped them around himself. His movements were rough, the buttons misaligned, the cuffs rolled up above his elbows, and the pants bunched up around his thighs. The white-haired Nika form poked out from the Navy hat, refusing to tuck back in. Ron sighed and walked over to help him redo the buttons. Listen to me, Ron said as he fastened the buttons. We are Navy now. There are thousands of Navy below. No one will care if there are 2 more. You follow me, don't run around. We blend into the crowd and move towards the execution platform. And then, then find the right moment. Ron fastened the last button, taking a step back to assess Luffy. Luffy in the Navy uniform no longer looked like a pirate, but the wildness that surged from his bones could not be concealed. Fortunately, on the chaotic battlefield, no one had the time to carefully observe the face of a Navy soldier. Then wait for the moment when the fighting below is the most chaotic and we charge in. Luffy fell silent for a second. What if Ace is dying right now? Ron's movements froze. He looked up, meeting those red eyes. Then we charge in right now. Luffy grinned widely. All right. He turned around, preparing to jump off the city wall, but was abruptly pulled back by Ron. Use the stairs. Ron lowered his voice. We are soldiers now. Soldiers don't jump the city wall. All right. Luffy scratched his head and obediently followed Ron towards the stairs on the inner side of the wall. Their footsteps quickened into a near jog, glancing back at the execution platform after every couple of steps. The frozen tsunami loomed in the distance like a massive backdrop, compressing everyone and every sound into this bay. The staircase was long, spiraling downward. Ron was panting heavily, the cancer cells reminding him of their existence with a chronic pain, yet he gritted his teeth to keep pace with Luffy. In the distance, cannon fire roared, intertwining the shouts of pirates and commands of soldiers. Amidst the chaos, they finally spotted the end of the staircase, an iron gate ajar, leading to the inner bay of Marineford. A crowd. The plaza outside was packed with people. Soldiers and pirates were jumbled together, sword flashes flickering above the heads of the throng. The gunshots, screams, and clashing weapons merged into a deafening cacophony, drowning out individual voices and the movements of their 2 figures as they slipped into the crowd. Stay close to me. Ron lowered his voice and Luffy pressed tightly behind him, the 2 of them diving into the chaotic crowd. Blending into the crowd was easier than they had imagined. No one cast them a second glance. The soldiers' uniforms served as the best disguise. In this battlefield of tens of thousands, no one had the time to verify the faces of unfamiliar soldiers. Ron pulled down his cap, Luffy closely following as they edged along the low wall at the plaza's edge, inching toward the execution platform. Cannonballs whistled overhead. Not far away, a pirate was swept away by a giant's axe, his body flipping several times in the air before crashing onto the ice. Shattered ice and blood splattered over Ron's face. He did not wipe it away. His eyes were fixed firmly ahead. The execution platform. The wooden platform stood at the deepest part of the plaza, Ace kneeling atop it, chains glinting coldly in the sunlight. Behind him, the executioner had already raised the long knife, the blade hanging in midair yet to fall. There was still time. Ron glanced back at Luffy. Luffy was also staring at the execution platform, his face taut, the muscles in his jaw bulging as he gritted his teeth, fists clenched, but he did not rush forward. He was holding back. Ron lowered his voice. Luffy, you know which moment is the most important. Before the opportunity to change the tide of battle arrives, do not expose yourself easily. Otherwise, all will be for naught. Luffy turned to look at him. His red eyes swirled with emotions like molten lava, but he nodded. I know. His voice was low, almost drowned out by the cannon fire. The Gear 5 won't last long. Once the battle ends, I will be exhausted. Luffy opened his palm, looking at his white skin, at the faint glow at his fingertips. So I must make my move at the most critical moment. Ron said nothing more. Both of them understood. Luffy was the trump card, and a trump card could only be played once. They continued to weave deeper into the crowd. Ron chose a position on the side of the plaza, not too far from the front lines, ensuring they wouldn't be directly hit by stray bullets, but also not so far as to attract attention. Luffy followed behind him, hunching down in the soldier's uniform, his white hair pressed tightly under his cap. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The cannon fire grew more intense. On the ice, it was impossible to distinguish friend from foe. Whitebeard's captains were entangled with naval vice-admirals, and the massive body of Little Oars lay on the ice, blood oozing from beneath him, staining the ice within 100 meters. Ron held Luffy's shoulder. It wasn't time yet. Luffy said nothing, his fingers digging into his palm, blood seeping between his fingers. Little Oars. There were still so many lovable people willing to sacrifice their lives to save Ace. Damn it. Just as Luffy clenched his teeth in silence, a loud shout erupted from behind. You too. Ron whipped around. A naval colonel stood 3 steps away, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, glaring at them. He was a man in his 40s with a scar running from his brow to his chin, the colonel insignia embroidered on his uniform's epaulette. His gaze was extremely impatient, the corners of his mouth turned down as if scolding 2 lazy recruits. What are you doing hiding here? The colonel pointed to the front line, spittle nearly hitting Ron's face. The front line is collapsing. Why are you still cowering here? Go kill some pirates. Ron was stunned. Luffy was also stunned. The two exchanged glances. Sir, we. What do you mean we? The colonel interrupted directly, waving his hand. Obey the orders. Either charge or face military law. His hand rested firmly on the hilt of his sword, thumb pushing down the guard, revealing a glint of cold light. His expression left no room for doubt. Either die on the battlefield or at his hands. Ron swallowed hard. Yes, sir. He tugged on Luffy's sleeve, steeling himself as they walked towards the front lines. He could feel the colonel's gaze boring into them from behind, like 2 daggers stabbing into their backs. Luffy lowered his voice. Ron, are we going to fight pirates? Of course not. As Ron walked forward, he gritted his teeth. Just put on a show, charge a few steps to get familiar, then veer off to the side. We've endured for so long, we can't let it all go to waste now. Luffy nodded. They brandished their swords and mixed into the charging ranks of soldiers. The pirate line ahead was retreating. Several captains with bounties over 10 million were battling as they pulled back. Ron waved his sword as if he was serious, hitting nothing but shouting loudly. Kill. Repel the pirates. In between his shouts, he glanced back secretly. The colonel was no longer in sight, seemingly drawn away by the battle elsewhere. Good, he's gone. Ron breathed a sigh of relief, pulling Luffy along. We'll head that way. A flash. A series of flashes, dense and packed, as if 100 suns were exploding overhead. Ron looked up. Then his pupils constricted suddenly. In the sky, Kizaru. The figure of Admiral Kizaru was suspended in midair, arms crossed before his chest, fingertips sparkling with golden light. Yada no Kagami. His voice was nonchalant, as if he were reading a menu. The next moment, golden light bullets rained down like a torrential downpour. Each light bullet carried the destructive power to pierce through warships, covering the entire pirate position along the bay front, indiscriminate of targets, enveloping everyone under the barrage of light. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. The light bullets exploded around Ron. The ice shattered and debris flew. A soldier was struck on the shoulder by a light bullet thrown into the air by the shockwave, crashing onto the ice, unmoving. The pirate beside him fared worse, struck directly. A gaping wound exploded in his chest, not even having time to scream. The light bullet whizzed over their heads, the scorching air wave blowing off his hat. Ice shards struck his face like pellets, causing a stinging pain. Chaos erupted. Both Marines and pirates were fleeing, some shouting for help, others calling for retreat, but no one could outrun the light. A light bullet was descending right above Ron's head. The golden trajectory cut through the air, moving so fast that there was no time to react. In Ron's pupils, the light bullet grew larger and brighter. His mind screamed to run, but his body remained immobilized. It was over. Then a hand appeared in front of him. A white hand. Luffy. In his Nika form, Luffy stood in front of Ron, waving his right hand upward. The moment his hand made contact with the light bullet, his rubber-like skin turned pitch black, armed hockey enveloping his entire palm. The light bullet collided with his palm, exploding and sending shockwaves that cracked the surrounding ice surface like spider webs. Yet Luffy did not budge, his hand firmly suspended above Ron like a sturdy shield. As the smoke cleared, Luffy pulled Ron up. Both were panting heavily. The ground around them was pockmarked from the explosions, and smoke was rising from the ice surface. Then Ron heard that voice. Oh no. In midair, golden light began to coalesce again. The figure of Kizaru slowly emerged from the light, hands in his pockets, head slightly tilted, his half-squinted eyes fixated on Luffy. There's quite a formidable little guy here. His tone was languid, but his gaze was anything but. The lenses reflected Luffy's white figure, the hint of boredom in his smile, shifting to curiosity. Impersonating a marine, huh? Kizaru raised his chin slightly. You two seem to have been hiding in the back just now, yet now you're blocking my attack for the pirates. The same crime as the pirates. Ron raised his hand, rubbing his temples. Did we expose ourselves so quickly? He sighed and looked at Luffy. Luffy's expression momentarily froze, then relaxed as he threw back his head and laughed heartily. Ha ha! His laughter erupted on the battlefield, piercing through the roar of cannon fire. He ripped off the marine uniform from his body and tossed it into the air. The white fabric rolled in the wind, the two black characters for justice flashing by before landing in the mud on the ice. His white hair danced wildly in the wind beneath swirling eyebrows, his eyes burned with fire. Since we've been exposed, let's fight with all we've got. Luffy shook off his sleeves, his fists colliding the hardened hockey, turning his fists pitch black, the pressure in the air visibly creating shockwaves. Ron sighed, watching Luffy's back in silence. He knew this moment would come sooner or later, but was it so soon? They chose the hardest path, too narrow to hide a single sun. Since they couldn't hide it, let's ignite it. Luffy took a deep breath, the drumming in his chest growing louder and heavier like 1,000 drums beating simultaneously. He cupped his hands around his mouth, looking up towards the execution platform. In that moment, Ace knelt on the platform, chains binding his neck and wrists. He was staring down at the ice, watching that white figure intrude into his sight. That figure was too far to see his face, only a mane of wild white hair was visible. Yet that voice transcended the entire battlefield, pierced through his 2 years of nightmares like a searing knife, plunging into his chest. Ace! Luffy shouted the words that crossed 2 years. I've come to save you. Ace trembled all over. His pupils dilated, the chains clanking with his trembling, emitting a metallic friction sound. That voice. It was Luffy's voice. Absolutely unmistakable. He had listened to that voice his entire life, starting from the time in Windmill Village when he chased behind him shouting, Ace, wait for me, to every promise of, I will definitely become stronger, before their final battle. That was Luffy's voice. But what his eyes saw was not Luffy. A head of white hair, white skin, not resembling any form of Luffy he knew. Who are you? Ace's voice trembled, his expression torn between confusion and ecstasy. Why do you sound exactly like Luffy? Luffy heard it. Across countless marines and pirates, through the endless barrage of cannon fire and smoke, across 2 years of separation, he heard Ace's voice. He grinned widely. I am Luffy. Luffy shouted this phrase, then his expression changed. The smile did not fade, but his eyes turned red. Ron saw that something was flashing in those red eyes, not anger's crimson glare, but something even hotter. This expression had never been seen before. Not the 5th Emperor with a bounty of 1.5 billion 2 years later, nor the Nika who shouted, I will create a world where my friends can have enough to eat, during the battle with Kaido. It was the child who cried at the dock of Windmill Village wanting to set sail with Ace, the madman who burned the government flag on Judicial Island, the brother who cried until his voice was hoarse while holding Ace on the ice of Marineford. He packed 2 years into this one sentence, letting every word carry the weight of blood. This time, I will definitely save you. Luffy's voice tore through the entire battlefield. The world fell silent for a full second. Then it exploded. Is that Straw Hat Luffy? Impossible. He's in the Grand Line. What is that white form? Never seen before. Chaos erupted among the marine ranks. The pirates, on the other hand, erupted into fervent cheers amidst their astonishment. The captains of Whitebeard exchanged glances, and Marco, having just transformed back from Phoenix form, looked up at that white figure, his brows knitted tightly. Luffy, I don't know him, Marco muttered, but it seems he knows Ace. On the execution platform, Ace knelt there, tears streaming down his face. His body shook, the chains rattling with his tremors, producing a sound of metal clashing. He was not afraid. He wanted to rush over, to leap from that damned execution platform, to embrace that white-haired kid, to ask how he had become like this, to inquire what he had gone through. But the chains held him back. So he could only kneel there, looking at Luffy with a gaze that only brothers could understand, and then smiled and said 2 words. The voice was very soft, so soft that only he could hear it. Idiot. Beneath the execution platform, Carp sat in his designated chair, the wooden plank beneath him having been pressed down by his weight, for a whole hour. He did not move. Every time the chains on the execution platform rattled, his fingers twitched. Ace was kneeling there, and he was sitting just beneath, close enough to hear Ace's breathing. Then that voice exploded. Ace, I've come to save you. Carp's body froze. He was too familiar with that voice. Without needing to see the face, just by hearing that tone, he could automatically conjure up the image of Luffy grinning. He leaped up from his chair. Luffy. Carp's eyes widened as he gazed in the direction of the voice. On the edge of the plaza, that white figure stood upon the shattered ice, white hair, dancing wildly, radiating an eerie glow. How did that kid get here? Carp's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a donut. Wasn't he supposed to have been blown away by Kuma? And what's with that full head of white hair? How is he older than me? Sengoku stood beside him, his face shifting from pale to ashen. Carp, is this really the issue of age? Sengoku shouted in a low voice, veins bulging on his forehead. Now your grandson has appeared directly on the battlefield, causing chaos with his white hair. Your stance cannot waver. Carp fell silent. He stood beneath the execution platform, his fists tightening and loosening, joints cracking with each movement. Looking at that white little brat in the distance, gazing at the face that remained his grandson, no matter how it changed, his lips moved for a long time before finally uttering a few words only he could hear. That idiot grandson. On the ice surface, Luffy laughed heartily, gum, as he stomped down. Then the ice surface transformed. The armament color hardened around his feet, but the color was wrong. Not simply pitch black, but white rubber wrapped in armament color, glinting strangely in the sunlight. The ground seemed alive, shifting from hard ice to soft rubber mat, visible ripples radiating outward from the center of Luffy's feet. Within a radius of 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, the ice surface became a trampoline. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Luffy curled up and then suddenly shot out. It was not a jump, but a launch. His entire being turned into a white cannonball, crashing into the marine soldiers. Boom. 3 Marines were sent flying by the shockwave, flipping twice in midair before crashing onto the ice. Luffy bounced up, then down, then up again, compressing the ice into rubber with each landing, propelling himself higher and farther with each jump. He ricocheted among the Marine ranks like a bouncy ball, unbound by the laws of physics, moving so quickly that it was impossible to track. Catch him. Surround him. Surround him. Don't let him bounce up. Ah. A dozen Marines pounced, but their grappling techniques were utterly ineffective against a rubber ball that could change direction at will. Someone grabbed Luffy's hand, and that hand stretched out, sending the Marine who had grabbed him flying and knocking down 3 others. Someone wrapped their arms around Luffy's leg, and his leg inflated, growing to the size of a giant balloon, sending that Marine and several of his companions flying. Luffy bounced back to the ground, stabilizing on the rubberized ice surface. He lifted his head, looking at the execution platform, grinning. His smile was dazzling beyond words. Ace, don't get too cocky, straw hat kid. A lazy voice descended from above. Golden light coalesced in front of Luffy. Kizaru stood with his hands in his pockets, his body reforming from a photon state back into human form. The reflective lenses obscured his eyes, but the curve of his lips still remained. He did not look at Luffy, but instead glanced at the side at Ron. All right. Kizaru tilted his head. And you. I almost forgot about you. Impersonating a Navy officer trespassing into the headquarters. Each of those charges could lock you up for life. He raised a finger, a golden light sparking at its tip, compressed to the size of a marble, but bright enough to blind the eyes. That was an attack, condensing energy from a lightspeed kick into a single fingertip. It burst forth without any build-up or warning, targeting not just Luffy, but also enveloping Ron. Have you ever been hit by a lightspeed kick? Phoenix Stamp. A burst of blue flames descended from the sky, crashing down between Kizaru and Luffy. The flames exploded, transforming into a pair of burning wings. The blue flames flickered at the edges of the wings, directly deflecting Kizaru's light bullet. The shockwave stirred up a fierce wind, whipping Luffy's hair wildly and pushing Ron back 2 steps. Marco emerged from the flames. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division stood in front of Luffy, his arms morphing into the wings of the immortal bird, blue flames quietly burning on his skin. He looked at Kizaru, his face devoid of any smile. Admiral Kizaru, it's not very dignified to bully newcomers. Marco glanced back at Luffy, frowning slightly. This guy looks unfamiliar, but Ace recognized his voice. That's enough. Kizaru retracted his finger, tilting his head. Immortal bird Marco. What a hassle. Does your Whitebeard Pirates protect everyone? As long as he stands on our side. Marco's wings expanded further, the blue flames illuminating half the ice surface. Then he is our family. Akainu retracted his fist, his gaze shifting from Whitebeard to that white figure on the edge of the plaza. His brows furrowed, magma dripping from his fingers, sizzling as it hit the ice beneath him. Straw Hat Kid. Unexpected, the lava refilled his arm. Meteor fire. Gulalalala. Laughter roared like thunder, suppressing a Kuina's bellow in his throat. A massive shadow loomed over Akainu. Before Akainu could raise his magma arm, it was interrupted by an even stronger force. Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, stood in front of Akainu, his sword that Song Yun Chia heavily struck onto the ice. The moment the blade pierced the ice, spiderweb-like cracks radiated from the tip, directly slicing the lava pit beneath Akainu in half. He towered over Akainu by more than a head. Even standing straight, Akainu only reached the height of Whitebeard's chest, the crescent-shaped white beard curling in a mocking arc. Whitebeard did not look at Akainu. Instead, he gazed in the direction of Luffy, that little white brat, with a full head of white hair, an eerie form, and an ability never seen before. But that gaze could not be mistaken. Little brat. Whitebeard's voice rose above the chaos of the battlefield. Though I don't know where you came from, or how you became like this. He paused. But since you were someone recognized by Ace, nothing else matters. That Song Yunxia was pulled from the ice, its blade pointed at the execution platform. Whitebeard's muscles bulged, the power of the tremor fruit coalescing in his fist, a transparent pressure wave radiating from his wrist to his shoulder. You guys. With a commanding shout, Whitebeard's voice erupted, echoing throughout the skies of Marineford. Every pirate, injured, charging, or entangled in battle with the Navy, lifted their heads. Cover that white-haired brat. Whitebeard pointed his blade towards the execution platform. Save Ace. The Whitebeard pirates erupted in chaos. Dozens of captains reacted simultaneously. Flower Sword Vista dashed back from the flank, crossing his twin blades in front of him, the reflection of the execution platform shimmering on their blades. Izo's bullets pierced the gap between two Marines, accurately taking down a sniper aiming at Luffy. Flamenco swung his massive hammer, sending the Marine giant blocking Luffy's path flying. You're Luffy, right? The 5th Division Captain Vista crossed his swords, unleashing a sword wave to slash at the Navy on Luffy's flank, clearing a path for him to advance. Go. Ace is waiting for you. Even though your hair is whiter than my beard, the 7th Division Captain Lackwee said, swinging a meteor hammer and sending a Marine flying, grinning at Luffy. If you can make that brat Ace shed tears, you're the real deal. Charge. Pirates surged from all directions, actively blocking the path between Luffy and the Marines. They used their bodies, their weapons, and their lives to carve a path to the execution platform amidst the chaos of battle. No one consulted, no one commanded, and most didn't even know if this white-haired fellow was truly Monkey D. Luffy. But Dad said to protect. So they would protect. Even if the King of Heaven came, he would have to give way. Ron followed behind Luffy, watching this scene, feeling a sensation he couldn't quite articulate in his chest. He had seen the Brotherhood of the Whitebeard Pirates in the comics, how they treated Ace like family. But the comics never depicted this scene. No one ordered them, no one organized them, and they didn't even know Luffy had come from the future. They only knew this person was calling out Ace's name, and the tears were real. That was enough. This is the Whitebeard Pirates. Staying here would only slow us down. Ron ran away, making a strategic retreat. While Luffy was bouncing ahead, he had already begun to fall back. The ice was littered with craters and shattered ice. Ron crouched low, springing from one crater to another, moving like a sick cat that had just been kicked out of its nest. He was self-aware. With a terminal illness, he couldn't even take down a low-ranking Marine, let alone face a rear admiral, or the warlords of the sea. Luffy could send a giant flying with a single punch, but he struggled to swat away a mosquito. Staying on the battlefield meant becoming either a hostage or a corpse, neither of which were options for him. His gaze swept across the edge of the plaza. Beneath the execution platform was a row of stone supply warehouses with a narrow gap between the warehouse and the wall, just wide enough for a person to squeeze sideways. Deep within the gap was a shadow the light from the cannon fire could not penetrate, appearing from the outside as a nondescript black line. This will do. Ron squeezed into the gap, leaning against the wall, shrinking into the deepest part of the shadow. The sounds of shouting and killing outside were muffled by the wall. The vibrations from the ice felt like distant drumming. He crouched down, hugging his knees, making himself as small as possible. Here for now it was safe. Just peeking out a little would allow him to see the battlefield. He exhaled a puff of white breath, summoned the system panel, and a semi-transparent screen floated in front of his eyes, displaying only one line: reversal value 0. 0. Ron stared at the number, his mouth twitching. After taking such risks, traversing from Onigashima to the Marineford War, brushing past Kizaru's light beam, the result was still a reversal value of 0. The reversal value will be finalized at the end. Well then, his life hung by an invisible thread. If successful, Ace lives, and he would trade the reversal value for his life. If he failed, Ace dies, the reversal value is 0, and he returns to Onigashima to continue facing a countdown of 21 days. No matter how he looked at it, it was a one-shot deal. Please, Luffy. In the plaza, Luffy bounced into the air, his feet creating a massive dent in the ice. The rubbery ground was still rebounding, propelling him higher. He leaped over a chaotic melee of pirates and marines, over a fallen giant rear admiral, and over the ice-encased tsunami, Cliff, his eyes fixed firmly on the execution platform. Ace! Luffy curled into a ball, preparing to launch himself again, when a sword wave slashed from the side. Luffy forcibly twisted his body in the air. The sword wave grazed his cheek, cutting off a few strands of white hair. He landed back on the ground, his feet sliding across the ice, leaving long grooves. Blocking his path were 4 rear admirals. Not weaklings. Each one was a formidable force capable of standing on their own. Flame Fist Smoker bit down on a cigar, flames flickering along the blade. The scars on Doberman's face twisted and contorted with murderous intent. Gecko Moria held his sword, dripping with pirate blood. Strawberry wore a tall hat, his long sword across his chest, his expression as calm as a still pond. Straw Hat Brat, Doberman said coldly. No matter where you came from, you want step a foot closer to the execution platform. Get out of the way. Luffy swung a punch. The hockey hardened around his fist, his arm elongating and swelling at the moment of impact, Nika's power creating ripples in the air. Flame Fist raised his blade to block. There was a dull thud, and Flame Fist staggered back 2 steps, but he did not fall, the flames on the blade curling back, dissipating the impact. More people surged forward, pouring out from behind the 4 rear admirals, a full few hundred marines, a sea of white, all their bayonets and spears aimed squarely at Luffy. Catch him. Don't let him through. Luffy retracted his fist, surveying his surroundings. All around him, white naval uniforms surrounded him. The Marines brandished their swords and guns, closing in layer by layer, encircling him in a sealed circle. There were too many. Luffy could send a rear admiral flying with a single punch, but there were still 3 more. He could take down 3, but there were still hundreds of Marines. One by one, he couldn't finish them all. Luffy straightened his body. He didn't look at the Marines. He looked at the execution platform, at the figure kneeling in chains. Then he smiled. Luffy raised his head, his white hair dancing wildly in the sea breeze. You all are too much of a nuisance. A terrifying aura centered around him. And then it erupted. The air suddenly fell silent for a moment. Cannon fire, the clash of swords, shouts, cries, all sounds were drained in that instant. Then the earth began to tremble. Conqueror's Haki. The mark of a king, a rarity among millions, is an absolute force that erupts from the depths of one's bloodline. The sailors below the rank of colonel had no time to react. Their gazes turned vacant mouths agape, without a sound, as their guns slipped from their hands and fell to their feet unnoticed. The colonels barely held on for 2 seconds, their pupils beginning to tremble, knees crashing against the icy surface, followed by their faces. The vice admirals did not fall, but their steps halted, hands trembling, the cold gleam of their blades quivering in the air. The entire ice surface fell silent. Not only the sailors, but even the pirates in the distance felt the shockwave. The ice trembled, shattered fragments leapt, and the very air hummed. Some knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, some held their heads in confusion, while many stared blankly at the figure with white hair, their eyes filled with shock. Conqueror's Haki. E.N.K. Put down his gun, disbelief in his voice. That white-haired brat possesses Conqueror's Haki. Just like Ace. Marco looked up towards Luffy, a smile slowly forming on his lips. This kid is a true king. On the battlefield, hundreds of sailors lay sprawled across the ice like wheat toppled by an invisible hurricane, weapons strewn about and bodies askew. For vice admirals still stood, but their expressions had changed. Conqueror's Haki. Ghost Spider tightened his grip on the hilt, his knuckles turning white. Who on earth is this brat? Luffy ignored him. He retracted his arms and sprinted towards the execution platform. Behind him were hundreds of unconscious soldiers, 4 vice admirals still in shock, and the silence spreading across the square. No one chased after him. At the execution platform, Ace knelt there, the cold of the chains seeping into his bones. He looked at the white figure drawing ever closer. You? Luffy sprinted across the ice. The ground he stepped on still rebounded, ripples of rubber expanding outward. His white hair was blown back by the wind, revealing his entire face. A face devoid of smiles, lacking rage, filled only with an almost obsessive focus. The execution platform was right ahead, drawing nearer, close enough for him to see the tears on Ace's face. Then a figure stood between him and the execution platform. The figure stepped out from beneath the execution platform, moving leisurely, each step cracking the ice beneath. With short white hair and broad shoulders, the Navy hero's cloak fluttered in the wind. He bore no weapon, his hands hanging at his sides, but those hands had once sent countless pirates flying, as well as his own grandson multiple times. Kapu. Luffy halted his steps. The rubberized ground beneath his feet rebounded one last time before settling into stillness. The grandfather and grandson locked eyes from less than 10 meters apart, with a ravaged ice surface and fallen sailors in between. Kapu gazed at Luffy, watching the hair, even whiter than his own, gazing into those eyes shining with a red glow. His lips moved slightly, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. Luffy also looked at Kapu. He had seen this scene before. 2 years ago, right here, his grandfather stood before the execution platform, and he charged in delivering a punch. That punch delayed time. Just a few minutes, but those minutes were a delay. He knelt on the ice holding Ace's life card turning to ashes in his palm, while his grandfather stood by saying nothing. 2 years had passed. That scene replayed in his nightmares countless times. Now he stood here before his grandfather from 2 years ago, who still held the same posture, the same expression, still standing between him and Ace. But Luffy was no longer the Luffy from 2 years ago. Grandpa. Luffy's voice was calm, stating a fact. Step aside. Kapu did not move, his fist clenched, every wrinkle on his weathered face trembling. Luffy gazed at his grandfather's expression, not blinking. He understood the conflict within him. 2 years ago, this very conflict had delayed him. This time he had no time to waste. If you still consider me your grandson, just step aside. Kapu's pupils constricted. Otherwise you will regret it, Grandpa. Luffy's voice began to tremble. Dayton won't let you off. Kapu's hand trembled slightly. You'll never drink Sister Makino's sake again. Windmill Village. The dock. That little tavern. Kapu would always go for a drink whenever he returned to the village, laughing heartily at the bar, breaking donuts in half to share with the village children. That was one of the few moments of peace in his life. Do you still have the face to return to Windmill Village, Grandpa? The last 2 words struck through all of Kapu's defenses like bullets. Kapu's fist loosened. It wasn't that he wanted to let go, but his fingers acted of their own accord. The iron fist of love could crush mountains, yet it couldn't grasp the life of his grandson. The one kneeling at the execution platform was his grandson, and the one standing before him was also his grandson. One was about to die, the other was trying to save him. He was a Navy man, a hero, but he was also a grandfather. There was no justice in this world that taught him how to choose between 2 grandsons. Then a white fist appeared before him. Luffy did not hesitate. The armament haki hardened around his fist, the white skin turned jet black, and his muscles in the Nika form expanded to their limits. The speed with which he threw this punch was even faster than when he knocked down Doberman, but the moment it landed on Kapu, there was no armament haki defense, no iron blocks, not even anything that could be called resistance. Kapu merely stood there, chest facing his grandson's fist, eyes wide open, his body flying back like a kite, with a severed string crashing into a pile of supply crates at the edge of the square. The wooden box exploded, splinters flying, revealing rations and bandages inside. He did not fight back, lying among the wooden shards, staring at the sky, his cloak pressed beneath him, covered in splinters and dust. The pirates in the square fell silent for a moment, then erupted into even wilder cheers. They did not know Luffy, but they knew Kapu. That white-haired brat who knocked down the Navy hero was a genuine monster. Luffy did not look back. His fist had not yet retracted when his body surged forward, eyes locked firmly on the execution platform, all sounds around him blending into a blurred roar. The steps of the execution platform unfolded before him. His foot stepped onto the first step, then the second, the third, gaining speed. Luffy charged up the execution platform. The last step of the platform shattered under his feet, sending fragments flying. His figure emerged from the smoke, his white hair shining brightly even in the shadow of the execution platform. The executioners had not yet reacted. 2 men dressed in black executioner robes stared, wide-eyed, mouths agape, but their screams had yet to escape their throats. Luffy's hands had already seized their heads and slammed them together. A muffled thud echoed. The bodies of the 2 executioners crumpled, their long blades slipping from their hands and rolling down the edge of the execution platform, clattering against the iron steps. Ace! Luffy exclaimed, excitement flooding his voice, his eyes brimming with tears. Finally, he could touch Ace again. After 2.5 years. Do you know how I've survived these 2.5 years? Luffy, why are you grinning like an idiot? I'm not. Luffy hurriedly crouched down, gripping the chains on Ace's body and pulling with all his might. His armed color enveloped his white fingers, the cold touch of Hailu stone seeping through his domineering aura into his skin, causing his strength to dwindle. The chains remained unmoved. Ace forced a smile, his voice hoarse. Idiot, those are Hailu stone chains. Luffy looked down at the chains. The chain was thick, interlocking, connected by a massive Hailu stone lock, the shape of the keyhole complex like some ancient ruin. His gaze shifted from the keyhole to his empty belt. No key. He certainly had no key. He had come directly from Onigashima, without even a hint of a keychain. Then he remembered. The key was with Hancock. 2 years ago, an impelled-down Hancock had secretly slipped him the key to Ace's handcuffs. At this point in time, Hancock should have already obtained the key tucked within her cloak. Luffy suddenly looked up, his gaze sweeping over the layered silhouettes on the battlefield towards the direction of Amazon Lily. He found her. Hancock stood at the edge of the battlefield watching him. More precisely, she was looking at this inexplicably white-haired figure appearing on the execution platform, her brow slightly furrowed. The look in Boa Hancock's eyes was filled with confusion. She did not recognize this white-haired boy. The strange form glowing all over was utterly different from the Luffy she remembered, who had black hair and wore a red vest. But when he shouted Ace, his voice was unmistakably Luffy's, and she heard it. Her eyes narrowed, her fingers unconsciously brushing against the small Hylu stone key hidden inside her cloak. Oh no, I forgot the key. Luffy smacked his forehead. And she doesn't recognize me like this. From a crevice at the edge of the square, Ron poked his head out. He had originally resolved to hide until the end. After all, he was a cancer patient in the late stages. Going out was just asking for death. But he saw the scene on the execution platform, Luffy squatting next to Ace in a daze like a locksmith who had forgotten his key. He heard the silence from Hancock's side. Idiot Luffy. Ron couldn't hold back anymore, his shout bursting forth from the crevice, using all his strength, his throat tearing in pain. First save the person. It doesn't matter when the handcuffs are unlocked. Luffy's mind felt like it was struck by a hammer. Right. First save Ace. The key could be retrieved later. Time waits for no one. Luffy stood up, grabbing the chain on Ace's arm, preparing to carry both Ace and the iron chains away. At that moment, golden light exploded from behind the execution platform. It expanded, morphed, and solidified. A massive silhouette rose from the light. First came the shoulders, then the chest, and finally an enormous hand that could block out the sun. The golden skin gleamed like the copper plating of a temple hall, each finger as thick as Luffy's entire body. This was the human fruit, mythical Zoan Buddha form. A shockwave coalesced into a visible translucent sphere in the palm. Sengoku stood at the feet of the giant Buddha, looking up at the white figure. Whether it was the real Straw Hat Kid or an impersonator, this boy had to be stopped. The shockwave erupted from the giant Buddha's palm. The air compressed into an inward arching curve, pushing all matter in front forward. The wooden planks of the execution platform were lifted entirely, the broken chains fluttering in the air. The shockwave, like an invisible giant wall, crushed toward Luffy, and Ace moving slowly, but covering the entire top of the execution platform. Luffy saw that shockwave. He also saw the calm, yet almost cold gaze of Admiral Sengoku behind the shockwave. By instinct, he would punch back. Whether it was Gum Gum Pistol or Fire Fist, he would beat this golden Buddha back into human form. But he glanced down at Ace in his arms. Ace was bound by chains, the Hylu stone, leaving him powerless. If the shockwave struck down, Ace would be the first to shatter. Luffy withdrew his fist, which he had prepared to swing. He turned around, holding Ace tightly in his arms, and jumped off the execution platform, facing away from the shockwave. The shockwave swept over their heads, blasting the wooden frame at the top of the execution platform into pieces, with chips raining down on Luffy's back. His feet landed firmly on the ice, the surface yielding to his weight like rubber. The impact force was converted into rebound strength by the Nika form. Luffy bounced 3 times while holding Ace, escaping the coverage of the shockwave, finally landing back on the ground, Ace safe in his arms, the chains trailing behind, leaving a long scratch on the ice. Ace. Luffy helped Ace sit up, grinning widely. His eyes curved into arcs, his white hair covered in wood chips. Are you okay? Ace raised his head, just about to say, I'm fine, when he opened his eyes and his gaze crossed Luffy's shoulder, landing on the giant golden Buddha, which was lowering its gaze, locking onto their direction. Get the key from Hancock. Ace's words were cut off. On the ice, Luffy was sprinting with Ace in his arms. Ace was still dragging part of the chain, the links clattering against the ice, leaving a long scratch, the Hylu stone handcuffs still binding his wrists. Luffy kept moving, each step compressing the ice into rubber, using the rebound force to propel himself further. The golden Buddha, transformed from Sengoku, relentlessly pursued them, shockwaves exploding on the ice behind Luffy, creating hole after hole, shattered ice spraying against Luffy's back, but he didn't even look back. He couldn't stop. If he stopped, Sengoku would catch up, and if caught, they would have to fight, and Ace was still bound, far too passive. Luffy's gaze swept over the chaotic battlefield, through the pirates and marines locked in battle, locking onto the graceful figure standing at the edge of the square. Hancock. He still remembered the look in her eyes when she secretly slipped him the key to Ace's handcuffs 2 years ago during the Marineford War. Now he needed that key, but this Hancock didn't recognize him in his white-haired form. There was no time to explain. Luffy burst through the crowd, skidding to a halt in front of Hancock. The ice was carved into 2 deep grooves by his feet, shattered ice splashing onto the hem of Hancock's cloak. He shoved Ace towards Hancock, his movements rough, as if unloading cargo. Hancock, the key. Quickly help Ace get free. After speaking, he turned and ran, charging back towards the golden giant Buddha that was pursuing him. The ice beneath his feet shattered into radiating cracks, with each step creating a shallow dent in the ice layer. Hancock was momentarily stunned. This little white-haired brat not only recognized her, but also knew she had the key. No one knew about this except her, not even the Navy. Her gaze fell on the man bound by chains in front of her, Fire Fist, Ace Luffy's brother, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Did you just say? You are Luffy? Hancock stared at the direction where the white-haired boy had disappeared, furrowing her brow for a moment before relaxing it again, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. This completely heedless demeanor indeed belonged to Luffy, she thought to herself. This white-haired brat claimed to be Luffy. Although she didn't know how he had changed into this state, she believed him because only Luffy would speak to her in such an unreasonable tone, treating her not as the pirate empress, but as one of his own. I will not do such a thing for anyone else, she muttered to herself, her tone still that of an empress looking down from above, but her movements were faster than anyone else's. Hancock pulled the key from the inside of her cloak and knelt before Ace. The cold from the ice seeped through her cloak and into her knees, forming a thin layer of frost at the hem of her cloak as she knelt, without even a wrinkle in her brow. The key felt warm in her palm, having absorbed her body heat, its metallic surface reflecting the distant flames of the battlefield. Fire Fist Ace. Her voice regained the pride of the Empress, but her fingers moved swiftly and steadily without the slightest hesitation as the key aligned with the lock. For Luffy's sake, you owe me a favor. Hancock. You. Ace lifted his head, his cracked lips moving slightly. The dried blood on his lips split again when he spoke. Don't speak. I'm not doing this for you. The key inserted into the lock and turned. A crisp mechanical click echoed from within the metal lock. Click. The sea stone handcuffs sprang open, crashing onto the ice with a heavy thud. As the handcuffs hit the ground, they created a shallow dent in the ice, scattering ice shards onto the hem of Hancock's cloak, leaving several white specks on her deep purple cloak. A surge of intense heat erupted from within Ace, flames bursting from his shoulders, arms, and back. At the moment the flames erupted, Hancock was pushed back half a step by the shockwave, her cloak billowing behind her. The surrounding ice emitted a continuous sizzling sound under the high temperature, and within a 3-meter radius from Ace the ice melted into water. Before the icy water could flow away, it was turned into white mist by the next wave of flames, creating a swirling curtain of steam around him, intertwining with fire orange and white, devouring and separating from each other. The flames flowed over his skin like a person who had been imprisoned for too long, stretching for the first time. From his shoulders to his fingertips, from his spine to the soles of his feet, every inch of skin burned, every muscle rejoiced. The flames at his fingertips were the brightest, almost white, while the flames in his palms were the thickest, resembling a layer of flowing lava. Power had returned. Ace looked down at his fists, the flames jumping between his fingers, illuminating his face. That face, once pale as paper from the torture of the sea stone, now regained its color. It was fire, not blood. The flickering flames reflected in the depths of his pupils, initially a faint orange glow, then growing brighter, until the entire pupil seemed to be burning. He slowly tightened his fingers, the knuckles producing a crisp, cracking sound. At the moment he clenched his fist, flames burst from between his fingers, exploding into a small circle of sparks at the edge of his fist. This is Fire Fist Ace. Hancock stood up, taking a step back, watching the figure burning fiercely in the steam, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Go ahead. What I can do ends here. Luffy was standing on the ice under the execution platform, his hands swollen to giant size, his armed color hardening around his fists, directly clashing with Sengoku's shockwave. In his Nika form, his white hair was drawn back into a wave by the winds created by the shockwave. When the shockwave collided with his rubberized fists, it bounced off and smashed into the side ice, creating a deep pit. Ice shards mixed with seawater erupted from the bottom of the pit, bursting into flowers composed of ice crystals and mist in the air, only to be dispersed by the next wave of shock. Sengoku pressed forward step by step, with each step of the golden Buddha's body, fracturing the ice beneath it into a spiderweb of footprints. The frequency at which shock waves were pushed from his palms increased, compressing the surrounding air into a series of rapid sonic booms. Luffy. Ace rushed forward. Flames shot from beneath his feet, the fiery flow colliding with the ice with a loud hissing sound, the ice vaporizing directly under the extreme heat. The white mist trailed behind him, forming a straight column of gas with the remnants of flames swirling within it, creating a burning trajectory above the ice. His figure transformed into a streak of fire, instantaneously positioning itself between Luffy and Sengoku. As he landed, his feet sank into the ice, creating two deep melting pits, and the ice water inside was bubbling furiously from the flames, with bubbles rising to the surface accompanied by steam. The ice layer beneath him visibly sagged, with melting water continuously flowing out. Ace, what are you doing out here? I came to help you, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes widening. Ace glanced at him, a smile on his lips, contrasting sharply with the bitterness from when he was kneeling on the execution platform. Sweat trickled down his forehead, evaporating before it could reach his chin due to the flames. His right fist clenched, flames coalescing into a bright white fireball at the tip of his fist. The flames changed from oranger to bright yellow, then to scorching white, finally reaching a near-transparent state, with only a ring of flames remaining around the edges, while the core was indistinguishable between burning and exploding. The surrounding air warped under the high temperature into wave-like patterns, refracting the light that passed through this area into disarray, making the scene behind Ace appear as if viewed through a layer of molten glass. The ice began melting several meters away, and before the water could reach his feet, it was evaporated, forming a ring of dry ice islands around him. Ace unleashed the power of the flame fruit, Flame Emperor. The flames crashed towards Sengoku like a small sun, vaporizing all the ice along its path into white mist. Wherever the flames passed, solid water skipped the liquid state and turned directly into steam, which was further heated by the fireball to expand and explode, creating a series of deep rumbling sounds behind the fireball, each echoing like a heavy hammer striking the ice. The trajectory of the fireball left a deep groove, burning straight through the ice layer and revealing the swirling gray-blue seawater beneath. As the seawater came into contact with the residual high temperature, it exploded into a cloud of white steam. Sengoku raised his palm to block the golden shockwave emanating from the Buddha's palm, clashing with the flames in midair, exploding into a visible wave of air. As the air current swept across the square, it lifted all the unfrozen shards of ice, shell casings, and broken weapons into the air. The ice shards shattered into smaller fragments, the shell casings clashed in midair, producing a series of metallic clangs, and the broken weapons rolled and flew dozens of meters away, crashing into the ruins. As the flames dissipated and the shockwave shattered, both men took a step back. Sengoku's retreat created a deep pit in the ice, the base of which was crushed into powder. Ace's retreat caused a pool of water to form beneath his feet, still steaming. Ace! Luffy's eyes widened, almost losing control of his giant fists, which nearly crashed against his knees. Hurry and go. Not going to run, Ace replied without turning back. The flames on his fists reformed brighter than before. Ron's voice exploded from a crevice at the edge of the square. You idiot. Hurry and run. What are you fighting for? If you leave, Luffy will naturally find a chance to escape. If you don't leave, neither of you will make it out. He crouched deep in the crevice, his back pressed against the cold stone wall, the chill seeping through his clothes into his spine, clashing with the burning pain from the cancer cells within him. Peering through the gap at the battlefield on the ice, he was so anxious, he bit his teeth, punching his thigh in frustration, then grimacing in pain. Sweat mixed with ice shards dripped down his cheeks. He wiped his face and leaned closer to the gap, continuing to stare at the battlefield. Luffy was strong, empowered by his Nika form, able to clash with Kaido and easily contend with the current admiral. But the Gear 5th couldn't be maintained for long, and he would be exhausted once the battle ended. Now Luffy was gritting his teeth, still holding on, with each punch slower than the last. His first punch was delivered without hesitation, but by the third punch, there was a slight pause of several tenths of a second. He might not have noticed it himself, but from the crevice that brief difference grew wider like a crack. Ace had regained his powers and could certainly help on the battlefield, but after being locked up by the sea stone for so long, his stamina was far from full. If they continued to clash with Sengoku here once Gear 5th expired, or if Kizaru or Akainu intervened, neither of them would be able to escape. But Ace wouldn't listen. He was Luffy's brother, just saved by his younger sibling from the execution platform. He could never turn and run, leaving his brother alone on the battlefield. Even if it meant death, he couldn't do it. Luffy, I never expected we could fight together again. Ace's voice was soft, as if speaking of the most fortunate thing in the world, wrapped in the crackling of flames, yet every word was unmistakably clear. Luffy grinned, his teeth shining white against his face marked by smoke. Ace's flames exploded across the ice. The remnants of the Flame Emperor had yet to dissipate when he unleashed both fists, two pillars of fire shooting towards Sengoku, roaring ominously as they extended from his knuckles like two beasts breaking free from chains. The temperature of the flames was higher than magma, directly vaporizing the ice along its path into white mist, transforming the entire center of the square into a sea of dense steam. The steam was so thick that even the outlines of the nearby ruins became indistinct. Only faintly visible were the flickers of orange and gold light, orange from Ace's flames and gold from Sengoku's shockwaves. The two lights chased, collided, and devoured each other in the steam, every contact exploding into a wave of air that momentarily dispersed the steam before it gathered again. The golden giant Buddha, transformed from Sengoku, stepped out of the steam. As the golden body emerged from the white mist, it revealed its golden shoulder first, then its imposing face, and finally the shockwave that had gathered halfway in its palms. A hand swept through, scattering the flames. The ripples of the shockwave spread behind him, blowing a massive circular gap in the white mist, revealing a battered ice surface riddled with pits and cracks, some of which were deep enough to see the swirling seawater below, which crashed against the ice wall with a dull echo. The edges of the pits had been polished smooth like mirrors by the alternating flames and shockwaves. You two, neither of you will escape. Sengoku spoke in a deep voice resonating with his golden Buddha body, causing the steam to tremble, the ripples of steam forming visible waves in the air. Golden light once again coalesced in his palm, faster and brighter than before, the core of light humming as it spun in his palm. Even if we want to leave, you can't stop us. Luffy shouted back, his white hair blown back by the wind generated from his yell. Sengoku's gaze was as cold as a blade, his eyes locking onto Luffy and Ace. He clasped his hands together and then spread them apart, shockwaves erupting from his palms. This shockwave was thicker and faster than any previous wave, crashing towards where the two stood. As the shockwave swept over the ice, it pressed a dent into the surface. Luffy grabbed Ace's shoulder, his rubber fingers stretching instantly to wrap around Ace's upper arm and yank him away. The shockwave grazed past Ace's ear, the searing airflow scorching his skin, leaving a faint red mark on his earlobe. The shockwave crashed into the ice behind them, creating a deep pit, the water at the bottom exploding several meters high. When the water column rose, it was torn into countless droplets by the air resistance, and when it fell, it froze again into ice particles crashing back onto the ice. Ace flipped in the air and landed, the ice beneath his feet melting and steaming profusely. Luffy released his grip, grinning. Ace, you just got your handcuffs off, don't push yourself too hard. Stop nagging. Ace replied, a smile on his lips, but his eyes remained focused on Sengoku, the flames on his body burning even brighter. Flames extended from his shoulders, forming two massive fiery wings behind him. The flames had taken on a reckless momentum, not protecting himself, but guarding the white-haired boy behind him. Luffy stopped speaking. He turned around facing Sengoku, heat in his fists colliding. The armed color hardened from his knuckles to his forearms, pitch black as ink, the hardened skin showing the texture of rubber, slightly vibrating beneath it, a unique quality resulting from the overlap of his rubberized body in Nika form and the armed color. When their fists collided, a dull thud echoed the air around the point of impact, vibrating with subtle ripples. He took a deep breath, the drumming in his chest accelerating suddenly. It was not his heartbeat, but the rhythm of liberation, the ancient sound awakened by the Nika fruit. The drumming resonated from his chest like war drums coming from deep underground, each beat causing the rubberized ice beneath to tremble slightly. Even Ace, standing afar, could faintly hear it. The ice beneath his feet transformed into rubber with white ripples spreading outward. Where the ripples passed, the originally hard and smooth ice layer became soft and elastic. Stepping on it would slightly sink and then bounce back as if standing on a giant trampoline. The ripples spread onto the collapsed wooden pile of the execution platform, and those broken beams also became soft, bouncing twice before stabilizing. Rubber, Luffy's body suddenly swelled, his fists ballooning to the size of battering rams, his fingers thick as tree trunks, the armed color hardening stretched into streaks of black stripes during the swelling process. Yet his wrists were thin as twine, the proportions defying the laws of physics. His white hair whipped wildly in the winds of steam and shockwaves, the smile at the corners of his mouth never fading since the battle began. This is Nika. The way of fighting is determined by imagination, without rules, without boundaries. The surrounding air seemed to respond to his laughter. Even the rubberized ice was rhythmically rising and falling with the beats from his chest. Giant rocket cannon. Both fists launched simultaneously. The right fist slammed towards Sengoku's face, while the left fist blocked his escape route. The speed of the punches was so fast that the air could not escape in time, compressing into a white explosion cloud that erupted at the tip of the fists, accompanied by the burnt smell of rubber and air friction. The explosive sound caused the rubberized ice beneath to rise violently, the ripples spreading back towards the ruins of the execution platform, forming intersecting waves. Sengoku raised his palms to block the golden Buddha's hands, meeting each of Luffy's fists. At the moment of collision between the shockwave and the fists, Sengoku's golden palms were pushed back, first the hands, then the forearms, and finally, even the shoulders leaned back slightly. Fine cracks appeared on the arms of the golden Buddha, spreading from the palms to the wrists, and then climbing towards the forearms, golden light leaking from the cracks like blood, only to begin to slowly heal in the blink of divine fire. The ice beneath Sengoku's feet exploded, not the rubberized part, but the original ice layer deep down that had not yet been affected. The cracks spread from under his feet to 10 meters away, tearing the ice layer into irregular fragments as they passed, which were then lifted and dropped again by the force of the punch and the residual shockwaves colliding with a clattering sound. Ace charged in from the side. He moved the instant Luffy threw his punch, no need for discussion or eye contact. The two acted as if they shared the same brain. Just as Luffy's right fist swung out, Ace had already appeared on Sengoku's left side. Flames condensed on his legs, compressing and compressing until his entire lower leg was wrapped in blazing white flames, the density of the flames so high it appeared more like a layer of liquid light. He swept a whiplash kick toward Sengoku's side, the flames trailing behind his leg, forming a crescent-shaped fireblade. The fireblade whistled as it cut through the air. Sengoku blocked Luffy's fist with one hand, while the other hand swung out a shockwave, scattering the fireblade. Flaming fragments scattered in all directions, some landing on the ice to burn countless small holes that emitted white smoke, others flying into the air, creating orange translucent points amidst the steam clouds, and some igniting the broken wood immediately. But in that moment of distraction, Sengoku was simultaneously dealing with both the frontal and lateral attacks, leaving a brief opening in the center. Luffy's left foot kicked from an angle that seemed completely impossible. His leg stretched like rubber, extending 3 times its length, tracing an incredible arc from Sengoku's blind spot to behind him. His thigh pushed forward while his calf twisted back 180 degrees. In Nika form, bones and joints were merely suggestions, not rules. His heel hardened into armed color, the pitch-black hardened layer, emitting a low hum as it rubbed against the air during high-speed movement, striking Sengoku's shoulder from an angle no human skeleton could achieve. A dull thud. This time it wasn't the crisp sound of metal clashing, but a heavy, bone-crunching noise. The shoulder of the golden Buddha was dented, golden light spewing from the indentation, drawing several fine streaks of light in the air before dissipating. Sengoku staggered from the kick, the military boots carving 2 deep gouges in the ice layers on either side flipping up. The golden giant Buddha collided with the remnants of the execution platform. The remaining wooden framework let out a final groan before collapsing with a crash, shards of wood and ice flying everywhere, burning pieces falling from above, trailing sparks as they plummeted. The shockwaves went out of control, scattering everywhere, causing fragments of ice and white mist to explode. An uncontrollable shockwave grazed the edge of the square ruins, slicing through half a crumbling wall, the dust that was kicked up mixing with the steam to form a gray-white murky cloud. In the midst of the fighting, Ace glanced over at Luffy. The steam swirled around them, flames burned above their heads, and the residual shockwaves still reverberated across the ice. But in this moment, Ace clearly saw Luffy's face marked by smoke, reflecting sweat, and bruised from frostbite, yet the smile at the corners of his mouth had not changed since the battle began. His white hair danced wildly in the wind, his fists larger than a giant's, his body proportions absurdly humorous, yet each punch forced the Marine Admiral to retreat. With every punch, Sengoku took the ice beneath him, shattered layer by layer, and the cracks on the Buddha's body increased. Golden light leaked from the fractures, tracing fleeting paths in the air. He no longer saw the snot-nosed brat who cried on the dock of Windmill Village shouting, "I will definitely become stronger." Now he was certain that if he and Luffy fought seriously, the outcome was unpredictable. "You've become stronger, Luffy." Ace's voice was soft, and Luffy heard him. He turned his head, grinning at Ace, revealing a set of white teeth. That smile was exactly the same as 2 years ago, the corners reaching his ears, as if the earlier turmoil had never occurred. "Of course, I'm going to be the king of pirates," Luffy shouted, then propelled himself forward, crashing into Sengoku's shockwave array. The ice beneath his feet shattered, creating a 1-meter-wide pit. At the moment he leaped, as the broken ice exploded outward, he was already in midair. His white hair trailed behind him like a white afterimage, shimmering faintly gold as it passed through the shockwave. "Luffy, don't be reckless." Ace's voice followed, but Luffy was already airborne. Sengoku steadied himself. The ice beneath his feet had shattered into powder, creating a concave area centered around his feet beneath the execution platform. The golden giant Buddha's radiance was even more intense than before. His expression was no longer calm. He being pressured by an unknown white-haired kid was an unacceptable humiliation for the fleet admiral. "Straw Hat Kid, your strength is dwindling," Sengoku's voice echoed. "This strange form cannot be maintained indefinitely. How much longer can you hold on?" Luffy did not respond, taking a deep breath. Ace's ears buzzed, and he swayed on his feet. "Luffy, leave him to me." Ace gritted his teeth to steady himself, trying to create distance to reorganize their assault. In that fleeting moment, Sengoku bore down on them like a collapsing mountain. Each step of the giant Buddha sank the ice half an inch, the sound of his footsteps thundering like a giant drum striking the ground. With 6 consecutive palm strikes, 3 shockwaves advanced in a triangular formation, sealing off all escape routes around Ace. The grooves left by the shockwaves on the ice were half a meter deep, and the seawater that surged up from the bottom had not yet had time to flow out before being pressed back down by the residual force of the shockwaves. "Ace!" Luffy's eyes widened. Ace clenched his teeth, gathering flames ready to stand firm. Flames erupted from his palms and chest simultaneously, weaving into a fiery net before him with the threads made of intensely compressed orange-white flames, each flame humming with a low buzz. "Come on, Sengoku Buddha." Luffy suddenly appeared in front of him. He had been several meters away just moments ago. How did he leap over? Ace couldn't see clearly, only noticing a white shadow slicing into his field of vision, and then Luffy was already in front of him. Luffy, it's not over yet, Luffy said, tilting his head and smiling at him. His right fist swelled like a shield, the rubberized skin hardening into an armored color, the diameter of the fist shield expanding to nearly 3 meters, shielding Ace completely. When the 3 shockwaves collided with the fist shield, they emitted 3 consecutive muffled sounds, and the deflected shockwaves raised several-meter-high ice pillars on either side, which broke apart in the air and rained down, creating a series of small dents on the ice surface. Immediately afterward, Luffy's left fist swung out in a counterattack, his punching speed not as fast as before, and the rotation of his shoulder was noticeably greater, as if he were using his entire body's strength to compensate for his arm's lack of explosive power. But the angle remained sharp. His left fist darted upward from an unexpected low angle, forcing Sengoku to block with his palm. During the struggle, his movements gradually became sluggish. When landing, his knees instinctively bent to absorb the impact, and the distance he could leap from a launch was shorter than before. Originally able to jump 10 meters, now only leaping 5 or 6 before needing to push off again. To the left, Luffy seal his right. Got it. Sengoku was oblivious, his focus entirely on the white-haired kid in front of him, the young man pressing the Fleet Admiral back with his rubber fists. He could not accept this. But Luffy sensed it himself. The awakening of the Nika form had a time limit, and the high-intensity battle had already drained a great deal of his stamina. If they kept fighting, he would be completely exhausted. Ace, get ready to leave. Luffy's voice suddenly lowered, lacking the boisterous tone from before. Ace was taken aback. What? The flames in his hands did not stop, his eyes still fixed on Sengoku's next move. What are you saying? Sengoku still. I said get ready to leave, Luffy interrupted him. Before his words fell, Luffy's body suddenly shrank, something within him flowing away in an instant. His white skin lost its luster, fading from luminous moon white to dull gray white, then to lifeless pale, the entire process as swift as a flower withering in time-lapse. His white hair began to lose color from the roots, revealing the familiar black that was Luffy's natural hair color, but before the black could reach the tips, it halted midway, leaving the top black and the ends white like a desaturated photograph cut short. Luffy's face visibly sagged, his eye sockets hollowing out at an astonishing speed, his cheekbones protruding and the contours of his cheeks shifting from round to gaunt in a single breath. His arms, once inflated like a giant's, shrank to resemble dry twigs, the skin hanging loosely over his skeleton, his fingers thin enough to see the outline of his knuckles. He staggered back a step, lifting his leg to try to steady himself, but his calf muscles no longer obeyed him. His leg buckled, kneeling on the ice, causing the ice to crack radially around his knee, extending half a meter before stopping. Luffy. Ace quickly caught him, grabbing Luffy's shoulders. The moment his fingers touched Luffy's shoulder, he felt the outline of bones beneath the loose skin, the sharp edge of the scapula pressed against his palm, and the collarbone felt like a protruding ridge. What had once been bulging with rubberized muscle now felt like a thin layer of cloth wrapped around the skeleton. The skin's temperature was uncomfortably cool, a sign of reduced blood circulation. Ace's complexion changed drastically, his pupils constricting. What's wrong? Luffy, your body. Luffy wanted to speak, but his throat was as dry as sandpaper. He opened his mouth, his lips moving twice. Fine. The words barely squeezed out one by one through his teeth. The echoes of his earlier laughter still lingered in his throat, but it felt as if something had blocked his airway, forcing him to gasp for air. Each breath was laborious, his chest rising and falling with great effort, the ribs and sternum clearly rising and falling beneath the skin, but the air he inhaled seemed unable to reach his lungs, turning breathing into a mechanical, ineffective action. He could barely stand, let alone run, his knees still kneeling on the ice, the cold seeping up from his kneecap, spreading up his thigh. Luffy, talk to me. What's wrong with you? Ace's voice had begun to tremble, that kind of shaking where you watch the most important person in front of you collapse and feel utterly helpless. In the crevice at the edge of the square, Ron watched everything clearly. The angle of the gap was just enough for him to peek out one eye, but that eye had been glued to the execution platform since Luffy's skin began to fade. That idiot. Ron slammed his fist against the wall, but the stone wall remained unmoved. His finger bones nearly fractured, pain shooting from his knuckles to his wrist, and then to his forearm. He covered his fist, grimacing. He cursed Luffy 1,000 times in his heart for not retreating sooner, insisting on fighting until they were out of options. If Ace had just run when he uncuffed himself, Luffy could have easily blocked a few hits, and they would have been safe by now. Why fight? Why act like a hero? Ace too just uncuffed and not running, insisting on following Luffy to confront Sengoku. He'd in brotherly loyalty, right? Now one was exhausted and kneeling on the ground while the other supported the one kneeling. Neither could escape. His gaze swept quickly across the battlefield. In the distance, Akainu had already suppressed Whitebeard, each collision of magma fists with shockwaves, erupting clouds of black smoke, and White missed the shockwaves no longer an offense, but a retreating defense against the magma. The struggle between Kizaru and Marco was also nearing its end. Marco's Phoenix Flames could not regenerate fast enough to keep up with Kizaru's destructive speed. That bastard Borsalino actually pushed Marco to this extent, he muttered through gritted teeth. Sengoku was readjusting his posture, the golden Buddha slowly straightening from a stumbling stance, the area dented from the kick shimmering with golden light, the core of light in his palm brighter than any time before, spinning so fast that one couldn't even make out its outline. It was only a matter of time before the admirals pulled back. No, perhaps in the next moment magma or light bullets would come crashing down. Akaina's fire breath could turn this ice surface into boiling water from halfway across the square, and Kizaru's lightspeed kick could reach Luffy in an instant, right in front of the Luffy, who was kneeling on the ice and couldn't even stand. If the execution was interrupted and the prisoner saved, if they could not capture the two masterminds, then the Marine headquarters would truly lose this battle. Akaina would not let them go. Looks like I have to die again, Ron whispered, pressing the gun against his temple. The cold touch felt like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, sending a shiver down his spine. The skin on his temple first tingled, then went numb, and finally began to ache. Here we go again. The instinct to fear death surged, even knowing that dying would allow him to start over. Rationality told him that pulling the trigger would change everything, taking him back to a few minutes ago, but his finger would not obey reason, the joint feeling as if it were frozen. He could hear his own heartbeat racing faster than it could maintain a rhythm. Ron, for heaven's sake, pull yourself together, he told himself through gritted teeth. Damn it. Ron pulled the trigger. His thumb pressed down hard, the rusty spring letting out a sharp screech at the last moment. Bang! The gunshot exploded in the narrow crevice, and everything fell silent. Golden light erupted at the edge of his vision. Time ceased its flow. The sounds of Marineford were sliced away in an instant. The roar of cannon fire, the crackling of the ice, the cries and screams of soldiers, the howling of flames, all were drawn away in the same instant. The world became a screen pressed on mute. Everything he saw was frozen. The distant cannon fire solidified into a still image, the shells suspended in midair, not moving forward, the warheads still carrying the last wisp of smoke from the cannon. The flame at the muzzle maintained its explosive form, but no longer flickered. Sengoku's shockwave hung in midair, golden light rippling in layers, the brightest at the innermost circle, decreasing outward. Ace's hand supporting Luffy froze at his shoulder, the flames on his fingers extinguishing in an instant, the edge of the orange flame retaining the last curve. The broken ice raised by the shockwave floated around the two, varying in size from the size of a fist to that of a grain of rice, forming a still halo of ice crystals glimmering with warm hues under the golden light. Luffy was weakly lifting his head, his eyelids heavy as if filled with lead. His vision had not yet focused when it suddenly flashed. The golden light engulfed him. In the next second, he found himself standing on the roof of Onigashima, the moonlight pale, as if washed clean, illuminating the entire dome, as bright as day. Even the fine cracks in the rock textures were clearly visible. Kaido's massive azure dragon body was frozen below, the blue scales glimmering coolly under the moonlight, each one the size of a grinding wheel, the edges still showing the fine cracks made by rubber fists. His claws remained suspended in midair, the storm clouds swirling around his fingertips, maintaining a rotational posture, but not moving, the lightning within the clouds frozen, the branching blue arcs halting halfway in the air. Ron stood right in front of him, stomping his feet in frustration, his fingers trembling with rage, his index finger poking at Luffy's nose mere centimeters from contact, his fingertip quivering slightly. Idiot. Idiot. Why didn't you run when I said to? Luffy blinked, looking utterly confused. He glanced down at his hands, then back up at Ron's exasperated face, feeling a bit dazed. Didn't we say to leave? I will behave. Why are we back again? Ron looked at him, his fists relaxing and tightening again. He took a deep breath, wanting to scold him, but the words caught in his throat as scolding was pointless. Never mind, you won't remember anything. Why am I getting angry with you? He muttered softly. After all, Luffy wouldn't remember anything. As long as the reversal failed, all this would be erased by time. Ron covered his face, pressing his fingers against his temple, taking a deep breath. It's fine, we'll start over. Just then a time travel ended. Time froze at the edge of release. The frozen Kaido began to tremble slightly, starting with a few scales at the tip of his tail, followed by large patches of blue scales on his back. The wind rushed back into the peak of Onigashima, slicing across Ron's cheek with the sharp chill of high altitude. The moonlight shifted from pale to cold white, flowing again with cloud shadows and darkness. The clouds began to move, their shadows slowly sliding across the dome of Onigashima. In the distance, Kaido's roar exploded, the sound waves echoing over Onigashima. Roar, huh? There's a strange presence. Who's there? Just as Kaido sensed the appearance of a stranger, Ron activated the time travel again. Start over. The golden halo enveloped Onigashima, once more plunging the entire world back into absolute silence. Character selection mode has been activated. Please choose the target character for time travel and specify the time point. Time limit 30 minutes. Ron slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, leaning against a rock on the rooftop of Ghost Island. His back pressed against the rough stone, which was cold, and sent a chill through his coat and bandages. His heart was still pounding, and that glance from Kaido had raised all the hairs on his back, not from fear, but from instinct. With a living four emperor staring at him, his body had entered a state of alert before his rational mind could react. Almost. A moment later, the heat would turn him to ashes, leaving not even a bone fragment. Luffy stood beside him, tilting his head, looking bewildered. Why have you stopped again? Aren't we leaving? Failed again. Ron pointed to the stone across from them. Sit down, there's something I need to clarify with you. Luffy did not sit. He crouched on the stone, hands on his knees, leaning forward, his eyes fixed intently on Ron. Moonlight fell on his head, the edges of his white hair glimmering coldly, and his wide-open eyes reflected Ron's weary face. Ron did not rush to speak. Twice. 2 crossings, and both times they had failed. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a complete failure. The first time Luffy was too reckless, rushing out without confirming any information. The second time, they successfully rescued Ace, and at the moment the handcuffs were unlocked, he truly believed they could succeed this time. But the second time, right at the last moment, they fell short. Where did the problem lie? It wasn't Sengoku's strength. Luffy in his Nika form could suppress him. His fists, larger than a giant's, were forcing even the Marine Admiral to retreat. It wasn't Ace's cooperation. Once Ace regained his powers, he immediately joined the fight. Their brotherly synergy was impeccable, one suppressing from the front, while the other attacked from the side, coordinating as if they had rehearsed it 100 times. The issue lay in the retreat. Each time after rescuing someone, they were unable to retreat, unable to run far, dragged down to the last moment until Luffy was exhausted. Sengoku was not the only threat. For Luffy, the real deadly issue was the time limit of Gear 5. Once the time was up, he wouldn't be able to move even if the sky fell. It wasn't that they couldn't win, but they couldn't afford to fight. Listen closely. Ron lowered his finger, looking into Luffy's eyes. This is the second time we've crossed back. In the last crossing, we successfully rescued Ace. You charged onto the execution platform and handed Ace over to Hancock, who helped you unlock Ace's handcuffs. Luffy's eyes brightened, his whole body bouncing up a couple of inches from the crouched position on the stone. Really? Then you got exhausted. Luffy's momentary bounce fell back down again. Ron cut him off, his voice not loud, but every word felt like a stone dropping down. You faced Sengoku Hiden, and the time to maintain Nika form ran out. Then you collapsed on the ice, unable to even stand up. Ace wouldn't leave. He insisted on staying to fight with you. In the end, I had no choice but to shoot myself in the head, letting the system bring us back. He extended his index finger, poking at Luffy's chest. After coming back, your memory will vanish. So you don't remember anything now. But in the last crossing, when you got exhausted, Ace was still by your side. Sengoku was still smashing pressure waves into your faces, and Akainu was about to strike. If I hadn't shot, you both would have perished in Marineford. Luffy fell silent. If it were the usual Luffy, his first reaction upon hearing such a statement would have been to jump up and shout, I won't get exhausted. Grinning ear to ear, his voice loud enough to shake the clouds of Ghost Island. But now he didn't. He crouched on the stone, hands on his knees, his mouth pressed into a straight line. The wind blew, causing his white hair to sway, the ends brushing against his eyebrows. Because he saw the expression on Ron's face, a kind of weary seriousness. I was caught up by Sengoku and ended up with no strength. Yes. Luffy lowered his head, his white hair falling down to cover his eyes. His hands clenched into fists, resting on his knees. Ron watched his hands, knowing what he was thinking. He could have retreated before getting exhausted. He could have run away, but he didn't. He chose to fight Sengoku to the end. That was his instinct. When faced with a strong enemy, he wants to knock them out. This is the factory setting of Monkey D. Luffy. From Windmill Village to now, this setting has never changed. But this is not the new world, not the arena where he faced Kaido alone. This is the Marineford War, the battlefield to rescue Ace. Here, being a hero and completing the mission are two different matters. Defeating Sengoku doesn't mean rescuing Ace, and losing doesn't mean they can't save Ace. As long as they run fast enough, they don't even need to fight. So we need to find a way. Luffy raised his head, his gaze serious in a way that didn't seem like him, those round eyes that were always smiling, now devoid of any playfulness. We can't waste time on those Marine Admirals. Right. Ron sat up straight on the stone, his back leaving the rock, his hands clasped on his knees. Now, we have 30 minutes to discuss. Let me ask you, what would happen if we first went to Hancock to get the keys? Luffy frowned and thought for a moment. Get the keys and go unlock Ace immediately. Once we unlock him, we run. No entanglements with Sengoku. No entanglements. Luffy shook his head vigorously, his expression growing extremely firm. He's a hassle. I definitely won't waste time with him. Find the keys, rescue Ace, and then immediately run. Ron nodded. This line of thought was correct. The problem last time was that after they were exposed, they fell into one battle after another, first being targeted by Kizaru, then surrounded by vice admirals, and finally confronting Sengoku Hiden. Each battle consumed Luffy's stamina, and every fight pushed back their retreat time. They spent time where they shouldn't have, and by the time they truly needed time to escape, it was already exhausted. This time the core principle should be only one: avoid all unnecessary battles, and complete the rescue with the fastest speed. If they can go around, then go around. If they can hide, then hide. Only fight if absolutely necessary, but once they fight, they run. Never linger, even for a second. Remember this. No matter what they say, don't look back. Ron raised a finger, his tone becoming particularly serious. The fingertip glinted slightly white in the moonlight, the hand trembling as it rested on the trigger. Whether it's your grandfather Sengoku or Akainu, no matter what they shout, insult, or provoke, you must not look back. Just pretend your ears are stuffed with cotton. Your goal is to save people, not to fight. Okay. Luffy nodded. This time he did not hesitate. Ron suddenly paused, remembering something. Last time after Ace regained his powers, he could have left. The handcuffs were already undone, his powers restored, and the flames had melted the surrounding ice. But Ace chose to stay and help Luffy fight Sengoku. That wasn't Luffy's fault. He couldn't control Ace's choices. But the outcome was the same. If Ace didn't leave, Luffy couldn't leave. One collapsed on the ice, unable to stand, and the other refused to let go, both becoming targets. He had to warn Luffy in advance, considering Ace's reactions. This time he couldn't just tell Luffy what to do, but also how to deal with his brother. There's one more thing about Ace. Ron looked at Luffy, slowing his speech. You know your brother's character better than I do. Once he unlocks the handcuffs and regains his powers, will he follow you, or will he stay to help you fight? Luffy opened his mouth, then closed it again. Ace would rather die than let his brother take a punch for him. He blocked a kindness magma during the Marineford War. That's Port Gas D. Ace. Since Luffy was a child, Ace had always been there to shield him from harm, shielding him from beasts, pirates, and all kinds of injuries. This instinct was ingrained in his bones and would not change simply because the handcuffs were removed. He won't leave. Luffy admitted, not avoiding Ron's gaze. He will stay to help me. Ron leaned forward. So once you rescue Ace, no matter what Akainu or Sengoku say, no matter what your brother says, you must take him away. If he insists on staying, just knock him out and take him away. Understood. Luffy's fists tightened even more. The thought of knocking out his own brother was unimaginable within his moral framework, but this time he did not argue. He remained silent for a moment, replaying everything Ron had just said from start to finish. The image of himself collapsing on the ice, Ace who refused to let go and insisted on fighting with him, Sengoku smashing pressure waves into their faces, and the approaching admiral with Ron shooting himself in the gap. He hadn't seen it with his own eyes, but he believed it. Understood, Luffy said with emphasis. Ron leaned back against the rock, exhaling a sigh of relief, having eliminated the two biggest hidden dangers. Luffy knew he couldn't get distracted by battles. He had to manage Ace. Next, there was one more thing: how to reach the execution platform in the shortest time. Last time they were stopped on the battlefield by vice admirals, and Kizaru, wasting a lot of time before getting close to their goal. If they were discovered upon landing, exposure would be inevitable. Once exposed, an immediate response plan was necessary. Alright, let's think about the process after crossing from landing to rescuing Ace. Every step must be planned in advance. After traveling back in time, we will still appear on the walls of the Gate of Justice. We should blend into the Marine ranks and try to get as close to the execution platform as possible. But we will definitely be exposed. Luffy picked up his words. 100%. Ron did not hold back. Last time you were exposed because you blocked Kizaru's attack. This time, even if you avoid Kizaru, there might be someone else who will discover you. There are too many variables on the battlefield and you can't hide. What if I get exposed? If you get exposed, shout out your identity so that the Whitebeard pirates know who you are. Luffy's eyes lit up. Let them help me. Yes. As long as Ace recognizes your voice, Whitebeard will recognize you. He did that last time. He said that since Ace recognizes you, nothing else matters. He ordered everyone to cover you as you rush towards the execution platform. Marco will hold off, Kizaru Vista will secure your flanks, and the entire Whitebeard pirates will act as your shield. Luffy grinned. He liked this plan not because he needed others to fight for him, but because it meant he wouldn't have to fight every admiral himself. No need to fight Kizaru, no need to fight Akainu, no need to get entangled with several vice admirals. He just needs to charge forward. This is a direct path to the execution platform, with the only cost being to expose his back to the Whitebeard pirates. And the Whitebeard pirates are his family, or at least Ace's family, which makes them his family. And your grandfather. Ron saw the smile on Luffy's face and immediately doused it with cold water. You know how to deal with Garp, right? The smile faltered. Luffy's expression became complicated. He loved his grandfather very much, and his grandfather loved him too. But his grandfather is a marine hero, and he would stand in front of the execution platform. Last time he sent his grandfather flying, and his grandfather didn't fight back. But this time he didn't want to waste even a punch. Hitting his grandfather would waste time, and his grandfather would feel pain. Play the emotional card. Ron said succinctly, make him cry with emotion. If that doesn't work, sever your grandfather-grandson relationship. Sever the relationship. Luffy blinked. Just tell him, if you don't let me pass, I will never call you grandfather again. Think about it from now on. You won't be able to drink Sister Makino's sake, you won't be able to go back to Windmill Village, and Dayton won't let you off either. Luffy's mouth dropped open, his eyes wide. This isn't that too harsh? Is it effective? Luffy recalled the look in his grandfather's eyes when he had been frozen in place by a single sentence. That person feared nothing, but he feared that his grandson would not recognize him. This tactic was indeed effective. It works. Then let's go with that. Luffy was all in. Ron clapped his hands and stood up, brushing the dust off his knees. What your grandfather fears most is losing you guys. The cards you have are much better than I expected. He pulled up the system panel ready. Luffy jumped down from the rock and stood beside Ron, then punched his palm. Ready. I'm going to save Ace. Ron glanced at him. Luffy's eyes were shining. Ron suddenly felt that this time would be very stable. They had thought through all possible issues. Get the key and retreat, don't engage Sengoku, rescue Ace, and run regardless of what others say. If Ace doesn't leave, knock him out. If Garp blocks the way, play the emotional card. A perfect plan. As long as Luffy strictly followed the plan, they would definitely succeed this time. Then he noticed Luffy's expression, his lips stretched almost to his ears, his eyes squinting into crescent shapes, and his nostrils flaring as his toes tapped against the stone. He couldn't wait, he was about to see Ace. Ron's heart dropped. Looking at Luffy's expression, he suddenly had a strong, ominous premonition. Last time before traveling, Luffy had the same expression. The time before that as well. Every time Ron clearly explained the plan, Luffy agreed eagerly, but once he charged onto the battlefield and saw Ace, he forgot everything he had promised. Ron withdrew his finger and pressed on his temple. I think I might die again this time. What are you mumbling about? Luffy leaned over, looking curious. It's nothing. Ron removed his hand from his temple, took a deep breath, and centered the system panel. Let's go. Remember the plan. Ron pressed the time travel confirmation button. Time travel target Monkey D. Luffy time travel point Marineford War. Marineford, please confirm the time travel. Confirm. The golden light exploded for the third time at the peak of Onigashima. The two disappeared from the still world, leaving only Kaido's hot breath hanging in the throat, waiting for a launch command that would never come. The golden light exploded for the third time on the walls of the Gate of Justice. Ron opened his eyes. The sea breeze, gunpowder, and the smell of blood flooded into his lungs. He had become immune to this smell. This was his third time here. The novelty was zero, and he just wanted to finish the task quickly. He glanced down at the system panel, confirming that the time travel point was correct, then immediately began scanning the supply boxes on the wall. The marine uniforms were still in the same place. The box lid was open, and the white justice cloaks were neatly stacked. In back, Luffy stood at the edge of the wall, arms wide open, his white hair billowing in the sea breeze. His eyes sparkled like two light bulbs, and his grin stretched to his ears, his whole face radiating excitement. He even took a deep breath. The smell of gunpowder made him cough a couple of times, but it didn't diminish his smile. Then he suddenly froze, tilting his head. Weird, why did I say again? Ron grabbed the back of Luffy's collar and pulled him down from the edge. Stop talking nonsense, change your clothes. He shoved a marine uniform into Luffy's arms. Luffy looked down at the white uniform, his brows furrowing. He had worn this outfit during a previous time travel. He couldn't remember. As he put it on, he muttered, this outfit feels so familiar. Have I worn it before? You've worn it twice. How is that possible? This is clearly the first time. Ron did not respond. He had already put on his own marine coat, the justice cloak secured on his shoulder, the brim of the hat lowered to cover half of his face. He moved faster than the previous 2 times, fastening buttons, adjusting the collar, checking the sleeves for flaws, all in one go. He just wanted to follow the plan quickly, keeping all variables within the preset range. Did you remember the plan? Ron lowered his voice. Find Hancock for the key. Avoid the fight. Luffy replied loudly. What if we get exposed? Shout. Let the Whitebeard pirates help me. Then charge straight towards the execution platform. Where's your grandfather? Feelings card. Touch his heart. If that doesn't work, cut off the grandfather-grandson relationship. Don't fight him. Ron nodded. This time Luffy had memorized the plan well, unlike the last 2 times when he was too excited. His finger paused on his sleeve. Maybe this time it would really work. Perhaps this time he wouldn't have to shoot himself in the head again. He took a deep breath and patted Luffy on the shoulder. Let's go. The battle in the square was reaching its boiling point. Volcanic bombs trailed black smoke, tracing dense parabolas across the sky, while the ice beneath trembled with explosions erupting from different directions every second. Two figures dressed as Marines navigated through the chaos, making their way along the supply passage by the edge of the square. Their target was the northwest corner of the square. There lay the formation of the Amazon Lily, where Hancock and her female warriors occupied a relatively independent position on the ice far from the frontline meat grinder, and surrounding Marines dared not approach. No one wanted to be caught in the sweet gale of the Empress. Ron remembered finding her here last time, so this time he took the shortest route. Luffy asked quietly from behind, "Does she recognize me this time?" "No, she doesn't. She hasn't seen you yet." "Then how do I address her?" "Just call her by her name. Call her Hancock." "She will be stunned. No one dares to call her name directly. In that moment of her surprise, tell her who you are and ask her for the key. She will believe you." Luffy thought for a moment, feeling that this logic was a bit strange, but since it was Ron saying it, he decided to follow it. The two of them passed through a group of pirates and Marines, exchanging fire. Luffy nimbly jumped over a corpse that had been cut down, while Ron huffed and puffed going around it. His lungs began to protest with a wheeze, reminding him with every step that this body only had 21 days left before its expiration date. He had no time to care, gritting his teeth and pushing forward. The flag of Amazon Lily appeared in his sight. It was a pink flag embroidered with a pattern of 9 snakes, standing out prominently among the white and blue Navy camp. Hancock stood at the front of the formation, her cape fluttering in the wind, with Sander, Sonia, and Marigold guarding her sides, while the female warriors formed a circle and no Marines dared to come close. Then Ron felt a gaze upon him. A lazy, somewhat curious gaze descended from a high point in the sky, precisely pinning itself to his back. That sensation felt like being illuminated by a beam of sunlight focused through a magnifying glass on his skin, not burning, but uncomfortable everywhere. Kizaru. He was hovering above the execution platform, hands in his pockets, a perpetual bored smile on his lips. He might not have recognized Ron and Luffy. They were dressed in Marine uniforms, blending into the crowd. But he noticed the trajectory of these two individuals. While other Marines rushed forward, only these two were moving sideways at a steady pace with a clear direction and target. "Oh dear." Kizaru tilted his head, pulling his finger from his pocket, a glimmer of gold lighting up at his fingertip. "Two little fellows seem a bit out of place." The golden light shot down. This time it was not a covering light bomb, but a thin, elongated beam. A probing attack, not too fast, but enough to turn an ordinary Marine to ash. Luffy's pupils instantly contracted. He saw the light and the point of impact. Ron stood 2 steps in front of him, and the beam's target was him. There was no time to shout. No time to discuss. This wasn't in the plan. But Luffy's body had already moved. His fist clenched, the hockey hardened in an instant, and he deflected the beam. The golden light exploded on the ice, creating a charred pit, steam hissing out. "Oh dear." Kizaru's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes narrowed slightly. That white-haired Marine had deflected his light beam with a punch. Such combat power was not something a Marine should possess. The light particles were formed above the execution platform, his figure fully materializing, hands in pockets, head tilted, staring at Luffy. What a powerful little fellow. Impersonating a Marine, your crime is equal to that of a pirate. Ron closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Every time I fall for you." Surrendered. Could it be that Kizaru was so focused on Luffy? Wait, Nika dance. In the future, Kizaru, the big-chested Lady Bonnie, and Vegapunk all danced the Nika dance together. Could this be the reason? Ron also looked at Luffy. Luffy's expression was first stunned for a second, then he smiled. Just like last time, it was a smile that had been held back for too long and was finally released. He tore off the Marine jacket buttons, flying the white fabric rolling in the wind. Immediately after, he pushed Ron aside, urging him to get away, while Luffy himself tilted his head back, taking a deep breath. "Ace." The voice exploded, piercing through the entire battlefield. "I'm here to save you." In the distance of the square, on the execution platform, Ace trembled all over. He heard that voice. It was Luffy's voice without a doubt. But when he looked up, he didn't see the black-haired Luffy, but a white-haired little devil dancing wildly, glowing all over. The confusion lasted only half a second, then he let out all the air in his lungs, shouting, "Luffy, run. Don't worry about me. Run. Run." Just that one shout. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates simultaneously confirmed. This white little devil was indeed Luffy. Ace recognized him, so it was real. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, his crescent mustache curving into a deep arc. He looked down at the white little devil being targeted by Kizaru, surrounded by the Vice Admiral, yet still laughing and calling Ace's name. No more evidence was needed. Anyone Ace acknowledged was family of the Whitebeard Pirates. The clouds pointed to the sky. Little ones. The entire Whitebeard Pirates shouted in unison, their voices overpowering the sound of gunfire. "Cover that white little devil. Save Ace." The war instantly reached a fever pitch. Ron huddled in a crevice, watching Luffy punch Carp away, watching Luffy rush up to the execution platform to unlock the key, watching Luffy carry Ace and charge towards the outskirts of the square without looking back. His tears almost flowed out. It was too smooth. This time it was really too damn smooth. Luffy strictly followed the plan, not fighting when he said not to and running when he said to. Sengoku chased from behind, but Luffy didn't look back even once. Ron poked his head out of the crevice, seeing Luffy carrying Ace bouncing across the ice, almost excited enough to jump out of the crevice. It was finally about to succeed. The reversal value was about to be obtained. He could finally live a little longer, no longer needing to count down the days, no longer coughing blood while crawling from one end of the battlefield to the other. He had even started to think in his mind how to enjoy life, first sleeping for 3 days and nights to make up for all the sleep missed during chemotherapy, finding a deserted island in the Grand Line to bask in the sun, and telling all pirates and marines to roll aside. Ron wiped the corner of his eye with his sleeve, feeling a bit embarrassed. A grown man squatting in the cracks of the rocks crying. What kind of sight was that? Then he heard the sound. It was not the roar of cannon fire. It was not the cries of battle. It was not the shockwave. It was the cracking sound of wood coming from above from a great height. So high that by the time the sound reached the ground it had already been shredded by the wind, leaving only a deep, ominous hum. Ron looked up. He saw it. A warship. Not resting on the sea, not on the ice. That ship was entirely lifted into the sky, its massive hull blocking out the sunlight, casting a shadow over half the square. The keel of the ship shattered, splinters and scraps of metal raining down from the crack, falling onto the ice like a torrential downpour. The sails had long since burned away, the mast was broken in two, but the hull still maintained a rough shape, because it was not flying on its own. A translucent golden light membrane enveloped the ship, resembling a gigantic bubble, lifting the entire warship into the air. The bow was crowded with people. They were not sailors. They were prisoners. Prisoners in black and white striped uniforms, some wearing sea prism stone handcuffs, some barefoot, some battered and bruised. Their faces bore expressions like those who had just crawled out of hell. Ecstasy, ferocity, disbelief. At the front stood a big blue-haired man holding a bunch of keys, wildly waving at the crowd below. Marineford, here we come. Ha ha ha, I never expected to return here again. Overturned the Marine headquarters. Oh, follow Lord Buggy. Ron's mind exploded with a buzz. He certainly recognized that warship. The Impel Down escape group. In the storyline, Luffy, along with Crocodile Jinbei Ivankov and hundreds of prisoners, broke out of Impel Down, seized a warship, and headed straight to Marineford. The warship was crashing down from the sky, landing right in the center of the battlefield, and then Luffy from that timeline descended, officially joining the battle. Ron silently repeated this sentence 3 times in his mind. The crossing point was the Marineford War, and this timeline already had a Luffy who was flying in the sky with the Impel Down escape group. He had brought back the future Luffy from Onigashima, while the future Luffy was currently racing across the ice carrying Ace. Then the question arose, what would happen when the two Luffys met on the same battlefield? Ron did not know. There was no rule about this in the system. There was no warning against having 2 identical characters appear in the same timeline, nor any prompts about time paradox automatic correction. The system only stated that changing history would generate parallel worlds, but it did not specify what to do if there was already one's own self in history, and what to do when 2 people collided. Ron shifted his gaze from the warship to the ice below. The future Luffy carrying Ace was propelling towards the edge of the square. He had not yet seen the warship. He was focused on escaping, executing the plan perfectly. Then a voice exploded from the warship. Ace, the voice. Ron had heard it far too many times. A hoarse shout tinged with tears, a cry that could only be produced by ripping one's throat to the limit. Luffy from that timeline stood at the bow of the warship, gripping the broken railing, his body leaning out halfway. He wore tattered prisoner clothes from Impel Down, his body battered, his face covered in dirt, tears, and snot streaking down. He saw the ice beneath the execution platform, saw the white-haired figure racing while carrying Ace, but he could not see clearly who that white-haired person was. He only saw Ace. Ace was moving. Ace was not on the execution platform. Someone had saved Ace. Then he jumped down, falling from the sky without a care for whether anyone would catch him below, regardless of whether this height would kill him. He jumped for he saw Ace. Everything else was unimportant. On the ice, the future Luffy stopped. He heard that voice. Carrying Ace, he turned around, looked up, and gazed at the sky. The shadow of the warship covered his face, splinters and scraps of metal rained down from above, landing on his white hair. Then he saw the figure descending from the sky, dressed in prisoner clothes, battered, tears and snot flowing into 2 streams in the wind. That was him, his self from 2.5 years ago. The self who had yet to learn hockey. The self who had been grievously injured by the jailer beasts in Impel Down. The self who fought without knowing the reason, only knowing that he had to save Ace. The self who knelt on the ice during the Marineford War, cradling Ace's corpse, crying until he was voiceless. The future Luffy froze. His pupils dilated, his mouth slightly agape, his white hair momentarily still in the wind. He looked at the figure flying closer, his mind blank. not out of unrecognition, but because of recognition. Too familiar. That was him. The self who crawled out of hell. Here to save Ace. Ace was also stunned. What's going on, two Luffys? He was being carried on Luffy's shoulder, the handcuffs not fully removed, dragging half a chain on one wrist. First he saw the warship, then the prisoners at the bow, and finally the figure jumping down. Then he heard that voice. The voice calling his name. It was Luffy's voice. But there was already a Luffy beside him. The white-haired one carrying him who had just rescued him from the execution platform. Two Luffys. One was carrying him, the other was jumping down towards him. Ace's mind was completely boggled. He looked at the white-haired Luffy carrying him, then at the Luffy and the prisoner, clothes falling from the sky, his mouth opening and closing, unable to say a word. From the gap at the edge of the square, Ron took in everything. He watched the warship tilt, saw the prisoner-clad Luffy jump down, saw the future Luffy stop on the ice, and look up, watched Ace turn his head back and forth between the two Luffys. Then he took a deep breath and buried his face in his hands. Damn it. On the other side, when Garp crawled out from the wooden box fragments, his mind was still processing the information from earlier. His grandson, his black-haired, red-vested, foolish grandson, who had taken countless hits from his love punch, had turned white, a shade of white older than him. No, this was not the point. The point was that this brat said he wanted to sever their grandfather-grandson relationship. Luffy said it. That serious gaze was no joke. Garp had lived for a good half of his life, having been entrusted with Roger's legacy, scolded by Sengoku, and fought fiercely against rocks in the Valley of God. Not a single event had left him breathless. But the words he had just heard almost made him choke on the spot. Severing ties. No more Makino's drinks. No face to return to Windmill Village. Where did this brat learn such words? Then he saw the second thing. It was not the white-haired Luffy running. It was another Luffy jumping down from a descending warship, dressed in a black and white prison uniform, covered in wounds, tears, and snot smeared across his face, scrambling on the ice towards the execution platform. Two Luffys. One with white hair carrying Ace away, and the other with black hair charging in. Garp opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. His brain crashed. One Luffy had turned into two. Rubbing his eyes, he thought he was mistaken, only to find that it truly was Luffy. When did I get three grandsons? In the narrow gap at the edge of the square, Ron took a deep breath of the cold air, cupping his hands around his mouth, using all his lung capacity. White-haired Luffy, don't just stand there. Hurry up and go. Ron's voice cracked, each word breaking, and you. He pointed at the prison-clad Luffy on the ice. You hurry up too. Take your people and retreat. He took a breath. His throat was already hoarse, yet he continued to shout, Whitebeard pirates. Ace has already been rescued. No need for stubbornness. Retreat. The white-haired Luffy glanced in Ron's direction while carrying the unconscious Ace. Then he nodded. Without hesitation, according to plan, he turned before grabbing the prison-clad Luffy by the shoulder and pushed him towards the direction of the Whitebeard pirates. Take them away, he said, pushing off with his feet. The rubberized ice surface propelled him towards the direction of the Moby Dick. The prison-clad Luffy staggered on the ice, steadying himself, watching the white-haired figure carrying Ace disappear into the distance, stunned for a second. Then he grinned. Even though I don't know who you are, thank you for saving Ace. He turned and ran towards the breakout team of Impelled Down. The prisoners were crawling out among the wreckage of the warship. Ujinbi lifted a broken mast with one hand, while Crocodile stood on the ruins, coldly observing it all, sand swirling at his fingertips. The prison-clad Luffy shouted while running, retreat. Ace has been rescued. Retreat. Akainu stood on the ice watching the scene unfold. Whitebeard was in retreat, the captains were tightening their formation, and that white-haired brat who rescued Ace was turning his back to him, exposing his entire back. A cold smile spread across Akainu's face. He knew the Whitebeard pirates too well as these pirates' weaknesses. Fire Fist, Ace was rescued. Akainu's voice was not loud, but pierced through the sound of cannon fire. The Whitebeard pirates are nothing special. After all, you are just a pack of stray dogs, barely surviving thanks to an unknown brat. What does Whitebeard count as the world's strongest? He can't even protect his own son, needing others to save him. His voice echoed across the battlefield. Every member of the Whitebeard pirates heard it. Some stopped, some tightened their grips on their weapons, and some turned to look back. Akainu's mockery struck the Whitebeard pirates' most vulnerable spot, family dignity. Whitebeard is their father, Ace is their brother, no one can insult them without facing consequences. Ace's expression darkened, and he stopped. Akainu's words pierced through his consciousness like a glowing iron bar. Flames erupted from his shoulders, back, and arms again, the scorching waves causing Luffy's palm to sizzle. Ace. Luffy grabbed his wrist. Don't. He insulted Dad. Ace's voice was calm, but the flames burned in his pupils. He shook off Luffy's hand and took a step towards Akainu. Luffy lunged at him, arms slipping under Ace's armpits, locking him in a tight embrace. Armament hockey hardened and covered his arms, suppressing Ace's struggles. Ace's flames burned against Luffy's body, but the rubber skin and Nika form only heated slightly, without melting. Luffy gritted his teeth, feeling every muscle of Ace desperately trying to break free. This man would rather die than let his family be insulted. This is Portgasty. Ace. This is why in the previous times Ace would always go back to fight. It was not impulsiveness. It was something ingrained in his bones, unchangeable. Let go of me, Luffy. I won't let go. He insulted Dad. You heard it right. He insulted Dad. Luffy remained silent. He tightened his grip, holding Ace even tighter to the point where Ace's ribs creaked. Then he raised one hand, clenched into a fist armament hockey, concentrating at the tip, aimed at Ace's nape. I'm sorry, Ace. A punch fell. Ace's body went limp. The flames flickered one last time before retracting back into his skin. He fell unconscious in Luffy's arms, his expression still frozen in anger, but his body had relaxed. Kuina was stunned. His mockery had never failed. Pirates are a group of impulsive, mindless beasts. As long as you poke at their pain points, they will pounce to their deaths. Whitebeard would be enraged. Ace would turn back. This was a script he had already written. But that white-haired brat did not turn back. Not only did he not turn back, but he also knocked Ace unconscious. In front of everyone, right before the eyes of this Marine Admiral, he knocked out the enraged Fire Fist Ace, then carried him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, continuing to dash towards the Moby Dick. Kuina's expression changed from mockery to cold hardness. His script was torn apart. The white-haired Luffy carried Ace, landing on the deck of the Moby Dick. The wooden deck withstood the impact, the rubberized feet dispersing the force throughout the ship, producing only a faint creaking sound. Whitebeard stood at the bow, looking down at the two young men. A white-haired brat carrying his unconscious son, traversing through the cannon fire of the entire battlefield above, breaking through the blockade of the three admirals, and escaping the encirclement of 100,000 Marines, bringing Ace back home. Whitebeard's crescent-shaped mustache curled up as he laughed. Gurura, everyone, retreat. The bow of the Moby Dick split the ice layer, the enormous sails filled with the sea breeze, producing a deep, booming sound. The ship carved two deep, white grooves on the ice, shattered ice being pushed aside by the hull, as if plowed through frozen earth. The flag of the Whitebeard pirates fluttered atop the mast, the skull and crossbones banner torn by cannonballs, yet it still waved proudly. White-haired Luffy laid Ace down on the deck. Ace's chest rose and fell steadily, the red mark of an hockey punch still visible on the back of his neck, yet his breathing had returned to a normal rhythm. A few younger crewmates who knew how to bandage wounds rushed over, wrapping bandages around his skin that had been chafed by the shackles. White-haired Luffy squatted beside him for a moment, confirming that Ace was fine, then stood up and walked to the edge of the ship. Prison garb Luffy was hanging over the ship's railing. He had just crawled out from the wreckage of the impelled down escape ship, soaked to the skin, his prison clothes covered in ice shards and seawater. His eyes were also on Ace, the Ace lying on the deck, breathing in and out. Not the Ace kneeling on the execution platform, not the Ace pierced by magma, but the living Ace. Prison garb Luffy's movements were gentle. He slowly walked over to Ace, squatted down, and poked Ace's face with one finger. Warm, soft, alive. He poked again, then sat down on the deck. Tears began to fall. Ace, alive, he cried without any semblance of composure, snot and tears mingling, his shoulders shaking. The younger crewmates wisely made way, allowing him to sit beside Ace and cry. White-haired Luffy stood at the ship's edge, looking down at the version of himself from 2 years ago. He did not go over to comfort, nor did he say anything. He understood that feeling. It was the most real nightmare he had ever experienced, and now that nightmare had awakened, it needed to be cried out. Then he turned around, looking towards the stern of the ship. Whitebeard stood on the ice. The ice shattered beneath his feet, not from cannonballs, but crushed by the force surging from within him. Song Yun-chia was embedded in the ice beside him, the hilt still trembling slightly. He crossed his arms over his chest, his white mustache billowing in the wind, the cape being tugged straight by the sea breeze. Behind him was the receding silhouette of the Moby Dick, while in front lay the entire naval pursuit fleet. Sengoku. Whitebeard's voice was not loud, yet the entire ice surface could hear him. If you want to chase my sons, you must first ask me. His arms suddenly spread wide. The power of the tremor fruit coalesced into two transparent orbs of light on his fists, the air within them tremoring wildly, emitting a sharp, buzzing sound. He slammed his fists downwards, striking the air, not downwards but forwards. Crack! The sound of the air shattering was louder than ever. The fissure spread from his fists to the sides like two invisible blades, slicing through the ice, cutting through the sea, severing the horizon. Where the fissure spread, the seawater did not surge out, it split apart. The sea was torn in two, revealing an unfathomable black abyss wide enough to swallow the entire fleet. The seawater formed two waterfall-like walls on either side of the fissure, the white foam rolling over the water walls, yet not a single drop could cross that line. The naval pursuit fleet was blocked on the other side of this sea rift. The bows of the warships screeched to a halt at the edge of the fissure, the hulls emitting a piercing metallic groan. Several small patrol boats that reacted too late slid directly into the fissure, disappearing into the mist. Even the sound of falling into the water was swallowed by the abyss. Marco landed beside Whitebeard, the blue flames retracting into the wings of the phoenix. His expression was calm, yet his wings remained unfurled. He was ready to continue fighting. Old man, I'm staying behind. Marco. Whitebeard did not look at him, his gaze still fixed on the naval fleet across the fissure. Take them away. But old man, Marco. Whitebeard's voice was calm, unlike a conversation on a battlefield. I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship in the new world that can carry me. But you have one. That white-haired brat, no matter where he came from. Your ship has just set sail. Don't stop. Marco's wings stiffened for a moment. He sensed the unwavering will in his old man's tone. Marco gritted his teeth. The blue flames erupted from his wings, transforming him into the phoenix and soaring towards the direction of the Moby Dick. He flew swiftly, too fast to dare look back. Whitebeard stood alone on the ice. In front of him was the torn sea, behind him the receding silhouette of the ship. He retracted his fists, gripping the hilt of Tsongyun, Chia once more pulling the long knife from the ice. The tip of the knife pointed towards the naval fleet. The fissure on the ice continued to spread, the sea roaring within it like a colossal beast caged. No one dared to cross that line. Sengoku stood at the bow of the flagship of the pursuit fleet, his knuckles cracking ominously. The golden giant Buddha's light had already receded, his expression restored to the calm of a commander, yet the scar in the shape of a river on his forehead could not be smoothed out. Two Luffy's one Whitebeard ace was rescued, and the Navy headquarters had its face utterly shattered in this battle. He gazed at the blurred figure of that white-haired brat across the fissure, too far away to see the face, yet he knew those eyes must be smiling. Newgate. Sengoku whispered this name, his voice filled with both anger and exhaustion. Whitebeard did not respond. He leaned on Tsongyun Chia, standing at the edge of the ice fissure, watching the naval fleet slowly retreat on the other side. A faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth, a sense of peace. On the deck of the Moby Dick, prison garb Luffy stood up from beside Ace. His tears were not yet dry, snot still lingering on his lips, but his gaze had changed. He bypassed the ship's doctor, walked through the crowd of onlooking pirates, and directly approached white-haired Luffy. His prison garb was tattered, claw marks from the impelled-down guards still visible on his face, yet he raised his head, glaring at white-haired Luffy like an enraged cub. Why did you knock Ace out? His voice was hoarse, tinged with the tremor of crying and anger. He did not recognize this white-haired person, but one thing was clear to him. This person had knocked Ace out with a single punch on the ice. He had seen it with his own eyes. White-haired Luffy looked at this version of himself from 2 years ago. He saw a face identical to his own, just younger, more disheveled, and less understanding. He saw the anger and confusion in those eyes. That was the self who had yet to experience the war at Marineford, who had yet to see Ace die in his arms, still believing that as long as he saved someone, everything would be fine. White-haired Luffy reached out to touch the back of his head, grinning. You idiot. Prison garb Luffy's eyes widened even further. What did you call me? I called you an idiot. White-haired Luffy took his hand off the back of his head, poked prison garb Luffy's forehead. Do you want Ace to go back and fight the Admiral? Kuina would explode at just a few words. Do you really think he could win if he went back? What I did was to save him. If I hadn't knocked him out, he would have rushed back to fight Kuina by now. Do you think he could survive? The prisoner-clothed Luffy opened his mouth to retort, but said nothing. The white-clothed Luffy withdrew his hand, the smile fading, yet his tone turned serious. I know what you want to say. You believe it was wrong to knock Ace unconscious. But if you truly experienced the feeling of Ace dying in front of you, then you would understand that knocking him out was not wrong. As long as it means keeping him alive, anything is acceptable. The prisoner-clothed Luffy fell silent for a long time. His fists clenched, and then relaxed, his teeth biting his lower lip, and tears began to well up in his eyes. He recalled the suffering he endured and impelled down, the reason he had desperately rushed here, and the ecstatic joy he felt when he saw Ace alive just moments ago. Then he lowered his head and harshly wiped his eyes with his dirty hand. I don't understand what you're saying, but you make it sound like you do. Of course I do. The white-clothed Luffy grinned widely, his smile radiant. Because I am, you idiot. The prisoner-clothed Luffy did not respond. He looked at the smiling face of the white-clothed Luffy, feeling a mix of confusion and admiration within him. This person was so strange, obviously having struck Ace, yet claiming it was to save him, obviously not knowing him, yet constantly saying I am you. But his eyes could not lie. Those eyes were genuinely filled with concern for Ace, more so than anyone else. He slowly retreated back to the ship's doctor, crouching down again, looking at the unconscious Ace, and fell silent. A few bold pirates watched this farce unfold without daring to speak. They glanced back and forth between the white-haired and black-haired Luffy. Two Luffys, one teaching the other a lesson, and surprisingly the one being lectured didn't even retort. Ron stood at the ship's railing leaning against the guardrail, watching the entire scene from start to finish. When the white-clothed Luffy yelled "You idiot," the corner of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luffy was scolding himself for being an idiot. This was probably the only chance to see Straw Hat Luffy calling Straw Hat Luffy an idiot. If he had a phone, he would definitely take a picture and send it to Nami. No, he would sell it to Morgans. That Birdman from the World Economic News Agency would likely pay 100 million berries for this photo. The more Ron thought about it, the harder it became to contain himself. Then an explosion echoed from the stern of the ship. Boom. It was not cannon fire. It was the sound of magma colliding with the air, a force powerful enough to rip apart the sky. The shockwaves surged from behind, causing the Moby Dick to jolt violently, and empty barrels on the deck rolled everywhere. Ron's smile vanished. He braced himself against the guardrail to steady his body, looking towards the stern. Whitebeard stood in front of Akainu. Song Yun Chia was placed horizontally before him, with more cracks appearing on the hilt. Akainu's right arm transformed into magma, crashing into Whitebeard's fist. The power of the tremor fruit shattered the magma into countless fiery fragments. Akainu did not retreat. His right arm was shattered, but it reformed and struck back with a face as hard as iron. At the same time, two beams of light shot in from the direction of the Navy fleet, blue representing Akiji's ice, and gold representing Kizaris light, beams colliding with Marco and Vista hundreds of meters behind the Moby Dick. The sea erupted with bursts of ice and sparks. But closer were the pacifistas. Three bear-shaped weapons flanked in from the side on the ice. They were not human, showing no hesitation or fear. Kizaris laser beams shot out from their mouths, three golden beams crossing and sweeping across the ice. The retreating pirates had no time to dodge. Their bodies were blasted away by the beams, limbs, and shattered ice flying into the air. The white-clothed Luffy looked at Ron. His expression changed, not the relaxed demeanor from earlier when arguing, but that of a warrior awaiting orders. "Ron, what should I do next?" "Accelerate the ship." Ron answered without a pause. "Why is Whitebeard holding the rear?" "It is so you can leave alive. If this ship slows down for even a second, they will suffer for another second. We cannot let their hard work go to waste. Let the ship run." The white-clothed Luffy nodded. He strode to the main mast, gripping the base of the mast tightly, taking a deep breath. The unique white skin of the Nika form began to swell on his chest. Massive amounts of air were drawn into his rubber-like lungs, causing his ribcage to expand several times. Then he suddenly turned, directing his mouth towards the mainsail. A gale erupted from his mouth, the compressed air transforming into a visible white column that slammed into the mainsail. The sail was filled with this artificial hurricane. The canvas stretched taut, like a war drum, the fibers making a creaking sound at their limits. The bow of the Moby Dick suddenly rose, and then began to glide across the ice. Chunks of ice exploded from the sides of the ship like an avalanche, and the waves were pushed back. A few pirates who hadn't managed to board were pulled up by their comrades in a hurry, though everyone on the deck was searching for something to hold on to. Several of them lost their footing and fell on their backs. The sail was fully inflated to its limit, and the mast groaned under the immense weight. The ship's speed doubled. The pirates on the deck erupted into cheers. Several captain-level officers rushed to the ship's edge, desperately waving at their comrades on the rear, their voices drowned out by the cannon fire. "Old man, come back quickly. We're retreating. Hurry." They could not finish their words. A tremor resonated from the end of the ice, as if something heavy had paused between heaven and earth. Then a tall shadow stepped out from the rear line, stepping onto the rocks between the Navy ship and the sea. Whitebeard stood atop the rocks, Song Yun Chia embedded beside him, his cape already half burned away by flames and magma. He did not look back, nor did he need to. He knew his sons were calling for him, waiting for him, but he had already left behind too much. Gurara! Whitebeard's laughter drowned out the sea wind, the cannon fire, and the consecutive shouts from the ship. He paused for a moment, then turned his head, just enough to let everyone on the Moby Dick see the curve of his profile. His crescent mustache trembled in the wind. With blood at the corner of his mouth and no sadness in his eyes. "You lot." Whitebeard's voice was hoarse, yet struck every word into the tumultuous winds. "Carry on with the legacy of your old man. Live on. Old man is paving the way for you into a new era." His arm muscles suddenly bulged, the power of the tremor fruit exploding at his fist, forcing Akainu to retreat several steps. Akainu's magma fist shattered against the crack in the air, the crack and half a rock fragment collapsing together, severing the last chase route between the Navy and the pirates. The seawater surged with shattered rocks and floating ice, highlighting Whitebeard's towering figure like an isolated island. On the deck of the Moby Dick, cries erupted simultaneously. No one commanded, no one ordered. These tough men who had been fighting fiercely against the Navy during the day now knelt on the deck, crying uncontrollably. "Old man. No, how can we leave the old man behind? I want to swim back to save the old man." "Are you stupid? Do you want to waste the old man's efforts? Hold him down." Marco flew down to the ship's edge, blue flames still quietly burning on his wings. He did not cry out, only lowered his head, his entire being feeling as if his bones had been pulled away. He understood better than anyone. Once the old man made a decision, he would never look back. Ron stood at the edge of the ship, gazing at the ice surface engulfed in flames and thick smoke. The figure of Whitebeard grew smaller until it became a mere black dot on the horizon. But that black dot was still moving, the cold light of the swinging sword glinting every few seconds, each flash signifying a tremor strong enough to tear through the atmosphere. That man was exchanging his life for everyone else's escape. Ron's hands gripped the railing of the ship, his knuckles creaking. He came from another world where Whitebeard was merely a character from a comic, an enormous old man whose last line was, "I am a remnant of the old era." But now he was on this ship surrounded by pirates kneeling on the deck, weeping heart-wrenchingly, while Marco's blue flames quietly burned, casting no light on his ashen face. Whitebeard was not just a character, he was a father figure to these people. Even if the Navy couldn't kill Ace, destroying Whitebeard wouldn't be considered a failure. Sengoku was well aware of this. The strongest man in the world dying at Marineford would still allow the Navy to save face. Ron understood this too, he just felt it was unfair. Whitebeard clearly could have survived. Then he heard laughter, and the moment he did, goosebumps crawled from his arms to the back of his neck. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach emerged from the shadows of the ice, followed by the monsters he had recruited from level 6 of Impel Down. The Jolly Roger of the Blackbeard pirates, 3 skulls flickered in and out of view amidst the smoke. Teach opened his arms, looking up at Whitebeard, his expression a mix of greed, resentment, and a morbid worship. He had waited for this moment for 20 years, ever since he was a deckhand on Whitebeard's ship, when he killed Sachi and took the Yami no Mi, and even while being hunted by Ace across half the Grand Line. Now at this moment, Whitebeard stood alone, exhausted and injured, while he had the Yami no Mi and the allies he had gathered from Impel Down firmly positioned as the victor. Ron narrowed his eyes, recalling the ultimate fate of the Gura no Mi. It was the most destructive paramecia devil fruit on this planet, capable of causing earthquakes and tearing apart the sea. And such power would ultimately fall into the hands of that despicable traitor Teach. He stood on the deck of the Moby Dick, watching Teach's silhouette twist in the flames, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the railing. Not happy, very unhappy, but he knew there was nothing he could do right now. Luffy had just exhausted his last ounce of strength to accelerate the ship, and now was an old man squatting under the mast, gasping for breath. As for Luffy in prison clothes, he hadn't even treated his wounds from Impel Down. He could stand only because of sheer will. If he dared to turn back now, it would be betting the lives of the entire crew on his momentary dissatisfaction. Ron took a deep breath, pulling his gaze back from Teach. There's nothing I can do about it, these guys are all. Wait, that ship. He saw a ship, its prow adorned with a coiling dragon which held a red orb in its mouth. The sail was dark red and 2 crossed swords hung from the mast. It was not the typical pirate skull flag, but a red skull marked with 3 scars. The red-haired pirate's ship, Red Force. Ron recognized the figure standing at the bow, red-haired, cloaked in black, with one sleeve flapping in the sea breeze, and his remaining right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Behind him stood Beckman Jesus Burgess and Lockie Lou, the officers of the red-haired pirates lined up behind him. The ship approached from the horizon. Its speed was not fast, but it exuded an imposing aura that overshadowed the entire battlefield. Shanks. He had indeed come. Everything was unfolding according to the script. No, perhaps precisely because everything was following the script, Ron could finally breathe a sigh of relief. With Shanks here, Sengoku's pursuit would have to cease, and Whitebeard's body would be treated with respect, no matter how reluctant the Navy headquarters was. They would have to hold back. Ron leaned his back against the railing, exhaling deeply. His lungs still ached, the cancer cells were still gnawing at his bones, but something had loosened on his shoulders. He glanced at the system panel, still silent, the reversal value still 0, with no task pop-ups or any notifications. Everything had to wait until they returned to Onigashima for settlement. Ace had been saved. Port Gas D. Ace the Fire Fist, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Luffy's brother, was still alive, bandaged by the ship's doctor, lying on the deck, breathing steadily. Ron turned to look. Luffy squatted beside Ace, unable to hide the curve of his lips. Ron closed his eyes. No matter what, this could be considered a success. He did it. The greatest regret of the Marineford War had been rewritten. Luffy did not have to hold Ace's corpse and cry until he was hoarse, and the Whitebeard pirates did not have to leave Marineford with 2 gravestones. As for the rest, the fate of Whitebeard, Teach's rise, the ownership of the Gura no Mi, those were another story. His current task was singular: to wait for the system to settle and exchange reversal value for lifespan. Then he could continue living. No longer needing to count down the days, he could truly live. The sea breeze blew, carrying the scent of smoke and salt. The Moby Dick continued sailing into the distance. Behind it, the Navy headquarters enveloped in flames and smoke. Half a day later, the Moby Dick docked in a secluded bay of a deserted island. The island was small, and from the bow of the ship, one could see the end of the island. The entire island was covered in dense tropical trees, the canopies so thick that no light penetrated, with only a ring of white sand beach visible along the coastline. On either side of the bay entrance were naturally formed rocky barriers enclosing the water's surface inside like a mirror, with the Moby Dick quietly floating on the mirror-like surface, its bullet holes and burn marks faintly visible in the sea mist. This was one of the refuge anchorages reserved by the Whitebeard pirates on the Grand Line. Without permanent pointers, it would be impossible to find, but at least it was temporarily safe. As Marco stepped off the ship, the shadows under his eyes were as deep as two pits. He had not cried since retreating from Marineford, not a single tear had fallen. But the first thing he did after disembarking was not to rest. He walked to an old banyan tree at the edge of the beach, drew a dagger from his waist, and began to carve words into the trunk. Edward Newgate. After carving the last letter, he sheathed the dagger and stepped back, looking at the inscription, quiet as a guardian at a tombstone. On the deck, White Luffy leaned against the ship's railing, observing the scene on the beach with a tranquil expression so quiet that it hardly resembled Luffy. Whitebeard stayed behind to cover for them. He repeated this sentence in his mind countless times, each iteration bearing the same conclusion: that old man exchanged his life for all of theirs. Luffy. A hand rested on his shoulder. White Luffy turned his head to find Ace standing behind him. His wrist was still wrapped in bandages. The wounds from the seastone shackles had yet to scab over, but his movements were already quite nimble. Fire Fist, Ace's recovery speed, had always been something one need not worry about. He looked just like before, with the orange cowboy hat pulled low, freckles standing out in the sunlight, as if sprinkled with sesame seeds. But the way he looked at White Luffy was different. There was something more in his gaze, a mix of gratitude and confusion. "You've changed so much," Ace said. White Luffy grinned, slightly wanting to say something, but holding back. He gazed at Ace's face, at that face that had died in his memory, at those eyes still sparking with fire. Then he reached out and hugged Ace tightly. Ace was embraced so forcefully that his ribs creaked. An expression of pain flashed across his face, but he didn't push away. Instead, he patted White Luffy's back. All right, Ace's voice was a bit hoarse. "I'm alive, aren't I?" "I know." White Luffy's voice was muffled against Ace's shoulder. "I just wanted to confirm." Ace didn't press further. He didn't know what this Luffy had gone through to become like this, with white hair, an eerie demeanor, and those eyes that occasionally revealed a fatigue not belonging to Luffy. But he didn't need to ask, because no matter what he had experienced, this person was Luffy. That was enough. On the other side of the ship's railing, prisoner Luffy squatted on a barrel, arms crossed over his chest, his face filled with displeasure. He glanced at Ace and White Luffy in their embrace, looked at the captains on the beach carving names and starting to distribute the wine bottles, and then at the deck strewn with bandages, broken blades, and empty cannon shells. Then he turned his displeased gaze towards Ron. "Hey." Ron was leaning against the mast, resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing the "hey," he knew trouble was brewing. He opened one eye. "What's up? Why did you stop me just now?" Prisoner Luffy jumped down from the barrel and walked up to Ron, looking up at him with a glare. He was half a head shorter than Ron, but his momentum was not diminished at all. His face, identical to his future self, was filled with questioning. "When we were on the ship, I wanted to go back and help Ace fight that giant Buddha. Why did you stop me?" Ron opened both eyes wide. He looked at the Luffy before him, still untrained in hockey, with a bruised face from being beaten by the beastly guards of Impel Down, and those defiant eyes that hadn't yet shed tears of despair from the greatest war, and suddenly felt envious. Envious that he didn't yet know what loss meant, envious that he still believed that charging forward could resolve everything. Then Ron smiled. "Do you want to learn Gear 4th? Prisoner Luffy's expression shifted from anger to daze in just 0.3 seconds. His mouth formed a round shape, and his eyes widened like two donuts. Gear 4th. It sounded impressive. Of course he wanted to learn. He couldn't even use hockey yet. What if he learned Gear 4th directly? You. What about me?" Ron smirked confidently. With a single sentence, he had Luffy in his grasp. Prisoner Luffy jumped in place, his eyes sparkling like 2 stars. "You really can. How did you learn it? You don't look strong at all. You don't even have hockey." Ron pointed to his own temple. "Knowledge is power. I know the principle. You just need to practice it yourself." Prisoner Luffy nodded vigorously, his expression shifting from displeasure to fervent admiration. He had just wanted to question Ron about why he stopped him, and now he was practically ready to call Ron master. White Luffy stepped out of Ace's embrace and walked up to Ron. His expression was much calmer than before, but Ron saw a familiar something in his eyes, a look that wished to change the past. Very urgently. "Ron, we can go back now," White Luffy said. Then he paused, lowered his head, and his voice softened. "It's just a bit regrettable. Whitebeard. He stayed in Marineford forever to protect us. If only he could be alive." Ace halted a short distance away, his smile fading slowly as he heard Whitebeard's name. He turned his head, the brim of his hat pulled low. "What's the rush?" Ron leaned against the mast, unmoving, his voice calm. Let's stay here for a day and think of a plan. After all, we can cross over again. As long as we can cross back, we can save whoever we want, including Whitebeard Newgate. White Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Really? Ron nodded. Just as he finished speaking, a wave of scorching heat surged towards him from the side. Ace had also come over, taking a quick step in front of Ron, the warmth and gravity he had just shared with White Luffy evaporating in an instant. Ron could even see sparks flying from his shoulder. You. Are you serious? Absolutely. Ron patted his rapidly beating heart, shaking off the sparks, but don't get too excited just yet. White Luffy tilted his head slightly. Ron straightened up, pulling his back away from the mast, his tone becoming serious. After we cross back, this time your memories should not be erased. Because you are the target character bound to me, the rules of the system should be an exception for you. However, he turned to Ace, you can't. I can take your brother back to change history. This parallel world will remain, but your memories will be reset. When we cross back, next time, everything here will return to the starting point, to the moment the war on the summit begins. You will remember nothing. Ace blinked, pausing for a moment. What parallel world? What memory erasure? Can you speak plainly? He thought for a moment and furrowed his brow. Did you just say crossover? Is that the power of a devil fruit? The time fruit of Wano? Ron opened his mouth, suddenly feeling that he had complicated matters. The people of the Grand Line couldn't comprehend the multiverse and parallel worlds, but they understood devil fruits. He rubbed his temples, trying to simplify his explanation more or less. I can take people back to the past. I brought your brother over to save you before you were executed, so the Navy can't get your head now. Except for the two of us, everyone else's memories will return to the state before we arrived for the first time. You will not remember me, nor the outcome of this battle, nor will you know White Luffy. All right, Ace said straightforwardly, as if Ron was asking him what to eat tonight, instead of discussing memory erasure. As long as Dad can live, as long as we are all alive, memories are irrelevant. At worst, you can punch me again. After all, you've knocked me out once already. Ace. White Luffy nodded solemnly beside him. The campfire burned on the beach all night, and by dawn only a pile of ashes and a few smoking twigs remained. The sea mist had yet to disperse, and the trees on the island peeked out from the fog like a row of silent sentinels. Marco had sat under the tree for the whole night, the carved words on the trunk dampened by dew, their colors deepened, resembling freshly carved inscriptions. Ron sat cross-legged beside the ashes, holding a twig in his hand, sketching circles in the sand. He had been drawing for half the morning, circles within circles, lines connecting lines, densely woven like a spider's web. Each circle represented a person, and each line represented a possibility. He tried to draw everyone who could be pulled into the battlefield, then connected them with lines, hoping to piece together a complete path. But it couldn't be pieced together. He jabbed the twig into the sand and looked up, exhaling a breath of frustration. White Luffy squatted beside him, his hair a messy tuft, resting his chin on his knees. He watched Ron draw circles for a long time, growing increasingly frowny. He wasn't good at this convoluted stuff, but he understood what Ron was thinking. They were searching for a method, a way to ensure everyone could retreat safely without Whitebeard needing to hold the line alone. If someone could hold off the three admirals, if someone could cover the retreat of the Moby Dick, if someone could lend an extra hand at a crucial moment, Whitebeard wouldn't have to face the entire Navy alone. It would be great if someone could help. White Luffy's voice was muffled, filled with a frustration that the sea breeze couldn't disperse. Ron didn't answer immediately. He pulled the twig out again and wrote several names in the sand. Rayleigh, Jabba, Shanks, Kaido. Then he crossed them out one by one. There are quite a few who can help. Ron pointed at the first name with the twig, the Dark King Rayleigh. He's on Sabaody Archipelago, not far from Marineford. He watched the entire Marineford War live, didn't move at all. If he could have intervened, he would have come earlier, but who knows what he's thinking. It's tough to make him act. He moved the twig to the second name. Spack Jabba, the third member of the Roger Pirates. His strength is on par with Rayleigh, but he's an Elbaf too far from here. By the time you swim over to find him, the Marineford War would have already concluded 3 rounds. Not dependable. He jabbed the twig into the third name, causing an indentation in the sand. Shanks. He did come, he was scouting. The war ended, Whitebeard died, he arrived, and then said, do me a favor. His goal was to end the war, not to save Whitebeard. You think he would come early? He might not be willing. Relying on someone who specializes in timing, do you think that's reliable? White Luffy's expression became increasingly grim. Shanks. Ron paused, his gaze landing on the fourth name. The twig hovered above it without poking down, then he suddenly let out a laugh that was more of a mockery than humor. Kaido. He was intercepted by Shanks and couldn't make it to Marineford. Otherwise, the Marineford War would have been a clash of 2 emperors mixed with the Marine headquarters. But thinking back now, it's quite regrettable. If Kaido really came, the scene would have been even more chaotic. The chaos might have provided a better opportunity to take advantage. He crossed out Kaido's name and threw the twig into the ashes. Those watching the show are watching, the far ones are far, and the timely ones are timely. Ron leaned against the nearby reef, rubbing his swollen temples. It's truly a headache. Not far away, the prison outfit Luffy had been listening intently. He squatted on a rock, and as he listened, his brows twisted into a knot. When he heard the last sentence, headache, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore and jumped down from the rock. I don't need anyone's help. I'll knock them all out. The prison outfit Luffy's voice was loud and crisp, exploding on the beach, startling several seagulls to take flight from the trees. Akayo, Kizaru, that ice-using Akiji, and that golden Buddha. Knock them all out. One person is enough. As long as I knock them all out, Whitebeard can come back alive. There was a moment of silence. Ron opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but White Luffy moved first. He sighed, stood up, and walked over, reaching out to pat the prison outfit Luffy's head. Yes, you're right. White Luffy's tone was more dismissive than the sea breeze. Go play somewhere else. What did you say? The prison outfit Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of offense. You clearly are. I said you're right. White Luffy smiled, the smile tinged with bitterness. Go play. I'll call you when I think of a way. The prison outfit Luffy angrily walked away, kicking sand as he went, muttering to himself. He walked to the other side of the beach, jumped onto a large rock, sat cross-legged with his back to everyone, his arms crossed tightly over his chest, sulking. Ron looked at the sulking figure, then at the helpless expression of White Luffy beside him, the corners of his mouth twitching. This scene was too surreal. The sun god in Nika form had just clashed head-on with Sengoku, while another self squatted on a rock sulking. Who would believe it if told? White Luffy turned and walked back, squatting down beside Ron, scratching the back of his head, pointing at the sulking prison outfit Luffy behind them. Have I always been like this? Ron tilted his head to glance at him, a deeper smile on his lips. You're like this now too. The beach was quiet for a while. The sea mist had mostly cleared and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting mottled light spots on the sandy ground. Marco was still guarding the carved words under the tree, while other captains were scattered, some sleeping, enveloped in a fatigue that felt like a survival from a disaster. Ron smoothed out the densely drawn sand at his feet and picked up the twig again. The avenue for external assistance had already hit a dead end. Rayleigh was watching the show. Jabba was too far. Shanks was scouting, and Shanks blocking Kaido also meant blocking the only variable. Since they couldn't rely on the outside, they needed to change direction. He jabbed the twig into the sand. Since there's no external aid, let's find some internal support. Internal cooperation. White Luffy, who was lying on the sand, boredly blowing sand, suddenly lifted his head. Upon hearing this, his eyes bright. Ace leaned against the coconut tree trunk, his hand, holding the wine flask, just raised to his mouth. The action halted. He lowered the flask, his eyes narrowed under the brim of his hat, a smile, slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. Internal cooperation. White Luffy sat up suddenly, his legs crossed, body leaning forward. Great idea. Who should we find? Ace also leaned over, squatting down opposite Ron, his fingers absent-mindedly twisting the cork of the wine jug. He said nothing, but his expression spoke volumes. He was deep in thought, and quite seriously at that. The 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates was as sharp-minded as anyone. He was already filtering potential candidates within the Navy who could be swayed. Ron did not answer immediately. He drew a circle in the sand with a twig, writing 2 characters inside the circle, Navy. Then he drew a little figure outside the circle, pulling an arrow from it that pierced straight through the circle. We need someone who can access core intelligence. Someone who can hold Sengoku at bay in critical moments. Someone, he lifted his eyelids and looked at white-haired Luffy, who can stand against Akainu at the execution platform. White-haired Luffy's expression shifted from excitement to bewilderment. He opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again, his brows knitting together. He recognized that look in Ron's eyes. The last time Ron showed this expression, it led him to sever ties with his own grandfather. You can't possibly mean your grandfather. Ron jabbed the twig into the center of the circle. Garp. White-haired Luffy's excited face instantly fell, shoulders drooping, hands spread wide. Grandpa's dream is to be a Marine. Ace nodded slightly beside him. The gesture was small, but heavy. He tightened the cork of the wine jug, resting it on his knee, his voice lowered. Forcing Grandpa Garp to abandon his ideals. He won't agree to that. Ace's tone was more resolute than Luffy's. He was raised by Garp, who, although he never called him Grandpa, he understood that old man better than anyone. That old man could defy orders to protect them. He didn't lift a finger at the execution platform, not even when Luffy sent him flying with a punch, but to have him completely side with the pirates was an entirely different matter. Not taking action is a matter of sentiment. Conversely, attacking the Navy is treachery. That old man has upheld his justice all his life, valuing it more than his own life. Ron's brows furrowed together. He had just put that idea out there, asking your grandfather to be an insider, yet after saying it, he himself felt a question mark in his heart. Garp is not Whitebeard. Whitebeard values loyalty. He recognizes anyone that Ace acknowledges. Garp values justice. He is loyal to the ideal behind the name of the Navy, even though the reality has long been corrupted by the celestial dragons. To turn Garp against the Navy is like asking a lifelong believer to renounce his faith on the spot. But it's not completely impossible. Ron pulled the twig from the sand and tapped it twice in his palm. He recalled certain matters. The real reason Garp refused to be promoted to Admiral Garp's attitude towards the celestial dragons and the choices he made during the God Valley incident alongside Roger. That old man has wavered before, he just hasn't found a better vessel than the Navy to contain his sense of justice. In the end, it still comes down to a lack of funding. Ron jabbed the twig into the ashes of the campfire, his tone sounding like he was talking to himself or calculating, what is Garp's justice? Protecting civilians and combating pirates, this aspect overlaps with the duties of the Navy. The problem lies with the Navy, where the celestial dragons ride high and mighty while the Navy has to clean up after them. Garp's refusal to be promoted to Admiral indicates that he doesn't want to be directly under the command of the celestial dragons. He remains a Vice Admiral, nominally still part of the Navy, but in reality, he is leaving himself a bit of leeway. What does this indicate? It shows that he knows there are problems within the Navy, he just doesn't have a better choice. Ace leaned against the rock. Originally, the brim of his hat was pulled low, but hearing this, he slowly lifted his head. If there were enough financial support, your grandfather could easily assemble his own crew. Ron's pace quickened, his thoughts sprawling across the sand. Not calling them pirates, but a new Navy sounds good, or an independent fleet would suffice. Not flying the celestial dragon's flag, not obeying the world government's orders, only doing what he wants to do. Catching real villains, protecting real civilians. Implementing his own justice according to his own ideas is surely better than being stifled in the Navy. Indeed. Ace stood upright from the rock, the firelight flickering in his pupils. The Navy shouts justice, but in reality they are merely the lackeys of the celestial dragons. How many actual villains has that old man fought in his lifetime? Rock's Shiki Barrett. Who among them is not more pirate-like than the celestial dragons? Yet the Navy headquarters has never sent him to confront the celestial dragons. Instead, they send ships every year to deliver gold to Marineford. The justice he safeguards is about protecting this kind of garbage. The fire in his words burned hotter than the campfire. When he was imprisoned and impelled down, the world government labeled him as the son of the pirate king, as if the blood of Roger inherited from his mother's womb was an original sin. He wanted nothing more than to shatter this absurd notion of justice. White-haired Luffy squatted beside them, listening to their heated discussion. At first he nodded along, but when he heard new Navy his eyes lit up, and when he heard protect civilians he grinned widely. However, when he heard financial support, a subtle change appeared on his face. I don't have any money. White-haired Luffy raised his hands, looking quite nonchalant. Ron turned to look at him. Ace also turned to look at him. White-haired Luffy blinked as if feeling his statement was somewhat inaccurate, and added, "It's all with Nami." Ron took a deep breath, burying his face in his palms. "You?" Ace couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You've been sailing this long and haven't saved a single penny." "I can eat," white-haired Luffy declared with confidence. "Being able to eat is a blessing." Ron lifted his face from his hands, feeling that his previous serious discussion about funding was almost a crime. How could he forget that this future pirate king before him couldn't pull out even a single berry? It's not that he has no money, he has never even touched money. The financial authority of the Straw Hat Pirates rests entirely in Nami's hands. Luffy himself doesn't even carry a wallet when he goes out, surviving up to now solely thanks to a navigator who knows how to manage accounts. Forget it. Ron rubbed his temples, deciding to skip the impossible task of discussing finance with Luffy. He shifted his gaze from white-haired Luffy to the ashes of the campfire, his mind flipping through another set of accounts. Money for Luffy is like air, yet in the grand line it is actually everywhere. However, most of the money is concentrated in the hands of a few. The issue of money isn't really an issue. Ron lowered his hands, his voice returning to its earlier calmness. In fact, the grand line is not lacking in money. The problem is who holds the money. White-haired Luffy tilted his head. As long as you have strength, money can be taken directly. Ron spoke bluntly without any embellishment. The celestial dragons plunder gold from all over the world every year. That money is enough to support a fleet for 100 years. The Golden Emperor Gilder Tetsolo controls 20% of the world's belly. His golden city is a walking treasury. And those billion-belly bounty pirates, who knows how rich they are behind the scenes. Not to mention the slave traders, arms dealers, and drug smugglers of the underground world. These people have so much dirty money that it would never wash clean. He paused, looking into the eyes of White Luffy. In any case, it's all for the sake of eliminating harm for the people. Who isn't it reasonable to take advantage of the situation? As long as one is willing to act, money will always be there. White Luffy squatted by the campfire, and he understood. Not because he understood Ron's calculations, he was still somewhat unclear about the money part. What he understood was something else. They were not trying to find a way for Grandpa to betray the Navy, but rather to give Grandpa a better choice than the Navy. Maybe we can give it a try. White Luffy stood up, fists colliding. Tell Grandpa not to be a Navy anymore, come be the new Navy Admiral. We'll help you get the money. Is the Celestial Dragon's money enough? If not, there's that golden bastard's. Ace nodded beside him, the corners of his mouth curving up higher and higher under the brim of his hat. Ron couldn't help but smile at their enthusiasm. He wasn't sure if Carp would be swayed by this reasoning, but one thing he was certain of: creating a justice better than that of the Navy would be easier for Carp to accept than betrayal. And Ace was right. The current state of the Navy was not deserving of the label of justice. A few wisps of campfire ash were blown away by the sea breeze, and just as Ron was about to toss a branch into the ash pile, an angry voice exploded from the other side of the beach. I want to fight too. Prisoner Luffy jumped down from the rock, charging barefoot through the sand, his face still smeared with the moss from earlier when he was sulking with gray from him impelled down, tangled in his messy black hair. His fists were clenched tightly, each step leaving a deep imprint in the sand. His posture didn't look like he was coming to join the discussion, and it looked more like he was coming to challenge someone. White Luffy turned back, watching this version of himself from 2 years ago charge over like a little rhinoceros whose tail had been stepped on, his expression shifting from confusion to helplessness. He tried to say something, but for a moment he didn't know what to say, only staring blankly as that face identical to his own rushed closer. Did he used to be this reckless? The answer was undoubtedly yes. He could even recite what Prisoner Luffy would say next day. After being sidelined for a long time, he had accumulated enough frustration. Now, as they discussed internal support, finding Grandpa, and the new Navy, he thought of it all as Ron playing around, not letting him fight. After all, he was just itching for a fight. Why is it that you can discuss for so long without me? We agreed to save Ace together. Although Ace has already been rescued, Whitebeard hasn't been saved yet. I want to fight. I want to knock that magma bastard away. You should learn hockey first, White Luffy replied flatly, without mockery or disdain, simply stating a fact. Just as calmly as when he usually said, I want to eat meat. Prisoner Luffy's footsteps halted. It wasn't that he was persuaded, he had simply heard an unfamiliar term. What is hockey? White Luffy fell silent for 2 seconds before raising his right hand. The Busashoku haki spread from his wrist to his entire palm, his skin instantly turning a metallic, glossy, pure black, the knuckles thickening, shining coldly in the sunlight. He clenched his fist, bones cracking with a sound. Prisoner Luffy stared at that blackhand mouth, agape, his eyes bulging like 2 boiled quail eggs. He instinctively reached out to touch it, feeling not rubber or skin, but a cold, hard, smooth material, like steel, yet undeniably, it was Luffy's own hand. This thing is called Busashoku haki. It can catch Logia users, injure ability users, and block knives and bullets. Without this, you won't even come close to a Kainu on the battlefield. I will tell you the internal support plan Ron just mentioned, but you won't be able to do anything, because you don't even know Busashoku. White Luffy's voice remained calm throughout, carrying a maturity that only comes after experiencing many partings and reunions. Prisoner Luffy's hand retracted from the black fist. His mouth was still agape, but the thought of knocking a Kainu away was caught in his throat and never uttered. He looked at White Luffy's black fist, then at his own hand, which had no luster at all. For the first time, he did not refute this white-haired version of himself. Ron watched this scene from the side and patted White Luffy on the shoulder. All right, enough with the nonsense. It's like playing a lute to a cow. White Luffy retracted his fist, the Busashoku fading from his fingertips, returning to his white skin. He turned away from the beach, heading towards the rocks, leaving Prisoner Luffy, who was still dazed, on the sand. Ron stood by the ashes, stretching lazily, the bones cracking loudly. His gaze crossed the beach over the mast of the Moby Dick, looking towards the sea. The plan had already been finalized. Find Carp as internal support, persuade him to establish a new navy. If they needed money, they would rob the Celestial Dragons, and the Golden Emperor. If they needed strength, they would rely on Luffy. He was uncertain about the success rate of this plan, but it was at least stronger than previous attempts. In the past, they didn't even have a plan. They relied solely on Luffy's instincts to charge, and at this time, they had a strategy they could truly implement. Ace stood under the old banyan tree at the edge of the beach, which bore Whitebeard's name carved into it, his orange cowboy hat shading half of his face, freckles still prominent in the sunlight. When he heard Ron say, "We'll come back later," the smile that had been barely perceptible finally appeared at the corners of his mouth. Ron had previously mentioned that except for Luffy, everyone's memories would be reset. Including Whitebeard's death, including the night of sobbing on the Moby Dick, including the name carved into this tree. Then let's say goodbye. Ace's voice carried a rare, lazy lightness, as if he wanted to leave all the weight behind this sentence. Before I leave, let me say a truth, although I don't quite understand what you mean by parallel worlds and memory erasure, regardless of whether it succeeds or not. Thank you, Ron. Even if I won't remember these. Thank you is premature. Ron waved his hand. Ace smiled. He also turned and walked to the beach, approaching prisoner Luffy, reaching out to ruffle his messy black hair. Prisoner Luffy was still throwing punches at the air, muttering to himself, "Hockey, hockey, hockey," and only came to his senses when Ace ruffled his head, looking up at him with wide eyes. "I will learn hockey sooner or later." A golden light exploded atop Onigashima, and two figures stepped out from within. Time began to flow anew. Kaido's breath had yet to escape his throat. Just before time had stopped, he was about to attack the two unexpected guests. Now at the moment time resumed, his breath remained coiled within his throat. The wind rushed back into the roof, the moonlight turned cold again, and debris fell from the rock wall in a shower. Luffy looked down at his hands. The Nika form had dissipated, his skin returned to its normal hue, and his hair had turned back to black. He clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking with a familiar sound. The drumbeat was gone, but the memories remained. Every word, every frame of the scene was clearly etched in his mind. The ice of Marineford, Ace's tears, Whitebeard swinging his blade, the name carved by Marco on the tree. He remembered it all, not a single detail missing. He touched his face. He was back. Truly back. Huh. What an interesting journey. Luffy's lips curled into a smile that he couldn't suppress. He remembered everything. Ron was right as the target. He wouldn't have his memories erased by the system. He still needed a little more stamina. The consumption of Gear 5 was too great, but it didn't matter. He had returned after filling up on the Moby Dick. The pirates on the ship, upon learning he was Ace's brother, were eager to stuff all the food into his mouth. Meat, bread, wine, fruits. He devoured an entire barrel and even snatched Marco's portion. Now he just needed to wait for his stamina to recover before he could reactivate the Nika form. "Ron, I remember everything." Luffy turned his head, his words halted mid-sentence. Ron was already running, sprinting toward the other end of the rooftop, his heels nearly hitting the back of his head, his movements resembling a duck, and his speed was probably the slowest Luffy had ever seen. "I have something to take care of. Hold on against Kaido for now. I'll be right back," Ron shouted without looking back. By the time his last word fell, he had already darted behind a pile of rubble at the edge of the roof, shrinking into a fuzzy black shadow. Luffy's expression shifted from excitement to confusion, then to helplessness. "I can't use the Nika form yet. Can't we think of a solution together?" He mumbled, scratching the back of his head, then shook it. "Forget it, Ron isn't stronger than me right now. He wouldn't be of help if he stayed." He turned around, facing Kaido, whose slit pupils shrank into narrow slits in the night. Kaido's breath had already gathered at his throat, and just before time had stopped, he was about to blast away the two strangers who had suddenly appeared at the pinnacle of Onigashima. The blazing white light in the dragon's mouth illuminated half of the roof, and the scorching wave of heat distorted the air. But in the next second, Kaido halted. He recognized the figure that stood up. Monkey D. Luffy. Just a moment ago, he had been lying on the roof, struck in the chest by Kaido's kanabo. His heart had stopped, his pupils dilated, and he was unmistakably dead. Now he stood alive and well at the edge of Onigashima, shouting at him. "Kaido!" Luffy's roar exploded, echoing off the cliffs of Onigashima. Kaido's breath was stuck in his throat. Luffy didn't die. Impossible. The blow he struck was enough to kill an emperor. He felt Luffy's heartbeat cease, confirming those eyes had lost their luster. The dead should not come back to life. But this black-haired kid before him was clearly Monkey D. Luffy, with no difference in voice or momentum. And the guy next to Luffy earlier with a strange aura had vanished in an instant, now crouching behind a pile of rubble. Did that person save Luffy? What ability did he use? Kaido closed his mouth, a low rumble emanating from his dragon belly as the orb of fire in his throat was forcefully suppressed, the blazing white light spilling from his teeth like lightning trapped in a cage. Then, under the astonished gazes of the entire beast's pirates below Onigashima, Kaido retracted all the flames in his mouth and turned to fly towards the pinnacle of Onigashima. He wanted to see for himself how the dead had come back to life and who that unfamiliar aura belonged to. On the other side, Ron huddled behind the rubble, his back pressed against the rough rock wall. The distant sounds of battle and explosions filtered into a muffled echo by the stones. His fingers trembled, filled with anticipation. He gazed at the translucent screen floating before him, the text jumping out line by line. With each line, his heartbeat quickened. Completion of the traversal settlement. Historical alteration assessment. Portgas D. Ace survived the main forces of the Whitebeard pirates, successfully retreated. The outcome of the Marineford War has deviated from the original historical trajectory. Comprehensive evaluation grade A. The highest level is SSS. Mission reward: randomly select one ability from the target. Monkey D. Luffy. Please choose one from the following options. The selection cannot be changed afterwards. Ron's breath stopped for a moment. Grade A, not SSS, indicates that there is still considerable room for improvement in this traversal. Whitebeard wasn't saved, and the Navy headquarters didn't suffer a fatal blow. Sengoku and the three admirals were still alive and well. But Ace survived, and that was the biggest change. Grade A was already enough for him to take one ability from Luffy. Then he saw the ability list. The first item nearly made him bite his tongue. Gomu Gomu no Mi Gear 2nd to Gear 4th includes Gear 2nd Blood Acceleration, Gear 3rd Localized Giantification, Gear 4th Spring Muscle System. Note does not include Gear 5th Nika Form Awakening. Ron stared at the line for several seconds. Luffy had spent 2 years developing this combat system, all the forms packed together from Enies Lobby to Dressrosa. The Steam Explosion of Gear 2nd, the Giant Siege Hammer of Gear 3rd, the King Kong Gun, and the Snake Man of Gear 4th. Getting this would instantly transform him from a weakling into a walking siege weapon. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. But Ron didn't linger on this item for too long because he knew there were even better options ahead. Gluttony Talent Passive can temporarily restore stamina and injuries through massive food consumption. Note stomach capacity is positively correlated with recovery speed, does not include rubber digestive system. Luffy's gluttonous nature. Ron's mouth twitched as he recalled the image of Luffy devouring a barrel of meat on the Moby Dick. This talent was indeed practical. As long as there was enough food, it was like carrying a nurse around. But his current body was in the late stage of cancer, and whether his stomach could handle such eating habits was a big question. He set it aside for now and looked at the next options. Then his gaze swept to the third item, and his pupils dilated suddenly. Three-color Haki. Conqueror's Haki Binding version can wrap Conqueror's Haki around attacks, greatly enhancing destructive power capable of directly injuring the opponent's consciousness. Note the current version is the binding realm of Conqueror's Haki that Luffy mastered during the Onigashima War. Domination. Ron nearly jumped off the ground. He was all too aware of the value of this ability. The battle at Ghost Island where Luffy awakened his powers after being struck 3 times by Kaido all began with domination. Teacher Kai's last lesson was this: wrapping the Conqueror's Haki around your fist can inflict damage without direct contact. There are only a handful of people in the world who can perform this technique. Although the Conqueror's Haki is innate, he was unsure if he possessed the qualifications for it, but if he could choose. No, wait. He forced himself to calm down and continued to look. Since the system had listed domination, it indicated that he could select it. Perhaps the system would automatically grant him the qualification for the Conqueror's Haki during selection. Given the system's nature, if it dared to list it, it would dare to provide it. He suppressed the impulse to directly select domination and shifted his gaze to the next option. Armament Haki Flowing Sakura version allows the user to inject armament Haki directly into the target's body for destruction, ignoring physical defenses. Note in Wano country, it is known as Flowing Sakura, which is a high-level application of armament Haki. Internal destruction. Ron's mind conjured the image of Luffy punching through Kaido's dragon scales. Ordinary armament Haki hardens the skin into armor, while Flowing Sakura injects Haki, like poison, directly into the enemy's organs. Hitting the scales from the outside is useless, it needs to explode from within. The strategic value of this ability goes without saying. Any enemy relying on physical defense is merely paper in front of him. Next, seeing the color Haki-derived ability Awakening Voice of All Things allows the user to hear the voices of all things, sensing the emotions and intentions of living and non-living entities. Note this ability cannot be obtained through conventional training, it is an innate awakening type ability. Ron took a deep breath. The voice of all things. Luffy heard the Sea King speaking at Fishman Island and the Elephant Lord roaring at Zo. Only Roger Momonosuke and Luffy possessed this ability in the entire pirate world. This isn't a combat ability, it's a key to unlocking ancient weapons, interpreting historical texts, and communicating with gigantic creatures. Although it might not be of much use at Ghost Island right now. But he recalled the Elephant Lord's kick during the Zo arc. In certain specific situations, this is more useful than the strongest Haki. Seeing the color Haki-derived ability Awakening Future Prediction allows the user to briefly predict all possible attack trajectories of the opponent within a few seconds. Note this ability is the awakened form of seeing the color Haki, trained to its utmost limit. Ron slowly inhaled. Future Prediction, Katakuri's signature ability, something Luffy took 10 hours to learn at Whole Cake Island. A few seconds of foresight can mean the difference between life and death in high-level confrontations. Combined with Flowing Sakura and Domination means both offense and defense, reading first and penetrating armor. Very strong, exceptionally strong, even a naturally born protagonist panel cannot compare. Then he saw the next option. Passive sit-up physique after exhausting stamina or sustaining fatal damage. One can extend life through willpower, consciousness, unextinguished life, unending. Ron stared dumbfounded at this line of text, his brain malfunctioning for 3 full seconds. Damn, he cursed, his voice echoing among the rubble. This thing exists. Isn't this just a bloodlocking cheat? Luffy's sit-up physique, the most unreasonable ability in the entire One Piece world. Struck dead by Kaido, heart stopped, and when the drumbeat sounded, he got back up to keep fighting. After being turned into a sieve by Lucci's Six Kings gun gritting his teeth, he stood up to keep fighting. As long as the willpower doesn't collapse, this person can keep getting back up in your BGM. No blue bar, no stamina meter. As long as you dare to fall, he dares to do sit-ups. This isn't an ability, it's a weapon of causality. Ron's index finger was already extended. Calm down. He forced himself to retract his hand and took 3 deep breaths. Sit-ups are good, very good. It equates to a blood-locking cheat, but this ability is passive. It cannot make him stronger, it can only keep him alive. And not dying is based on the premise of already being pushed to the brink of death. If he selected sit UPS, the result would be that he gets beaten to trigger the passive every time he fights, repeatedly doing sit-ups at death's door. It's also quite tormenting to think about. His gaze swept back and forth over the list, suddenly furrowing his brow. Why is there no Nika form? The list has levels 1 to 4, but no level 5. It includes Domination, Flowing, Sakura, Future Prediction, and Voice of All Things, but no Nika. Logically, Nika is Luffy's strongest ability at this stage, so the system shouldn't omit it. The only explanation is that a level isn't enough. Ron leaned against the rock wall, his fingers unconsciously tapping his knee. Above a level there's level, or even higher ratings. If Ace surviving is a level, then what about Whitebeard surviving? If he saves Whitebeard in the next reincarnation, will the rating jump to S-level? What is the reward for S-level? Awakening a devil fruit. Nika form. Or will there be something he can't even imagine, like the power of the Quake fruit or Whitebeard's peak physique? What about SS level? What kind of explosive rewards could that provide? The system's upper limit is clearly much higher than he anticipated. If a level can take Domination, Flowing, Sakura, and Future Prediction from Luffy, then going above S-level is probably not as simple as learning from Luffy. He recalled the line on the panel, the greater the degree of change, the more reversal points gained. In other words, as long as he is bold enough to turn history upside down, the rewards from the system will only become increasingly outrageous. Ron's lips curled upwards. The current issue isn't which ability to select, but rather figuring out which ability is most useful for the next step. What he needs is very clear to survive. Whatever he does requires strength as support. An ordinary person in latest stage cancer wouldn't even have the face to stand in front of Garp and say, "I can give you a new navy." He needs strength. But this doesn't mean he should throw everything into the shopping cart. He needs to select something that can stabilize the situation right now. Immediately afterward, a more melodious voice sounded. This reincarnation gained reversal points 5000. Would you like to exchange for lifespan? Ron stared at this line of text, his breath halting for half a second. 50,000. Saving Ace and having the Whitebeard pirates retreat earned him 50,000 reversal points. The exchange rate is 10,000 to 1, so 50,000 equals 5 years. Exchange. He didn't hesitate for even a second. Exchange complete. Remaining lifespan 5 years and 20 days. A warm current surged from his lower abdomen, as if someone had ignited a warm lamp within him, the light spreading from the core outward, flowing through his spine into every bone, reaching his fingertips and toes. That feeling wasn't the absence of pain. The pain still existed, but something was being rain-fused into his long-dried veins, like the first rain pouring into cracked riverbeds at the end of a drought. His muscles subtly swelled, his skin regained a long-lost hue, and even his standing posture instinctively straightened a bit. He could feel his body saying, "You can still live for a long time." Ron clenched his fist. The stiffness that once felt like rusted gears was gone, and his strength had increased significantly since that day chemotherapy began. His body had been on a downward spiral. Now it finally started moving in the direction of life. Then a cough surged from deep within his throat, a violent cough torn from his lungs, carrying the taste of rust. He bent down, supporting himself with one hand against the rock wall, his entire back heaving violently with the rhythm of his cough. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged phlegm, splattering it among the rubble illuminated by the moonlight into a dark red. His body still felt unwell. His lifespan had been extended by 5 years, but the holes eaten away by cancer cells in his internal organs remained, and the dull pain in his bones persisted. With each breath, it felt as if his lungs were being gently scraped by sandpaper. The scale of his lifespan had shifted forward, but the decay of this physical body had not been restored. System. Ron wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice slightly hoarse. Why is the cancer still here? Response. The reversal value exchange for lifespan only extends life duration and does not alter the current physical condition of the host. Cancer is a pre-existing organic disease present before the host's traversal and is not within the scope of lifespan exchange repairs. So, Ron's mouth twitched. I have to live for another 5 years with cancer. Yes. Ron remained silent in front of the panel for a full 5 seconds. The roar of Kaido could be faintly heard from outside the rock face, mingled with Luffy's laughter and some indistinct sounds of collision. Well, it's better than having only 21 days left. 5 years will be enough. He wiped his face, turned off the panel, and stood up from behind the pile of stones, brushing off the debris from his clothes. The warm current within his body had not dissipated, or at least now he had the strength to stand. He leaned against the rock wall and walked toward the battlefield. Yes, 5 years would be just enough. He wouldn't die, but he also wouldn't soar. These 5 years would hurt every day. But he was no longer on Onigashima. Earth could not cure advanced cancer, but here there was Vegapunk 500 years ahead of human technology. There were devil fruits, ancient technology, and bloodline factors capable of altering the human body. He refused to believe that in this sea, where even moon people existed, there was no way to heal him at the cellular level. If all else fails, there were surgery fruits, hormone fruits, and various unreasonable medical abilities. In these 5 years, he would surely be able to find a card that would completely free him from pain. Ron's gaze returned to the system panel where a row of options still hovered, each radiating enticing light, but he did not hesitate for too long. He directly selected the last option. It had to be a hidden SS-level reward. Confirm selection, sit-up, physique, passive. The options on the panel suddenly dimmed. The other lines of text extinguished simultaneously, leaving only the line he selected glowing for a moment before transforming into a stream of golden light that surged into his chest. It was not a kind of burning explosive energy flooding in, but something heavier, as if something deep within his bone marrow had recalibrated a switch akin to a string that had always been taut and about to snap, being rewoven once again. The body's reaction was quicker than expected. He stood up, feeling much less of the weak, precarious sensation he had when leaning against the rock wall. It wasn't completely gone, and the cancer was still there, and he could feel that cold shadow lurking deep within his cells, but the foundation of his body had changed. If his body had previously been a leaky wreck of a ship, now at least the deck had been reinforced, allowing it to endure the storms for a much longer time. He clenched his fist, the joints cracking crisply. Normal activities were no longer an issue. He no longer needed to touch the wall after taking just 2 steps, nor did he have to collapse on the ground to gasp for breath after coughing up blood. This was already a luxury for him. I've spent my whole life fighting cancer. Ron looked at his clenched fist, speaking to himself. In terms of willpower, I don't think I'm any less than Luffy. That's the truth. Luffy can get knocked down 100 times on the battlefield and get back up 100 times, relying on that unyielding spirit. He had been tormented by chemotherapy for 3 years in a hospital bed with cancer cells spreading from lymph nodes to lungs and then to bones. Each re-examination felt like a blind box, and every time it was a thank you for your patronage, come again. He had never given in. When it came to willpower, he lacked nothing. As long as the will endures, life does not cease. He had another more fundamental reason for selecting physique. No matter how strong the other abilities were, they were all predicated on the body's ability to withstand them. No matter how fierce a blow from the Conqueror's haki was, without sufficient physical strength to support it, one would be the first to get hurt. No matter how sharp the flowing cherry was, it could hollow out internal organs. Could his frail body endure the recoil triggered by the attack? And as for Foresight, Katakuri could maintain observation haki for a long time because he had a body as strong as steel. Using full observation haki itself was a huge drain on physical strength. In his current state, even if he chose Foresight, he could be exhausted in just a few seconds. Physique was the foundation of everything. Without a good physique, all abilities were like castles built on sand, looking beautiful, but collapsing with the first wave. I have to give up on the others for now. He looked at the faded options, feeling a bit pained, but not regretful. This time's abandonment did not mean he would never get them. The system's rules were clear. Each time he successfully traversed and changed history, he could choose one ability at the settlement. If Ace survives and earns an A rank, he could save Whitebeard next time, and the rating would only be higher. At that time, perhaps even better rewards would appear. S rank, and above S rank, there is SS rank. He didn't know where the system's ceiling was, but he knew that as long as he continued to traverse, this menu would only become more extravagant. Moreover, there was one more thing that reassured him. As long as the reversal was successful, Luffy would not be reset and his memories would not disappear. Every battle he experienced during this traversal, the confrontations with Sengoku, the clashes with Kizaru, and the fights with Akainu, all this experience had become part of him. Luffy would grow stronger. The things he learned during the Marineford War, every bit of practical experience accumulated in more intense battles, would be ingrained in his muscle memory and enter his haki perception. Ron could not select the Nika form from Luffy this time, but as Luffy developed Nika further in future battles, when Luffy became stronger, the options on the panel next time would only be more exciting than now. He understood. There was no need to lament over the leftovers on this table. The kitchen was still cooking. The moonlight shone upon him. Ron was still Ron, but he was no longer the useless person who could barely escape from earlier. The roar of Kaido echoed from the peak of Onigashima, mingled with Luffy's laughter and the dull thuds of fists striking dragon scales. The battle was still ongoing and his mission was far from over. The chase atop Onigashima had been going on for a while. Luffy's feet bounced off the rocky walls as Kaido's scorching breath followed his trajectory, blasting each rock into molten lava. Luffy did not retaliate. His Nika form had not yet fully recovered, and fighting back would only lead to more hits. He could only dart around, jumping from one rock to another, narrowly avoiding the scorching breath that whizzed past his scalp several times, singeing the tips of his hair. Then that familiar sensation returned. A dull thrum resonated deep within his heart. The rhythm of liberation. White light spread outward from his chest. His skin began to glow softly, and his hair curled upward from the roots, turning white inch by inch. The Nika form was restored. Luffy came to a halt. He turned around, facing the pursuing Kaido, his white hair dancing wildly in the moonlight, and a grin spread from ear to ear. The pent-up frustration that had built up finally found an outlet. After being chased for so long, it was now his turn to strike back. Kaido landed on the roof at the other end, his dragon form coiled atop the rocks, his slit pupils narrowing to fine lines. He gazed at the white-haired, glowing youth before him, a mocking smile stretching across his face, while his dragon tail slowly swayed behind him, shattering a section of the rocky wall. Not running away. Luffy's fists collided, and the hardened armament color spread from his knuckles up to his forearms. He opened his mouth, ready to shout the long-awaited gum-gum. Everything froze. Kaido was frozen, the mocking smile still on his lips, his dragon whiskers caught in the wind, suspended in midair. The beams of moonlight transformed into stationary columns of light, and the debris hung motionless beside Luffy's feet. The entire world had been put on pause. Luffy's fist remained raised in the air, his smile frozen on his face. A figure slowly emerged from behind the pile of rubble on the roof of Onigashima, still clad in that justice coat, though the cape seemed to have vanished. Ron walked over to Luffy, nodding as he observed the restoration of Luffy's Nika form. Target Monkey D. Luffy status active. Upon confirming, the target time will resume. Is confirmation required? Ron tapped the panel with his hand. Confirmed. Luffy's body suddenly relaxed, and his fist raised in the air nearly slipped from the momentum. He staggered a step to regain his balance, and when he came to his senses, he was filled with indignation, pointing at Kaido, his face flushed red. Ron, you made it just in time. I was about to fight him. Do you know how long I've been holding back? Do you know how long he chased me just now? I was just one punch away. Just one punch. Ron, with his hands in his pockets, tilted his head and looked at him with a calm expression. Only after Luffy finished shouting did he speak slowly. Suit yourself. One punch is fine. Luffy's eyes lit up, his fist raised again. But we have bigger matters to attend to. I can't say how much stamina you'll expend with that punch, but there will definitely be a cost. If that one punch is what you lack during the Marineford War, you'll regret it. Besides, your grandfather is waiting for you to persuade him to surrender, and Whitebeard is waiting for us to rescue him. Time waits for no one, you decide. Luffy's fist hung in midair, his face never hiding his emotions, every ounce of reluctance clearly written on it. He grasped at the air a couple of times with his fingers before slowly lowering his hand. Frustrated, but he held back. No fight. Save strength, let's go to Marineford. He relaxed his fist, shook off the armament color from his hands, and walked over to Ron's side. Damn it, when I get back, the first person I'm hitting is him. Ron chuckled. Luffy's temper flared up quickly and faded just as fast. After cursing, he forgot about it. He reached out and patted Luffy's shoulder, his tone shifting back to seriousness from the playful banter. Good. Being able to hold back is progress. Our goal this time is not to fight, but to persuade your grandfather to surrender. As long as Garp is willing to help us, the situation of the Marineford War will be completely different. He can hold Sengoku back, and if his power erupts, stopping the three admirals isn't out of the question. Whitebeard won't need to hold the rear, and everyone will be able to leave alive. Luffy nodded, the frustration on his face gradually fading, replaced by a rare, serious expression. He recalled the discussions on the beach about the new marine, his grandfather's justice, the celestial dragon's riches in the sky. At the time, it seemed feasible, and now that Ron emphasized it again, he felt even more certain. I want to persuade my grandfather, tell him not to serve the celestial dragons. Come be the new marine admiral, what's 1,000 times better than being stifled in the navy. Good. Let's go with that. Ron nodded in satisfaction, then looked Luffy up and down, with his white hair, white skin, and glowing body standing in the moonlight like a walking light bulb. But don't transform just yet. You stand out too much like this, and the last time Garp saw you, he almost had a heart attack. If you charge over in your Nika form to persuade him, he'll be too shocked to even listen to you. Stay in your normal state, otherwise it will be hard for Garp to recognize you. Luffy looked down at his white hair and thought it made sense. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, controlling his Nika form to recede from his skin. The white luster withdrew into his body, his hair turned back to black from the roots, and his curly eyebrows returned to their original form. Moments later, standing before Ron was the familiar straw hat Luffy with black hair and a red vest. Got it. Let's go. Ron brought up the system panel. Kaido was still frozen on the rocks, and the winds atop Onigashima remained suspended in the air. He glanced at Luffy, who was now rubbing his hair that had been singed by Kaido's scorching breath, his expression no longer one of anger, but filled with eager excitement. "Leader, let's start the traversal." Marineford War. The golden light exploded on the walls of the Gate of Justice, and two figures once again set foot on the familiar stone bricks. The sea breeze rushed in, bringing salt, gunpowder, and blood, all essential elements. Whitebeard's tsunami was rising before the bay, a wall of water blocking the sunlight into fragments. In the next moment, Akiji's ice spread from the direction of the execution platform, the massive wave solidifying into a twisted ice sculpture cliff, cold light exploding at the wave's crest. In the next instant, a Kuina's meteor volcano trailing black smoke swept over their heads, and molten rocks rained down upon the ice surface, sending steam billowing into the sky. Ron didn't even blink. He had seen it 3 times already. The first time was shocking, the second time was numbing, and the third time, he just wanted to get the job done quickly and return to settle accounts. Whitebeard unleashing a tsunami. Seen it. Akiji freezing the sea. Seen it. Ace kneeling on the execution platform, Garp sitting, and Sengoku standing. Seen it. Visual fatigue. Every time it begins with the same opening animation, the same CG, the same unskippable sequence. Ron even felt that he could complete the entire process with his eyes closed. He reached into the supply box on the city wall and pulled out a marine uniform, his movements more practiced than the cafeteria lady serving food. Buttoning up, adjusting the collar, and pressing the brim of the hat, all in one fluid motion. This time, he didn't grab clothes for Luffy, but instead fished out a long-abandoned lieutenant's uniform from the box. The gold threads at the cuffs were slightly frayed, but the epaulets were still in decent shape. He dusted off the grime on it and directly put it on himself. A new one. It's great being an ability user. Clothes are of supreme durability. Luffy stood beside him, seemingly oblivious, wearing an odd expression as he watched everything unfold. He saw Whitebeard summon a tsunami, Akiji freeze the giant wave, and a Kuina's meteor shower passing overhead. He had been so excited the first time he saw these scenes that he almost jumped off the city wall. Now watching again, he didn't even flinch. Doing it again really isn't as thrilling. He scratched the back of his head. I can even recite the lines now. Normal. You get tired of watching the same iconic scenes 3 times. Don't waste time. Ron fastened the last button, turned to glance at the execution platform, where Ace was kneeling, chains glinting coldly in the sunlight. Soon you'll drop from this timeline, crashing into the battlefield with the impelled down escape team, and then chaos will ensue. 2 Luffys appearing simultaneously on the battlefield would cause Carp's CPU to fry. We need to deal with your grandpa before the prison outfit Luffy shows up. Luffy nodded. His hair was still black, maintaining his normal form as Ron had said, not yet transformed into Nika. He gazed at the execution platform, his eyes piercing through the layers of marines, and the crowd landing on the kneeling figure. Ace, still kneeling, their chains wrapped around his wrists, his back covered with scars left from the interrogation. Luffy gritted his teeth, then took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to rush forward. Enduring it. If he rushed to save Ace now, there would be no chance for Carp. Endure. Ace, just stay kneeling for a bit longer. I'm going to find Grandpa. He shouted towards the execution platform, but the battlefield was too large, and no one heard him. After shouting, Luffy turned and ran toward the stairs on the inner side of the wall. Ron watched Luffy's figure disappear at the stairway, then moved his shoulders a bit, casually picking up a standard military knife that had fallen to the ground. The blade was stained with blood from who knows whom, and there was a small nick on the edge, but it was still usable. He held the knife and walked into the square along the stone steps on the inner side of the wall. His sit-up physique had activated. He could feel his body was sturdier than before. Breathing steadily, though his bones ached faintly, his steps were firm. He didn't expect to take down any big figures, leaving the admirals to the Whitebeard pirates and the captains. His aim was those small fry hiding in the corners of the battlefield, like the 2 currently cowering behind a supply box at the edge of the square. How did I forget about you 2? Kobe, Bell-mère. Ron recognized them at a glance, not because of keen eyesight, but because these 2 were hiding in such an identifiable manner. While everyone else was either charging forward or retreating, these 2 were squeezed between 2 stacks of supply boxes, heads buried lower than their knees, trembling like leaves. Kobe's pink hair was covered in soot from the smoke, while Bell-mère's golden hair was still quite conspicuous. So they really are deserters. Ron licked his cracked lips, tightened his grip on the knife, and walked toward the direction where the 2 were hiding. In that case, enjoy the punishment from a time traveler. He charged forward, his footsteps making rapid cracking sounds on the icy surface, dragging the military knife behind him, the tip leaving a white scratch on the ice. His speed wasn't particularly fast, but his presence was imposing. Wearing the Navy lieutenant's uniform, he looked like an officer enforcing military discipline. Kobe was the first to hear the footsteps. He lifted his head, and beneath his pink hair his face was crumpled with fear, eyes brimming with tears, snot hanging from his lips, trembling so much that he couldn't complete his words. "You, who are you?" "Officer, please don't come any closer." Enforcing military discipline. Ron slashed down with the knife. Kobe screamed and instinctively rolled to the side, the blade grazing his ear and striking the supply box, splintering, wood flying everywhere. Bell-mère, frightened, sprang up from the ground, his head colliding with the edge of the supply box, clutching his forehead and howling. As a Marine fleeing from the battlefield is considered desertion and punishment is to be executed on the spot. We're just taking a temporary rest." Bell-mère raised his hands, his voice piercing. "We're not deserters. Really not deserters. Taking a rest." Ron pulled the knife from the box, resting it on his shoulder, tilting his head to look at the two trembling new recruits. "While everyone else is charging to the front lines, you two are hiding behind boxes to rest. Should I call a colonel right now to bring you two some field beds?" Enforcing military discipline. Ron slashed down again, the blade striking the supply box, wood splintering and splattering Kobe's face. Kobe screamed as he fell back, the back of his head hitting the ice with a dull thud. Bell-mère grabbed his collar, dragging him up, both of them shaking like leaves. "He's serious." Bell-mère's voice was sharp with fear. "Run, run." Kobe shouted at the top of his lungs, tears flying from his eyes, hitting the ice with little splashes. The two turned and ran. They ran frantically, not bothering to check their direction. Kobe's military boots slipped on the ice, scrambling forward with all four limbs. Bell-mère ran slightly faster, pulling Kobe's sleeve to drag him along their footsteps, a chaotic ruckus on the ice. Ron, carrying the knife, followed behind at a steady pace. After the physique enhancement, he was no longer the sickly weakling who would gasp for breath after just a few steps. What he gained was Luffy's physique from the peak of Onigashima, capable of getting back up to fight after being knocked down by Kaido. Even with a discount from cancer, chasing two recruits who couldn't even use hockey was more than enough. His steps were steady as if nailed to the ice, each step kicking up ice chips, contrasting sharply with the two deserters who were rolling and crawling ahead. The distance quickly closed in. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. Ron gripped the knife with both hands, raising it above his head, aiming at Kobe's back. His movements were a bit awkward. After all, his body had just recovered and his muscles were still not fully coordinated. The blade traced an arc in the sunlight. Die. The blade fell. Kobe let out a scream and lunged forward, his body bouncing on the icy surface like a fish thrown ashore, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Bell-mère and Kobe tumbled together, their faces crashing into the ice, blood splattering across their faces. Ron's knife was deeply embedded in the ice, shards of ice flying as it struck their backs with crackling sounds. "Missed?" Ron looked down at the knife stuck in the ice, then at his own hands, his mouth twitching slightly. "Am I really that useless?" The sit-up physique gave him a good foundation, but accuracy doesn't come for free, it requires practice. That previous strike was aimed at Kobe's spinal midpoint, yet he had missed by at least a body length. It's not the knife's fault, he simply had not yet adapted to the force of his new body. To sum it up in 4 words, he was a novice dog. Tisk. He pulled the knife out of the ice crumbs falling from the blade. Shaking his wrist, he adjusted his grip and raised his eyes to look ahead. Kobe and Bell-mère were scrambling backwards, leaving 2 crooked trails of water on the ice. Their faces contorted in fear, pupils dilating to nearly fill their irises, each breath accompanied by a sob from deep within their throats. "Spare us, please." Bell-mère's voice trembled, even his tone unstable. "We were just taking a break. We are part of the main squad." "Shut up." Ron dragged the knife toward them. The blade tip carved a white line across the ice, the sound of friction deep and continuous like a grinding wheel against bone. Fear has a shape. He could see the color draining from the lips of the 2 deserters, could see the veins in their hands bulging. Ron remembered quite clearly that in the original plot, these 2 later became the new pillars of the Navy, with Kobe even awakening the observation hockey, stopping Akainu at a crucial moment during the Marineford War. Even more absurd was that his mentor Garp stayed behind on Marineford Island to save this ingratiating wolf, and the first thing this guy did upon awakening was to thwart Luffy's dream. What a mess. You really think Luffy wouldn't dare to kill you? But that's no longer a concern. You 2 won't live to see that day. If I don't kill you, my Tao heart will be obstructed. He spoke in a calm tone. Kobe and Bell-mère had retreated to the edge of the square. Behind them was a low wall half destroyed by cannon fire, with several blown-up supply crates and a charred Navy flag piled at the base. Debris and wood chips were scattered everywhere, the air thick with the stench of burnt and blood. The distant explosions illuminated their retreat with flickering light. There was no way out. "Die." Ron raised the knife once more. At the critical moment, Bell-mère did not flee, but took a step forward, blocking Kobe, his legs still trembling, hair soaked in sweat, clinging to his scalp, military uniform covered in ice chips and mud. He opened his arms, shielding Kobe behind him, shouting at Ron. a hoarse scream that emerged from the depths of fear. He was unaware of what he was actually saying. Run! He shoved KB hard, causing him to stumble back 2 steps, eyes wide, as he looked at Bell-mère blocking in front of him, his lips moving as if to shout something, but no sound came out. Ron's knife fell. The blade sliced into Bell-mère's left shoulder, cutting diagonally toward his chest. Blood flowed down the blade, dripping onto the ice and melting a shallow red puddle. Bell-mère's gaze lost focus for a brief moment. His knees hit the ground first, then the rest of his body toppled onto the ice. Cracks formed on the ice beneath the weight of his body, blood spreading from the wound, drawing irregular boundary lines on the ice. His eyes remained open, vacantly staring in KB's direction. Ron stood still, the knife still in his hand, its blade smeared with blood, warm, viscous, and cooling red. This blood was just a few centimeters away from his knife, within reach. In 3 wars they had witnessed countless scenes of rivers of blood, mangled limbs, exposed entrails, charred bones. But he had seen even worse. But that blood had all been caused by others. He was merely a spectator watching from a safe distance. Now it was different. This blood was shed by his own hand. His throat rolled twice, fingers gripping the knife handle felt the temperature of the blood slowly fading. The hundreds of corpses on the battlefield suddenly had names, or more accurately his knife had added a name to the ground. He raised his empty hand, using the back of the other hand to wipe away the cold, sweat-soaked hair from his forehead, taking a deep breath of the smoky air. This is indeed a tremendous test of mental fortitude. Thankfully, his sit-up physique was genuinely strong. That sense of disorientation lasted only a few seconds before being instinctively suppressed by his body. His heartbeat stabilized, his hands stopped shaking, and his gaze refocused on the pink figure fleeing across the ice. KB did not look back. He dared not look back. The dull thud when Bell-mère fell shook him to the core. His legs moved mechanically, running wildly as the cold wind from the ice sliced through his lungs like 1,000 tiny knives. Tears blurred his vision. He could not see the path, running purely on instinct. Behind him, the sound of military boots crunching the ice echoed again. Ron was in pursuit. Ha ha ha! Scream all you want to, no one will come to save you. Ron approached KB step by step, knife in hand. The blood of Bell-mère had not yet dried on the blade, dripping down the tip and leaving a trail of dark red spots on the ice. His expression was calm and unperturbed. KB stumbled and fell into the debris of the supply crates, his pink hair plastered to his forehead with cold sweat, his face pale, matching the color of the ice beneath him. His lips were moving, trying to speak, to plead for his life, to say he wasn't yet a rear admiral, that there were many things he had yet to accomplish, but all the words stuck in his throat, choked by terror into broken gasps. Stop crying, white-eyed wolf. Ron stopped in front of KB, looking down at him with a voice devoid of emotion. You'll soon be joining him. KB's pupils suddenly dilated. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, tears and snot mixing and dripping from his chin. He didn't want to die. He still had dreams. He had just told Luffy that he wanted to become a rear admiral. He hadn't thanked Vice Admiral Garp yet, and he hadn't seen the outcome of this war. Ron had already raised the knife. Just as the blade reached its peak, a warm liquid spread from KB's pant leg, melting a small patch of frost on the ice. Ron glanced down, his mouth twitching. Did you wet yourself? Then it's time to go. With a single slash, KB's cries abruptly ceased. Ron withdrew his knife, wiping the blood from the blade onto KB's clothing. He stood beside the 2 corpses, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. The smell of gunpowder, the scent of blood, the salty sea breeze, and a faint odor of urine mixed together oddly, bringing him a sense of comfort. The thoughts have become clear. He muttered to himself, shouldering the knife as he opened his eyes. How could I have forgotten about these 2 during my previous travels? What a regret. He truly felt regret. In his earlier travels, he had been too busy rescuing Ace, which had led to his failure, and another time, he had been thrown off balance by encountering 2 Luffys, leaving him flustered during his exit. These 2 rats hiding in the corners of the battlefield were simply not worth his attention. Looking back, now KB would later become a hero of the Navy, a white-eyed wolf, while Bell-mère would rise through the ranks as well. After surviving the Marineford War, both would become prominent figures in the Navy. Moreover, Bell-mère's rise was absurd. After being a wastrel for most of his life, he faced no punishment and ascended effortlessly. Such a thing simply doesn't happen anywhere else. You 2 have died for a reason. Ron plunged the knife into the ice, ready to catch his breath, when suddenly a bolt of realization struck his mind. He froze in place, his eyes widening slowly. Right? This guy is a character who will influence future events. Losing him now would have a significant impact on the future. Changing history doesn't necessarily mean confronting those powerful figures like the 4 emperors. Eliminating these key characters who haven't yet had the chance to grow will undoubtedly have a considerable effect on the reversal value. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, pacing back and forth beside the corpses, the knife resting on his shoulder, his steps quick like a flickering light. He realized more The Marineford battlefield wasn't solely influenced by top-tier powerhouses like Whitebeard Ace or Akainu. The small characters who would later grow into significant players were currently mixed in among thousands of foot soldiers unnoticed and disregarded in terms of their lives. But Ra knew who they would become in the future. This was the greatest advantage of a time traveler. These individuals were still weak, and what could be better than sealing their fates while they were still in their novice state? Ha ha ha. Ron laughed heartily, his laughter echoing among the rubble, filled with a sense of relief after being suppressed for too long. Nearby, a few passing pirates were creeped out by his laugh circling around him, and it took them a while to stop pulling the knife from the ice and weighing it in their hands. This is simply an unexpected delight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luffy was traversing the battlefield. Maintaining his normal form, his black hair danced wildly in the sea breeze, his steps on the ice quick and agile. Amidst the surrounding chaos of fighting soldiers and the cacophony of clashing swords, booming cannons, and cries of anguish, he navigated through scattered soldiers engaged in ship-to-ship combat, leaping over a fissure in the ice created by cannon fire, drawing closer to the execution platform. Then a light fell before him, a beam of golden light coalescing into a humanoid form on the ice just 2 steps in front of him. Kizaru stood with his hands in his pockets, the lenses reflecting the icy glare, a lazy smile on his face that seemed like he would never wake up. He tilted his head, sizing up Luffy, as if he were looking at something amusing yet irrational. "Hey kid, you're back again." After saying this, Kizaru paused for a moment, furrowing his brow, as if trying to shake off a particular thought, but the more he contemplated, the more confused he became. Strangely, why did he say again? He was clearly seeing this kid for the first time on the Marineford battlefield. Wait, he looked down at Luffy. That lazy smile froze, the golden light at his fingertips dimmed, and he abruptly held back. Luffy ignored Kizaru's murmuring. He had already dashed away while Kizaru was talking to himself, bouncing twice on the ice, bypassing the point where the light fell, and heading straight for the execution platform. Kizaru watched his retreating figure, raising his hand, the tip of his finger glowing with golden light, aiming at Luffy's back. Then he retracted it. Forget it. Kizaru returned his hand to his pocket, and in a flicker of light and shadow, he vanished, leaving only a few golden particles floating in midair. Mr. Garp is sitting beneath the execution platform. He's just a kid, he won't have any impact. Beneath the execution platform, Garp sat in his designated chair, the wooden board beneath him having been compressed by his weight for a full hour. He hadn't moved when Whitebeard unleashed a tsunami, nor when Akainu fired a meteor volcano, nor when little oars collapsed on the ice, bleeding profusely. But at this moment his hands began to tremble, because he saw someone. A black-haired kid was barreling across the entire battlefield towards him. That running posture was too familiar, he had seen it since childhood. It was Luffy, his grandson. Yet Luffy shouldn't be here. Luffy had been blasted away by Bartholomew Kuma on Sabaody Archipelago, his fate unknown, with no news until now. How could he suddenly appear on the Marineford battlefield? Garp's eyes widened, and he leaped up from his chair, which toppled backward with a loud crash. He couldn't care less about the chair or Sengoku's questions, fixated on the figure drawing ever closer. It was Luffy. It had to be Luffy, unmistakably. Luffy. Garp's voice erupted, overpowering the sounds of cannon fire behind him. How did you get here? A few soldiers reacted, charging towards Luffy with knives and guns, preparing to intercept the boy rushing toward the Navy hero. Let him through. Garp shouted angrily, the force of his voice pushing several soldiers back 2 steps. He took a deep breath, pressing his trembling hand against his knee, sitting down again, not back in his chair, but directly on the steps of the execution platform, facing the direction Luffy was charging from. Luffy dashed across the last stretch of ice, creating 2 deep impressions under his feet. He halted, standing before Garp, panting heavily. The grandfather and grandson faced each other less than 3 steps apart. Garp looked up at him, and Luffy looked down at Garp. The surrounding soldiers wanted to approach, but dared not, forming a loose circle 10 steps away. Grandpa, Luffy's voice was hoarse, finally able to speak after holding back for too long. Why didn't you save Ace? Garp fell silent for a few seconds. He looked into Luffy's eyes, which contained not the innocence of the child who had chased after him, yelling Grandpa, Grandpa 2 years ago, but a weight he had never seen on Luffy's face before. He didn't recognize this weight, but he recognized those eyes. I am a Navy officer. Luffy rolled his eyes. Here we go again. The 4 characters seemed like bloodstains pressed for many years from the cracks of a stone, now turned dark. His nails dug into his palm, blood seeping between his fingers. Luffy looked at him. 2 years ago, it was these 4 characters that had stood between him and the guillotine. 2 years later, it was still these 4 characters. But this time he had a plan. He retracted his fist, took a deep breath, forcing himself to lower his voice. They had agreed earlier not to shout, but to reason with him. If that failed, they would appeal to his emotions, with the final trump card being to sever the grandfather-grandson relationship. Grandpa, I have something to discuss with you. It's not about asking you to betray the Navy, but to offer you a choice better than the Navy, the new Navy. Refuse to heed the world government's orders and only do what you wish to do. Capture the true villains, protect the real civilians, and act according to your own sense of justice. You know better than I do what the Navy has become: the lapdogs of the celestial dragons, the enforcers of the world government. The justice you protect is being trampled underfoot by them. I want you to be the commander of the new Navy. We have ways to get the money. The celestial dragons, heavenly gold, the golden emperor's golden city. Just taking one of them is enough to sustain a fleet. As long as you nod, we can take Ace away right now and go build the new Navy together. After saying this in one breath, Luffy thought for a moment and felt that he hadn't left anything out, but Ron's lengthy speech was too hard to remember. Carp froze on the steps of the guillotine, his mouth slightly open, blinking several times. Just now Luffy had said a whole bunch of things: new Navy, the celestial dragons, heavenly gold, the golden emperor's golden city. He understood each term, but hearing them strung together from his grandson's mouth, his brain refused to process it. What? Carp tilted his ear towards Luffy's direction, his thick, white brows knotted together. What did you say? Say it again, I didn't catch that. Luffy took a deep breath, his cheeks puffing up like two balloons, propping his hands on his knees, leaning forward, and raised his voice to the maximum, shaking the entire guillotine platform. I'm here to persuade you to surrender, Grandpa. His voice exploded like an invisible cannonball shot from below the guillotine. The surrounding shattered ice bounced up, and the sea breeze was torn to shreds by the sound waves. Carp heard it clearly this time. Every word was crystal clear. In that instant, Carp was violently shaken. His back slammed against the wooden pillar of the guillotine, producing a heavy thud. The whole pillar trembled, dust falling from above. His lips moved several times, but he could not utter a word. Ace is your grandson. I am also your grandson. Luffy did not give him a chance to breathe, continuing to shout, his voice shifting from a roar to a hoarse question. Are you going to watch both your grandsons die here, Grandpa? Carp's breath stopped. Below the guillotine, the ice surface trembled under the cannon fire, and distant cries of battle surged in waves. The Whitebeard pirates were breaking through on the left flank, flames and blades intertwining. Akainu had pierced through a line of defense on the right flank, magma burning through several layers of ice. But all of this became a blurred buzzing in Carp's ears. He could only hear Luffy's last words about two grandsons dying, hear his tone as if he had already experienced it. Fortunately, there weren't many people around, except for that colleague behind him who had remained silent until now, but suddenly changed expression. Sengoku was standing on the guillotine only a few steps away from Carp. He had been paying attention to the movements of Whitebeard's main forces, calculating when to order a general assault. Then Luffy charged in, and he hadn't noticed. Then Carp let Luffy through. He frowned, but said nothing. Then Luffy took a deep breath, a gesture he recognized. Oh, every time Luffy was about to shout something earth-shattering, he would do this. Suddenly Sengoku's heart sank, but it was too late to stop him. Then he heard that sentence. He heard it completely, word for word. Persuade to surrender. To my best friend, the Navy hero Monkey D. Carp, persuade to surrender. Sengoku's eyes widened like two copper bells, veins bulging on his forehead. Years of composure shattered in that moment. He was commanding 100,000 elite Navy troops today, with the 7 warlords at his side, 3 admirals as support, while his friend was being publicly persuaded to surrender by his own grandson. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, turning towards Carp and Luffy, angrily pointing at himself. Aren't I still here? Don't you grandfather and grandson want to listen to what I have to say? Sengoku's hand trembled, his justice cape billowing behind him, but it made him look somewhat petty. He was the Marine Admiral commanding the entire battlefield, yet his friend was being openly subverted by his own grandson, and he didn't even know where to start to stop it. The authority of an admiral means nothing in the face of someone else's family drama. Carp sat on the steps of the guillotine. Beneath him was the unique white stone of Marineford, icy and piercing cold creeping up his spine. The roar of anger from behind rolled over, vibrating the wooden structure with a resonating hum. In the distance, the cannon fire continued to thunder, the crisp cracking sounds of the ice layer shattering, intermingling with the muffled sounds of waves crashing against the warships, creating the backdrop of war with the air thick with gunpowder and blood. He raised one hand, leisurely picking at his ear with his pinky, the action so languid it felt like he was lounging in his own yard under the sun. He ground the stuff he dug out between his fingers, flicked it lightly, then turned to glance at Sengoku, his expression so nonchalant it was infuriating. Kids these days only talk nonsense. Sengoku, why are you quarreling with a child? A child, eh? Sengoku's tone suddenly shot up, nearly cracking. He has already charged into Marineford, breached the naval defense line outside the bay, crossed the frozen sea, and pushed through the elite troops, and the 7 warlords standing right before me, the Marine Admiral under the guillotine, asking you to betray the Navy, and you call him a child. Sengoku's chest heaved violently, his glasses askew, but he didn't bother to adjust them. Have you ever seen a child who could charge into the battlefield of the four emperors standing under the guillotine persuading a Navy hero to turn traitor? Do you call this nonsense? Just now, when he mentioned the new Navy, his reasoning was clear, his arguments solid, even outlining the source of funding the plan to intercept the Celestial Dragon's heavenly gold to control over the Golden Emperor's Golden City. Was that nonsense? A rookie pirate under the guillotine of the Navy headquarters presenting a 10-minute strategic pitch right in front of the Admiral and the hero. Is this what you call nonsense? Carp erupted in a booming laughter as if a cannon had been fired from his chest. He laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face, causing the wooden platform of the execution stage to tremble, while the naval soldiers below exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what made this old hero so joyful. Ha! Carp slapped his thigh, the sound crisp and clear. My grandson truly deserves his reputation. His courage surpasses even mine. Back in the day, I chased Roger all around the world. Never did I imagine I would end up beneath the execution platform of the Navy, digging into their walls. This kid has a bright future. Too promising. Carp. Sengoku slammed his fist against the railing, the solid with shattered splinters flying, a few pieces grazing his face, yet he did not flinch. His gold-framed glasses slipped down to his nose. The justice cloak billowed from the force of the punch, rustling loudly. Veins throbbed on his forehead, extending from the temple down to his neck. I'm not praising you. His roar echoed across the square, causing several nearby messengers to cover their ears in shock. Luffy watched the quarrel between the two old men, his head turning left and right, growing increasingly confused. Sengoku was bellowing, spit flying toward Carp's face. The grandfather was leisurely digging at his other ear, his movements unhurried. One was so enraged that veins bulged, barely containing his golden Buddha form. The other was laughing so hard that tears streamed down his whole body, leaning back against the chair, the legs of the chair lifting off the ground. Is this the Marine Fleet Admiral? Is this the hero of the Navy? His earlier attempts to persuade surrender, each word striking like a dagger at the Navy's heart, would have had any normal person pinning him to the execution platform on the spot, yet these two were bickering right in front of him. What on earth are you two doing? Luffy couldn't help but speak up, his voice filled with genuine confusion, even overpowering the distant cannon fire. One is a Marine Fleet Admiral, the other a Navy hero, and I just threw out such life-threatening words, and you two still have the energy to argue. Carp finally managed to suppress his laughter, rubbing his stomach as he wiped his eyes with his sleeve. As the sleeve brushed against his face, his laughter came to a complete halt. He turned back to Luffy, the smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth, a faint curve, but when he truly saw the expression on Luffy's face devoid of any jest, the smile gradually faded like the retreating tide. In the square below the execution platform, the gunfire paused for a moment, the wind scattering the smoke, and Luffy's face appeared especially clear under the sunlight. Carp cleared his throat, unusually softening his tone. Stop messing around, Luffy. This is the Navy headquarters, not the dock of Windmill Village. I am your grandfather, a hero of the Navy, who chased Roger a lifetime from the West Blue to the New World, from spring to winter, cornering that man countless times, yet also letting him escape just as many. I have turned down the position of Admiral once, twice, thrice. Even Sengoku lost interest in asking me again. My only identity in this life is that of a Marine. What do you mean by New Navy or Old Navy? Your grandfather is ignoring it. Grandpa, I'm being serious. Luffy interrupted him. His voice was not loud, but in that moment it felt as if everything beneath the execution platform had come to a halt. His tone was steady and earnest, showing no sign of retreat. This was a voice Carp had never heard from Luffy, devoid of any petulance or breathlessness from laughter, calmly laying a fact before him word by word. Luffy stared directly at Carp. His eyes held none of the foolishness from 2 years ago when he chased after saying Grandpa back. Then he had been boasting about how he could punch through iron in a tavern in the East Blue, only to be punched back by Carp still smiling. And there was no longer the despair from when he was sent flying by Kuma on Sabaody Archipelago. When his companions disappeared one by one before his eyes, he knelt on the ground, slapping the earth in anguish, crying like a 13-year-old boy. Now those eyes were imbued with a single sentiment, a weight that could only be borne after experiencing too many losses, heavy like iron. Every word I said is practical and feasible. Luffy's voice was steady. Gold in the sky, a city of gold money, is no issue. I have fought pirates from the first half of the Grand Line, and I have faced those from the second half as well. I know who can be used and who cannot. Recruit people, build ships, establish rules, do it your way. Don't listen to the world government's orders, only do what you believe is right. Catch the real villains, protect the true civilians. Didn't you say your fist is called Fist of Love? You claim your love can smash all evil. Since you love civilians, the best way to show that love is to ensure they aren't trampled under the Celestial Dragon's feet. Ace cannot die. Carp felt a sudden tightening in his throat. His voice began to tremble. That tremor arose from emotions surging forth from deep within him, uncontrollable, like the tremors before a volcanic eruption. If Ace dies here, even if you save me, even if Fleet Admiral Sengoku lets me go for your sake one day, I will personally storm Marineford. At that time, please, Grandpa, do not go easy on me. Carp's heart twisted painfully. Then there was silence. The silence was brief, just a few breaths. The sea breeze swept across the square, making Sengoku's cloak billow, Carp's white hair tousle, and Luffy's straw hat tremble slightly. Cannon fire echoed from the distant bay, muffled, as if heard through a layer of water. But for someone like Carp, for Monkey D. Carp, who had chased the Pirate King for most of his life, countless times putting life and death aside, grinning at any enemy, a few breaths of silence spoke volumes. He looked into Luffy's eyes. Those eyes held no threat, no anger or hatred, none of the emotions that belong to an impulsive child. Luffy was serious, not acting on impulse. He was stating a fact that would inevitably come to pass. If Ace were to die in Marineford, there would no longer be any drinks, meat, or laughter shared between this grandfather and grandson. The Luffy who would storm Marineford would no longer call him Grandpa. This kid has grown up. Carp pondered as he looked into Luffy's eyes. When did this happen? Was it during the battle in Alabasta against Crocodile? Or when the flag of the world government was burned on Eni's lobby? Or perhaps on Sabaody Archipelago, watching his companions being sent flying one by one? This kid, Carp murmured, only audible to himself. His fingers unconsciously clenched into a fist on his knee, knuckles turning white. Sengoku stood on the execution platform, having listened to the entire conversation, utterly at a loss for how to express his feelings about this situation. Just moments ago, he wanted to scold Carp, rebuking him for being senile and inappropriate, but now he could not bring himself to do so, because every word Luffy said was practical and feasible. The interception of the celestial gold above this kid has clearly done his homework on the total amount of celestial gold collected by the celestial dragons from various countries each year. The control over Golden City, Gilder Tetsolo's enterprise. Recruiting crew, building ships, establishing rules. This is not just a brash shout from a reckless man. This is a captain recruiting his first crew member. And the one he recruits is his grandfather, the naval hero Monkey D. Garp. Sengoku suddenly felt like laughing, yet he couldn't. He knew Garp's attitude towards the celestial dragons. During the battle at God Valley, Garp protected the celestial dragons, but afterwards he drank all night, while Sengoku sat nearby listening to Garp repeatedly mutter two words: disgusting. He had never seen Garp look so grim while drinking. Sengoku knew better than anyone the real reason Garp refused the promotion to Admiral. He didn't want to be a direct guard for the celestial dragons, nor did he want to take orders from those bubblehead individuals. Garp understood better than anyone where the Navy's problems lay, from the system to execution, from the world government's intervention to the privileges of the celestial dragons. He simply had no better choice, so he used his fists to uphold this flawed system, doing what he believed was right within the cracks. And now someone has presented him with another choice. Although the one who spoke these words was that troublesome grandson of his, the wild monkey who had been thrown into the mountains to be fed to wolves, yet had grinned and climbed back, the fool who irritated him to death by shouting about becoming the Pirate King in the East Blue Monkey D. Luffy, who burned the world government's flag on Judicial Island and looked pleased with himself. On the execution platform, Garp's silence continued. He turned to glance at Ace, who was kneeling. The orange cowboy hat had been tossed aside, the brim stained with congealed blood. The freckles on Ace's blood-stained face remained prominent, those light brown spots like fragments scattered across his skin. Ace lowered his head, the shackles, chains hanging down from his wrists to the wooden platform, yet he did not tremble. He was listening, having listened since Luffy spoke his first words. The tattoo exposed on the back of his neck was blurred by sweat. Luffy, you. Ace wanted to say something, but looking at Luffy, he suddenly didn't know how to begin. The feeling of being protected by his brother was truly wonderful. Then Garp shifted his gaze back to Luffy's face. Two grandsons. One kneeling on the execution platform, chains binding him, turning his back to the millions gathered in the square for him. The other standing below the platform, empty-handed, facing the Navy's strongest forces, saying everything that should and shouldn't be said. Garp, who had captured countless pirates in his life, fought countless hard battles, and faced countless life and death choices, had never found any of them as difficult as this one. Garp stood up. His movements were slow, and his knee made a faint cracking sound. He did not take any fighting stance. He simply brushed the dust off his pants, righted the chair that had been knocked over by laughter, and sat back down. His posture was exactly the same as before, legs apart, hands resting on his knees, back slightly hunched, like an old man sitting at the village entrance watching the sea in the afternoon. But if one looked closely, they would notice it was different. His hands were firmly resting on his knees, 10 fingers like steel nails. The trembling at his fingertips had vanished. Just moments ago, while facing Sengoku's roar, his fingertips had still been slightly trembling, emotions spilling out. Now he was thinking. Luffy stood below, quietly waiting. On the execution platform, Ace knelt silently, but his hands gripping the chains were already turning white. Then a golden light illuminated the execution platform. The light surged from Sengoku's body. At first, it was merely a golden halo around the edges of his outline, but then it rapidly expanded, transformed, and solidified the light, turning into flesh and blood, turning into bones, turning into gilded skin. His shoulders spread open to cloak the words justice, glowing dazzlingly white under the golden light. His palm magnified sharply within the halo. Sengoku's body underwent a rapid transformation, enveloped in golden light, his expression becoming solemn, austere, and cold, his Buddha-like visage betraying no human emotion. The air around the execution platform began to tremble, tiny wood chips squeezing out from the gaps in the wooden planks, and at the broken ends of the railings, just smashed by Sengoku's splinters, fell in the aftermath of the shockwave. In the plaza of the Navy headquarters, 100,000 soldiers simultaneously looked up. They saw the golden light on the execution platform, the devil fruit form of the fleet admiral, the great Buddha. Even the distant bay battle momentarily fell silent as the crew of the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy captains simultaneously halted their weapons, gazing towards the execution platform across the frozen sea. Garp raised his head, watching the golden, glowing giant Buddha beside him. The golden light cast half of his face in brightness, and the other half in shadow, the bright side revealing every detail of his brow and stubble, while the dark side only retained a hard contour. He witnessed the entire transformation process of Sengoku. It had been a long time since he had seen this great Buddha, since the very first day Sengoku consumed that fruit. In the past, every transformation had been in the face of an enemy. This time Sengoku transformed beside him, the golden light enveloping him entirely, casting shadows on the ground beneath Luffy's feet. That was a signal. Garp. Sengoku spoke. The voice of the great Buddha was layered, solemn, and magnificent, each word echoing above the square. Consider your identity carefully. The Navy is the barrier that protects civilians. Once this place descends into chaos, the balance of the entire sea will collapse. He paused, the great Buddha's golden eyes lowered to look at Garp. The words that followed remained unspoken, but Garp understood what was left unsaid. He had fought alongside Sengoku for 40 years. In those 40 years, some words did not need to be spoken, a single glance was enough. Sengoku swallowed those harsh words, leaving only a golden Buddha standing beside him, silently waiting for his response. Garp remained seated in his chair, making no statement. He simply sat there, an old man with white hair caught between two grandsons, and an old friend between a lifetime of identity and a new possibility, as quiet as a stone. Luffy held his head high, his expression unclear, but his clenched fists were evident. On the execution platform, Ace finally lifted his head, the chains clanking loudly. Ace raised his head. The cold air from the ice crawled up his knees. The sea stone handcuffs had drained his strength completely, the chains hanging at his wrists, and every breath brought forth the faint sound of iron rings clashing. Since Luffy rushed to the execution platform and shouted that phrase, surrender, he had remained silent, his head down. Now lifting his head, there was a calm, relieved expression on his face, one not belonging to someone facing death. Looking at Luffy. In the distance, cannon fire turned half the sky dark red, thick smoke billowing up from the edge of the ice field. The left-wing battlefield looked as if it had been plowed by a giant beast, the ice shattered into floating chunks, the wreckage of warships half sunken in the fissures of ice, masts leaning, burning sails falling. The 3rd Division of the Whitebeard pirates was fighting fiercely on that broken ice, the sound of blades clashing mixed with the dull cracks of the ice emerging and fading. Yet all of this seemed to fade away. Luffy, give up. Ace's voice was not loud, yet each word penetrated the roar of cannon fire, reaching Luffy and Garp's ears. I am prepared to die. Death is nothing to be afraid of. Garp's body trembled violently. He sat on the stone steps, his fingers digging into his knees, his entire arm shaking. Ace. Only these 2 words escaped his lips, his voice dry, like it was forcibly squeezed out from between the stones. The rest of his words were stuck in his throat, impossible to swallow or utter. The words death, fear, living emerged from Ace's mouth, stabbing at Luffy's heart with each utterance. Shut up. Luffy's eyes turned red. Do you really have to say such things? What did you say when we were in Alabasta? You said you would watch me grow stronger, and now. Ace looked at Luffy's enraged face and smiled. The smile was warm and genuine, carrying the warmth of sunlight. Covered in blood, the wound at the corner of his mouth split open again as he smiled, seeping fresh blood. Of course I remember, Luffy. Every word I said is etched in my memory. You are my brother, and I am proud of you. His voice was gentle, like soothing a temperamental child, just like in the treehouse years ago. But I also have my own destination. You cannot always chase after me. Another round of intense cannon fire erupted from the right flank. The ice wall of Aokiji exploded in the distance, shards of ice raining down like a violent storm, prompting gasps all around. 3rd team, move to the left flank. Don't get surrounded. A hoarse shout came from afar as a captain of the Whitebeard pirates rushed towards the left flank, stepping on the broken ice, which cracked underfoot, splashing icy water that soaked half of his pants. Without looking back, he shouted, "Izo, cover!" Izo had reamed his gun. There was no reply, only a slight adjustment to the angle of the gun, his eyes still fixed on the execution platform. Beneath the execution platform, naval soldiers raised their shields, forming a wall, their synchronized footsteps making the ground tremble. "Luffy, old man, and everyone else." Ace's voice paused. "Thank you for loving me despite my irredeemable self, and for being the inheritor of the devil's bloodline. I am eternally grateful." Luffy's tears flowed down in streams, dripping from his chin and creating small pits on the icy surface. He fiercely wiped at his tears with his sleeve, which was already soaked, clinging to his arm. New tears instantly welled up, impossible to wipe away. His body trembled. The image of Ace dying was one he did not want to relive. "Don't speak like that." His voice suddenly dropped low, as if scraped from deep within his throat. "Every time you say such things, you are preparing to leave me." He recalled the day Sabo had left. Sabo had smiled just like this, saying, "Luffy, am heading out to sea first." He never returned. He wanted to rush up and pull Ace down, wanting to knock away everyone standing in his way. But this was the last window for negotiation. Sengoku stood in the palm of the golden giant Buddha, glancing down, his brows slightly furrowed. Under the radiance of the Buddha, his expression was hard to discern, yet his voice was heavy, pressing down like a mountain. "Straw Hat Kid, this is not a place where you can act recklessly. I am not talking to you." He did not look back, his eyes never leaving Ace. "Don't say such things. If you have something to say, go tell them." "I can't remember, I forget in an instant." He shouted again, his voice echoing amidst the cannon fire. "You must tell them, tell Dad, tell the old man, tell everyone that you want to live." On the ice field, Marco descended from midair, landing on the ship's side behind Whitebeard. The flames of the immortal phoenix on his wings slowly extinguished, leaving blue remnants in the air. "Dad, that kid Luffy." His voice was low, as if hesitating to speak. "I know." Whitebeard did not turn around, tightening his grip on the hilt of the sword, the deck beneath his feet creaking softly, the ropes straining tighter, creaking ominously. "Ace's family, and Luffy is his brother. No matter what Ace says as family, we must save him." Marco paused for a moment. "But Dad, your body." "Shut up, Marco." Whitebeard finally turned around, casting a glance at him. "I am not dead yet. I am still alive." Marco stopped speaking. On the execution platform, in the palm of the golden giant Buddha, Ace slowly shook his head. The golden light from Sengoku, transformed, illuminated the entire square, turning the icy surface golden and clearly revealing the expressions on everyone's faces. "What will you do about Dayton?" Luffy's voice suddenly changed. "She said we three are her children. Sabo is already gone. If you leave again, I will be all alone. Do you know how much she cries? She's so strong that the whole house could collapse when she cries." Ace closed his eyes. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. Dayton. That fierce mountain bandit who used a rolling pin to hit people, yet would cry and hug him afterward. On the day he set out to sea, Dayton stood at the dock, without saying a word, just throwing the bag filled with dried meat into his arms and turning to leave. Only later did he find out that she had drunk all night, that evening, crying the entire night. "Luffy, don't make it harder for the old man anymore." Finally speaking, his voice was like pushing out the last bit of strength from his chest. No longer looking at Luffy or Sengoku, kneeling there, sunlight pouring down, he finished his last words. "Thank you all for loving me like this. Death is my only homecoming." Garp sat on the steps, his back slumped, his entire being feeling as if most of his weight had been pulled away. His shoulders drooped, head lowered, hands resting on his knees clenched into fists, fingers and arms trembling. "Sengoku." His voice suddenly rose hoarse like sandpaper. He did not lift his head or look at anyone, only fixated on the bloodstains on his knees. "Have you ever thought that one day you would personally execute your own grandson?" Sengoku did not respond. The golden giant Buddha remained silent, its brilliance still dazzling, but the air on the execution platform had tightened with this question. The camera of the Den Den Mushi was still rolling, the whole world was watching. "I ask you if you've ever thought about it." His voice suddenly rose, the veins on his arm bulging, his fist crashing down on the stone steps, creating a crack. "I have spent my whole life in the Navy capturing countless pirates. Now you want me to watch my own grandson die before my eyes and sit in the front row as a spectator?" Behind him, all the naval soldiers fell silent. No one dared to breathe. The hero Garp, who had never wavered on the battlefield, was trembling. Tears splattered onto his fingernails, bursting into droplets, mixing with the blood seeping from his fingers, spreading a dark spot on the stone steps. Behind him lay the entire bay, warships lined up like an iron wall, their cannons still smoking, but nothing was visible. Many years ago, Roger entrusted him with Ace's care in prison, saying similar words. Now Ace echoed them. A father and a son taking the same knife out of the grave and handing it back into his hands. forcing him to choose. Luffy's roar shattered the air beneath the execution platform. Ace, you bastard. The sound waves stirred visible gusts of air, scattering stones and ice shards at his feet, tears flowing freely down his face, and his clenched fists turned white. He suddenly raised his hand, trembling as he pointed at Ace, his voice shaking, each word exploding from the depths of his heart. The artillery fire on the right flank abruptly halted in response to his roar, as if waiting for something. On the ice field, several pirates and marines locked in battle unconsciously paused, swords at the ready, guns still aimed at each other, but their gazes all turned towards the execution platform. A Navy colonel gasped for breath, moving his sword away from his opponent's blade, turning to ask the admiral beside him, "Admiral, should we continue fighting?" There was no answer. His gaze swept across the entire ice field, landing on the golden light of the execution platform, and the hand that held the sword slowly fell. "Grandpa, what are you hesitating for? He is about to die. Do you still want to be a Navy hero?" Kapu sat on the steps, his fingers digging into his palm, blood seeping through his fingers, dripping onto the cold stone steps. Luffy's voice pierced his chest like a knife, twisting deeper. He opened his mouth, finally uttering a sound very faint, so weak it didn't seem possible from a strong man like Kapu. "I'm not being a Navy hero." His lips trembled, his voice quivered, his throat felt constricted, each word fought its way out. I don't know how to choose anymore. I've been in the Navy my whole life, and I've never felt so lost before." Kapu's hands trembled, his entire weight pressing down on his knees, the patella grinding painfully. In his heart, he asked, "Roger, when you entrusted her and Ace to me, did you ever think of today?" Luffy no longer looked at him. Turning to Ace, his eyes red, he fixed his gaze on the figure kneeling on the execution platform, his voice shifting from a roar to a shriek, and from a shriek to a plea. His throat was already completely raw, the sounds he shouted rough, like sandpaper scraping against metal. "Ace, say you want to live? Hurry up and say it." Ace's entire body trembled. The chains rattled with a piercing metallic sound, unusually clear in the silence of the execution platform. The sea stone handcuffs rubbed against his wrists, creating fresh bloodstains, droplets seeping along the edges, sliding down the back of his hand, and dropping onto the wooden platform. Looking at Luffy, that face was exactly the same as when he was a child, crying and shouting, "Ace, wait for me." This was how he looked when they were fighting over food in the Dayton treehouse, and when he turned back at the harbor to shout, "I will catch up to you." "Luffy." The voice rose from deep within his throat, almost inaudible. Memories surged forth. 3 brothers, Sabo, Luffy, and him. In the junkyard of Garbage Mountain, stealing liquor, swearing brotherhood beneath the moon. That night the moon was full, dew hung on the scrap iron. Sabo raised the liquor bottle and said, "From this day on we are brothers." But Luffy, that guy, wobbled the bottle and spilled most of it, leading the two to chase him up half the mountain. Later Sabo set sail first, his ship blasted apart by the celestial dragons. That day the sea breeze was strong and the waves were fierce. They thought there would never again be any promises to fulfill. Then Luffy chased after him. No matter how far he ran, no matter how many seas and islands separated them, he would catch up, reaching the execution platform in Marineford, arriving at what he thought was the end. Can he really survive? The Navy headquarters had 100,000 elite soldiers, 3 admirals on the move. Sengoku transformed into a golden giant Buddha, golden light enveloping the entire bay. Whitebeard was engaged in a fierce battle with a Kainu on the left flank. Magma crashing onto the ice surface, creating large clouds of white steam as the ice layer crumbled under the intense heat. The captains fell one by one, blood splattering on the ice, freezing into dark red ice flowers. The whole world wanted him dead. He never felt afraid of death. Roger's bloodline, the original sin of the Pirate King, the hatred of the world, death, had long been an accepted outcome for him. Yet looking at Luffy's face, that face was just like when he was a child. Crying just the same. Luffy didn't want him to die. Grandpa didn't want him to die. Sabo, if Sabo were still alive, would not want that either. "Do you really not want to live?" Luffy's voice suddenly went quiet, quieter than Luffy ever was. He lifted his head, tears still on his face, but his eyes were devoid of anger. "Don't you want to see what I look like as the Pirate King?" Suddenly, someone shouted from the ice field. "Ace, say something." It was Vista, standing atop the shattered ice, still holding his twin swords, the blood on the blades frozen into shards, his voice trembling, as if it had burst forth from long-suppressed emotions. "We didn't come here to collect your corpse." The Whitebeard pirates never had a tradition of collecting corpses. "Say you want to live?" Finally, Izo lowered his gun, striding towards the execution platform, his voice louder than usual. Even he didn't realize he was shouting. "If you say it, we will take you home. Back to the Moby Dick. If you say it, Dad will take you away. You know Dad can do it." Whitebeard's throat moved. He didn't look at Izo or Vista. He only stared at Ace on the execution platform, his gaze crossing layers of human walls past the burning shipwrecks, over the bodies lying across the ice, landing on that small figure. Ace's son. Finally, he spoke, his voice pushing forth from his chest like a mountain, slowly moving. Ace. He only said those 2 words. The entire battlefield fell silent. Akai's magma fist hung in midair. Akiji's feet halted on the ice. Kizaru, transformed into light, frozen in the air, forgetting to take form. The Whitebeard pirate flag fluttered atop the Moby Dick. The flag with a hole burned through it, rippling in the wind, beating rhythmically in everyone's ears. Ace, tell me, do you want to live? The deck of the Moby Dick was blasted a corner, missing the canvas on the mast, burned through halfway, yet the Whitebeard pirate flag still flapped fiercely atop the flagpole. Marco stood at the ship's rail, blue flames flickering at his fingertips. He didn't speak, just clenched his fist tightly. In his heart, there was only one thought: Ace, say it. You bastard, say it. Izo lowered his gun, the barrel still smoking. Vista sheathed his twin swords, the blood on the blades still not dry. Flamenco, holding his big hammer, forgot to swing it, ice shards falling from the hammerhead. Someone let their sword tip, drop, touching the ground, marking shallow scratches on the ice. Someone clenched their fists, nails digging into their palms as deep as Kapu's grip. At the edge of the square, Ron poked his head out, hands gripping the stone wall, stones and dust trickling down from the crevice, unable to care about, trembling, his heart racing faster than when he was chasing and cutting. KB, palms sweaty. The golden light from the execution platform reflected in his pupils, burning 2 bright spots. Finally, the moment of excitement has arrived. Taking a deep breath, his heart racing, he had learned to discern this instinct after spending so many days traversing different worlds. The more critical the choice, the greater the change. The greater the change, the more significant the reversal. It must succeed. Every tremor in the air can be felt, as if the entire world is suspended on the tip of a knife in this moment. Ron gritted his teeth, murmuring to himself, his voice swallowed halfway by the distant roar of ice cracking. Failure is not terrifying. Ooh, what is terrifying is dying once more. I truly do not wish to taste that flavor again. He instinctively touched his temple. The icy touch of the gun against his temple, the heat of gunpowder exploding, the consciousness being forcibly yanked from the dizzying passage between worlds. These memories still carried warmth, like a freshly burned branding iron pressed against his skin. The ability to perform sit-ups may allow one to rise from fatal injuries, but the feeling of death itself does not diminish. Ace knelt on the execution platform, chains wrapped around his wrists, the cold of Hylu's stone seeping into his bones. He looked at Luffy, whose face was a mess of tears and snot, still staring at him intently, teeth grinding, blood drawn from biting his own lip. Ace, quickly say you want to live. Say it. To live. Those 2 words pierced his chest like a red-hot knife, stirring violently in his blood that he thought had long since cooled. He recalled the 3 filthy little boys on the rubbish hill holding stolen wine bowls, spilling wine everywhere, and Luffy shouting cheers. Until his voice broke, Sabo's shattered small boat with chips drifting on the sea for 3 days, he and Luffy lying on the shore, neither speaking, neither leaving. That evening, he told Luffy, I will definitely not die, and then he smiled broadly, making a pact with Luffy, their thumbs pressed together, warm and sweaty. He lied to Luffy. He had long been prepared for death. Roger's bloodline, the son of the devil, the world's hatred, these burdens weighed upon him for 22 years, long enough that he no longer pondered whether he deserved to live. But some believed he deserved it. Dad stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze billowing his coat. The captain stood on the battlefield, their blades reflecting cold light that merged into a single glimmer. His brother rushed to the execution platform, fists clenched so tightly that blood seeped between his fingers. Each of them was using their lives to tell him, Port Gasti, Ace, you deserve to live. A surge of warmth exploded from his chest, as if something had shattered, or perhaps something had finally been pieced together. The warmth rose to his throat, filling his eyes, nearly choking him. Tears streamed down his face, 1 drop, 2 drops, and then they could no longer be stopped, falling onto the sun-heated wooden board of the execution platform, trickling down the chains. He lifted his head, using every ounce of strength to shout, Luffy, I want to live. Luffy was stunned, his lips moved as if trying to say something, but could not produce a sound. Tears, still hanging on his face, the corners of his mouth, began to lift slowly, transforming from shock to ecstatic joy. Ace did not stop. He turned towards the Moby Dick, the chains rattling as he struggled, the sound tearing through all the chaos on the battlefield. Dad, I want to live. At the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard slammed the Songyun cut onto the deck with a heavy thud, producing a dull sound that shook the entire ship, crushing a layer of ice beneath. He opened his mouth, but the laughter had yet to escape. Ace turned again towards the white-haired figure beneath the execution platform, his voice shifting from a roar to a tremble, like a child finally willing to admit fault before an elder. Grandpa, I want to live. Then he raised his head, looking up at the entire sky, tears flowing into his mouth, salty and warm. I want to live. The shout echoed above the square, crashing against the ice wall, striking the sails, penetrating the ears of everyone present. Luffy finally laughed out loud. As he laughed, more tears fell. He wiped his face with his sleeve, smearing snot, and tears everywhere, pointing at the execution platform and shouting, "This is how it should be. You idiot, Ace." This exclamation was heard by several people on the battlefield. Marco gently shook his head at the bow, whispering, "They are just alike, those brothers." Vista chimed in beside him, "Aren't you the same?" Marco said nothing in reply. Luffy did not hear at all. He laughed, while crying snot bubbling his entire face, scrunched up. The previous round of tears was hot burning, all stemming from hating himself for not being strong enough. This round of tears was warm, sweet, finally grasping something he would never let go. No one could tell whether this guy was happy or crying. Whitebeard's laughter finally erupted. "Gulalala, did you hear that?" He raised the Tsonyun cut, slamming the hilt onto the deck. The ice surface cracked several meters outward from beneath the ship. "My son says he wants to live." Marco stood behind him, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. "We heard it, Dad. The entire battlefield heard it." "Then let them hear it even clearer." Whitebeard took a deep breath, his voice rolling over the entire square like a tangible conqueror's hockey. "My son will live. Anyone who stands in the way will die." "Gulalala." The captains all laughed. Vista crossed his twin swords over his chest, the gems on the hilt reflecting cold light, glancing at Izo. "How many times have you wiped your eyes today?" Izo propped the gun on his shoulder, vigorously rubbing the corner of his eye with the back of his hand. "What business is it of yours?" He rubbed again afterward. No one gave the order, but their grips on their swords tightened further. This time the cold light on the blades was not for killing enemies, but to bring Ace back alive. Every hand, gripping a sword, turned pale. On the steps beneath the execution platform, Garp's body trembled. His hands rested on his knees, knuckles turning white, shoulders shaking incessantly. Ace has never called him grandpa, not since he was little, deliberately keeping a distance by calling him old man. He remembered once visiting Windmill Village, Ace shouting from behind a fence, "Old man, money has arrived," and then running off. Luffy chased after him, shouting, "Ace, wait for grandpa." Ace did not look back, yelling back, "He is not my grandpa." For 22 years this was the first time. Stormy thoughts had been swirling in his heart for decades. Home and country, right and wrong, rules and bloodline, tearing him apart time after time. But at this moment, these thoughts suddenly quieted, as peaceful as the eerie calm at the center of a storm. He loosened his fists, looking at the blood marks left by his nails on his palms, for crescent-shaped wounds, 2 of which were oozing blood. He wiped his hands clean on his pants, the blood smearing on the white military trousers, leaving a dark red mark. Then he stood up. Without looking at Sengoku, without looking at Luffy, he simply stood there on the steps beneath the execution platform, standing straight, feeling the vibrations of the ice beneath his feet. On the execution platform, Sengoku looked down at his old comrade with whom he had fought side by side for decades. The golden giant Buddha's light enveloped his body, yet his eyebrows drooped lower than ever before. He knew Carp too well. When Carp fell silent, it meant he was about to make a decision. This old man had been raucous for most of his life, yet in the face of true significance, he was the quietest. Sengoku's voice was low, with the resonance of the Buddha's sound rolling in his chest. Each word carried a heavy echo that made the wooden platform of the execution site vibrate. "You ultimately have to betray the Navy, Carp." Carp shook his head. He raised his gaze to Sengoku, his eyes calm with a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. "Betray the Navy." Carp repeated the term, as if tasting an imprecise description. "No. Sengoku, the Navy is sick, you know that." Sengoku did not respond, but his pupils shrank slightly. These 4 words were sharper than any accusation, for they came from someone who had devoted most of his life to the Navy. The celestial dragons ride atop the Navy, wielding power, while the world government uses justice as a rag. Carp's voice was not loud, unlike his usual boisterous self, but each word fell heavily on Sengoku's chest. "You know better than I do. We once spoke in our youth about spreading true justice to every corner of the world, but now we have become the watchdogs of the celestial dragons ourselves. Changing all of this requires courage. I lacked it before, hesitating and fearing this and that, worrying about the Navy's division and the chaos of the seas, while also fearing to betray the cloak I wore." He glanced at Luffy, then at Ace on the execution platform, the chain still wrapped around the boy's wrist. Then he looked back at Sengoku, and something in his murky old eyes lit up. A determination that came after an old man had thought everything through, steady, no longer fiery, but never extinguished. "Dragon has acted." Carp's voice suddenly dropped, as if he were talking to himself. "He is gone, and here I am, an old man still hiding." Sengoku finally spoke, his voice dry. "Do you know what you're saying?" "I know. I have never been so clear in my life." Sengoku fell silent. Something within the silence was cracking. "Now the grandson has come." Carp suddenly laughed, pointing in Luffy's direction. "Look at that kid charging towards the execution platform amidst the world's artillery fire." He asked me, "Grandpa, which side are you on?" He paused, his voice suddenly rising, no longer low but filled with the strength befitting Iron Fist Carp. At that time I couldn't answer. Now I answer I stand with my grandson. He turned around facing the entire battlefield, the sea breeze lifting his white cloak of justice, the ink characters on the cloak billowing up. So, I want to wager everything. Let's try to change the Navy, change this sea. Let our justice spread to every corner of the world. His voice echoed out. In the square there was first a dead silence, then a stir spread like ripples from beneath the execution platform. A Marine with a sword elbowed his comrade next to him, lowering his voice to ask, "Is Vice Admiral Carp rebelling?" The comrade said nothing, just stared at the execution platform, the gun in his hand slowly lowered. Someone whispered, "What does he mean by sickness?" Another voice replied, "Shut up, don't ask foolish questions." In the distance on top of the tower of Marineford, several seagulls were startled and flapped their wings, flying toward the higher sky. A moment of silence. The entire square fell silent, so quiet that one could hear the sea breeze brushing over the icy surface and the distant sound of waves lapping against the ice. The golden light on the execution platform did not dissipate. Instead, it grew even more radiant. Sengoku lowered his head, looking at Carp with the eyes of an old friend rather than the eyes of a Buddha. There was no anger, no disappointment on that face, only a profound weariness, as if he aged 10 years in an instant. Many years ago, two young Marines sat at the bow of a warship, the sea breeze filling their cloaks of justice. Carp, with a donut in his mouth, shouted to him, "Sengoku, one day, we will make true justice reach every corner of the world." At that time, they were still young, with no positions of admiral and general weighing them down, and they had not yet personally issued extermination orders, nor did they know the weight of the words justice. If it were in the capacity of an old friend. Sengoku's voice was very low, so low that it could not be heard by those beneath the execution platform, low enough for only the two of them to hear, "I would support you." He paused, his throat moving slightly. "I even envy you. You have the courage to do what I cannot." Carp looked at him, saying nothing. Sengoku raised his head, and his expression changed. Those eyes were no longer filled with weariness and hesitation, but only the determination that a Buddha should possess, cold, hard, and unshakable. "But first and foremost, I am the Fleet Admiral Buddha Sengoku. The celestial dragons are intolerable, I know. But without the gold from the world government, there would be no navy ships, no soldiers' pay, and no maintenance of fortresses. The entire sea would sink into deep suffering, and pirates would devour every village like locusts." His voice grew heavier, each word like a hammer striking an anvil. "You say the Navy is sick, I do not deny it. But the sick Navy is still the only barrier between the sea and the civilians. If you want to dismantle this barrier," he paused for a moment, locking his golden pupils onto Carp, "then you must first show me whether you have the strength to bear this responsibility." The golden light exploded from within him, erupting like a golden sun rising above the execution platform. The figure of the giant Buddha rose up 5 meters, 10 meters higher, larger, and more dazzling than ever before, the golden light scorching the retinas of every onlooker. The shockwave condensed in the Buddha's palm, the air compressed into visible fissures, the very space trembling, as if punched cracks radiating from the palm and producing a bone-chilling creak. The Marines and pirates in the entire square were forced to take several steps back by this overwhelming pressure. Some slipped and fell on the ice, being dragged back by comrades who cursed, "Retreat, retreat. The Admiral is serious now." The ice surface within 100 meters around the execution platform began to crack, the fissures spreading like living creatures in all directions, and the ice shavings were ground into powder by the air pressure rising like a localized snowstorm. "Since you have made this decision," Sengoku's voice was no longer human. It was the Buddha's sacred sound, a long reverberation like the ringing of a bronze bell in a temple. Each word carried an irresistible will, shaking the very air. "Then be prepared, Carp." The shockwave crashed down with a thunderous roar. The air compressed into an invisible giant wall, pushing everything in front of it towards Carp. The ice surface was directly overturned. Entire sheets of ice seemed to be lifted by an invisible giant hand, flipping in midair and crashing onto the farther ice surface with a dull thud. Debris and ice shards were swept away by the shockwave, striking the pillars of the execution platform, leaving behind a multitude of dents. A Marine who got too close was knocked over by the blast, rolling several times on the ground before stopping, his helmet askew, his mouth full of ice shards. "Are we really hitting our own people?" Carp threw his head back and laughed heartily. He had never felt this relaxed in his life. The burdens of being a naval hero, the threshold of justice, the constraints of the celestial dragons, all dissolved into nothingness under the golden curtain of the shockwave. He was now just an old man, a grandfather wanting to save his grandson, an old man finally free from any rules. "Zhangua." He laughed while shouting, his laughter and roar mingling indistinguishable from one another. "Do you know how long I've waited for this day?" The shockwave was getting closer, and he continued to laugh. "Every time I had to salute the celestial dragons, I wished I could punch Mary Geos into the sea." He took a deep breath, his chest swelling, and roared at the approaching shockwave. "Finally, I don't have to hold back anymore. Finally, I don't have to. Come. His right hand clenched into a fist, cracking his knuckles. Armament hockey erupted from his fist, dark red gleams swirling beneath the black hardened surface like steel forged 1,000 times as the surrounding air resonated with a low, deep metallic hum reminiscent of a massive bell ringing underground. Carp had no devil fruit powers, just a punch. The iron fist of love. This fist had smashed Roger, crushed the Golden Lion, and taken down countless legendary pirates, and now it was aimed at Jean Gua. Fist bone star shatter. The two fists collided together. Boom. In that instant, everyone on the battlefield heard the same sound, their eardrums pierced by a sharp pain followed by a belated thunderous boom. Boom. The center of the collision between the shockwave and the fist wind exploded in a ring of white vapor, like a balloon stretched to its limit, bursting from within, a visible circular shockwave sweeping across the ice surface in all directions. The ice layer beneath cracked in a fan shape from the point of impact, the fissures slicing through dozens of meters before barely stopping, with shards of ice and seawater erupting from the edges of each crack. The shockwave was shattered by that punch. It was shattered, not blocked. Golden fragments scattered like a massive glass window that had been smashed, raining down and scorching the ice surface, with countless small dark pits hissing and emitting white smoke from each one. Did we stop it? Someone in the square shouted in disbelief. Vice Admiral Carp just obliterated the Marshal's shockwave. No, it was shattered. Another voice corrected him. He fucking shattered it. Carp took 2 steps back. The ice beneath his feet left 2 deep footprints, the shattered ice covering his shoes. He shook the golden dust off his fists casually, as if shaking off flour, then looked up at the cracks in the giant Buddha's palm, grinning. You haven't improved after all these years, Jean Gua. A voice from above the giant Buddha responded, tinged with a barely perceptible breathlessness. Shut up. Jean Gua retracted his palm, his face ashen. He thought Carp would hesitate, would suffer, would struggle between justice and family like he had in the past when facing Roger. But when that old man swung his fist, his face wore only one expression, pure delight. Unmasked and unrestrained joy. Jean Gua's finger bones trembled painfully, the pain shooting up his arm to his wrist, and then to his shoulder, his entire right arm going numb. You bastard. He gritted his teeth, his angry expression pressed on his face, yet his eyes were slightly reddened. He knew Carp too well. This old man had never laughed as freely as he did today. The Marines below the execution platform rushed up with their weapons drawn. The sound of military boots crunching on the shattered ice could be heard. Among them were some of Carp's former subordinates, many faces Jean Gua recognized. Carp turned around, the sea breeze blowing through his white hair. He looked at those young men rushing towards him, at the soldiers he had trained. For some, their first knife was taught by him, and for others, their first medal was pinned on by him. Do you want to stop me? He said. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. The edges of those knives began to hesitate. 1 knife, 2 knives, and then a whole group. The knife tips trembled slightly in the air, and several people's gun barrels involuntarily drooped. A young Marine glanced at his comrades beside him, then at Carp, gripping and releasing the knife in his hand, his lips trembling as he managed to squeeze out a few words. I can't do it. An old soldier beside him shouted through clenched teeth, raise your knife. That's an order. But the old soldier's own knife tip was also drooping. Jean Gua gritted his teeth, cursing in his heart a dirty word he had muttered countless times in his youth. The old man's prestige was more effective than my orders. Time was running out. Jean Gua leapt into the air. The moment the giant Buddha's body soared, the execution platform beneath him sank under the counterforce, several support pillars creaking under the unbearable weight, with chips falling from the seams. He shouted sternly, all personnel retreat. This man is no longer a vice admiral. I will handle him personally. If the command structure was at risk of collapsing, it was essential to strike decisively before total defeat. The giant Buddha's palm struck out simultaneously, 2 shockwaves roaring forth, sealing off all of Carp's escape routes. The air was torn apart, leaving 2 visible white trails. The ice surface began to collapse before the shockwaves arrived, shattered ice being blown aside by the force, carving 2 deep trenches along the path of the shockwaves. The ice walls flanking the trenches were smooth as if cut by a knife, and the next moment the incoming seawater filled them completely. Carp did not dodge or block. He simply threw his punch. The fist-bone star shatter clashed against the twin shockwaves. At the moment of collision between the 2 forces, the terrain directly beneath the execution platform erupted. A massive pit, several meters in diameter, formed in the ice. Seawater gushing out from the bottom of the pit, swept up into the air by the blast, turning into a salty rain, drenching everyone around. A pirate wiped the water from his face and cursed, is this real? Why does it feel like a dream? No one answered him. Everyone was forced to the ground by the blast. Seawater poured over Carp's white hair, cascading down his forehead. He shook the water from his hair and looked up at the golden giant Buddha, his eyes shining with light. Jean Gua's voice descended from above, deeper than ever before, as if he was trying to suppress something. Carp, are you sure you want to go this far? Are you really not turning back? Really not turning back? Kapu raised his fist before his eyes glancing at the dark red sheen still lingering on his knuckles, then clenched it tightly. Everything I have done in my life has been my own choice. He grinned. This step feels the most satisfying. At the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard laughed heartily. The roar shook the sails. The ice around the ship cracked under the pressure of the sound wave, and fragments of ice were pushed aside as seawater surged up through the crevices. Gulalala, did you see that? Old man Kapu has become our ally. Then the wind direction has changed. He raised the Tsongyun high, the blade pointing towards the execution platform, the hilt smashing down onto the deck, sending wood chips flying. The roar overwhelmed the cannon fire across the battlefield. Rescue Ace. Cover Kapu. Awo. The Whitebeard pirates erupted in a thunderous roar. The combined shouts of 1,600 men reverberated, shaking the ice surface, causing the fragments around the execution platform to jump up and then fall back down. Marco spread his wings. Blue flames erupted from behind him, flowing along the edges of his wings, illuminating half the sky, casting a dancing blue light on the ice surface. He turned back and shouted onto the deck, Vista, Izo, don't let the Navy catch their breath. Vista drew his twin swords, the sword energy carving two long grooves on the ice shavings swirling up, leaving white trails in the air. Without turning his head, he replied, got it, no need for further words. Izo aimed his gun, and at the moment he pulled the trigger, the bullet accurately took down the two Marines blocking the charge. The two men didn't even have time to shout before they fell on the ice, sliding out several meters. Izo blew the smoke from the gun muzzle too. The captains all moved. No one thought about covering their retreat anymore. Morale skyrocketed from the depths to its peak. The sound of charging footsteps thundered on the ice like distant rolling thunder. The Navy was thrown into complete chaos. Vice Admiral Kapu has defected from the Navy. That Vice Admiral Kapu. Iron Fist Kapu. The Navy hero Kapu. What the hell is going on? Someone shouted, the cry igniting like a spark in a haystack, rapidly spreading through the ranks. A Marine drove his knife into the ice, the blade sinking into the frozen surface, staring blankly towards the execution platform, his lips moving silently. Another Marine glanced back at his comrade, his gun slowly drooping, oblivious to the cigarette slipping from his mouth onto the ice, murmuring, they said they were here to persuade Vice Admiral Kapu to surrender. Did we really need to fight so hard up front? A veteran next to him slapped him on the back of the head. Shut up. Don't say such things. But the veteran's own voice was shaking. The speed of chaos spreading was faster than a shockwave. The frontline Marines began to retreat, while the backline had no idea what was happening in front. Two streams of people collided. Some lost their helmets, others were pushed down onto the ice, creating utter disarray. A brigadier general drew his sword, trying to stabilize the situation, yelling, no retreat allowed, only to find his deputy had already laid down his weapon. The deputy looked at the brigadier general, forcing a smile. Sir, that's Mr. Kapu over there. I was trained by him in my rookie squad. The brigadier general held his sword aloft, unable to bring it down. The reactions of the three admirals were all different. Akainu's face turned ashen. Lava dripped from his fingers, burning through the ice beneath his feet with a hissing sound as the magma fell. Steam surged from the ice hole, carrying a scorching sulfur scent. A pool of magma several meters in diameter had already formed beneath his feet. The ice continuously collapsed. Fragments of ice dropped into the lava, exploding into a puff of white steam upon being swallowed. Kapu. He whispered the name, each syllable wrapped in the heat of magma, his voice sounding as if it had been squeezed out from a volcano. Even you. He had participated in the O'Hara incident and dealt with countless pirates, never wavering in his faith in the Navy. That hero of the Navy turned on the battlefield. This was no longer just a matter of losing combat power. It was a scandal that shook the very foundations of the Navy. He lifted his head, staring at the white-haired figure below the execution platform, his teeth grinding. Kapu. Do you have any idea what this means? His fists clenched, knuckles turning white. A drop of lava squeezed out from between his fingers, landing on the ice at his feet, burning a fist-sized black hole. Kizura stood on the other side of the execution platform, hands in his pockets, the lenses reflecting the clash between Kapu and Sengoku, golden shards of light dancing across his face. He tilted his head. Oh dear. Mr. Kapu has defected from the Navy. How strange, it feels like something is off. He frowned, his fingers coming out of his pocket to rub his temple, murmuring softly, when that black-haired Luffy charged over, I felt something was wrong. He glanced at Kuma standing at the edge of the Shichibukai's position, talking to himself. Kuma, do you know something? Kuma. Akiji stood on the ice, the half-formed ice spear in his palm slipped from his fingertips, shattering into 3 pieces on the ice at his feet. His expression was the most complex among the 3 admirals, his lips pressed into a line. Mr. Kapu, are you dissatisfied with the world government as well? His voice was soft, like he was talking to himself or asking a question he already knew the answer to. After O'Hara, I thought I was angry enough. I didn't expect you to be even more decisive than I was. He paused for a moment, the white breath he exhaled crystallizing into frost in the air, his voice dropping further. Honestly, how did you make up your mind? I've held the position of admiral for so many years, finding 1,001 reasons to convince myself that staying was the right thing to do. You, on the other hand, just smashed your way out with a single punch. Leaning against a supply box at the edge of the square, Ron smiled, as if he had hit the lottery. The plan to persuade Kapu to surrender was something he had played out countless times in his mind, with Kapu's hesitation, Ace's last words, Sengoku's obstruction, every step aligned with his expectations. But upon witnessing Kapu's punch directed at Sengoku, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with excitement. It worked. Kapu was really swayed. It seems this tactic really works. Ron vigorously swung his fist, his knuckles colliding with the supply box with a dull thud, causing him to grimace in pain, inhaling sharply. Ouch, that hurts. I can't afford to hurt my own hand. The battlefield had already veered into a curve that no one could straighten out. He murmured softly, Ace's distress signal has been sent. Whitebeard's entire force is charging Kapu, is clashing with Sengoku on the execution platform. TSK, Tisk, the Navy, must be in disarray. Now probably even their command chain is broken. If not now, then when? Ron's eyes gleamed with excitement. Next up is to run. Rescue Ace and leave immediately. Everyone returns alive. Perfect. At the center of the battlefield, Sengoku retracted his palm that had been pushed back by Carp. The radiance of the golden giant Buddha remained undiminished, and his palm was still trembling slightly. He scanned the battlefield. The Marines were still in shock from Carp's defection. Some crouched down, holding their heads, while others clutched their swords, unsure of which direction to charge. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were rallying their troops. The bow of the Moby Dick had already turned towards the gallows. The sound of the ship's hull grinding against the ice was distinctly audible. Every corner of the battlefield was spiraling out of control, and the source of this chaos knelt on the gallows, chains swaying gently in the wind. There was no time to wait any longer. All Marines, listen up, pirates are to be killed without mercy. Sengoku's Buddhist voice erupted, the sound waves radiating from the gallows, overpowering all the gunfire and shouts on the battlefield. Every Marine's eardrum buzzed. Some covered their ears, blood seeping through their fingers, unable to hear what was shouted at them, only able to see the other person's lips moving. Sengoku turned around, his golden giant palm pointing towards the top of the gallows. The wind pressure from his palm made the flags flap loudly, his voice cold and hard as iron. Execution team. Execute, fire fist, Ace, immediately. On the gallows, two executioners got up from their stupor. Just now the clash between Carp and Sengoku had collapsed. A corner of the gallows, splintered wood and rubble piled on the steps. They were knocked to the ground by the shockwave, their swords flung 2 meters away into the cracks of the wooden planks. Hearing the marshal's order at this moment, the two exchanged glances. One of them had blood trickling down his forehead, flowing down along his brow bone. He wiped it with the back of his hand, bent down to pick up the long knife, muttering under his breath, "That just now almost cost me my life." The other wiped his hand on his pants, gripped the knife handle tightly, his voice lowered even more than his companion's. "Stop talking, let's move." The two positioned themselves behind Ace again, their blades raised high, glinting coldly in the sunlight, the reflection of Ace's neck shadow cast upon the blade. Luffy's eyes instantly turned red. "You dare?" His voice had already changed tone. An invisible force erupted from within him, causing the ice beneath his feet to collapse outward in layers, cracks spreading like a spider web. The air suddenly froze. The two executioners on the gallows still had their swords raised in midair, but their eyes rolled back in unison. The long knives slipped from their hands, the blades clattering as they hit the steps, tumbling several times before rolling down the gallows to the ice, finally stopping. The two bodies slumped on the gallows like puppets with cut strings. Below the gallows, the Marines in the front rows fell in droves. The sound of weapons hitting the ground was dense, like rain pounding on a tin roof, and someone's helmet rolled far away, hitting the crack in the ice and spinning twice before coming to a stop. One Marine who had not yet fallen stared wide-eyed at the comrades sprawled around him, his voice trembling as if he had been frozen all night. This is Conqueror's Haki. He has Conqueror's Haki too. Conqueror's Haki. The entire square quieted down for a moment. Even the distant sounds of cannon fire were muffled. Carp's eyes widened, then he threw back his head and burst into a thunderous laugh. The laughter echoed across the entire square. "Ha ha, Conqueror's Haki. Did you see that, Sengoku? That's my grandson. The future is promising." As he laughed, he threw a punch at Sengoku, his fist wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. The black lightning bursting from the fist struck the golden body of the giant Buddha with even more weight, speed, and ferocity, forcing Sengoku to use both hands to barely fend it off. Sengoku's feet slid back half a meter on the gallows, the wooden boards scorched by the sole of his foot. Carp saw that he barely held up and laughed even louder. Sengoku, you agree, right? Why don't you join me? Being a Marine Admiral isn't worth it. Shut up, Carp. The Marines who were stunned by the Conqueror's haki fell to the ground, many of whom were former subordinates of Carp. One Marine who had just been awakened, still lying on the ground, raised his head groggily, seeing Carp throw a punch at the marshal again. His lips trembled, his voice choked. Lieutenant General Carp. Who are we supposed to listen to? Another old soldier lying beside him pressed his head back down to the ice, lowering his voice to yell, "Don't ask. Keep your head down. Go kill pirates. This level of fight is not something we can meddle in." That Marine buried his face in the ice, muffled his response. Yes. Whitebeard looked at the black-haired boy standing under the gallows, surrounded by fallen Marines, the lingering resonance of Conqueror's haki still buzzing in the air. Gururara, not bad, little brat. Ace's brother, Carp's grandson. The potential of this king is truly remarkable. He turned to shout at the captains behind him, "Marco, did you see that?" Marco flipped in the air, blue flames flickering at the corners of his eyes, his voice coming down from the sky. "I saw it, old man. Compared to that kid, some of the people on our ship really need to train their haki." Whitebeard's chest swelled, the old scars on his chest gleaming as muscles expanded, the power of the tremor fruit radiating from his fist, a white vibrating sphere of energy gathering at the tip of his fist. Song Yun-Xia pointed towards the gallows, a transparent crack vibrating out from the blade, the sound rumbling like thunder across the battlefield. "You brats. Unleash your potential. Rescue Ace." Akaina's face was dark enough to drip magma. He stood on the ice, a blackened pit continuously expanding beneath his feet, steam hissing upwards, the heat waves distorting the surrounding air. The moment Carp turned against them, his fingers clenched into a fist, lava oozing from between his fingers, dripping onto the ice, each drop burning a smoking hole. He had considered that someone might betray in this war. It was not surprising for those subordinate captains of the Whitebeard pirates to flee for their lives. But that was Carp, the Marine hero, the man who chased Roger for a lifetime. On the battlefield in front of 100,000 Marines, he threw a punch at the Marine Admiral. If a dead king is no longer a king. Akaina's voice was very low. Carp chose to be a traitor, then his legend ends here. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping to both sides, magma dripping from the corner of his mouth, falling onto the ice with a hiss that erupted into a cloud of steam. Akiji Kizuru. Carp has already betrayed the Marines. This battle concerns the Marines' dignity. How long are you two going to hold back? Kizaru stood on a floating ice block with his hands in his pockets, the ice gently swaying under the current beneath his feet, yet his body remained utterly still. The reflection of the lens obscured his expression, revealing only the faint curve at the corner of his mouth. He tilted his head, speaking lazily. "There's really no helping it. Mr. Carp has betrayed us, and Mr. Sengoku is furious. Once this war is over, the world government still won't know how to explain this situation." A golden light flared at his fingertips, with more and more particles of light gathering at his knuckles. Before he finished speaking, a blue flame slammed down right in front of him. Marco descended from the sky, the wings of the phoenix enveloping him in intense heat as he bore down on Kizuru. The flame struck the ice before Kizuru, shattering it into countless pieces, and the shards were swept up into the air, turning into steam amidst the blue glow. Kizaru instantaneously moved back a dozen meters, landing on another ice block, the reflection on his glasses flashing. "Marco, your way of greeting is really quite enthusiastic." "Admiral Kizaru, this is not the time for idle chatter." Marco's voice was calm, almost as if stating an unremarkable fact. Kizaru's light bullet collided with the blue flame, exploding into a dazzling sphere of intertwining golden and blue light that erupted with a resounding blast. The ice around the two immediately vaporized on one side, the seawater turning into a white mist due to the intense heat, within which a bottomless pit was faintly revealed beneath the ice layer. Kizaru looked down at the vaporized ice beneath his feet, scratching the back of his head. "It seems you're quite serious. This is troublesome." Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, his arms bulging with muscles, veins protruding like the roots of an old tree beneath his skin. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The three admirals were thrown into disarray, the Navy's command structure was fracturing, and Carp's betrayal sent shockwaves throughout the battlefield. Akainu's magma still coursed down his arms, and with the power of the tremor fruit, he brought down a devastating strike. "You candle-lighting brat." Whitebeard swung his blade down, his voice crashing alongside the blade. "Who did you say would cease to exist?" The air exploded before the blade, a transparent crack spreading from his sword across the entire ice surface, tearing the ice apart where it passed, and seawater gushed out from the fissures, forming two towering walls of water. The ground beneath Akainu trembled into fragments, and the ice surface beneath him collapsed into a massive spiderweb of shattered ice. He hurriedly crossed his arms to block as magma collided with shockwaves, the two forces stalemating for a moment before exploding. With a sudden misstep, a large amount of magma was flung from his arm, crashing onto the ice behind him and scorching a line of small black pits. He gritted his teeth, squeezing out a sentence through clenched teeth. "Whitebeard, you must be at your limit too." The shattered ice around the two was hurled away by the shockwave, large and small ice chunks crashing in all directions, knocking down pirates and marines who couldn't dodge in time. Some barely escaped by jumping into the ice cracks at the last moment. Aokiji stood at the edge of the ice layer watching Carp. The man he had called Mr. Carp for over 20 years was now standing beneath the execution platform, trading blows with Sengoku, wearing a smile he had never seen before, as if he had cast off a burden he had carried for most of his life. Aokiji had always believed he was the one who understood the dark side of the Navy the most. "Mr. Carp." Aokiji crouched down, placing his palm on the ground, ice spreading outward from his palm in a fan shape, rapidly extending towards Carp's feet. The freezing speed was incredibly fast, with ice crystals crawling across the surface, as if alive, the air freezing into white mist where they passed. He acted not because he thought Carp was wrong, but because he still hadn't figured out which side he should stand on. Before he could come to a conclusion, he was Admiral Aokiji. He called out to Carp, his voice carrying across the battlefield, "Mr. Carp, are you truly prepared for this?" Carp did not turn back. The moment the ice spread to his toes, he slammed his fist down onto the ground, his haki directly smashing a crack several meters wide into the ice surface. The ice Aokiji had frozen, shattered into countless pieces before him. Carp turned back and grinned at him. "Kid, the skills you have were taught by me. If you want to freeze me, practice for another 20 years. Aokiji was taken aback for a moment, then lowered his head, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, unsure if it was a bitter smile or a genuine one. "That's true. Then I'll practice for another 20 years. On the battlefield of the Seven Warlords, several people had different expressions, but one thing was common: they were all watching the show. Doflamingo squatted on a raised ice rock, his pink feather coat fluttering in the wind. His mouth grinned from behind his sunglasses, nearly laughing out loud, his fingers drumming on his knees. "Ho ho ho, Vice Admiral Carp has betrayed the Navy." The Navy hero flipped sides during the Marineford War. "Ho ho ho, this is getting interesting." He laughed so hard he leaned forward and backward, the hem of his pink feather coat sweeping back and forth over the ice rock. "The gears of this world are coming loose. The tide of the era is upon us. Ho ho ho, I have waited so long. Finally, something interesting is happening." Mihawk stood at a distance, the black blade Yoru planted firmly in the ice before him. The blade sunk nearly a foot into the ice surface. His hands rested on the sword's hilt, his yellow eyes fixed intently on the center where Carp and Sengoku were exchanging blows. The golden shockwaves and dark red fist winds reflecting in his pupils. His stoic face showed no visible emotion, merely having a gaze slightly more focused than usual. Carp's fist struck the shockwave, his conqueror's haki unleashing waves of energy that rippled outward, the gusts whipping at the hem of his coat. Mihawk remained silent for a moment, slowly withdrawing the black blade from the ice, the blade making a crisp sound as it scraped against the ice. He did not raise his sword, but instead horizontally sheathed it behind his back. Doflamingo glanced at him from afar, calling out mockingly, "Mihawk, aren't you going to try it out? That fist looks quite interesting." Mihawk did not turn around, simply replying with two words, "Family matter, too lazy to get involved." Doflamingo shrugged and continued to laugh, slapping his thighs. Bartholomew Kuma stood at the very edge of the Seven Warlords formation, his massive frame completely still, expressionless. His gaze was fixed solely on Luffy, as if Carp, Sengoku, and Whitebeard did not exist. On the other side of the ice, a black-haired youth was using his conqueror's haki to repel yet another wave of marines, the fallen soldiers spread out behind him. Kuma observed all of this, his lips slightly parted, speaking in a voice only he could hear. "Your son is gathering the power to change the world, Dragon." Kuma's hand slightly rose, then fell again, as if he wanted to do something, but restrained himself. Luffy dashed across the ice, heading straight for the execution platform. The shattered ice beneath his feet splintered and scattered in all directions, each step leaving a shallow dent, while the fragments of ice bounced up and fell back down behind him. With each step, he propelled himself higher than the last, his body accelerating like a slingshot. He shouted towards the execution platform, "Ace, hold on. I'm almost there." The steps of the execution platform were just ahead, the wooden stairs charred black from cannon fire, embedded with fragments of shells and shards of ice. Ace knelt atop chains, reflecting the cold sunlight. That smile was now clearly visible. Ace was smiling, the curve of his lips cutting through the smoke of battle, landing precisely in Luffy's eyes. Ace opened his mouth, his voice mostly drowned out by the cannon fire, but Luffy still heard him. "Don't rush, Luffy. I'm waiting for you." A dozen vice admirals stood in front of the stairs. Fire Fist Ace bit down on his cigar, flames licking the blade of his sword, casting flickering orange shadows on the ice. He exhaled a puff of smoke and shook his head, saying, "Mr. Carp's grandson, I really don't want to take this job. The scar on Doberman's face tightened, painfully stretching from his brow bone to his chin, turning slightly red from gritting his teeth, as he coldly replied, "An order is an order. No nonsense." The hand gripping the knife of Ghost Spider bulged with veins, his knuckles turning white as the blade tip pressed into the ice, already embedded an inch deep. He stared at the rushing Luffy and whispered, "This kid's momentum is different than before." A dozen vice admirals, each a formidable force in their own right, now stood between Luffy and the execution platform. They perhaps didn't want to kill Carp's grandson, some even showed signs of hesitation in their eyes, but the marshal's order was absolute: Fire Fist, Ace, must die, and no one was to approach the execution platform. "Straw Hat Luffy," Doberman said coldly, his blade poised in front of him, the reflection on the blade marking a white line across Luffy's face. "Though I don't know how you made it back from Sabaody, this is as far as you go." "Is that so?" Luffy halted, his steps a grin spreading ear to ear. White light erupted from his chest, dazzling the eyes of several vice admirals, causing some to instinctively raise their hands to shield their eyes. His hair curled upwards from the roots, turning pure white inch by inch, his eyebrows spiraling in circles, while his skin shimmered with a faint glow, the ice beneath him reflecting his glowing silhouette. Laughter rolled from his throat, carrying a rhythm that defied the rules of this world. "Then let's give it a try." "What is that form?" A vice admiral shouted in disbelief. "The devil fruit has awakened." "No way." Fire Fist, Ace's mouth opened slightly, almost dropping his cigar. His eyes are white as heartbeat, like a drum. "This isn't an ordinary ability." "Nika form." Luffy stomped down, the ice beneath his feet began to turn to rubber waves of white ripples spreading outward. Wherever the ripples passed, the ice transformed into a soft, elastic white ground. The feet of a dozen vice admirals sank into it, their ankles completely submerged in the rubberized ice, losing their balance. Ghost Spider shouted, "Steady." But the next moment, the tip of his own sword sank into the rubberized ground. Someone attempted to leap using moonwalk, their foot making a popping sound as it pulled free from the rubberized surface, but the ground like a slingshot snapped them back, causing them to stumble. They cried out, "The ground is pulling us in. Rubber, rubber." Luffy's figure bounced around the crowd, moving so quickly that he was just a white blur, each jump leaving a dent in the rubberized surface. In the midst of his jumps, he shouted to the blocking Doberman, "Uncle, move aside." Doberman gritted his teeth and replied, "No way." Before Doberman's blade could strike, Luffy bounced right in front of him, his smiling face close at hand. His fist swelled to the size of a battering ram, armament hockey hardening around his white knuckles, and he slammed it against Doberman's blade. In the instant the blade shattered, sparks flew and fragments of metal grazed Doberman's cheek. He was sent flying, crashing through a raised piece of ice behind him before coming to a stop, ice fragments raining down on him. Fire Fist, Ace raised his sword to block armament hockey, covering the entire blade, flames leaping a foot high from the sword as he roared and braced himself for Luffy's next punch. Luffy didn't even dodge, his arm stretched 3 times its length, coming around from Fire Fist, Ace's blind spot and slapping him on the back. Fire Fist Ace was embedded into the ice, the surface cracking in a circular pattern around him, his cigar flying out of his mouth and bouncing several times on the rubberized surface. A rear admiral attempted to flank from the side, but the rubberized ground bounced back like a living thing, sending him flying. He spun through the air 3 times before landing, skidding across the ice for several meters, finally coming to rest sprawled out. Someone's 6 powers finger pistol jabbed into Luffy, the fingers sinking 2 inches deep into his rubberized skin. Before they could even shout in pain, Luffy's body rebounded their own force, snapping their index finger backward, sending them crashing into a row of Marines behind. In less than a minute, over a dozen vice admirals lay sprawled across the rubberized ice, some embedded in the ice, still trying to crawl out, their fingers gripping the ice crevices until their fingertips turned white, gritting their teeth and cursing, "What kind of monster is this guy?" Some knelt on the ice, using their swords for support, their knees leaving wet marks on the ice, gasping heavily. Others simply lay on the ice, their chests heaving violently, shouting towards the sky, "We tried our best. We just couldn't stop him." "Stop shouting. Get up." Doberman's voice came from not far away, still half kneeling in the shattered ice, unable to rise. No one got up. Or rather, no one could get up. Luffy rebounded back to the ground the moment his feet touched down. The rubberized ice bounced slightly before stabilizing. He didn't spare a glance at the vice admirals turning to scan the crowd. Smoke of battle filled the air, and the light of cannon fire flickered in the distance. In the chaotic crowd, he spotted the graceful figure standing at the edge of the battlefield, leaping forward with a spring, stopping abruptly in front of Hancock, leaving a shallow dent in the ice beneath him. "Hancock, the key." Hancock stared at the white-haired, glowing figure before her, momentarily stunned. She didn't understand how this kid had turned white again. The last time she saw him, his hair was still black, and he hadn't been this dazzling. How do you know I have the key? I haven't told you yet." Hancock instinctively asked a question. But when he called her name Hancock, it was straightforward and brisk, without any hint of politeness, as if he was simply asking her to pass something. She had only heard such a tone from one man before. Luffy urged again. There's no time to explain, Hancock, hurry up. Hancock pulled out a key from the inside of her cloak, still warm to the touch, emitting a faint heat in the air. She quickly stuffed it into Luffy's hand, her fingertips brushing against his palm, causing her to freeze for a moment. Luffy, I'm very happy to help you, she whispered, unsure if Luffy heard her. Luffy took the key and glanced at it. It was a brass key, utterly ordinary, but the lock it could open was the very thing everyone on the battlefield was fighting over. He grinned at Hancock, his smile particularly radiant under the white light. Thanks, he exclaimed, then turned and bounced away. Hancock stood in place, her hand still in the motion of handing over the key, her cheeks heating up at an astonishing speed. Ah, he said thank you to me. Hancock suddenly felt like a shy girl lost in her thoughts. The execution platform steps were right in front of her. The wooden steps were riddled with bullet holes and knife marks, with several steps missing chunks from cannon fire revealing the broken wood inside. Luffy rushed up the execution platform in a few strides, the steps echoing with thuds beneath his feet. He inserted the key into the lock and twisted it forcefully. With a crisp click, the lock tumbled open, ringing out clearly amidst the surrounding cannon fire. The sea stone handcuffs flew open, crashing onto the wooden surface with a heavy thud, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Ace stood up. His wrists still bore the bloodstains from the sea stone shackles, two dark red marks circling his wrist bones with skin worn raw. His body swayed slightly from kneeling too long, and he steadied himself after shifting his knees on the wooden planks. The chain slipped off his shoulders with a clatter piling up at his feet. He looked at his elder brother, whose hair was completely white, gazing at the face that, no matter how it changed, could not hide its foolishness. The smoke and dust still clung to Luffy's eyebrows. You've grown up, Luffy, he said, his tone proud and firm, tinged with a hint of reluctance. He reached out and patted Luffy's head, the action identical to when he had patted Luffy's head on the garbage mountain over a decade ago. Luffy grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, sweat dripping from his white bangs onto the wooden planks of the execution platform. Of course I'm going to be the Pirate King. Ace's handcuffs slammed down onto the wooden planks of the execution platform, flames reigniting from his fist. The two brothers stood side by side at the edge of the platform, the white-haired Nika and the fiery Emperor, their lights reflecting beautifully under the midday sun. Are you ready? Luffy grinned. Do I even need to ask? Ace adjusted his cowboy hat, the flames dancing under its brim. Let's charge out. The two leaped off the execution platform simultaneously. Luffy's feet turned the icy surface into rubber, the elasticity propelling both of them upward, soaring over the fallen vice admirals and the still-dazed marine ranks, rapidly moving towards the direction of the Moby Dick. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates erupted into thunderous cheers at this sight. Sanji cleared a path with his gun. Bista wielded dual swords to cut through the side approaching cannonballs, and Marco broke free from his scuffle, with Kizaru swooping down as a phoenix to escort them. A stream of magma surged from the side. Luffy pulled Ace to a sudden stop. The magma grazed their noses before smashing onto the icy surface, boiling a pit. Akainu emerged from the smoke, his right arm still dripping with scalding lava, each step leaving charred footprints on the ice. His expression was as hard as iron, his gaze sharp as a knife, with that trademark sneer at the corner of his mouth. The Whitebeard pirates are nothing special. To save a person, they have to rely on a traitor and a little brat to charge ahead. Fire Fist, Ace. Can't even protect Daddy's honor, yet you still have the face to come back alive. Luffy rolled his eyes, turning to Ace. Here we go again. You said this last time and the time before that. Don't you have anything new to say? Why not change it up a bit? Ace had clenched his fists, momentarily stunned by Luffy's words. Then he realized. Luffy said last time and the time before that, meaning Akainu had used this kind of talk to provoke him more than once. Luffy had heard it long ago, even grown tired of it. Let's go, Ace. Luffy grabbed Ace's wrist. He just wants to provoke you. He will be happy if you go back. If you die, the Whitebeard pirates will lose completely. He said Daddy's dignity is worthless. Ace's voice turned, heavy flames surging from his shoulders, arms, and fists, causing the surrounding ice to begin melting. I heard it all. I can't leave. Luffy did not hesitate. He released Ace's wrist, raised his right hand, and his armament color hardened, covering his entire palm, delivering a precise chop to Ace's neck. Ace's flames extinguished instantly, his body going limp as Luffy caught him and hoisted him onto his shoulder, the movement practiced as if he had rehearsed it 100 times. Ron taught me the best method, just knock him out and be done with it. Akainu stood still, his right arm still raised in the air, magma dripping between his fingers. His brain felt like it was stuck. Ace had just been furious flames ablaze, and he was waiting for Ace to turn around and meet his doom. In the next moment, the white-haired brat had knocked him out and carried him away, leaving him standing alone on the icy surface, his lines halfway through with no one to respond. Nearby car punched away Sengoku's shockwave, the residual force carving a deep trench into the base of the execution platform, sending bits of iron and wood flying into the air. He turned to see Luffy carrying Ace as they jumped off the execution platform, the white hair standing out strikingly among the smoke-filled crowd. Ha ha ha, what a brat. Well done. Grandpa, let's go. Luffy shouted without looking back, his feet moving rapidly. The rubberized ice surface rebounded with each step he took, launching him high into the air, sending shards of ice flying at the landing spot. Slow down. Ace is still on your shoulder. Can't slow down. There's magma behind us. Akainu snapped back to reality from the brief chaos. Luffy carried Ace further away, each step cracking the broken ice surface into a spiderweb of fissures. With a loud explosion beneath him, Akainu unleashed a surge of magma, instantly melting through 3 feet of ice beneath his feet, boiling seawater surging up from the hole. He transformed into a dark red afterimage, blocking their path. The ice beneath him melted into charred pits again, steam hissing out, making him appear like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Akainu's gaze was grim, his right arm transformed into searing magma, the edge of his fist aimed at Luffy's face, while the surrounding air twisted and distorted from the intense heat, and the ice at his feet melted away, producing a rapid dripping sound. Straw Hat Kid, put him down. It's you again. Luffy paused, still carrying the unconscious Ace on his shoulder, tilting his head to look at Akainu, his tone resembling someone encountering an insistent salesman. The melting ice water had already soaked through his shoes, the heat causing his pants to dampen. Like a pesky plaster, you really follow me everywhere. Go? You can't go anywhere. Someone just said I couldn't leave, and where are they now? Luffy blinked. Oh, they were sent flying by my grandpa. Akainu ceased the banter and threw a punch. The magma morphed into a massive dog head, opening its mouth wide to bite at Luffy, the high temperature instantly vaporizing the ice in its path, creating a misty corridor. The air was filled with the acrid scent of sulfur. So hot. Luffy shouted about the heat, but instead of retreating, he leaned back, his rubberized waist bending into an unbelievable arc, the dog head narrowly missing his nose, the scorching airflow leaving red marks on his face. Immediately, his arm elongated to 3 times its length, his fist swelling to the size of a battering ram, swinging from the side towards Akainu's shoulder. Hey, race one for you. The force of his punch swept across the ice, raising a layer of shattered ice shards. Akainu sidestepped to block his magma arm, colliding with Luffy's black fist. The explosive shockwave radiated outward from the two of them, clearing the shattered ice within a 10-meter radius, revealing the dark seawater below. Is that all the strength you have? Not even close. As Luffy's fist was deflected, his leg came kicking from another direction. Twisted like a braid, it circled around Akainu's blind spot and struck his lower back with a hardened heel. The impact was dull like a drum. Akainu staggered forward 2 steps, magma bursting from the cracks in the ice beneath him, scorching red lines appearing as he steadied himself. Turning around, he saw Luffy doing a handstand landing like a child playing hopscotch, the rubber soles of his shoes bouncing twice on the ice. Hey, is that all you've got, Admiral? Luffy clapped the ice shards off his hands. My grandpa hits way harder than this. Akainu grew increasingly frustrated. There were no techniques, no patterns. Punches came from impossible angles, his arms bending like waves, legs twisting like springs. One moment, he was throwing a punch, heat in the next, he was airborne, making faces at his own fist. The surrounding ice was burned into one charred pit after another by the magma steam and smoke, intertwining, visibility diminishing rapidly. The battle-hardened Admiral was being forced to retreat by this childish fighting style, all while Luffy carried someone. Are you messing with me? Akainu roared, both arms thrusting forward. The magma poured down like a torrential rain, dense magma pellets smashing into the ice surface, creating countless smoking craters. The ice groaned under the burden, cracks spreading from the center of the battlefield in all directions. You noticed? Luffy grinned, opting not to take the hit. His feet transformed the ice into rubber, bouncing him into the air, magma projectiles sweeping past his feet, crashing onto the ice behind him, and triggering a series of explosions, the flames illuminating his silhouette. That was close. Almost became barbecued Luffy. He performed 2 flips in the air, timing his punch to exploit a gap in Akainu's attack. This time he aimed at the ice, not at a person. The rubberized ice propelled him like a spring, the launch point erupting with a white shockwave, sending him soaring over Akainu's head straight towards the Moby Dick. Thanks. We'll play again next time. Luffy sailed through the air, carrying Ace in a white arc towards the ship's bow. The wind rushed into his sleeves and pants, creating a billowing sound. Straw Hat. Akainu's furious shout chased after him, growing fainter with distance. Luffy had no intention of sticking around to settle the score with Akainu. A punch and run, just taking Ace back, was the goal. Law watched from the shadows, nodding repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. This is the Luffy I know. In that instant, Whitebeard pirates retreat, everyone. Marco's voice exploded from above. The blue flames of the phoenix traced a long arc across the battlefield where the flames past the icy chill solidified on the surface was swept away, leaving a steaming blue trail. Aizu, cover the left flank. Already on it. Bell-mère, clear the path. Leave it to me. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates simultaneously regrouped, Aizu and Vista covering the flanks, their blades weaving an impenetrable net among the pursuing soldiers. Bell-mère swung his hammer, toppling the last row of pursuers, the hammer's impact shattering the ice, sending several marines and their weapons flying. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Everyone to the ship. The pirates converged towards the Moby Dick like a receding tide, their retreat echoing loudly against the ice. Don't look back. Run. Those behind keep up. Where's Captain Jozu? Already on the ship. No one lingered, no one turned back. Luffy landed on the deck, carrying Ace. The ship swayed slightly as he touched down, splashing the water on the deck that soaked his ankles. Doctor, where's the doctor? Over here. Put him down. Be careful, don't touch his back. Luffy handed the unconscious Ace to the doctor, then turned and gripped the ship's railing, his fingers digging into the wood knuckles, turning white, his gaze fixed on the ice surface towards the stern. Dad is still back there. I know. Marco turned back in the air, the blue flames trailing behind him. Dad, get on board. Whitebeard was holding the line. Every swing of Yoru brought with it the destructive power of the quake fruit, the air bursting apart wherever the blade passed, the ice beneath him shattering into powder, the cracks racing like living creatures in pursuit of the fleeing marines. The pursuing soldiers were knocked about, many falling directly into the cracks, the splashes of water instantly frozen into icy pellets by the chill. Gurura, you think you can stop me? Whitebeard swept his blade horizontally, sending a row of advancing marines flying. But Akainu pressed forward again, magma clashing with shock waves exploding into towering steam, the steam swirling with fragments of ice and sparks resembling a localized storm. Newgate, you won't leave here alive today. If you can try to walk past my blade, magma boy. A cold light shot in from the flank. Akiji leaped from the ice, the surface cracking under his leap. In midair he transformed into a blue ice specter, crossing Whitebeard's defense straight towards the stern of the Moby Dick. Before he arrived, the cold air had already reached. Ice began to form on the sea surface, the ice rapidly spreading from the direction of the stern, freezing so quickly that the sound of ice crystals growing could be heard, tightly gripping just under 10 meters behind the ship. A spear of ice formed in Kingsley's right hand, its tip shimmering with a cold light locked onto the ship's helm. He intended to render the Moby Dick immobile. Ice River, your head. Before the spear was thrown, a shadow dashed from the side so fast that its fist shape was indistinguishable. The force of the punch swept through, carving a half-meter deep trench in the ice. It was Carp. The Justice cloak was long gone, and his navy uniform was covered in ice shards and dust, with the left sleeve burned, exposing dark skin beneath. The armed hockey on his fist was so bright that it could be seen even through the steam as he struck Kingsley's ice spear, causing it to burst into fragments. The shattered ice scattered in all directions, striking the ship's side with a series of loud impacts. Shinji was sent flying by the force of the punch, rolling twice in the air before crashing onto the ice, sliding for over 10 meters, leaving deep skid marks on the surface. Kazan. Carp landed on the ice, the impact creating a spider web of cracks beneath his feet. He stood between Shinji and the Moby Dick, his voice hoarse, yet powerful, drowning out the distant explosions. Let the ship go. Shinji stood up from the ice, shards of ice falling from his shoulders and hair. He looked at his former superior, his lips twitching. Mr. Carp. Don't call me Mr. Either take action or step aside. Shinji fell silent for a moment, the shards of ice melting slowly at his feet. Do you know what this means? My grandson is on the ship. Do you think I don't know? Carp didn't give him a chance to speak again, turning around to unleash another punch, the force sending several approaching Navy soldiers and their weapons flying, crashing onto the distant ice and sliding far away, helmets clanging on the ground. Hurry! Stop dawdling. Then he grabbed Whitebeard's shoulder, his fingers digging into the cloak, grinning widely. Newgate, let's go. Whitebeard looked down at him, the crescent mustache curling up. He stood on a piece of recently shattered ice, the salty smell of the sea mixed with the scent of gunpowder filling his nostrils. He laughed loudly. Gwaha. Carp, you old man, even you can be swayed by my son one day. Your son. That was my grandson who swayed your son. Rounding it up, it's still our family's achievement. Nonsense. My son saved me. What does that have to do with you? Your son is my grandson. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Whitebeard was taken aback, frowning in deep thought. Carp, however, didn't give him time to ponder. Stop talking nonsense. He yanked Whitebeard back, both landing on the deck of the Moby Dick. The ship suddenly sank under the weight of two legendary powerhouses, the waterline dropping significantly, seawater spilling over the edge. We're taking on water. We're taking on water. No kidding. Two old men weigh a combined half a ton. Stop talking nonsense. I meant in terms of strength. Immediately afterward, the buoyancy rebounded, and the ship suddenly sprang upward, sending up waves as high as 2 stories, droplets refracting sunlight into a fleeting rainbow. Marco flapped his wings, blue flames propelling the sails, the flames licking the surface, but not burning through, leaving a bluish hue flickering at the edges of the sails. Everyone hold on tight. Out of the bay, the Moby Dick surged out of the frozen bay like an arrow, its bow cutting through the shattered ice, the ice scraping against the hull with a grating sound as it sped toward the open sea. The stern left behind a surging white wake with ice chunks on either side colliding in the waves, producing a series of delicate clinking sounds. We shook off the pursuers. Don't celebrate too early. Look behind. Sengoku stood on the ice, the light of the golden giant Buddha gradually retracting. The receding golden light slid over the ice like a retreating tide, illuminating the chaotic scene. Burnt flags, shattered weapons, the wreckage of warships half submerged in icy water, and smoking craters scattered on the ice. He watched the silhouette of the Moby Dick grow smaller, seeing Carp and Whitebeard standing side by side at the stern, his fingers loosened. He could chase. The ice was still thick enough, and the warships had not completely sunk. As long as he ordered the pursuit, at least a few ships could be left behind. He did not. He understood the torment his old friend was enduring better than anyone. Carp had repressed himself in the Navy for most of his life, watching the celestial dragons flaunt their power, witnessing justice trampled time and again. Now he had chosen a different path. Whether it was good or bad, Sengoku did not know. But when Carp made his choice, he smiled with such ease, a smile Sengoku had never seen in the past decades. Never on the corridors of headquarters, in the conference hall, nor in countless battles had he seen such a face. Old man, you seem to be smiling quite freely. Marshal, pursuit order. The Vice Admiral's words were abruptly cut off by Sengoku raising his hand. That hand paused in the air for 2 seconds before slowly lowering. Can we still catch up? He said this without looking at anyone, and as he turned, the hem of his cloak swept over a puddle on the ice. He sighed lightly, the breath condensing into a white mist in the cold air, quickly blown away by the sea breeze. Marshal, I said, call them back. Akainu suddenly turned back, the muscles in his neck bulging with veins. Lava erupted from his arms, splattering molten rock onto the ice, burning dozens of small pits that hissed. His entire face twisted with rage, the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitching. Call back it. Marshal Sengoku. His voice was hoarse to the point of cracking, echoing across the vast ice. Whitebeard. Fire Fist Ace. Now even Carp. Are you going to let them all leave alive? I said call them back. This is a disgrace. Akainu slammed his fist down onto the ice. The lava exploded, creating a deep black pit several meters deep, seawater rushing up from the bottom of the pit, vaporizing and exploding upon contact with the lava, shooting up a column of white steam. The surrounding ice trembled with a buzzing sound, and several nearby sailors stumbled backward. Admiral, please calm down. Whitebeard stood at the stern of the Moby Dick, watching this scene from across the increasingly distant sea. The sea breeze billowed his cloak, the flag at the stern flapping vigorously in the wind. He laughed. That kid Sengoku looks like he's just swallowed a fly. He turned to Carp and said, don't celebrate too early. Carp crossed his arms, but the corner of his mouth was also rising. That Song Yunxia was raised high, the power of the tremor fruit coalescing into a transparent sphere of light on the blade. The air inside the sphere trembled violently, emitting a sharp buzzing sound rising in pitch like the final scream of glass just before shattering. A single slash. The air erupted. The sound surpassed that of an ordinary explosion, leaving the entire battlefield in stunned silence as the crack extended from the edge of the blade straight to the center of the Navy headquarters square. The ice surface shattered into pieces, and seawater surged forth from the cracks, forming dozens of white water walls that completely severed the Navy's pursuit route. The ice has cracked. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The ship is capsizing. The ice walls collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the warships were tossed about chaotically, with several smaller vessels capsizing completely, their hulls flipping upside down and crashing onto the ice. The Marines scattered in every direction, their cries drowned out by the deafening sound of the ice breaking. On the building facing the main square, a crack snaked upwards from the foundation, and bricks from the outer wall tumbled down, striking the military flags below. Akainu stood at the edge of the crack, drenched by the splashing seawater. The seawater hit his magma arm and instantly vaporized, hissing as white steam enveloped him. Damn it, damn it. As the steam dissipated, his expression grew even more ferocious, the surface of his magma arm solidifying into black rock under the cooling seawater, only to be ruptured by new magma surging from within, black fragments cascading down. Whitebeard. The roar chased after the tail of the Moby Dick, swallowed by the widening sea. Luffy stood at the stern, listening to the distant roar, scratching his head. He seems very unhappy. Gulalalala. He would be strange if he were happy. Whitebeard slammed the cloud cutter onto the deck, causing the ship's floor to vibrate. Kid, your grandfather raised a grandson tougher than an admiral. Humph, Carp grunted through his nose. Do you need to tell me about my grandson? Grandpa, weren't you just hitting me from the opposite side? Shut up. Just then a shout echoed from the sky, approaching from afar. It wasn't the sound of cannon fire, nor the wind of the sea. Ace! A damaged warship descended from the sky, its hull still covered in the unique frost of impelled down, its mast broken halfway, and its canvas burnt down to a few strips. The bow of the ship was filled with prisoners dressed in black and white striped uniforms, and at the forefront stood a boy with black hair and a red vest, tears and snot forming two streams in the air. Little Foam, Jinbei, Crocodile, and Ivankov all crowded at the bow, jumping down together. The warship crashed onto the ice, shattering it into pieces. Prisoner Luffy jumped down from the bow, rolling and crawling on the ice, his eyes fixed on the direction of the Moby Dick. He saw Ace. Not the Ace kneeling on the execution platform, but the Ace lying on the deck with the ship's doctor bandaging his wrist. Alive. Ace. Ace. I'm here to save you. Huh. How are you already on the ship? Who saved you? Prisoner Luffy halted on the ice, his expression shifting from ecstatic to confused, scratching the back of his head as he looked toward the stern of the Moby Dick. Then he saw White Luffy. With white hair, pale skin, and a faint glow surrounding him, he squatted on the ship's railing, grinning at him. Prisoner Luffy's eyes widened as he pointed at him. You. Who are you? Why do you look just like me? On the Moby Dick, Carp stood at the ship's railing, glancing between the prisoner Luffy below and the White Luffy above, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly. Two Luffys. One with white hair squatting and smiling on the ship, and one with black hair standing on the ice, dazed. Both were his grandsons. What's going on? Two Luffys. Which one is real? Prisoner Luffy pointed at White Luffy, hopping in frustration. Grandpa. Who is he? Why does he look just like me? Did he eat some strange devil fruit and turn into a fake? White Luffy jumped down from the railing, landing on the ice, facing Prisoner Luffy. He tilted his head, examining his younger self, then flicked the other's forehead. Stop shouting, it's real. I am you, and you are me. You're lying. Prisoner Luffy retreated a step, covering his forehead. Before he could continue protesting, White Luffy had already grabbed his wrist. There's no time to explain. Get on the ship first. I'll talk to you later. White Luffy's tone was not negotiable, but an announcement. Prisoner Luffy slipped as he was pulled, wanting to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth to say, but he was hoisted onto White Luffy's shoulder, an action exactly like the one earlier when carrying Ace. Carp stood at the ship's railing, watching as one of his grandsons carried the other onto the ship, stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha! Two Luffys. One carrying the other. What in the world is happening? After laughing enough, he wiped the corners of his eyes, his gaze falling on White Luffy's striking white hair, his expression deepening for a moment. Others couldn't tell, but he was Carp. He had seen Roger, seen Whitebeard, seen countless legendary figures at their peak moments. The aura surrounding White Luffy was not that of an ordinary ability awakening, but something deeper. What kind of extraordinary fruit did this kid eat? Regardless of which, something that could turn his hair white and drastically enhance his power surely held a secret. You little brat, you better give me a reasonable explanation later. Carp shouted at White Luffy's retreating back. Got it, Grandpa. White Luffy replied, without looking back, securely landing Prisoner Luffy on the deck. Prisoner Luffy slid down from his shoulder, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, stared wide-eyed and shouted, Who exactly are you? Why do you look just like me? Why did your hair turn white? Why? Shut up, sit down first. White Luffy pressed him down onto the deck, his movements clean and swift. As Prisoner Luffy sat down on the wooden planks, his expression was still dazed. He had a mountain of questions to ask, but the person in front of him exuded an undeniable aura. The emotions held within those eyes were too many for him to comprehend, but he recognized it. That was the gaze of someone who had witnessed too many important people die. Meanwhile, Sengoku did not pursue, but Akainu did not give up. He stood on the fractured ice, the ice beneath his feet, still vibrating from the aftershocks, seawater gushing from the cracks. The Moby Dick sailed farther and farther away, its shadow shrinking to a blurry gray dot on the horizon. Trying to escape. The anger in his chest burned hotter than magma, and he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Not a single one shall escape. Whitebeard has run, Ace has been rescued, Carp has betrayed us. This war has left the Navy headquarters with nothing to show for it. This result was something he could not accept. Admiral Akainu. The Marshal has ordered a retreat, a Navy rear admiral shouted from behind. Withdraw? Akainu did not look back. Pirates deserve to die. Justice must be thoroughly upheld. Letting them go before my eyes. Impossible. His right arm transformed into boiling magma with droplets of lava falling onto the ice, each one burning through a hissing hole. He threw a punch, and the magma coalesced into a gigantic doghead that soared just above the sea's surface, the surrounding seawater vaporizing into a wall of white steam due to the intense heat. Hell dog! The dog head roared as it crossed the sea, directly pursuing the tail of the Moby Dick. He put all his strength into this punch. Even if he couldn't catch up to Whitebeard, he aimed to smash the ship's rear. The dog head tore through the air with a low growl, leaving a boiling trace on the sea's surface. Luffy stood at the ship's tail, his white hair whipping wildly in the sea breeze. The dark red glow of the magma reflected on his face, and a scorching wave of heat rushed towards him, causing the flag at the ship's tail to curl and scorch in the high temperature. Luffy! Dodge! Marco shouted from the mast. Dodge what? Luffy did not retreat. Instead, he bent down, his fingers digging into the deck beneath him. Let me borrow the deck. The wooden deck instantly softened under his fingertips. Fibers twisted and stretched, transforming from hardwood into soft rubber. Ripples spread from his 10 fingers, the deck undulating like the surface of water. What is he doing? He is dismantling the ship. Stop talking. Let him dismantle it. Luffy lifted both hands, and the entire rear deck was uprooted. Iron nails securing the deck flew off, with shavings scattered, and the sound of splintering wood echoed. Up! The rubberized wooden board stretched endlessly in his hands, forming a gigantic shield above his head that blocked out the sky above the ship's tail. Here you go. Luffy twisted at the waist, flinging his arms. The rubberized deck shot forth like a massive projectile, wrapped in the sound of rushing wind striking towards the oncoming magma dog head. At the moment of the launch, the ship sank, suddenly the waterline at the tail dropping significantly. The ship is going to capsize. Steady. Hold on tight. A loud crash resonated in midair as the magma collided with the rubberized wooden deck. The point of impact exploded in a circle of red-black shockwaves, sweeping across the sea and stirring up a ring of waves. Lava was blasted into the air, scattering across the surrounding sea like a reversed firework. The wooden deck ignited under the high temperature, turning into countless fireballs that plummeted into the ocean. Hit. No, it's bouncing back. He sent the hell dog back. Steam rose from the sea, and vast clouds of mist surged, enveloping the ship's tail in a blanket of white. What a bizarre ability. Kuina's eyes widened as he watched his full force attack the hell dog being bounced back by a piece of wood. Magma splattered back onto the ice beside him, burning several charred holes, turning the deck into rubber, transforming inanimate objects into springs. This has surpassed the parameters of paramecia. He gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Straw Hat Kid. What exactly are you? The pirates on the ship were also dumbfounded. Bista held his guns, the barrels still smoking from the previous firing, but his fingers froze on the triggers. Am I seeing things? Did he just bounce the hell dog back with the deck? Bista's dual swords hung in midair, almost slipping from his grasp. The sword blades reflected the flames flickering. Just a piece of wood. It bounced the magma back. Haven't you seen this before? Seen a ghost? Marco landed on the mast, folding his wings, a few bluish feathers drifting down from the tips. He watched the white-haired boy bend down to lift the deck, remaining silent for quite a while. Who would believe it if I told them? The deck fell silent for a full 2 seconds. Only the distant sound of fireballs crashing into the sea and the rustling of the sails in the wind could be heard. Then someone spoke first. A monster. Absolutely a monster. That was Kuina's hell dog. It was bounced back by a piece of deck. Is our deck that powerful? That's Luffy's ability, not the deck's strength. Get a grip on reality. Luffy gasped for breath, straightening up with his hands on his knees, sweat covering his forehead. The uprooted deck left a massive gap at the ship's tail, scattered wood fragments littering the ground, revealing the keel and cabin beneath. That was close. It almost got me. He wiped the sweat from his face, grinning at Marco on the mast. Marco, the deck is going to pay you back. No need. Marco rubbed his temples. I'm just grateful that you can survive getting off the ship. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, watching Luffy catch his breath and straighten up again, his crescent-shaped mustache curling upward. Gurara, that kid Kuina's face, I really want to see it up close. He turned around to face the direction of the Marine headquarters, slamming his sword down onto the deck, the hilt striking the deck, causing the entire bow of the ship to shudder slightly. Everyone, hold tight. He crossed his arms over his chest, the power of the Gura Nami gathering into a dazzling sphere of light at his fists. The air at the edges of the light sphere began to shatter, intricate cracks spreading through the space like spider webs, emitting a sharp, buzzing sound. Dad is about to strike. Get down. Everyone get down. Hold onto the ropes. Don't get thrown off. The people on the deck felt the air grow heavy, their eardrums painfully pressed. Several nearby crew members involuntarily took a few steps back. A fist descended towards the sea. In the moment the fist fell, time seemed to pause for a heartbeat. Then the sea exploded. Cracks extended from the ship's tail all the way to the base of the ice wall at Marine headquarters, water gushing up, creating towering waves dozens of meters high. The peak of the wave nearly licked the clouds, the sky above Marineford engulfed in a massive shadow. Tsunami. This scale. Dad is going all out. Marineford is finished. The ice walls on both sides of the bay crumbled massively under the waves, surged large chunks of ice breaking off and plunging into the sea, causing a chain of splashes. The flags and debris on the square were swept up into the air by the pressure from the tsunami like a flock of startled seagulls. Aokiji leapt from the ice, suspended in midair as he watched the towering tsunami. The wave was approaching Marineford Square. He could see the fragments of ice and the remains of warships being pulled along at the bottom of the wave, the stretchers and wounded still on the square, and several Navy soldiers frozen in place, gazing up at the giant wave. Someone screamed on the square. The wave is coming. Run to the headquarters building. There's no escaping. There's no escaping. He sighed. The white mist he exhaled was instantly torn apart by the sea breeze. Aokiji was uncertain whether letting these people go was right or wrong, unsure of what Carp's betrayal would bring to the sea, and uncertain of which side he truly stood on. But one thing he could confirm. Once this tsunami crashed down, those wounded soldiers still in Marineford Square, whether they were Navy or pirates, would be swallowed by the waves. The square would be leveled, the warships docked in the bay would collide and shatter, and the casualty numbers would multiply several times over. Really? He extended his hands, icy air erupting from his palms as two pillars of ice blue cold shot towards the sea. Wherever the cold passed, ice crystals formed in the air and tiny ice particles fell into the sea. Ice-aged. An ice wall rose from the surface of the sea, freezing at a speed that made the cracking sound of ice crystals audible. The entire tsunami raised by Whitebeard along with the waters in front of the marine headquarters was frozen. The arc of the waves solidified in midair, the foam of the waves turned into ice sculptures, and the seawater was frozen in the moment of its surge. The people in the square fell silent, then erupted into a cacophony of survival. It's frozen. It's Admiral Aokiji. We're saved. A massive ice wall loomed between Marineford and the open sea, isolating the Navy from the pirates. The surface of the ice wall reflected sunlight, casting a blinding cold white. The temperature in the square plummeted, and everyone's breath turned into white mist. Aokiji landed on the ice wall, kneeling on one knee to steady himself, and cracks formed beneath his knee. His breathing became somewhat hurried, frost spreading from his fingertips to his wrists. This strike had consumed a large amount of his energy. They've run away. He gazed at the horizon beyond the ice wall, whispering to himself. Below the ice wall, the cracks caused by Whitebeard still reverberated deep within the ice, like a trapped beast struggling beneath the ice. When the ice mist cleared, the Moby Dick had already vanished on the distant horizon. Only a faint trail remained, slowly dissipating on the sea beyond the ice wall. The Moby Dick cleaved through the waves, speeding away from Marineford. The outline of the ice wall grew smaller in the direction of the ship's stern, and the sounds of the Navy's cannon fire were finally swallowed by the sea breeze and waves. The deck was littered with injured crew members, and the ship's doctors moved among them, boxes of bandages and medicine being carried out from the hold. But no one cried out in pain. Some were laughing, some were crying, and some were both laughing and crying. Ace leaned against the ship's railing, the bandages on his wrists still seeping blood. A circle of captains surrounded him, with Marco standing closest, resting a hand on his shoulder, saying nothing. Ron stood at the stern, hands on his knees. The act of scrambling onto the ship had nearly cost him his life. Not an exaggeration, as this terminally ill body had held on until now, relying solely on the surge of adrenaline and the foundation of his sit-up training. But he couldn't stop smiling. We did it. Ace is alive, Carp has defected, and Whitebeard isn't dead. He leaned against the ship's railing, looking up at the sky, the seagulls flying overhead, the blue sky dazzlingly bright. This journey was worth every penny. No, it was an absolute windfall. The tall figure of Whitebeard approached from the bow of the ship. The deck slightly sank and rebounded under his steps, each movement bearing a reassuring sense of weight. He stopped in front of Ron, looking down at this young man dressed in a Navy uniform, pale and as thin as a bamboo pole. Ron looked up, meeting a pair of eyes that commanded respect without anger. Ron. Whitebeard's voice was deep, like the distant rumble of thunder over the sea. Luffy told me about everything. This, Ace is alive, Carp is on our side, was all your design. The Whitebeard pirates owe you a favor. Carp walked over from the other side, his arms still wrapped in the bandage that had cracked during his clash with Sengoku. He scrutinized Ron up and down, his brows knitted together, his gaze full of scrutiny. He had seen too many people, both good and bad, strong and weak. He could see through them at a glance. This young man in a Navy uniform did not look like someone who could stand before the four emperors and speak freely. He was too thin, as if he could be blown away by the sea breeze at any moment, his hands lacking the calluses of a swordsman, and his stance was slack. But Luffy had just laid out the entire plan, from the crossing to the persuasion to the retreat. Every step had been pushed forward by this sickly figure behind the scenes. Kid, those words, what new Navy, heavenly gold, golden city, were taught to Luffy by you, right? Carp's tone was like an interrogation, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Luffy jumped down from the mast landing beside Ron, pointing at him and saying to everyone, "It's him. Ron. He brought me back to save Ace. We've crossed over several times already. The first time we failed, the second time we also failed, but this time we finally succeeded. It was all his idea." "Luffy, you're talking too much." Ron tried to stand, but his legs were still weak, so he simply leaned against the railing and waved his hand. Ace walked over from the crowd, pushing aside Marco and Vista, standing firm before Ron. His wrist was still bandaged, the wounds from the sea stone handcuffs still seeping blood, but he stood straight. Then he bent down and bowed to Ron. It was not a gesture of a pirate to a captain, but a gesture of gratitude from a brother to the one who saved his brother. "Thank you. Luffy told me about the previous crossings. You died twice, just to save my life. This kindness I portgasti. Ace will remember." Ron was stunned for half a second before shaking his head and laughing. He looked at the group before him. Whitebeard, Carp, Ace, Marco, Vista, Izang. All prominent names on the sea now gathered around him, waiting for him to speak. He reached back to scratch his head, smiling faintly. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures. Basic operations must not be ignored. The sails of the Moby Dick billowed in the sea breeze, the ship swaying steadily on the waves. The flames and smoke of Marineford had completely sunk below the horizon. The injured on deck had finished their bandaging, and the captains leaned against the railing drinking while someone began to hum the sea shanty of the Whitebeard pirates. Ron leaned against the ship's railing, his bodily exhaustion not yet dissipated. His breathing was steadier than before, but his face was still pale. Carp sat cross-legged on a wooden crate beside him, while Whitebeard stood at the railing with his bisecting blade, and Ace squatted a few steps away, using flames to dry the blood seeping from his wrist bandage. Luffy squatted beside Ace, extending his hand to warm by the fire, only to be swatted away by Ace. "What's the plan next?" Ron's gaze shifted from Carp to Whitebeard, finally resting on the distant calm sea. "The battle is over, the people are rescued, but the Navy won't let this go easily. Although the Warring States is your old friend, he may not pursue to the fullest. However, after this defeat in the top war, the 5 Elder Stars will not let him off easily, and his position as Marshal may not be secure." What Ron said is true. Moreover, the radical faction Akainu will not spare you. What shall we do next? Kapu scratched his grizzled hair from the wooden crate and grinned. "Didn't you teach Luffy to establish a new navy? As for money, whether robbing gold from the sky or taking down the Golden Emperor's lair, those guys' money is certainly not from legitimate sources. I've chased pirates all my life, never expected to end up being chased by the Navy myself, but not by pirates, rather for robbing the rich to help the poor, right? You are not a pirate. This is called robbing the rich to help the poor," Ron said with a smile, pointing at Kapu and then at Whitebeard. "And can the celestial dragons even be called humans?" The deck fell silent for a moment before laughter erupted. Whitebeard threw back his head and laughed, his beard shaking like a sail in the wind, while the hilt of Tsung Yun's sword clanged along with his laughter on the deck. Marco leaned against the mast, laughing so hard his shoulders shook. Vista thrust his twin swords into the deck, slapping his knees and laughing uproariously. Izo bent over, laughing, bullets rolling out of his gun's chamber and clattering onto the deck. Even Ace couldn't hold back, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Before the laughter had faded, a figure pushed through the crowd. It was Luffy in prison clothes. He wore the tattered black and white striped prison uniform from impelled down, with dirt from his escape still on his face, and his eyes shone with remarkable brightness. He had just been pressed down on the deck by White Luffy for half an hour, listening to a torrent of words like the future me, crossing worlds and parallel universes. He didn't fully understand, but one thing was clear: Ace was saved, and he no longer had to worry. So he stood up. "I'm going to find my friends." His shout startled Lackey, who was drinking nearby, causing him to spill his drink all over his pants. They were all blown away by Bartholomew Kuma. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Brook, all gone. I have to find them, not a single one can be missing. White Luffy squatted next to Ace, watching his two-year-younger self, shouting the names of his friends, a smile creeping onto his lips without interrupting. He remembered that experience, being blown away by Kuma to Amazon Lily, and then reading about the top war in the newspapers, nearly flipping the entire island in his panic. But he also recalled what Rayleigh had said. It was precisely because of those 2 years apart that the Straw Hat crew had truly transformed. Some paths must be walked alone, and some growth requires the passage of time. So he quietly listened as Luffy in prison clothes shouted out each friend's name, his voice cracking when he reached Brook, tears welling up in his eyes. Ron looked at the anxious face of Luffy in prison clothes and suddenly thought this kid was quite remarkable. Having just gone through the hell of impelled down, having fought in the top war, he wasn't thinking about resting or celebrating, but about his friends. He walked over and patted Luffy on the shoulder. "Don't worry about them. They are all getting stronger, waiting for you." White Luffy stood up from beside Ace, brushed off the ashes from his hands, and walked in front of Luffy in prison clothes. He was half a head taller than Luffy in prison clothes, his white hair swaying slightly in the sea breeze. As he looked down at his younger self, his expression resembling that of an older brother watching a younger sibling who didn't understand. Don't go looking for them. If you search the entire world alone, when will you find them? Just agree to meet again in 2 years and send the news out through the papers. Morgan the Birdman loves big news like this. He'll make sure it spreads all over the world. When everyone sees the newspaper, they'll naturally know when and where to gather. Luffy in prison clothes was taken aback, blinking. It can be done like that. He scratched the back of his head as if he had just discovered the existence of news for the first time in his life. Then White Luffy added, and besides, you're really weak right now. The new world is not like the first half of the Grand Line. It's filled with fierce monsters that can use haki. If you can't use haki, you can't even move a pacifist. How are you going to protect your friends? Luffy in prison clothes' mouth fell open, his eyes widened. Haki. What is haki? He had already heard this term several times today, having encountered it when he was pressed down on the deck listening to White Luffy and Ron discussing plans, but he hadn't had the chance to ask. Now hearing it again, he could no longer hold it in. The captains on the deck erupted in laughter. Izo nearly dropped his drink on the deck. Vista leaned against the ship's side, laughing so hard that his twin swords clanged, while Marco squatted on the mast watching the fun. Even Whitebeard let out a deep, rumbling laugh from the depths of his throat. Ron leaned against the ship's railing, recalling the scenes where White Luffy explained haki to Luffy in prison clothes during his previous crossings, when White Luffy had directly showcased his armament haki, leaving Luffy in prison clothes dumbfounded. Now it was his turn to hand over the knife. What is haki? Let your grandpa teach you, Ron said, motioning toward Kapu with a casual tone. Luffy in prison clothes followed Ron's gaze and looked at Kapu, his expression shifting from confusion to skepticism. Grandpa? Isn't Grandpa just someone who hits him with his fists? Kapu stood up from the wooden crate, straightened his back, and moved his wrists, the joints cracking. That old man is no good at teaching, only drinking and gambling. Spending 2 years with him is a complete waste of time, Ron added. The deck fell silent for a moment before laughter erupted, even louder than before. The captains leaned in every direction, with some laughing so hard they pounded the deck. Most of them had seen the Dark King Rayleigh Rogers' right-hand man, a legendary swordsman, yet this sickly old man was being referred to as useless in front of the 4 emperors and the Navy's hero, and not a single person could refute it. Because both of Kapu's grandsons were on the ship, now one standing at the bow and the other squatting under the mast, and everyone could see their strength. Kapu punched his palm, producing a thunderous sound. My grandsons, I taught them myself. He strode up to Luffy in prison clothes, grabbing the back of his collar and lifting him off the deck, inspecting him from head to toe. This kid has a good build, he has potential, but doesn't know how to use it at all. But that's okay, he has 2 years. Starting tomorrow, 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 squats, and run 10 kilometers before you get to eat. Kapu's voice thundered on the deck. Why is it still this routine? Luffy in prison clothes flailed his arms and legs while being held up in the air, his face filled with resistance. But he didn't say no, because he saw White Luffy standing in the crowd smiling at him. That smile seemed to say, I went through this too, just accept your fate. Soon the Moby Dick anchored at the mouth of an uninhabited island. The island was small, and the rocks at the bay formed a natural barrier, keeping the waves at bay. A bonfire ignited on the beach as the captains brought out barrels of wine and smoked meat from the cabin, while a hidden musician produced a mandolin, the discordant music mingling with the sound of the waves. Some sang, some danced, while others splashed wine onto each other and were chased across the sandy shore. Those who had experienced battles at the top understood the weight of such revelry. By the bonfire, Marco sat next to Ron with a bowl of wine in hand. He said nothing, merely shoved the bowl into Ron's hands, clinked his own bowl against it, and then tilted his head back to drink it all. Ron looked down at the amber liquid in the bowl, smiled slightly, and took a small sip. He was not one for drinking, but he accepted this one. Whitebeard sat across from the bonfire, the firelight casting his tall shadow on the beach. He did not speak, only raised his bowl toward Ron. Kapu was already flushed from drinking, hugging Ace's neck and loudly proclaiming, Grandson, you have to take care of me in my old age. Ace rolled his eyes, nearly spilling his bowl on the old man's head. In his prison outfit, Luffy squatted by the bonfire, stuffing meat into his mouth, cheeks puffed up like a hamster, and slurred to White Luffy, what is haki? You have to tell me, or I'm going to get beaten up by Gramps tomorrow. White Luffy sat across from him, offering no answer, just quietly smiling. He looked at the bonfire, the wine barrels, and his drunken companions for a long time, as if trying to etch this scene into his memory. As the party reached its peak, White Luffy stood up and brushed the sand off his clothes. The noise gradually quieted down, everyone knowing what was about to happen next. Whitebeard set down his wine bowl, Kapu shook off his drunkenness, and Ace broke free from Kapu's embrace, standing tall. Are you leaving? Ace asked. White Luffy nodded, yes, I'm off. Kaido is waiting for me to fight. He gestured towards prisoner Luffy with his chin. This place is up to you. We'll meet again on Sabaody Archipelago in 2 years. Don't let everyone down. Prisoner Luffy, still with meat in his mouth, stood up and mumbled, "Of course I won't let." The rest of his words were choked back, his face turning red. Laughter erupted among the crowd, the seriousness of the farewell lightened by his mishap. Ace stepped forward, placing his hand on White Luffy's shoulder. He said no thanks, just gripped it firmly. Then he released his hand and took a step back, making way for Kapu. Kapu stood up, dusted off the sand from his backside, and walked up to White Luffy, pressing down hard on his head. "You little brat, no matter what time you come from, no matter your hair color, remember to come back to visit Gramps." "Got it, Gramps." White Luffy grinned widely. Ron stood up from the bonfire and walked to the edge of the beach alongside White Luffy. Moonlight spread across the surface of the sea and the waves washed over their ankles. Ron pulled up the system panel, glanced back at the bonfire on the beach, and looked at those still waving at them. Marco raised his wine bowl, while Zong tapped a rhythm on the gunstock, with prisoner Luffy and Ace standing together, one with meat in hand, the other adjusting his cowboy hat, but both were smiling. Kapu stood at the front, arms crossed over his chest, a smirk on his lips. Ron withdrew his gaze and looked at White Luffy. "Are you ready?" "Ready." Golden light exploded from beneath the two. A pillar of light shot up into the sky, briefly illuminating the entire beach. When the light faded, only the traces of their footprints remained, washed over by the tide. In the distance, seagulls soared past the mast, and the Moby Dick lay quietly in the moonlight. In Wano country, golden light erupted atop Onigashima as two figures stepped out from the radiance. Time began to flow anew. Kaido's heat was still coalescing in his throat, his dragon head menacingly hovering in midair, everything just as it was when they left except for Luffy. He looked down at his hands, clenched his fists. The Nika form had not dissipated, his white skin glowed softly under the moonlight. The aura of the battle at the top still lingered on his fists, Akai's magma, Sengoku's shockwaves, Gramps' iron fists. Every sensation from those encounters was engraved in his bones. He raised his head to gaze towards Marineford, where the sea was still ablaze, still 2 years ago. But he had already toasted with Ace there, said goodbye to Gramps, and made an appointment with another version of himself to meet at Sabaody. Ace was alive, Gramps was defying fate, and Whitebeard hadn't died. This journey through time was worth it. If only I could stay there forever. "Of course you can." Ron's voice floated over from the side as he crouched behind a pile of rocks, his fingers hovering over the system panel. "But then there would be no Straw Hat Luffy in this world." "Are you sure?" Luffy shook his head decisively. "Prisoner Luffy has his own path, and I have my companions. He has already made plans to meet everyone again in 2 years. His adventure is just beginning. And I have my own adventure. No matter which path, it's the one I chose." Ron fell silent for a moment and nodded. This guy usually wasn't very clever, but he was clearer than anyone when it came to important matters. Kaido's dragon head twisted in the night, his vertical pupils narrowing into 2 cold slits. The blinding white light of his heat spilled from between his teeth, illuminating half of Onegashima's peak. He had just been wondering how this black-haired brat, who was clearly too weak to escape, had suddenly changed his aura. That kind of gaze had a certainty he had never seen on Luffy's face before. That certainty could only settle after having truly battled with real powerhouses, as if he had already exchanged blows with countless experts. Farragut. Kaido's voice rumbled like distant thunder, his dragon tail whipping behind him, smashing a corner of the rock wall. Just a little brat who had merely caught a few breaths of air under his heat dared to look at him with such eyes. He did not believe Luffy had grown stronger, nor did he believe that composure was genuine. He opened his mouth, heat gathering in his throat into a blinding orb of light, and his dragon body charged forward like a meteor. Ron had already started to retreat, running, while looking back, his voice carried by the wind. "Kaido is coming again. You take the lead. Leave it to me." Luffy grinned, fists colliding, the armament hockey hardening from his fists up to his forearms, the rhythm of Nika echoing anew in his chest. The cracked rock beneath him sank, half an inch debris rolling off the cliff edge, the dull thud of its landing echoing several seconds later. "My stamina is back. I ate several barrels of meat on the Moby Dick." "Several barrels? Do you think this is a restaurant or a pig farm?" Ron's voice faded into the distance. After so many traversals, Luffy's control over the Nika form has reached an unparalleled level. He has battled against Sengoku and endured the might of Akainu, evading attacks from numerous vice-admirals. Admiral-level opponents are nothing more than live targets. They are more effective than any training. "Kaido, not a problem at all." As Kaido lunged forward, his dragon claws shattered the rock where Luffy had just stood. Where the giant claw landed, the rock splintered into pieces, and the cracks extended toward the cliff's edge, causing a boulder the size of a truck to tumble into the sea of clouds. But suddenly the dragon's head shifted slightly. The weak aura that had just appeared with Luffy had run away. Kaido's slit pupil narrowed. Why has that aura become stronger? That kid ran away as fast as a mouse, hiding among the rubble at the other end of Onigashima, not even showing his head. Only the sound of shifting rubble came from the shadows, soon fading away. He runs fast. Kaido snorted coldly sulphurous black smoke billowing from his nostrils, ignoring the sickly one. Fine, he's just a softie anyway. He redirected his attention to the white-haired kid before him, a deep crimson glow starting to emanate from his chest, seeping through the gaps in his scales. Straw Hat Kid, that punch just now was indeed impressive. But do you think that's enough to defeat me? Luffy tilted his head, his white hair swaying in the wind. That punch. It was just a warm-up. Stubborn brat. Kaido grinned, sparks flying between his fangs. This blast of heat will turn your confidence to ash. Flame breath. A pillar of blazing white light erupted from the dragon's mouth, wider than a warship. The moment the beam tore through the night sky, the entire peak of Onigashima was illuminated as if it were daytime. Where the heat breath passed, the rocks melted into orange-red magma that flowed down the mountainside, igniting vegetation in its path, while the air distorted from the extreme heat, making the starry sky appear to shimmer as if viewed through boiling water. The heat wave surrounding the beam carved a charred trench in the ground, with rock debris being swept into the air, igniting as they fell back down like a swarm of meteors. Luffy did not dodge. Again with this move. Can't you try something new? He stomped on the rocky surface, instantly turning it rubber-like, creating a hemispherical launch pit. His entire body was propelled upward as if shot from a slingshot, the heat breath roaring past his feet. So hot, so hot, so hot. My shoes are smoking. Behind him, the rock mountain was struck heated. The mountain was penetrated down the middle, lava bursting forth from the opening, and the entire mountain began to tilt like a lit candle, crashing onto the cliff edge of Onigashima, showering the battlefield below with debris and sparks. Rubber, rubber. Luffy's body rapidly expanded in the air, his white hair wild like a lion's mane, with wisps of white smoke rising from the tips of his hair in the warmth of the heat breath. His right fist swelled to the size of a battering ram, with the hardened armament color spreading from his knuckles to his entire arm, shining black. Conqueror's lightning crackled between his fingers, the purplish red arcs jumping from his fist to his shoulder, then to the sides of his face, casting alternating shadows across his features. He recalled the battlefield above. A kindness magma rushing towards him, the thick and scalding lava surging from all directions, making even breathing feel like swallowing fire. Sengoku's shockwaves slamming down each impact, causing his insides to churn. Compared to a kindness hellhound's, your heat breath is nothing. King Kong gun. What? The shockwave of the clash between the armament color and Conqueror's color spread outwards, the circular air waves sweeping across the entire rocky platform, clearing away all the debris on the ground. The shockwave tore a rift in the clouds above Onigashima, splitting the thick cloud sea that was thousands of meters deep, with moonlight pouring through the crack, illuminating the flattened rocky summit. Kaido's dragon claws dug deep grooves of several meters into the rock face as he steadied himself with fragments of stone cascading down from between his claws. A flicker of shock crossed his slit pupils. The power of this punch was heavier than any strike the little brat had delivered before he died, much heavier. When did you, little brat, become so strong? I said it was just a warm-up. Luffy flipped in the air. Roar. Kaido laughed out of anger, his dragon roar shaking the torches on the battlefield below. Interesting. Then try this move again. The dragon's tail swept across the tip, slicing through the air with a thunderous boom, severing the protruding stalagmites on the rock face, leaving smooth mirror-like surfaces. Bring it on. Luffy twisted the air into a rubber trampoline, bouncing above the dragon's tail, lightly tapping the tail to gain leverage, grabbing hold of the sharp tip at the end of the tail. Your tail is mine now. He twisted his waist vigorously, amplifying the twisting force of his body in the Nika form, and the entire dragon tail was whipped out like a massive whip. What? Are you using my tail to hit me? Kaido's massive body was thrown off balance by the inertia of his own tail, his claws scraping against the rock's surface, sparking. Damn brat. He then crashed into the rock wall. Below Onigashima, the beast pirates, gifted, stared up at the sky, their mouths agape enough to fit a fist. A gifted one with a lizard head dropped the bottle in his hand, shattering it on the ground, oblivious to the wine splattering on his feet. Hey, did you see that? The lizard head one spoke, trembling. I saw it. Another gifted one with an elephant trunk swallowed hard. He swung the governor's tail like a whip. Luffy didn't die. Well done. Beat that dragon. Kaido was thrown away. Did you see that? What kind of monster is this fighting? Samurai raised their heads to gaze at the white figure in the sky, the reflection on their blades glimmering like fireflies in the dark night. Someone raised their sword high, the tip pointing to the sky. Lord Luffy. Follow that white light. Everyone raised their swords in unison. Yamato leaned against the rock wall, the shackles on her arms clinking in the wind, a small stone dislodged by the shockwave rolling off her shoulder. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth as she looked up at the white-haired figure dancing wildly in the rift of clouds. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Amidst the smoke and dust, Kaido rose from the collapsed rock wall, debris rolling off his dragon scales. He shook the ash from his dragon head, his vertical pupils glowing with a dark red light, fixating on the white figure suspended in midair. Straw Hat Kid, you've grown stronger. Luffy landed on the rubberized ground, bouncing twice, grinning. I told you that was just a warm-up. Kaido paused for a moment, then his dragon mouth curled into a sinister arc. That's good. Finally, there's someone worth fighting. The battle at the peak of Onigashima raged on, intertwining Luffy's laughter with Kaido's roars, shaking the entire island. Ron crouched behind a pile of rubble, his back pressed against the rock wall, his eyes fixed on the translucent screen hovering before him. This crossing settlement is complete. Historical change assessment Portgas D. Ace is alive, Whitebeard is alive, Monkey D. Garp has defected from the Navy. The Whitebeard pirates have retreated. The conclusion of the Marineford War has completely deviated from the original historical trajectory. Comprehensive assessment S rank. Acquired reversal value 100000. Ron's breath halted for a moment. 100,000. Last time he got 50,000 for an A rank, this time it doubled. He glanced down, the ability list unfolded again, similar to last time. The first to fourth gears of the Gum Gum Fruit, the Gluttonous Talent, the three-color Hockey Conqueror's Hockey Flowing Cherry Future Sight, and the Sit-Up Physique. But at the top of the list was an additional line in gold. Human Fruit, Mythical Zoan Nika Form, awaken the power of the Sun God Nika, capable of turning oneself and objects into rubber, fighting style unrestricted by physical laws. Note, this is the awakened form of the Devil Fruit. Selecting it will directly override the host's current Devil Fruit abilities. Ron thought to himself, as expected. He had guessed it last time, a 1 couldn't obtain Nika with an A rank, only an S rank could unlock it. But after staring at that line of gold for a moment, he realized he wasn't as excited as he had imagined. Nika is powerful, a Luffy can hold his ground against Kaido using it. But now the Pirate King has entered the mythical era with the 5 Elders, Emu, and ancient weapons. Each one is a monster among monsters. The title of the Sun God is impressive, but perhaps it isn't enough in front of Emu. He felt uncertain. I think Imus' Devil Fruit ability is quite impressive. He murmured, sliding his finger back and forth on the list, hesitating whether to choose Conqueror's Hockey or Future Sight. Tip S rank and above can archive parallel timelines, or would you like to archive? Notice the same target can only maintain 1 archiving opportunity. Ron frowned slightly. So, Brother Tongzi, does that mean if I keep the archive this time, I can't return to the Marineford War with Luffy? I can only return to the time node I archived. Yes, then I want archive just yet. Ron directly refused the archive. It was a joke. The Marineford War was only rated S, far from SSS, and he didn't want to miss this reward. At that moment, the system panel suddenly lit up, a new line of text jumping out the golden light, more blinding than any previous instance. Congratulations to the host for triggering an exclusive hidden reward, new usage method for reversal value. Aside from exchanging for lifespan, it can be used to enhance any of the host's existing abilities. The enhancement magnitude is positively correlated with the consumption of reversal value. This enhancement will consume 100 reversal value. This function can only be triggered by an S rank rating. Limited time 1 hour. Please choose whether to use this function. After the time limit, this method will be permanently closed. Ron sat up straight, nearly bumping the back of his head against the rock wall. This is possible too. He read the line of text several times, his finger hovering over the panel, trembling slightly. 100,000 reversal value, precisely the total income from this S rank evaluation. Exchanging lifespan could yield 10 years. Enhancing abilities would mean pouring the entire 100,000 in at once. Choose one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. 10 years of lifespan is tempting. The cancer is still gnawing in his bones. Every extra year is tangible. But lifespan can be saved for next time. An A ranks 50,000 could also yield 5 years. The exclusive enhancement window for S rank lasts only 1 hour, and it won't wait. Ron didn't rush to touch that time-limited enhancement option. He first focused on the ability list. He hadn't selected the reward yet, and enhancement had to wait. Sit-Up Physique. I already got that last time and no need to repeat it. He muttered to himself, his fingers sliding on the panel. Gluttonous Talent. I'm not Luffy, I don't have a rubber stomach, and can't swallow a Sea King. Flowing Cherry and Future Sight are powerful, but what I need most right now is neither defense nor evasion. His finger stopped on an option. Conqueror's Hockey. Luffy's Conqueror's Hockey isn't top tier. Compared to Shank's kind that can cause physical destruction, Luffy's Hockey excels in growth speed rather than initial strength. But Luffy has already mastered the Hockey flow, able to wrap his Conqueror's Hockey around his fists for attacks. This ability meets 2 conditions. It looks impressive and is practical in combat. Staring down to stun ordinary foes is just a basic operation. Hockey flow is the real killing move. Wrapping Conqueror's Hockey around attacks like armament Hockey, inflicting damage even without contact. He'll go with that. Ron confirmed on the Conqueror's Hockey Flow version. A strange energy surged from the system panel, pouring into the depths of his consciousness. Hiss, he inhaled sharply. This feeling was hard to describe. It was as if something that had been sleeping inside his body was now awakened. He could sense the existence of Conqueror's Hockey rooted deeper than muscle memory and skill patterns, like an instinct that had naturally grown within his bones. Let's test the power. He tried to concentrate his mind on his fist. A dark red lightning bolt erupted from between his fingers, striking the rock wall beside the pile of rubble. The moment the lightning hit the rock, it made a crisp sound, splitting the wall with a half-meter-long charred crack, with stone debris at the edges emitting white smoke and falling, filling the air with a sharp ozone smell. As if I were controlling it with my arm. Ron looked down at his fist, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. Conqueror's Hockey wrapped around his fist. Dark red arcs of electricity leaped between his knuckles, emitting faint crackling sounds, each flicker illuminating the rubble-strewn ground beneath him. This power completely followed his will, bursting forth when he desired and retracting when he wished. This was his own Hockey. He swung his fist, the dark red lightning tracing an arc through the air, illuminating the rock pit in the corner of the rubble where rainwater had pooled, the reflection of the arc vanishing in an instant. Refreshing, he murmured, the arc on his fist jumping twice more. I was hiding in the cracks during the Marineford War, watching Luffy use Hockey Flow to clash with Sengoku. Now this move belongs to me. There are still 100,000 reversal values left. Ron retracted his fist, shifting his gaze to the still counting enhancement option. The rewards have been selected. Next, the real main event begins. Smashing in the 100,000 reversal value to elevate the Conqueror's Hockey I just acquired to the next level. A Conqueror's Hockey on par with Shanks. Perhaps. Ron hovered his finger over the confirm button, his peripheral vision catching the distant silhouettes of the white Nika and the azure dragon entangled in battle in the sky. Kaido's heat breath burned through half of the clouds, the orange-earth flames reflecting off the bottom of the sea of clouds, making it seem as if the entire sky was on fire. Luffy's fist struck the dragon scales, creating ripples of air that swept across the rocky peak of Ghost Island, sending debris tumbling and causing even the pile of rocks he was hiding in to tremble slightly. Ron took a deep breath. A small stone dislodged by the shockwave from afar fell from the rock crevice above his head and bounced twice at his feet. 100,000 reversal points, all invested in Conqueror's Hockey. Lifespan can be accumulated again, and next time in a rank evaluation will yield 50,000, enough to cover 5 years. But the Shrank exclusive enhancement window only comes once, and it won't wait. As for physical strength, he wasn't in a hurry. There are plenty of top-tier physiques on the Grand Line. Charlotte Linland's Steel Balloon, Kaido's Oni bloodline, and Jean's Immortal Lunaria bloodline. Each one is a more perverse passive ability than doing sit-ups. As long as he continues to traverse, he will always find opportunities to extract better things from these individuals. But before that, he needs a trump card that allows him to stand at the negotiation table. Conqueror's Hockey is that card. He looked back at the panel, hesitated not a moment, and directly clicked on enhancement. Come on. Confirm selection. Enhance Conqueror's Hockey. Conqueror's version. Consumption of reversal points 100,000. Enhancement begins. A surge of violent energy erupted from the system panel. This time it was no longer a gentle infusion. It felt as if a bolt of lightning had been directly struck into his crown. Ugh. Ron threw his head back. Dark red lightning exploded from within him, and Conqueror's Hockey surged upward like a volcanic eruption. The rocky walls surrounding the pile of stones cracked from the shock, and debris fell like rain, with several fist-sized rocks disintegrating into powder under the force of the Hockey. With him as the epicenter, the ground cracked outward in a fan shape, the fissures crawling and spreading like living creatures, extending all the way to the edge of Ghost Island's peak, where the rocky edges crumbled and tumbled down into the sea of clouds. In the sky, the clouds burned through by the heat breath from the battle between Luffy and Kaido had yet to close up, and Ron's Hockey shockwave burst forth from the cloud hole, stirring the sea of clouds into a slowly rotating vortex. Kaido engaged in midair combat with Luffy, suddenly held back the heat breath that was about to erupt. The blinding light within the dragon's throat was forcefully stifled, leaking a few wisps of black smoke between his fangs. What? The dragon's head twisted around, its vertical pupils shrinking into thin slits, fixating intently on the direction of the pile of stones. His dragon claws instinctively crushed the rocky ground beneath, sending debris rolling from between his claws. This Conqueror's Hockey is not from the Straw Hat Kid. Kaido's voice was deep, emanating a muffled sound from the depths of his throat, filled with disbelief. He was familiar with Luffy's aura, bold and reckless like a battle drum echoing through the heavens. But the Hockey now was denser and sharper, akin to a thunderstorm that had finally erupted after being suppressed for too long. The intensity was at least on par with top-tier Conqueror's Hockey, if not higher. Dark red arcs of electricity spread from the direction of the pile of stones, jumping along the ground's fissures until they reached near his dragon claws, colliding with his own conqueror's lightning in midair, producing a sharp crack. Is there such a person hidden on Ghost Island? Luffy landed on the rubberized rocky wall, causing the surface beneath his feet to bounce twice. His white hair was whipped back. Ron. That aura feels so familiar. It's Ron. When did this guy become so powerful? Hey Ron. Below Ghost Island, the sound of weapons clashing abruptly ceased. A sword slipped from a warrior's hand, its tip embedding into the ground, still vibrating. What happened? My sword. It's the haki. Conqueror's haki. The warriors froze, their swords raised halfway, the reflections on the blades trembling like stars. The members of the Beast's pirates exchanged glances. This is not Kaido Governor's haki. And it's not the Straw Hats either. Whose haki is this? A Wolfhead member dropped his spiked bat, creating a shallow dent in the ground. He looked down at his empty hands, his wolf jaws opening slightly, unable to utter a word. Someone's knees buckled, collapsing to the ground with a dull thud against the rocks. Not targeted, but simply from the overwhelming haki cascading down from Ghost Island's peak, sweeping across the battlefield like an invisible wave, pressing down heavily overhead enough to leave them breathless. I can't stand up. It's not directed at us. Just leaking out, and it's this strong. The breaths of thousands on the battlefield seemed to freeze at that moment. Even the sound of flames burning was eerily clear. Yamato leaned against the rocky wall, the shackles on her arms clanging in the residual waves of haki, the iron chains scraping tiny marks on the wall. She lifted her head towards Ghost Island's peak, her eyes reflecting the glow of dark red lightning, which flickered twice in her pupils. Another monster has arrived. A smile gradually crept up her lips. Not Kaido, not Luffy. This haki, whose is it? Interesting. So interesting. Marco had just used blue flames to block a cannonball. The flaming wings spread out in the explosion, enveloping shrapnel and azure flames that melted into molten iron. But when the residual waves of haki swept across the battlefield, his flaming wings suddenly stalled midair, the edges of the flames contracting. He turned to look at Ghost Island's peak, his pupils slightly dilating, the azure flames on his shoulder flickering twice before stabilizing. This haki is very strong. His voice was low, nearly drowned out by the thunderous roar emanating from afar from Ghost Island's peak. Izo lowered his gun, the muzzle still emitting smoke from the previous shot. He too looked up at Ghost Island's peak, his brow furrowed tightly. Marco, do you recognize this haki? Marco was silent for 2 seconds, shaking his head. I don't recognize it. The flaming wings slowly folded. He paused, a rare gravity in his tone. But I have seen Shank's Conqueror's haki. This one is not weaker than his. Amidst the pile of jagged stones, Ron slowly opened his eyes. Dark red arcs of electricity leaped around him, flowing from his shoulders to his fingertips, and then snapping back to his shoulders. Where the arcs landed, the debris at his feet was jolted upward, tiny stone fragments crackling in the current, releasing wisps of foul-smelling white smoke. He could feel the Conqueror's haki surging within him. No longer the familiar sensation he had copied from Luffy, but something more primal, more violent, and uniquely his own. This feeling. He looked down at his palms, slowly curling his fingers, the arcs of electricity crackling between them with sharp pops. It's completely different from before. The enhanced Conqueror's haki had ascended an entire tier in quality. If previously he had obtained Luffy's level from the battle at Onigashima, now his Conqueror's haki had far surpassed that level. Entwine, release, suppress. These techniques that once required deliberate control now felt as natural as breathing. He raised his fist, a flicker of thought activating within him. Gather. The dark red Conqueror's haki instantly retracted back to his fingertips, disappearing completely. As the current faded, a faint sizzling sound lingered in the air, effortlessly controlled. It's done. Ron looked down at his fist, a smile creeping onto his lips. 100,000 reversal points not wasted. He stood up, brushing the stone dust off his clothes as the powder from the hem fell in gentle cascades. In the distant sky, Kaido no longer focused on Luffy. His vertical pupils were locked onto the pile of stones where Ron was hiding. Luffy shouted something from over there, the wind too strong to catch the words, but his tone was filled with malice. The crushed rock beneath the dragon's claws continued to rain down, kicking up small clouds of dust on the battlefield below. Ron. He seems to be glaring at you. Luffy's voice finally drifted over with the wind. I know. Ron didn't even look up. Your haki from earlier was amazing. Do it again. We'll talk later. Ron was not in a hurry. He stood before the pile of stones, dark red arcs still crackling around him, the alternating brightness casting flickering shadows on the ground, even the surface of the puddles shimmering with dark red ripples. He looked down at his hands. The haki coiling at his fists had retracted, yet that power remained, lurking just beneath the skin, waiting to be activated. Since I can release it, he murmured to himself, twisting his wrist. and watching the arcs leap between his fingers. Can I pull it back? He attempted to expand the Conqueror's haki from his fists to envelop his entire body. Dark red lightning flowed from his shoulders to his wrists, then rebounded from his waist to his neck, weaving into a semi-transparent dark red membrane around his body. As the membrane floated, it emitted a low humming sound, distorting the air at its surface and pushing away the floating dust particles within a fist-sized radius. This membrane's texture was different from the hardening of armament haki. It was a pure essence condensed from the Conqueror's haki. This is... Ron's pupils slightly dilated. A protective haki, he murmured, pressing his hand against his arm. Snap. His fingertip barely touched the membrane before it bounced back, the rebounding force light, yet crisp. Interesting. He bent down to pick up a fragment of stone. Let's test the hardness. The rock struck his arm, colliding with the dark red membrane, 3 inches from his skin, instantly shattering into powder, which scattered around his feet. Again, he tried once more, this time using more force, but the result was the same. The membrane remained unmoved while his hand was jolted, leaving his knuckles tingling with pain. Hiss! He sucked in a breath, shaking his numb hand, a name suddenly flashing through his mind. The Valley of Gods. In that battle, he had only seen a few frames in the manga's fragmented memories. Rocks D. Zebek standing amidst a sea of corpses, surrounded by Conqueror's haki bullets and blades shattering into pieces before reaching him. This technique had almost never appeared again in the world of One Piece. Roger never used it, Whitebeard never used it, and Shanks hadn't either. They were not necessarily weak, but this path was too difficult. To forcibly compress the Conqueror's haki, primarily a releasing energy into armor, required astronomical control and reserves of haki. And now this technique, buried by history, he had casually brought forth. Could it be that my Conqueror's haki rivals rocks? Ron swallowed hard. That can't be right. He was suddenly startled by his own thought. Rocks. That rocks. A former maritime overlord defeated only when Garp and Roger teamed up against him. Could his Conqueror's haki rival rocks? If Sengoku found out about this, it wouldn't be Garp transforming on the execution platform. He chuckled dryly. It would be me. He quickly took a couple of deep breaths to calm himself. The cold wind mixed with the lingering sulfur scent from afar filled his lungs, and his heartbeat gradually slowed. Calm down, calm down. Haki intensity does not equal overall combat power. He slapped his face. Right now you're just a rookie lugging around an anti-tank missile. Your firepower is sufficient, but your body is still paper-thin. However, a paper-thin body could eventually grow stronger. Not everyone could bear an anti-tank missile. 10 years of life, huh? Ron grinned, his smile tinged with both pain and satisfaction. 100,000 reversal points for 10 years of life. Using them to strengthen the Conqueror's haki equates to burning 10 years of life for a top-tier skill. But now it seemed this deal was not a loss. The protective haki was merely a derivative ability developed with ease. Who knew how many more tricks he could pull in the future? He raised his head in the distance. Kaido's dragon breath glowed once more from deep within his throat, painting half the clouds a dark red hue. Ron stepped out from behind the pile of stones. His feet crunched softly on the debris, dark red arcs still crackling around him. With each step, the stones at his feet were pushed aside by the electricity, leaving tiny white scratches on the rocky ground. Kaido's vertical pupils suddenly contracted. The dragon's head lowered slightly, the sulphurous black smoke from his nostrils thickening. He hadn't mistaken it just now. The little brat hiding behind the pile of stones, who didn't dare to show his face, now had an aura around him that was completely different from before. No, it wasn't just different, he didn't even seem to belong to the same species. The previous aura had been as weak as a candle ready to extinguish. Now that Conqueror's haki resembled a solid dark red flame pressing tightly against him from several hundred meters away, making his dragon scales feel constricted. Hey, Kaido's voice was deep, a dragon's roar rumbling in his chest. Kid, have you been hiding your strength all this time? Kaido found it absurd, even as he spoke. Throughout the ongoing battle on Onigashima, he had seen countless scenes. He had endured the wheel battle of the Red Scabbards, defeated the Moon Lion, and continued to fight against Yamato's rebellion. Even in the fierce clashes with the Straw Hat Kid, he had not once frowned. But this sickly little brat before him. If he remembered correctly, just a moment ago this kid was cowering amidst the rubble with a presence so weak it seemed he could barely breathe. Now he was unexpectedly unleashing this level of Conqueror's haki. Kaido narrowed his eyes, a dark red light flashing in his slitted pupils. In his decades of life, he had witnessed the Conqueror's haki of red-haired Shanks, the Conqueror's haki of Whitebeard, and the Conqueror's haki of Captain Rocks. The essence of the aura before him overlapped with a long-buried sensation in his memory. Captain Rocks. Impossible. How old could this kid be? Just over 20. How could he possess haki close to that level? I'm not old and confused yet. Kaido's dragon claws carved deep grooves into the rock wall, rubble tumbling down from his claw gaps. I've never seen you before. You must be a newcomer just out to sea still carrying the aura of a pirate. But right now, what's with the haki emanating from you? Luffy landed on the rubberized rock surface, causing the slab beneath him to bounce slightly. His white hair danced wildly in the winds whipped up by the dark red arcs of lightning, his eyes wide as he scanned Ron from head to toe, mouth agape in an exaggerated O shape. Brother Ron. He sprang from the rubber ground, bouncing towards Ron like a flea, barely managing to stop himself upon landing, his feet sliding across the gravel. Your aura. How did it suddenly become so strong? Luffy circled around Ron, almost pressing his nose against Ron's shoulder as if sniffing some strange scent. That dark red lightning just now was released by you, right? I could feel your haki poking at my back while I was fighting over here. It felt like being pricked by a needle. He stopped, tilting his head as he stared at Ron's face, his expression serious like a beast inspecting its prey. Did you secretly die again? Luffy lowered his voice. No. Then how did you change? Ron looked at Luffy, who leaned in close, his messy white hair sticking up, expression a mix of shock and excitement, his eyes reflecting the dark red arcs of lightning jumping around him. He raised his hand, fingers slowly curling together, producing faint cracking sounds between his fingers as dark red lightning danced briefly on his knuckles before being neatly withdrawn. Well, how to put it? Ron pondered. A small breakthrough. Small breakthrough. Luffy's eyes nearly bulged out. You call this a small breakthrough? I fought Kaido here for a long time, and when your haki suddenly exploded, even I was startled. Kaido was so shocked he didn't breathe fire. You call that a small breakthrough? He crossed his arms, frowning with a look that said, do you think him an idiot? A breakthrough is a breakthrough. Does it matter if it's big or small? Ron shrugged, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. I just pondered a bit amidst the rubble and figured some things out, and then I broke through. Figured out what? Figured out how to make my haki a bit stronger. Luffy stared at him for 3 seconds before suddenly grinning, revealing a row of neat white teeth. Hee. Even though I don't understand what you're saying. He patted Ron's shoulder, causing Ron to shrink slightly, but getting stronger is a good thing. The aura you have now feels even fiercer than that old dragon Kaido. Ron rubbed his shoulder, which had gone numb from the pat, and looked up at Kaido not far away. The azure dragon's body obscured half the starry sky, its scales shimmering a dark azure under the moonlight, its slitted pupils fixated on him, its dragon mouth slightly ajar, revealing a row of white fangs. Dragon breath spilled from the gaps between its fangs, the scent of sulfur wafting through the air, mingling with the lingering burnt odor. Stronger than Kaido's conqueror's haki. Kaido's voice came from above, low, yet carrying a hint of danger. Interesting. Another piece of rock beneath the dragon's claws was crushed rubble, rolling off the cliff and crashing into the sea of clouds below, the sound echoing back after a long while. Kid, state your name. Kaido's dragon head slowly descended, the dark red light in his slitted pupils growing brighter. Anyone capable of temporarily breaking through to this extent on the battlefield must not be an unknown. Ron raised his head, looking at the dragon face less than 50 meters away from him. The heat wave of dragon breath hit him, blowing his hair back and causing his clothes to flap. The translucent dark red aura around him activated automatically, repelling the heat wave upon contact, creating small ripples on the surface of the aura. He met Kaido's gaze without retreating. I am Ron. Have you heard my story? Kaido paused for a moment. Never heard of you. Then that's to be expected. Ron stretched his neck, producing a slight cracking sound. I'm a newcomer. Newcomer. Kaido's dragon mouth twisted into a sinister grin. Newcomers possess this kind of haki. Good talent can't help it. Kaido stared at him for 2 seconds before suddenly throwing back his head and laughing. Wow. Interesting. So very interesting. The dragon's roar shook the rocks at the peak of Onigashima. One straw hat kid isn't enough, and now another monstrous newcomer appears. What a good day it is. After laughing enough, the dragon head lowered again, and a genuine seriousness appeared in his slitted pupils. Ron, right. Your conqueror's haki is indeed stronger than most I've seen. Kaido's fangs glinted ominously in the moonlight, but there's a sickly aura about you. Your body can't withstand your haki. Ron nodded. Indeed. He replied plainly without a hint of denial, I have an illness, cancer terminal. It still hurts in my bones. His words were so calm that Kaido's slitted pupils slightly constricted. Typically, when people mention their terminal illness, they either grit their teeth, wallow in self-pity, or cover their fear with anger. But this 20-something brat speaking about terminal cancer did so with a tone as casual as discussing the weather. Terminal. Kaido repeated, though he didn't understand. It sounded serious. Then how can you still stand here talking to me? I'll stand as long as I can. Ron moved his neck, the bones cracking slightly. Once I lie down, I don't know if I'll be able to get up again. Kaido did not respond. The dragon's mouth slightly opened, revealing half of its fangs, not in anger, but in some indescribable expression. A sickly figure afflicted by a terminal illness broke through on the battlefield atop Ghost Island, wielding conqueror's haki that rivaled that of rocks and calmly told him it's grinding in my bones. This kid is either a madman or a monster. Or perhaps both. Alright, let's not talk about this. Ron waved his hand, as if dismissing an unimportant topic. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the flickering dark red arcs of electricity surrounding him, meeting Kaido's vertical pupils directly. Kaido, give me some face, let's call off today's battle. The air fell silent for a moment. Luffy blinked beside him, his white hair swaying in the wind, a silly grin still on his face, but his eyes held a hint of confusion. He wasn't quite sure if he had misheard. Kaido also remained silent. The dragon's head hovered in midair, the dark red light in his vertical pupils flickering twice, as if digesting a statement he had never anticipated. Then his dragon mouth began to twitch, slowly parting from the corners, revealing a row of fangs while his dragon whiskers trembled in the wind. Face. Kaido's voice emerged from deep within his throat, heavy with a disbelieving suppressed laughter. Face. He repeated this time, much louder, shaking loose rocks from the cliffside. You want me to give you face? Then he laughed. Truly amused, a dragon-like laughter erupted from his mouth, hot breath uncontrollably spilling through the gaps of his fangs, igniting sparks of orangeard in the night sky. Do you think you're red-haired? Kaido laughed so hard that his tail trembled, the tip slamming against the cliff, creating a deep fissure. That red-haired, when he came to find me, I didn't give him any face. On my territory, I don't give red-haired any face. You, a newcomer, expect me to give you face? You won't. A dragon's roar surged into the sky, shaking the clouds above Ghost Island, moonlight seeping through the gaps, illuminating Kaido's dragon face, which was filled with absurdity and humor. Hey, Straw Hat Kid. Your companion. He's here to make jokes. No face given. Ron nodded, his tone calm, as if confirming a trivial matter. Then let's see. The moment the words fell, he released the restraint. The conqueror's haki surged from within him without reservation. Dark red lightning exploded from his body, shooting upwards. The ground beneath his feet was pierced by the lightning cracks, spreading wildly like a spider's web, with fragments of rocks swirling into the air, resembling a group of reverse-flying meteors in the dark red glow. The shockwave swept past, carrying debris and dust, shaking the cliff until it cracked as several boulders the size of trucks collapsed from the edge of Ghost Island, rolling into the sea of clouds, a dull echo resonating long after. Centered around Ron, the rocky platform with a diameter of 100 meters was lowered by an entire layer. The surface of the rock shattered into powder under high pressure, with dust suspended in the air, repeatedly pierced by the arcs of electricity, emitting a cacophony of crackling sounds. Kaido's vertical pupils suddenly narrowed into two thin slits. His dragon claws instinctively dug into the rock, all 10 claw tips sunk into the stone as fragments cascaded down from between his claws. Under the impact of the conqueror's haki, the massive body of the Azure Dragon slightly leaned back. In decades of battle, the number of people capable of making him lean back could be counted on one hand. Roger counts as one, Whitebeard as another, Rocks as a third. The sickly newcomer who had been cowering behind the rubble just a moment ago now became the fourth. This kid. Kaido's voice was pressed deep in his throat, low and rumbling like thunder from the depths of the earth. He truly didn't use his full strength just now. I can't let him suppress me any longer. Kaido's dragon mouth suddenly opened wide, a thunderous roar exploding from deep within his chest. His own conqueror's haki erupted from beneath his dragon scales, dark purple lightning exploding in sync with his roar, shattering the rock beneath his claws. The two forces of conqueror's haki collided fiercely in midair. The sky split open. Ron's dark red lightning clashed with Kaido's dark purple lightning, intertwining, tearing, and devouring one another in the void between them. Black and red arcs of electricity densely filled the sky above Ghost Island like a web of electricity obscuring the starry sky. Each collision erupted with a sound powerful enough to rupture eardrums, shockwaves expanding layer upon layer as the clouds above Ghost Island were shredded into fragments, with moonlight flickering in and out from the cracks, illuminating the battlefield below, where everyone's faces flashed between light and dark. The battlefield below came to a complete standstill. The sounds of dropped weapons echoed. Some fell to their knees, hands pressed against the ground, gasping for breath, their knuckles turning white from the strain. The samurai's sword tips dug into the ground, their bodies leaning against the handles, barely managing to stand. The members of the beast pirates were swaying unsteadily. The one with a wolf's head lay on the ground, clutching his head, with both paws, his tail tucked between his legs, trembling. It wasn't a targeted attack. The arcs of electricity in the black and red net above their heads, even the residual waves, were enough to crush the will of an ordinary person. Marco's blue flames shrank into a ball. This is impossible. His voice was drowned by the explosions above, but he continued this intensity. Kaido's conqueror's haki is being suppressed. As he nearly dropped the gun hidden in his hand, the stock slipped in his palm. He quickly tightened his grip, his knuckles turning white from the effort. What did you say? Kaido is being suppressed. By that newcomer. Marco did not answer. Azure blue flames rose from his shoulder, unfurling again into the shape of wings, but the edges of the flames trembled, not from fear, but from the overwhelming pressure of the black and red net above. Even his flames instinctively shrank. Red-haired conqueror's haki can achieve physical destruction, Marco said slowly, but that newcomer, he's clashing heat-in with Kaido and not losing ground. No. Marco shook his head. It's not that he's not losing ground. He still has strength to spare. Atop Ghost Island, Luffy's straw sandals left 2 skid marks on the rocky surface, the rubberized ground sinking under his weight and then bouncing back. His white hair was pressed tightly against his scalp by the shockwave. He raised his hand to shield his eyes, watching the black and red net in the sky through his fingers. Ron, big brother. He shouted, his voice devoid of worry, only pure excitement. You really had a trick up your sleeve just now. This is even stronger than the last one. Ron stood at the epicenter of the clash of conquerors' haki. Dark red lightning surged from within him, weaving into a thicker and more refined aura around his body. The protective haki automatically activated as dark purple arcs of electricity attempted to pierce through the aura, only to be rebounded the moment they touched it, exploding into tiny sparks. He could feel Kaido's haki wildly crashing against him, a genuine pressure befitting the 4 emperors, like a mountain pressing down. But he held firm. Not only did he withstand it, but he also had the energy to sense that pressure and weigh its intensity. Is this Kaido's full strength? Ron thought to himself, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up. No, it shouldn't be his full strength. But it's not light. It's about as heavy as a mountain. Yet now he felt that shouldering a mountain wasn't so taxing. He still had energy to spare. A surge of delight welled up inside him, one that couldn't be suppressed. When he had said he wanted to test it out, he wasn't entirely without apprehension. Kaido was one of the 4 emperors, one of the strongest monsters in the world, and his conqueror's haki had been honed over decades. As a newcomer who had just been reinforced and was still warming up, would he be pushed back by Kaido's conqueror's haki? Would he embarrass himself? It seemed, looking back now, that he had overthought it. Not only was his conqueror's haki not suppressed, but it subtly gained the upper hand in the collision. Dark red arcs were slowly pushing back the dark purple ones, advancing steadily but resolutely towards Kaido. This meant that the intensity of his haki indeed surpassed Kaido's. The product of 100,000 reversals is indeed solid material. Ron took a deep breath, slowly drawing his fists together. The arcs of electricity squeezing out between his fingers grew denser. Kaido cannot suppress me. But where exactly was my limit? A name flashed through his mind. Roxy Zebek. The monster from God Valley, a man who could only be defeated when Roger and Garp teamed up. He had had this suspicion when he developed the protective haki, and now, after clashing heat-in with Kaido's conqueror's haki, this suspicion was no longer just a guess. It seems my conqueror's haki truly rivals Rock's. The dark red arcs exploded on his fists, the light illuminating half of his face, the curve of his smile, transforming into a wide grin reminiscent of a terminally ill patient who finally discovered he held a trump card, surging with a desire to survive. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the vast black-red electric web, locking onto Kaido's vertical pupils. The astonishment in Kaido's eyes deepened. He clearly sensed that his conqueror's haki was slowly but irreversibly being pushed back. Kaido, Ron spoke, his voice not loud yet clear amidst the roar of the clash of conqueror's haki. You said you wouldn't give Shanks any face. Then today you might have to make an exception. Boom. A stronger conqueror's haki erupted from Ron. Kaido's expression changed completely. Disbelief. The arrogance and composure that had maintained for a whole night showed cracks in this moment. His vertical pupils widened, his dragon jaws slightly parted, a few wisps of sulfuric-smelling black smoke seeping through the gaps of his fangs, unable to let out even a roar. He had never expected this. This sickly newcomer, this little ghost who had shrunk in a pile of rubble just 20 minutes ago with a breath so weak it seemed ready to extinguish, had actually managed to overpower him in the clash of conqueror's haki. In a heating confrontation, step by step, he was pushing Kaido's haki back. This is impossible. Kaido's voice was choked in his throat, low and hoarse. How could a newcomer overpower my decades of cultivated conqueror's haki? He could not finish his sentence. Ron looked at him, his expression calm, as if he were observing a solved math problem. The dark red arcs danced on his shoulders and fingertips, casting him in alternating light and shadow. The aura formed by the protective haki flowed around him, a deep humming resonating through the air. If this is all you have, he said, his voice not heavy but each word clearly cutting through the vast black-red electric web reaching Kaido's ears, then it can end here. Kaido's vertical pupils suddenly contracted. What did you say? Ron did not answer. He closed his eyes. This time it was no longer a gradual release, no longer a tentative clash, no longer testing the waters with Kaido. He awakened all of his conqueror's haki, every strand, every wisp, every dark red arc still sleeping deep within his cells. They surged, converged, and compressed within his consciousness, then exploded all at once. He opened his eyes. Dark red light erupted from the depths of his pupils, and then his conqueror's haki erupted in a tsunami-like wave. This time there was no probing, no transitioning, no leeway given to Kaido. The black-red electric web in the sky was torn apart in an instant. The dark purple arcs of Kaido were swallowed whole by the dark red lightning, with no chance to struggle. The clouds above the peak of Onigashima were directly blasted away, creating a hollow several kilometers wide, with moonlight pouring down from the void pale and illuminating everything below. The slabs of rock on the ground seemed to be pressed down by an invisible hand, collapsing outward in circles from beneath Ron's feet. The rock layers were crushed to powder and debris floated in the air, repeatedly pierced by the residual arcs, exploding into dust. The shockwave transmitted down the mountain of Onigashima, causing the entire island to tremble slightly, while the bonfires on the battlefield below shrank in height. Kaido unleashed his full strength. He too exploded. Dragon scales erupted. Dark purple conqueror's haki surged forth from the gaps between each scale, the roar of the dragon shaking the heavens. Decades of battle, the dignity of the four emperors, the pride of Beast Kaido, all hinged on this moment. He could not let a newcomer overpower him. He was Kaido, he could not. The haki of the two figures clashed in midair, dark red and dark purple wildly shredding each other, the explosive sounds merging into a single roar, indistinguishable where the beginning was and where the end lay. Kaido's dark purple arcs were swallowed one after another. His haki was pushed back step by step, retreating from the air to surround his dragon body, then being pushed to his scales until even the last layer of dark purple aura on his scales was crushed. Kaido exerted all his strength, only to watch his haki be crushed. How is it possible? Before the dragon's roar had even faded, a pressure like an entire mountain descended from above. Kaido's vertical pupils widened suddenly. This feeling was all too familiar. It wasn't the first time someone had suppressed him with pure haki. The last time was 40 years ago at God Valley. Rocks. His voice changed, no longer deep, but laced with a fear he himself did not realize. The overwhelming aura was too similar, too reminiscent of that person. Dark red arcs of electricity coalescing into a tangible pressure, crashing down like a mountain. But the person before him was not rocks. It was a frail youth in his early 20s. A sickly individual in the late stages of cancer who had just moments ago been hiding behind a pile of rubble. The dragon claws dug fiercely into the rock wall, all 10 claws embedded deep within the stone, fragments of rock bursting forth from the gaps between the claws. The dragon's tail lashed violently against the ground, creating deep cracks across the rocky summit. But it was futile. His dragon body sank slowly under the overwhelming pressure, the scales cracking loudly, tiny fissures spreading from the roots of the scales, oozing dark red blood. His dragon head was forced down toward the ground. I am Kaido. He was unwilling. He roared desperately, pushing forth his conqueror's haki, dark purple arcs of electricity leaping across his scales in an attempt to counterattack. But the dark red lightning surged like a tidal wave, extinguishing every dark purple arc cleanly. Boom! The dragon head crashed heavily onto the rocky summit. The entire peak of Onigashima trembled violently, the impact point's rock surface shattering into pieces, cracks spreading like living creatures in all directions, extending to the edge of the rocky platform, where the stones crumbled and fell tumbling into the sea of clouds. Rains of rubble pelted down onto the battlefield below, dust billowing from the impact point rising like a small mushroom cloud into the air. As the dust settled, everyone on the battlefield witnessed the scene. Kaido lay among the rubble, his dragon body sprawled on the ground, over a dozen dragon scales, exploded blood seeping from the gaps between the scales, forming tiny dark red streams on the rubble beneath him. He was still struggling, his dragon claws attempting to lift his body again, but each time he raised them, he was pressed back down by that overwhelming force. Dark red arcs of electricity leapt across his body like chains, pinning his limbs, torso, and dragon tail to the ground. And Ron stood before him. With a slender frame, pale complexion, and dark red lightning swirling around him, he appeared as though draped in a cloak woven from thunder. He looked down, gazing at the subdued azure dragon, his breathing steady, expression calm, as if observing something completely unsurprising. Below Onigashima, there was complete silence. In a battlefield of thousands, not a sound could be heard. The members of the Beast's pirates gifted were left speechless. The samurai's swords slipped from their hands, the tips embedding into the ground, the blades vibrating with a hum. No one spoke, no one moved. Everyone was looking in the same direction. At the peak of Onigashima, that slender figure and the azure dragon sprawled beneath him. Marco's flame wings unfurled completely, the azure light reflecting on his astonished face. He won the Clash of Conquerors haki. His voice was soft, yet every word fell clearly into Zoro's ears. He overpowered Kaido, Hedon, it's terrifying. Luffy stood not far behind Ron, his white hair fluttering in the wind. He gaped, staring at Ron's back, and then suddenly broke into a wide grin, revealing a row of white teeth. Brother Ron, you really are a monster. Ron retracted his haki. The overwhelming dark red lightning vanished in an instant, and the invisible mountain pressing down on Kaido was suddenly lifted, freeing his limbs and dragon tail that had been locked by the arcs. The lingering smell of ozone still wafted in the air. The scorch marks on the ground where the arcs had struck still emitted thin wisps of white smoke, but that suffocating sense of oppression had completely vanished. Kaido pushed himself up from the rubble. Fragments of dragon scales fell like rain, with a dozen shattered scales still seeping blood, the dark red liquid flowing along the scale patterns, splattering tiny blood droplets onto the rubble at his feet. His vertical pupils were filled with suspicion. 40 years ago, when he was suppressed in the Valley of Gods by rocks, he at least knew who he lost to. Now he couldn't even grasp the foundation of this sickly individual. Kaido's dragon mouth opened slightly, his throat rolling, but he ultimately could not utter the rest of the sentence. Luffy's reaction was far more direct than Kaido's. He sprang up from the rubber ground, his whole body launching like a white cannonball toward Ron, his straw sandals leaving half-meter-long drag marks on the rubble. His white hair was tousled by the residual wind from the clash of haki, his eyes wide, open mouth forming that signature square shape. Brother Ron. He grabbed Ron's shoulder with such force that he nearly toppled him. You're this strong. Luffy's voice was loud enough to reach below Onigashima. You just pressed Kaido to the ground alone. Why were you pretending when we fought at Marineford? He released his grip, took a step back, and gestured with his hands as if trying to measure something incomprehensible. Back then, Akainis Magma Sengoku's shockwave, and those rear admiral generals. You could have cleared the field with your haki. Luffy became increasingly agitated as he spoke, his white hair swinging wildly with his movements. When you were standing beneath the execution platform, just a glance from you would have knocked down all those Navy guys. I wouldn't have had to die twice. Ron looked at him. Luffy's questions were all valid. During the Marineford War, he indeed had countless opportunities to make a move. If he had possessed his current conqueror's haki back then, he could have pressed Akainu into the ground the moment he lunged at Luffy, and Sengoku wouldn't have even had a chance to strike before being locked by haki at the knee. He wouldn't even have to lift a finger. Just standing there releasing his conqueror's haki would ensure that no more than 3 Navy officers could remain standing on the execution platform. But that wasn't the case. Otherwise, who wouldn't enjoy showing off? So, Ron sighed. That was to help you familiarize yourself with the Nika form. He spread his hands, his tone carrying just the right amount of helplessness, like a concerned father explaining to his clueless son why he had to go out in the rain to deliver newspapers. Luffy, tell me, before the Marineford War, would you have used Nika? Luffy paused for a moment. No, he admitted honestly. And after the Marineford War? Yes. Luffy scratched his head, his white hair becoming even more disheveled. I learned it while fighting Sengoku. The first time he transformed, he wasn't very proficient. The second time was a bit better. The third time you transformed into Nika on the execution platform and stunned Sengoku. Ron interjected, his tone flat, but rhythm tight, not giving him any time to think further. Think about it yourself. If I had cleared the field with haki on the first day of the Marineford War, would you have had the chance to clash with Sengoku? Would you have had the chance to withstand a Akainis Hellhound? Would you have had the chance to learn how to use the Nika form while being besieged? Luffy furrowed his brow, clearly struggling to think through the problem. His lips pressed into a line, his eyes fixed on the rubble beneath him, as if counting the stones. No, he ultimately concluded. That's right. Ron nodded. A foe of admiral rank makes for the best training partner, more effective than any cultivation. You said it yourself. You don't even regard Kaido because you've already battled against Sengoku and Akainu. If I had cleared the field on the first day, what would you have to fight Kaido with now? Luffy's brow gradually relaxed, the corners of his mouth starting to lift. He evidently accepted this explanation. Not because it was logically perfect, but because it aligned with his simplest understanding. To become stronger, one must fight, and fighting stronger opponents is the way to grow. The Marineford War was the most formidable battle he had ever engaged in, which is precisely why he could stand here, now clashing with Kaido. And all of this was intentionally orchestrated by Ron. Got it, Ron. Luffy scratched his head, grinning broadly, his smile somewhat silly, but his eyes radiating genuine gratitude. Thank you, Ron. Ron nodded, his expression calm, feeling a breath of relief within. Finally, he had managed to get through to him. Ron added, don't forget I died for you. His tone was very casual, as if he were discussing something trivial. The dark red electric arcs had long been cleared away, and he transformed back into that pale-faced, weak-looking figure leaning against the edge of the rubble with dust from the earlier outbursts still clinging to his arm. It doesn't matter if I die crossing over, at most I'd just die again and come back. He patted the dust off his clothes, but when you die it's for real. Luffy nodded. Not the usual playful nod, but a serious slow nod, his chin nearly touching his chest. White hair draped down, obscuring half of his face, but the curve of his lips shifted from a foolish grin to a more sincere expression. Got it, Ron. He spoke, his voice a notch lower than usual. The first time he rushed onto the execution platform without the key and accomplished nothing, Ron had committed suicide to return. The second time he had the key, fought Sengoku until he was exhausted, and Ron again committed suicide to return. 2 deaths, 2 fresh starts, resulting in the third time, where Ace survived, Whitebeard survived, and everyone retreated. Ron watched Luffy's expression, saying no more. Such words were enough to make their point. A Luffy would remember, and then repay it with his fists at a crucial moment. A muffled sound came from beside them. Kaido pulled one of his dragon claws from the pile of rubble. Fragments of stone tumbled from the gaps in his claws, landing on the ground and kicking up a small cloud of dust. He shook the stone dust off his dragon head, his vertical pupils glowing a dark red in the moonlight, his gaze firmly locked onto Ron. He couldn't understand what these two brats were talking about. Time travel, real death versus fake death. He understood each term separately, but together they sounded like a foreign tongue. Yet he discerned one thing. This frail-looking Ron was definitely not an ordinary person. The way he had just suppressed him with Conqueror's Haki was no coincidence, no stroke of luck, nor some fleeting burst of power. That kid could control it effortlessly. After it was done, he could still lean against the stone and chat, not even breathing irregularly. Kaido cautiously re-evaluated the person before him. Thin and frail, with a pale complexion, his wrists so slender that a single claw could snap them. But the aftertaste of Conqueror's Haki still lingered in the air, and his dragon scales were still taut. You. Kaido's voice was deep, devoid of the earlier wild laughter and disdain, each word weighed down heavily. Why have you come to Onigashima? What is your true purpose? Ron raised his eyes to look at him, not answering directly, but countering with a question. If you could time travel, where would you want to go? Kaido was taken aback. The dragon's mouth opened slightly, then closed again. A flicker of confusion passed through his vertical pupils. He thought he had misheard. Just now he had been pinned to the ground by Conqueror's Haki, with rubble still pressing against him and blood seeping from the cracks in his scales, yet this kid didn't respond to him, but instead asked if he wanted to time travel. He stared at Ron for several seconds. Ron's expression showed no signs of change. He was neither joking nor provoking. He was just earnestly waiting for him to answer, as if posing a regular question. Kaido fell silent for a moment. Then the dragon's mouth suddenly split open, and a loud laughter erupted from deep within his throat. Are you out of your mind? Time travel. He laughed so hard that his dragon tail cracked the ground, stones rolling down from the edges of the fissures. Who believes in that nonsense? Woohoo. The laughter shook the rubble heap behind Ron, sending several small stones rolling down, bouncing twice at Ron's feet. Kaido's fangs glimmered coldly in the moonlight, his dragon whiskers trembled with laughter, and the scales on his chest rose and fell with each chuckle. That smile was neither mocking nor angry, but rather the expression of an old monster who had lived for decades and seen countless absurdities, suddenly realizing that this young man he encountered today was more absurd than all the absurdities he had ever witnessed combined. I am the user of the time fruit, Ron said. Do you think it's possible? Kaido's laughter came to an abrupt halt. His dragon mouth still open, drool from earlier laughter hanging from his fangs, but no sound could escape his throat. His vertical pupils stared fixedly at Ron, his dragon claws unconsciously crushing a rock half the height of a person beside him. The time fruit. He had heard of this name, a devil fruit rumored to be able to traverse time. He once thought it was just a story made up to trick children. Luffy was laughing heartily beside him, his white hair bouncing with his laughter. He had his hands on his hips, his belly puffing out, laughing so hard that his upper body leaned backward. Kaido, you laughed so loudly just now, and now you're dumbfounded. Let me tell you, I've time traveled several times already, and it feels pretty good. Suddenly Luffy froze, his smile still on his face, but his eyes widened in shock. He slowly turned his head, his neck cracking as he twisted the brim of his straw hat, turning a little under the moonlight, and when his gaze landed on Ron, it carried a sense of betrayal-induced panic. Ron, I want to time travel. His voice rose an entire octave. Aren't you going to take me with you? Ron raised his hand, pressing down in the air. Don't rush. Everyone has the right to choose. You've time traveled several times already, so let others have a try too. Luffy opened his mouth, blinking. His brain was evidently working in overdrive. His brows furrowed, his lips pressed into a line, his toes lightly kicking at the rubble-strewn ground. After a moment, he slowly nodded. That makes sense. Luffy accepted the explanation faster than anyone expected. He turned around, hands on his hips, looking up at the Qinglong, whose size was hundreds of times larger than his own, with not a trace of fear on his face, only an expression of impatience. Hey Kaido, are you going to put it on or not? He tilted his head, his white hair tousled to one side. If not, I'll just keep wearing it. I still have many places I want to go, don't waste our time. Kaido stood silently in place. The bloodstains on his dragon scales had already dried, the dark red scabs glimmering with a deep brown sheen under the moonlight. His vertical pupils shifted from Luffy to Ron, then back from Ron to Luffy. A time-traveling user of the Toki no Mi and a Straw Hat Kid who had already traveled several times, these two little brats were discussing time travel in front of him, as if they were talking about where to go fishing tomorrow. The world had always been stable within his decades of understanding the strong where revered fists spoke louder than words, and the clash of might determined victory. But now this framework was pried open by a single piece of information. Time travel is not a legend, it's real. Kaido stared at the two in front of him, one laughing carefree, and the other leaning against a rock with a nonchalant expression. He exhaled 2 plumes of sulfurous black smoke from his nostrils, and his dragon mouth slowly opened wide. You two are really acting well. His voice was low, the dark red light and his vertical pupils flickering. One claims to be a user of the Toki no Mi, while the other says he has traversed through the top war several times. Such a deceptive trick is better suited for children. The dragon's body suddenly swelled, a white-hot flame igniting deep within its chest, seeping out through the gaps in its scales. The surrounding air distorted under the intense heat. Small stones on the ground began to glow and heat up. Fires of the heat. A blazing white column erupted from the dragon's mouth, wider than a warship. In an instant, as the beam tore through the night sky, the entire peak of Onigashima was illuminated as if it were daylight. Wherever the heat passed, the rocks melted into orange-red lava, cascading down the mountainside, igniting the grass and trees in its path. The air distorted under the extreme heat. Ron stepped forward. He didn't dodge, didn't flinch, not even a change in his expression. The sound of his feet crunching on the gravel echoed, dark red haushiku emanating from his body. The electric arcs did not explode or surge upward. Instead, they flowed close to his skin, gathering in front of him to form a semi-transparent dark red barrier. As the protective haushiku activated at the moment the heat approached, intricate electric arc patterns flowed across the surface of the light membrane. The heat collided with the protective haushiku. Boom! The light at the point of impact was blinding. The beam of heat diverged upon touching the dark red light membrane. Lava-like flames swept past Ron's sides, carving out 2 deep, charred ravines in the ground. The rocks on either side of the ravine were burned into orange-red lava which flowed down the edges of Onigashima, creating 2 dark red waterfalls in the night sky. But where Ron stood, the rocks beneath him remained intact. The protective haushiku formed a light membrane that kept the heat completely at bay, splitting the flames just 3 inches from his body, not even singeing the hem of his clothes. The dark red light membrane trembled slightly under the impact of the heat, rippling with circles. The electric arcs danced more densely across the membrane, emitting a deep resonant hum. The heat continued for a full 10 seconds before slowly diminishing. Kaido stopped spewing flames, his dragon mouth closing, a few wisps of black smoke escaping between his fangs. As the blazing white light dissipated, Ron still stood in place. His feet had not retreated, and his posture remained unchanged. The dark red light membrane surrounding him continued to flow, electric arcs running from his shoulders to his fingertips and back again. The 2 charred ravines on the ground extended out from either side of him like a river split around his solitary island. Kaido's vertical pupils contracted to their limit. Of course, he had considered that his attack would be blocked. The Straw Hat Kid had previously defended against his heat, rebounding it off the rubberized ground and bracing through with his inflated body. But that sickly brat was different. He had no rubberized body, no massive size, no flashy techniques. He just stood there using a thin layer of dark red light membrane to directly take on the heat that could melt steel. Pure haushiku, condensed into a tangible form of haushiku. Kaido had seen high-level defenses of Busashoku, had witnessed the shock waves of Sengoku's Buddha being shattered by Garp's fists. But a shield made of haushiku directly taking his heat, that was something he had only seen once 40 years ago. God Valley rocks. That man was surrounded by the same dark red electric arcs, and bullets and blades were pulverized into dust before they even touched him. He recognized it. The pale-faced young man before him, afflicted with a terminal illness, was not some lucky rookie, nor someone who was merely being carried along by the Straw Hat Kid. That kid stood in front of him, proving one thing in the most direct way. His earlier suppression was not an accident, not a coincidence, nor was it a moment of carelessness. The opponent indeed had the qualifications to be taken seriously. You really. Before Kaido could finish, Ron stopped wasting words. He raised his right hand palm, facing outward, fingers naturally spread. The power of the Toki no Mi activated within him, a force entirely different from haushiku, surged from his heart, spreading along his veins to every limb. A golden light flickered deep within his pupils. That light was neither haushiku nor a sign of the awakening of a devil fruit, but time itself bowing down to him. Time and space stand still. Target selected. The moment the words fell, the world froze. Kaido's dragon tail was halfway through a swing, the tip suspended in midair, droplets of blood from the earlier clash, with haushiku hanging on his scales solidified in the air, refracting a dark red shimmer. Luffy stood not far away, his white hair caught in the wind, frozen in its arc, the brim of his straw hat tilted, as if about to be blown away, his face still reflecting the excitement and anticipation from moments ago. The fragments of stone scorched by the heat floated in midair, hundreds of them large and small, like insects trapped in amber. In the distance, the lava waterfall at the edge of Onigashima was frozen in its flowing posture, the orangered light reflected on the rock face through the still lava. Further away, the sea also froze, the waves paused at their highest point, the mist of splashing water suspended in midair, moonlight refracting through the mist into delicate silver beams. The entire sea appeared like a framed painting. Kaido's vertical pupils suddenly widened. He turned his dragon head, his movements slow and cautious. The dragon claws lifted from the pile of rubble, the fragments sliding silently through the claw gaps, not falling at all, but hovering at the position where the dragon claw had just been. He scanned the surroundings, the dragon head turning from left to right and back again, the shock in his vertical pupils deepening layer by layer. The wind had ceased, the very air seemed to be frozen, and the breath drawn into his lungs carried an unreal sense of stagnation. He had lived for decades witnessing frozen fruit encase the ocean, the tremors of powers tearing the sky apart, and the torrents of magma and fiery rain. But all of this had come to a standstill. Even time itself was held captive in the hands of that frail figure. This ability was terrifying. Kaido slowly turned his head, his vertical pupils locking onto Ron. The pale-faced youth stood in the midst of the frozen world, his right hand still held aloft, his expression calm, as if awaiting an answer. Kaido's dragon claw unconsciously tightened, the claws embedding into the rock crevice. If Ron had used this ability during the Clash of Conquerors, Haki time would have been halted in that instant, leaving him no chance to struggle. Even before he could raise his claw, it would be fixed in place. The heat he had yet to release from his throat would be frozen. His pride in resilience and endurance would lose all meaning before the face of time. He couldn't even resist, nor would he have time to think. Ron could easily walk up to him and slowly pierce his heart with an ordinary knife, and he would only realize he was dead the moment time resumed its flow. Do you believe it now, eh? Ron retracted his right hand, and time began to flow once more. Luffy's white hair continued to sway in the wind, the suspended debris crashing down to the ground, and the waves of the distant sea roared as they crashed down, the sound echoing from the edge of Onigashima to the mountain's peak. The droplet of frozen blood on Kaido's dragon tail finally fell, splashing a tiny dark red spray on the gravel ground. Kaido fell silent for a moment, slowly nodding his dragon head. Yet the vigilance in his vertical pupils did not dissipate. Belief is one thing, but the caution of an emperor is ingrained in his bones. He had lived for decades, seen too many knives hidden behind transactions, and had thrust too many knives himself. A person with the time fruit and a conqueror's haki at the level of rocks inviting him to traverse time was inherently abnormal. You wouldn't be so kind. Kaido's voice was low, his dragon claw unconsciously scratching a shallow mark on the rock wall. What do you want by taking me back to the past? Ron looked into those vertical pupils, fully aware. Kaido was not Luffy. He couldn't be easily deceived with a few words. The intuition and experience of an emperor were evident, and any overly naive rhetoric would be seen through immediately. But it wasn't permissible to speak the truth. He couldn't tell Kaido, I need the reversal value generated by your traversal to exchange for my lifespan. His expression remained unchanged as his mind filtered through several possible routes. Claiming to help Kaido change the past felt too far-fetched. Saying he wanted to join forces with Kaido to dominate the world was even more absurd. But there was one truth, and only this truth could make Kaido believe. My fruit ability is time travel, but I haven't experienced enough. Ron began, his tone flat. I can only traverse to those points in time I have experienced. It is quite limited. He paused, not avoiding Kaido's vertical pupils. But you old-school emperors are different. You experienced God Valley. You experienced the era of legendary pirates. Rocks, Roger, Whitebeard, Garp, Sengoku, those monsters at the pinnacle, you have seen their power at its peak with your own eyes. I want to witness the strong of that era. He added, by the way, I can take you on a time journey to fulfill some of your regrets. Kaido stared at him, the light in his vertical pupils flickering twice. This statement was blunt, directly suggesting that the current Kaido wasn't impressive, but precisely this bluntness made it credible. A person possessing the haki of rocks would naturally want to challenge Kaido of the God Valley era. This was not arrogance, but rather a given. He thought the same. If a young person with such talent was content to only fight against his current self, that would be a sign of failure. Ho ho ho. Kaido grinned. This time his laughter was not as loud as before, but carried a sense of genuine seriousness. You want to see the strong of that era. With your talent you have the right to say such things. He continued, moreover I indeed have many regrets to make up for. Speak it out. Ron said. Kaido raised his dragon head, the dark red light in his vertical pupils suddenly brightening, filled with anticipation, and excitement along with the long-buried grievances of 40 years. Haven't you heard of Hive Island? When I was a rookie back in the day, I was bullied by those guys. That bastard Rocks would always use me as a punching bag. That old man Whitebeard would stand by and watch every fight and say how young people need to endure to grow stronger. And Big Mom, she snatched my last bowl of red bean soup. Just one bowl. She even took the bowl away. He spoke with gritted teeth, but the next second, he burst into laughter. This time I'm going back to settle the score one by one. Ron's expression grew peculiar, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you die on Hive Island, then you're really dead. Kaido's laughter paused for a moment. He certainly knew what that implied. The rules of the time fruit had been discussed before. If Ron died during the traversal, he would automatically return, but if Kaido died, it would be true death. What kind of place was Hive Island? It was the lair of the Rocks pirates, and every cadre aboard was a monster capable of stirring up the seas on their own. He wasn't even considered mid-tier back then. Returning to settle scores was an extremely dangerous endeavor. 40 years ago, Whitebeard was in his prime and Rocks was still alive. Just those two alone could make him drink from the cup of defeat. Adding Big Mom Shiki Silver Axe and Wang Ji, picking any one of them would not be an easy fight. Yet he remained silent for a much shorter time than Ron had anticipated. Kaido grinned again, but this time the smile had changed. It was no longer the excitement of seeking revenge. If someone can kill me, that would be the best. What is there to fear about death? I've died on Hive Island more than once, each time crawling out from a pile of corpses. Dying there is a death worthy of its name, far better than dying old in bed decades later. Ron nodded in agreement. You could call Kaido a madman, a war junkie, but he was not wrong about one thing. He truly was not afraid of death. From the blood-soaked mountains of God Valley to the clouds above Onigashima, this monster had never retreated an inch in the face of death. Don't worry, even if you are truly close to death, I won't let you die. Kaido frowned, but before he could speak, Ron had already continued with the next sentence. I will commit suicide to come back. But if that happens, the memories of this journey will be lost. Kaido was stunned, taking about 3 seconds to digest the meaning of this statement before bursting into laughter. So that means I can do whatever I want. The cost of failure is just losing the memories of the trip. Ron nodded. On the contrary, if you achieve something that changes history and survive, then your memories will be retained upon your return. Upon hearing this, Kaido was very satisfied. Why didn't you say this earlier? Let's go. I can't wait any longer. Ron looked at the exceedingly excited Kaido, took a deep breath, and the golden light of the time fruit once again illuminated deep within his pupils. In that case, let's head to Hive Island and confirm the traversal. The golden light exploded, engulfing both man and dragon. In a new world, Hive Island. The sea breeze at the port was laced with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the foul odor of cheap rum. The sky was a dull gray, colored by the smoke from the ever-burning forges and cannons on the island. The jagged black reefs along the coastline jutted out of the sea like the fangs of a colossal beast, while the waves crashed against them, shattering into white foam before being swallowed by the next surge. Docked at one side of the port was the ship, the Sword of Jaibeck. The ship was entirely painted black, its keel made of Adam's tree and exceptionally resilient wood. Just its presence exuded an oppressive aura, as if someone were sweeping the port with conqueror's hockey from afar. Pirates unloading cargo at the dock instinctively stepped around it, no one daring to touch its hull. The clouds above Hive Island hung low. The entire island resembled a block of coal that had been casually tossed into the sea by a giant riddled with caves and tunnels. The entrances were dark and foreboding, leading to unknown depths where who knew what might suddenly emerge. In the cleared space at the port, which had been trodden down for decades, Rocks D. Jaibeck stood before everyone. Behind him loomed the dark silhouette of the Sword of Jaibeck, with a broad-bladed sword taller than a person planted at his feet, its hilt wrapped in worn dark red leather. The sea breeze made his black cape billow, revealing a deep red captain's coat beneath, embroidered with 3 golden lines at the cuffs, a testament to the admiral he had personally slain. The open space was quiet, with the crowd standing closely packed together, no one whispering, some even dozed off. Even the typically loud Ganji stood silently with his arms crossed at the front of the crowd. They had just heard one word, him. The vast majority of pirates had no concept of this name, unaware that there were beings even above the celestial dragons, let alone knowing the identity of the shadow sitting upon the empty throne. But Rocks knew he always had knowledge of things one should not know. He scanned the crowd before him. There were more than just these 7 people on Hive Island, yet he had only summoned 7 today. Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, Gold Lion, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and John. These 7 were chosen one by one from hundreds of crew members, and he had said nothing in explanation, only telling them to come to the port. Rocks spoke, his voice low above Mariewa. There is a chair, the empty throne. Sitting on it is a person named him. The Gorosei kneel before him. The celestial dragons are unaware of his existence, and there are no more than 10 living beings in the world who know this name. I am one of them. He paused, the black cape suddenly billowing in the wind. I intend to kill him and ascend as the king of the world. Who's coming with me? The crowd was taken aback, clearly hearing this name for the first time. There was someone above the celestial dragons. Is this for real? At that moment, from the front row, the young Kaido stepped forward. Though he was referred to as a youth, he was already an imposing figure, his messy black hair flaring out like an explosion, with rugged muscle lines and shoulders as broad as a door. His wrists were wrapped with several loops of iron chains, serving as his makeshift weapon. He was the youngest among all the officers, the least experienced, but not the weakest. At that moment, he was the first to speak. Captain Rox, just how strong is this him you mentioned? Rox shot him a sidelong glance. What do you mean? The young Kaido crossed his arms slightly, raising his chin, a hint of youthful defiance on his face. He bore a bruise from being thrown out by Whitebeard earlier that day, but that did not stop him from shouting his thoughts at the top of his lungs. What I mean is, we don't even know what this looks like. Why should we follow you into battle? Just because you say he is the king of the world, does that make it so? Last time you said you would take us to seize gold, but we arrived at the island only to find a pile of rocks. We didn't even get enough to pay for our drinks. And the time before that you said finding ancient weapons would allow us to rule the world, and we spent 3 days and nights moving them. Smack! A sandal landed squarely on young Kaido's left cheek, producing a crisp sound that was almost ear-piercing. The sound echoed across the open space of the port. Young Kaido was sent flying, his feet leaving the ground, his upper body spinning through the air from the impact of the sandal. Thud! He crashed into a neatly stacked pile of wooden crates at the edge of the port, splintering them into a cloud of wood chips. A bottle of rum hidden behind the crates rolled out, spinning twice on the gravel before shattering with a loud crack. The open space fell silent for a moment. Young Kaido climbed out of the pile of wood chips, fragments of wood falling from his hair. A clear imprint of a sandal marked his left cheek, extending from his cheekbone to his chin, glowing red. The rum soaked his pant leg, and the sweet scent of the liquor mixed with the dust of the wood chips wafted into the air. His expression shifted from confusion to furious rage, the entire process taking no more than half a second. Rox! He tore off the iron chains wrapped around his right wrist, wrapping them 4 times around his fist, the end dragging on the ground and striking sparks. His eyes bloodshot. The hot air he exhaled sent the wood chips swirling in all directions, charging at Rox like an enraged bull. He had only taken 2 steps when he was blocked. Whitebeard Newgate stretched out an arm from the side, thick as a ship's mast, directly across young Kaido's chest. Charlotte Linlin pressed down on the hand with the iron chain from the other side, her palm enveloping young Kaido's entire forearm. Her fingers tightened slightly, producing a creaking sound from the strained chain. Let go, kid. Linlin's voice was languid. He's in a good mood today. He only used a sandal. Last time he was in a bad mood, he used the back of a knife. John's jaw is still crooked from that. John rubbed his own jaw from a distance without speaking. Wang Ji and Silver Axe squeezed in, one holding young Kaido's left shoulder, the other grabbing the iron chain at his waist. 5 or 6 hands restrained young Kaido's arms, shoulders, waist, and wrists, leaving him immobilized in place, his feet still flailing in the air, kicking up the scattered stones beneath. Let me go? Aye. That's enough from you, Whitebeard, interrupted Kaido. You can't even withstand his sandal. What do you have to fight with? A golden figure descended from the sky, landing in the space between young Kaido and Rox. It was none other than Gold Lion Shiki. Captain Rox, you ought to calm down a bit. This island is Hive Island, not your personal punching bag. If you two start fighting here, half the port will need rebuilding. The warehouse Kaido destroyed last week hasn't even been repaired yet, and there isn't an excess of timber left this month. Rox casually slipped his sandal back on, brushing off non-existent dust from his cape. It's just a sandal kick. I won't die from it. When I was his age, I took 3 beatings a day in God Valley, and look at me now, still alive and well. At that moment, a flash of golden light erupted on the deck of the ship, the Jaibex sword. The brilliance was blinding, exploding from the top of the cabin like a golden flare bursting in the air above the deck. The entire open area of the port was illuminated as bright as day, causing everyone to instinctively squint. Whitebeard raised a hand to shield his forehead, while Linlin's pupils shrank to thin slits, and Golden Lion's fingers tightened slightly around the hilt of his sword. Only Rox remained still, his eyes fixed intently on the golden light. As the light dissipated, 2 figures materialized on the deck. When Kaido landed, he stepped on the hem of his robe, stumbling slightly before regaining his balance. His claws instinctively dug into the edge of the ship, splintered wood falling from between his claws. He lifted his head, inhaling the sea breeze mixed with the acrid scent of gunpowder and low-quality rum. The smell was all too familiar, so much so that it left him frozen in place. Hive Island, the port, the Jaibex sword. The deck beneath his feet was laid with black iron wood, producing a unique, dull echo when stepped on, exactly as he remembered. Just moments ago, he was in a fist fight at the peak of Ghost Island with the Straw Hat Kid, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing in the pirate stronghold from 40 years ago. Did I really travel back in time? His voice was low, unconsciously tightening his grip on the ship's railing as he surveyed his surroundings. Next to the port, there was a neatly stacked pile of wooden crates, one of which was slightly ajar, with a broken rum bottle rolling among the splinters, its liquid not yet fully seeping into the gravel ground. At the docks, several pirates responsible for unloading cargo had sacks slung over their shoulders, their movements frozen in midair as iron ore spilled from the torn opening of their bags. Further away, the dark entrances of the caves on Hive Island resembled dozens of hollow eyes embedded in the rock wall. Every detail was precisely as he remembered. His gaze continued to sweep across the open area of the port before suddenly locking onto something. Whitebeard Newgate stood at the front of the crowd, arms crossed. His iconic golden hair had not yet grown as long as it would later, and he had not yet developed even a shadow of a beard, appearing as a robust man in his 30s, but the oppressive intensity in his eyes was already palpable. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin had one hand on another's wrist. In her youth, her beauty was captivating, and her figure was well-proportioned, resembling a somewhat matured adult woman, with only the occasional flash of brutal light in her eyes hinting at the monster she would become. Golden Lion Shiki stood in the center of the open area, his sword Sakura Tin and Kumu hung at his waist, and his golden hair fluttered slightly in the wind. There was also the young Kaido, restrained by others. With messy black hair, only two hardened bony protrusions on his head, a bright red imprint of a slipper on his left cheek, and iron chains gripped tightly in Linlin's palm, he was completely immobilized. The moment Kaido saw the youthful version of himself, his vertical pupils widened suddenly, a strange feeling washing over him. At the same time, everyone in the open area of the port was watching them. Rock's crew, along with the restrained young Kaido, and the unloading pirates at the dock, all fixed their gazes firmly on the two unexpected guests who had materialized on the deck of the Jaibex sword. It would leave anyone stunned to see two living people suddenly appear on their own ship. However, there were no ordinary folks on Hive Island. These crew members were far quicker in responding to unexpected events than regular people. Linlin released her grip on young Kaido's wrist, tilting her head as she appraised the two individuals on the deck, a slow smile creeping onto her lips. Interesting, the last person who dared to stand on that ship's deck is now feeding fish at the bottom of the sea. Whitebeard remained silent, but he lowered his arms. To suddenly appear on our ship, their strength is not to be underestimated. Golden Lion frowned lightly, tapping his fingers on the sword hilt. How could they have flown here? Wang Ji and Silver Axe exchanged glances while John instinctively rubbed his misaligned jaw. Rock stood still, his gaze bouncing back and forth between the old man on the deck and the dazed young man in the open area. Then he turned his head to look at young Kaido. That old man looks a bit like your father. Young Kaido froze. The bright red slipper imprint on his face had yet to fade, his left cheek was slightly swollen, and a trace of saliva from his earlier argument with Rox still lingered at the corner of his mouth. Following the direction of Rock's thumb, he saw the old man standing on the deck of the Jaibex sword. The height and build were an exact replica of his own. Aside from the fact that the man had thicker muscles, a more robust dragon horn, deeper eyes, and emanated an aura of pressure that could only come from experiencing countless life-and-death battles, he was strikingly similar in every other aspect. Young Kaido forcefully broke free from the grip of the hands holding him. Whitebeard released his arms that were crossed over Kaido's chest, and Linlin let go of his wrist, the iron chains clattering to the gravel ground. He strode toward the Jaibex sword, his steps urgent and heavy each footfall, leaving a shallow dent in the ground. I've been an orphan since I was a child. Where would I find a father? He shouted, his voice echoing throughout the port. He then stopped below the ship's railing, looking up at Kaido on the deck, his eyes nearly bursting with fire. Who are you? Why do you look so much like me? Are you a long-lost relative of mine? Speak. On the deck, Kaido looked down at the young man, questioning him. His pupils slightly contracted. That slipper imprint was too familiar. The red swollen mark on his left cheek that he had received from Rock's slipper was identical to the one he had endured 40 years ago. He even recalled jumping up like this to confront Rox after receiving the blows, only to be restrained by Whitebeard and Big Mom, unable to move. Now this scene was playing out before him just as it had before, except he had become an observer standing on the deck. Others in the open area were also sizing up Kaido. Lean hands on her hips scanned back and forth between Kaido and young Kaido, her brows initially furrowing before slowly relaxing, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. This is quite interesting, could it be? Whitebeard crossed his arms, his chin slightly raised, his eyes remaining vigilant. That guy's aura is quite strong. Golden Lion stroked his chin, his expression becoming subtle. He really looks like him. Wang Ji broke the silence, his voice soft but clear in the quiet atmosphere. That horn build, even the stance, is the same. Silver Axe nodded slowly beside him, his movements deliberate but certain. The contours of his face are also quite similar, especially the chin. John rubbed his misaligned jaw, quietly muttering, could it be that he's really Kaido's long-lost father? Has he come to Hive Island to find his son?